Chapter 302, Introducing Currency. Translated by Kuan. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 2, The Sea of Zombies. Yue Zhong chuckled as he pulled the mature Yue Zhong and pressed onto her. Without even taking off her clothes, he immediately penetrated her and forcefully pounded her. Yue Zhong's tenderness set Yue Zhong's desire off again. At the same time, under Yue Zhong's constant ravaging, she could not help but let out cute moans, giving a sense of being dominated, which fueled Yue Zhong's passion further. After the intense lovemaking, Yue Zhong embraced the voluptuous Yue Zhong and lovable Tong Xiaoyun as they laid quietly in the bed. While he breathed in their scent and took to the beauty of their skin, his heart filled with peace and happiness. Yue Zhong laid in Yue Zhong's embrace as she raised her head to kiss Yue Zhong, before cheekily asking a pointed question, "Husband, between Xiaoyun Mimi and myself, who makes you feel better?" Tong Xiaoyun grabbed Yue Zhong's hands, as she used her breasts and stuck them to his hand, before coyly saying, "Yue Gij, it's me, right? Xiaoyun is your obedient little sister." Tong Xiaoyun and Yue Zhong always shared a close relationship, but with regards to getting Yue Zhong's affection, they would compete unknowingly. Although Yue Zhong did not say it, she still felt jealous of Tong Xiaoyun that managed to gain a position within Yue Zhong's heart as well. "Ha ha! Both of you are my precious darlings." Yue Zhong laughed out loud and managed to dodge the tricky question, as he lowered his head to kiss them both on their cheeks, hugging them tightly. Yue Zhong and Tong Xiaoyun looked at each other and exchanged a smile and decided not to make things difficult for him. Instead, they kissed him and placed their heads on his chest, listening to his heartbeat. Yue Zhong was enjoying his time here. On the other hand, Deguzi was actually kept extremely busy, trying to handle so many things at once. He wished he could split himself into three. The consequences of the downpour had surfaced. Amongst those 130,000 survivors that had crossed, 40,000 had fallen ill because of the rain and were running high fevers. As the transportation of goods were in a rush, the medicine and supplies brought from the hospital were not enough to deal with the number of patients. "What do we do, Officer Deguzi?" Tai Yen looked at Deguzi as she asked. Tai Yen had shown her worth and capabilities by working closely with Yue Zhong's unit, and had become an integral member of his team. Deguzi massaged his temple and gave out a few orders. "Give those fever patients a can of type 2 meat, then organize some people to help boil some water for them to drink. Those who have already fallen ill, gather them and quarantine them. I don't want a new source of outbreak for illnesses." In this post-apocalyptic world, falling ill was an extremely dangerous thing, especially with the shortage of doctors and medicine. Just a simple flu and fever could take the life of a person. Deguzi had distributed the meat like medicine because he had no choice. He could only pray that after gaining the energy, they might be able to fight the illness. Other than that, there was nothing else he could do. "Yes," Tai Yen swiftly replied, and dismissed herself. Deguzi then pondered for a while, before continuing his distribution of the type 2 meat to those soldiers who had put in their all during those intense battles. All of these soldiers had stronger bodies, all they lacked was rest. However, the type 2 meat could allow them to swiftly regain their energy and stamina, preventing them from suddenly falling sick. With Deguzi's allocation, cans of type 2 meat were sent to those survivors who had fallen ill, under the supervision of the 5,000 over men led by Tian who, the female survivors were gathered, and took on the roles of temporary nurses, and helped take care of those who had fallen ill. The type 2 meat was extremely beneficial, as the moment the patients ate the meat, it displayed its rejuvenating properties, and many regained some color on their pale faces. As there was no adequate care given on time, out of the 40,000 who had taken ill, 1,000 had passed away, but the rest of them managed to overcome this hardship and escaped death's door. This time, Yue Zhong had managed to save so many survivors. The huge amount of type 2 meat played an important role. If it was not for the type 2 meat, even if these over 100,000 survivors crossed the bridge, at least half would have died due to the rain. After the cold, harsh autumn rain fell for 5 days, the skies regained its warm blue color. The moment the skies cleared, the 120,000 over survivors who had been squeezing and waiting it out embarked on their journey towards Ningguang County. When these survivors arrived at Ningguang County and Qingyuan County, the masses joined and integrated with the strongholds under Yue Zhong, and started a bustle of activities. Factories were filled up, and everyone began production on steel knives, barricades, and making use of the hides from the mutant beasts to create armor and protection. Those 5,000 over survivors who had proved their worth during the last few critical moments were also accepted and integrated into the preliminary troops and began their tough training. Yue Zhong was extremely generous with his own troops who had fought hard for him. They had decent amounts of food. In between their training gaps, they also spent time and resources within the county, bringing all sorts of economic growth within the county. It seemed that overnight, various snack stalls, bread shops, hairstyling salons, restaurants, etc. all sprung up. Chen Jianfeng sought Yue Zhong out and spoke. "Yue Zhong, I feel that we should start introducing a currency. Otherwise, it will be detrimental to our current economic growth." Within the counties, the barter system was still popular. Most of the time, rice or other food was used. As to the renminbi used prior to the apocalypse, it was worth even less than toilet paper now. The barter system was primitive and inefficient, and was not helpful to development. However, the renminbi had declined. Those who had tried running with their huge stacks of renminbi were in dire straits, not even comparable to a beggar, and no one was willing to accept it. Only Yue Zhong and his group could introduce something to be used that would be acceptable by their citizens. Yue Zhong frowned as he asked softly, "Do we give out cash? Based on our skills now, can we maintain the security and strength of the currency?" Chen Jianfeng replied swiftly, "I have already found someone to handle this issue." Their total number of survivors rescued from SY County were 120,000, adding on to the 20,000 that he had secretly transported out earlier. His stronghold had increased by a whopping 150,000 in strength. Amongst those survivors, there were various people with specialized skill sets and knowledge. Chen Jianfeng only had to spread the word, and his subordinates had found some people already. Yue Zhong nodded his head. "Fine, I'll let you handle this." Chen Jianfeng was extremely efficient, and his methods and work ethics were extremely resolute. Under his supervision, Yue Zhong's government swiftly issued out a currency called the Grand Central Empire Dollar * as the new form of currency. One central dollar could be used to buy a gene of cornmeal within the rules Yue Zhong established for food companies, and 2 central dollars could be used to buy a gene of rice. At the same time, there were various other items that can be bought, including cigarettes, milk, soap, canned beast meat, canned type 2 beast meat. Yue Zhong then issued out salaries to the military and government, allowing them to spend them as necessary within the counties. As the central dollar could be used directly to purchase food, the strength and credibility immediately gave the survivors the confidence to accept it as the new currency replacing the previous renminbi. Furthermore, many shops had the stock of type 2 beast meat. Amongst the survivors, many of them had experienced and gone through so many setbacks. They recognized the importance and value of the type 2 beast meat. Many of them had their hearts set aflame, wishing to own a type 2 beast meat as an insurance for their lives in the future. Of course, the type 2 beast meat could not be purchased so easily. Yue Zhong had set a price of 10,000 central dollars on each canned type 2 beast meat. Type 2 mutant beasts weren't easy to kill after all. To even encounter them, one had to travel to places where the mutant beasts were strong and ferocious. If he were to be careless, he could meet a few different type 2 mutant beasts. If that happens, Yue Zhong would also lose his life. The moment the currency was introduced, both counties seemed to regain their vigor, and many survivors started showcasing and making use of their abilities and knowledge prior to the apocalypse, and started up their own shops. There was a huge variety of snacks, and various shops had sprung up due to demand. Both counties displayed a thriving scene. Under the supervision of Chen Jianfeng, the development and economic growth boomed, and the people were filled with satisfaction and happiness. On the other side, Yue Zhong had allowed his troops to rest for 5 days, before assigning them in shift systems to make their way towards Longhai County, clearing the various villages of zombies as they came across them, at the same time grooming and training his troops. Tian Hu and the rest of the warriors of the preliminary troops were undergoing Su Jingong's harsh training every day. The various troops of Lu Huifeng were absorbed and distributed amongst Yue Zhong's troops. With the addition of a few hundred veterans, the combat power of the battalions received another huge boost. Shen Hongyang was extremely cooperative as he handed command of Su Xiao and the few other experts to Yue Zhong, who transferred them into his special combat forces. The 10 tanks, 7 assault helicopters and their operating personnel were then allocated to the armored division. As a form of reciprocation, Yue Zhong had allocated a large number of soldiers from his preliminary troop to fill up Shan Shui's 2 infantry battalions, fulfilling his promise. As his power was expanding, Yue Zhong once again overhauled the military system and reorganized the entire troops as a regiment, declaring himself as the regiment commander with Qidian as the second-in-command. Chapter 302, Assault on Longhai City. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 2. The Sea of Zombies. The elite 1st and 2nd Battalion of Qingyuan County, 1st and 2nd Battalion of Ningguan County, as well as the Armored Battalion were grouped as the 1st Division belonging to Yue Zhong, its commander Su Zhengong and Vice Commander Wu Guang. Qingyuan's 3rd Battalion, Ningguang's 3rd and 4th Battalion were reorganized as the 2nd Division, its commander Chen Shi, Vice Commander Kong Tianyu. Sy County's 8th Battalion and Shan Shui's 2 battalions were grouped into the 3rd Division, its commander Xiong Zhang, Vice Commander Shen Shui. The Special Combat Forces remained under the command of Ji Qinggu. The preliminary troops remained as it is, belonging to Yue Zhong and trained by Su Zhengong. De Guzi was conferred the title as Support Commander, being placed in charge of all support activities. The support division was important and could decide victory in modern warfare. On top of that, Yue Zhong established a youth guards. This youth guards was comprised of various youths that had ambition and idolized Yue Zhong. They numbered in the 3,000, consisting of both boys and girls. They had to go through a specialized program where they had to learn about culture and skills in the day, and learnt various fighting and combat skills from the Special Combat Forces. They ate mutant beast meat and got to enjoy Type 2 meat once in a while, strengthening their bodies through the course of training. Zhang He and Zhang Yulan had joined it the first moment they could, as they possessed the drive and idolization of Yue Zhong. The top expert of the youth guards was the little lowly Yao Yao. Zhang Yulan had been awed by her the first moment she saw her, and became her huge fan, and her small attendant. Yao Yao saw that she had someone who idolized her, and felt smug as well. She did not hold back and taught Zhang Yulan all she knew and experienced. It was just that regardless how hard Zhang Yulan worked, she could not match Yao Yao as she was lacking in both age and talent. However, Zhang Yulan and her brothers did not slack off, and absorbed all that they could. They wanted to become useful members of society in this new post-apocalypse world. A month went quickly with all the adjustments, integration, and training. After the reorganization and training, Yue Zhong's troops had surpassed what they were previously, and became even stronger. Now, let's move out. Our target is Longhai County. Following Yue Zhong's single command, his 1st Division started to move towards Longhai City. The army set off, and following them from the rear were over 20,000 survivors, as well as the support troops and their transportation supplies. As there was not enough fuel, the support troops could only use their own legs to follow the vehicles forward. It was extremely tough. However, these troops and the survivors had not a word of complaint, as they were very clear that the operation this time on Longhai County was extremely crucial. If they could conquer it, they would gain a huge amount of resources, and could gain a new city to become another habitat. If they failed, then the horde that was holed up inside would cause all their deaths. This battle they could only win. They could not lose at all. The zombies in the surrounding villages had either been summoned into Longhai County, or were already wiped out by Yue Zhong's troops as training. Yue Zhong's huge army had marched on for a few days, before finally arriving at the highway which led to Longhai County and encountering the horde of zombies. The huge horde of zombies was also slowly making their way towards Qingyuan County, on the highway, through the various plains and forests. As far as the eye could see, they were all filled with zombies. Upon sighting in on zombies, the 10 tanks that had become part of the armored vehicles immediately opened fire as they slowly and continuously advanced forward. The zombies scattered throughout the plains and forest were immediately gunned down by the heavy fire, as they slumped to the floor. The 10 tanks continued advancing forward, intending to crush the zombies. The troops behind followed as they stepped on the meat paste on the ground, advancing behind the cover of the tanks. In the skies, Greenie and 2 drones were flying, and the drones were feeding information back to the central command, while Greenie was in charge of chasing away the other flying mutant beasts that got attracted by the huge number of humans. Scum Battalion, go charge! Yue Zhong looked at the zombies that had been shot and laid on the ground on the plains and in the forests, and he gave the command to the Scum Battalion. The commander of the Scum Battalion was Gao Daqiang, who was wielding a Tang replica sword, decked in mutant water snake hide armor, another hand holding a steel shield, as he shouted at the 2,000 males who were made to join the Scum Battalion. Your father, I am Gao Daqiang. I'm sure you guys can tell that I used to be a criminal who was sentenced to the Scum Battalion in the past. However, I have killed enough zombies, and have become an upright leader under Commander Yu's forces. My current rank is 2nd Lieutenant, and I'm a level 18 enhancer. I even have 2 wives as well. Every day, I get to eat my fill, with meat in my meals also. Gao Daqiang let out a roar, and he charged at the zombies. If you want to become like me, give it your all. Kill the zombies. As long as you risk it all and fight, women, food, lodging, they will be yours. If you want to rise in rank and get rich and have your way with women, charge with me. Whoever dares to retreat from battle will be shot by the troops behind. Charge! Yue Zhong had always placed importance and rewarded on those who worked hard. This Gao Daqiang had dared to fight and risk his all, and had killed numerous zombies. Even after he became a proper soldier, he continued putting in effort, and gained a Tang replica sword and mutant water snake armor for himself. He had truly grown to become a powerful enhancer, and was always the first to lead the charge in the Scum Battalion. Charge! Follow Boss Gao, and let's rise in rank. Beside Gao Daqiang, Nalan Mingzhu shouted out loudly and charged as well. Under the motivation of Gao Daqiang and Nalan Mingzhu, those warriors of the Scum Battalion, who had been forced to train without any entertainment or break, seemed to become beasts with eyes filled with battle lust as they took up their weapons and charged. Only by killing enough zombies could they earn freedom for themselves and become normal citizens. Otherwise, they will forever remain as cannon fodder within the Scum Battalion forever. When Gao Daqiang and Nalan Mingzhu appeared, and showed that they were examples of warriors who earned their freedom and rose in ranks, and even managed to marry wives, the criminals within the Scum Battalion were immediately motivated and found the incentive and hope to perform. They wanted to regain their freedom. Only when one loses freedom will one truly understand its preciousness. Those who earned their freedom from the Scum Battalion were a sturdy troop of veterans who had killed at least 30 zombies. When these hardened veterans were reintegrated within the normal army, when they obtained their God and Devil system equipment, they quickly rose to become strong enhancers, and had filled up the ranks of experts within Yue Zhong's troops. Those 2,000 troopers from the Scum Battalion were like tigers amongst sheep the moment they charged at the zombies, as they waved their steel blades in frenzy and lopped off the zombies' heads in a wild and yet strangely disciplined manner, one by one. When the troopers were riled up and threw away their fear, they became unstoppable, and the ordinary zombies weren't their match, they could only be slaughtered. The zombies within the forests and plains were easily decimated by the Scum Battalion just like that. The main force of Yue Zhong were easily picking off those zombies who stood in their way along the road. As the forward party of zombies, which numbered in the tens of thousands, were being wiped out, the remaining scattered zombies quickly made their way back towards Long Hai County to gather. On Greenie's back, Yue Zhong saw the droves of zombies making their way towards Long Hai County, forming a huge horde that stretched for miles. The number of zombies could number in the millions. Yue Zhong frowned as he thought to himself. Although the number of zombies seemed to number in the millions, Yue Zhong did not panic as he currently possessed over 7,000 soldiers, including the preliminary troops and Scum Battalion. He had over 10,000 men who could fight. At the same time, he had the equipment from the mechanized infantry brigade as well as enough ammunition for a regiment to expend. It was more than enough for him to fight with. Yue Zhong had also constructed his own factory that specialized in refilling bullets and could produce 20,000 bullets a day. In a month, the workers could churn out 600,000 bullets. Although the refilled bullets were less accurate under heavy fire, they could cause waves of zombies to fall. With this kind of support, Yue Zhong had the confidence to deal with these couple millions of zombies. After the zombies within Long Hai County had gathered, they used their old methods, surging forth like a tidal wave and charging towards Yue Zhong's troops in a frenzy as commanded by their Z-types. After gaining valuable experience from the previous defeat, Yue Zhong swiftly commanded his troops to station at various strategic points and began construction of fortifications and barricades. In the event the front lines could not maintain, they could at least withdraw with ample protection. The main force of Yue Zhong's troops swiftly gained control over Green Wind Gorge, an important channel, and began their fortifications and awaited the assault from the horde. Green Wind Gorge was not as wide as Tiger Mouth's Gorge, and it had a decent defense line of about 4 kilometers wide, but it was the most suitable for Yue Zhong's troops to begin their work with. As the construction work was in full swing and various traps were being dug, the sea of zombies finally approached the Green Wind Gorge. If there were any weaknesses of the horde to be pointed out, it would be that their mobility was severely impaired, and thus Yue Zhong could find ways to deal with it. As the sea of zombies lumbered towards the Green Wind Gorge, while their speed was slow, it was extremely steady. Soon, the landscape was filled with the zombies. Open fire! Following Su Jingang's orders, the artillery unit began firing. Round after round of rockets landed accurately amongst the zombie horde, exploding outwards with flame and shrapnel. With every blast, a huge hole would appear, and the zombies within a certain radius would be incinerated along with it. Regardless if they were ordinary zombies or the evolved L1S, L2S, H1S, S1S, or S2S, under the relentless bombardment they would become ash with no way to retaliate. Within a short 5 minutes, the densely packed horde had been blasted many times, and the leading force became a handful of scattered zombies. Artillery weapons were considered godly weapons, and in this post-apocalyptic world, using them against the zombies could display their terrifying strength. In just this short 5 minutes, over 30,000 zombies had been incinerated. After the constant bombardment for 5 minutes, the artillery immediately stopped. The zombies in front had been annihilated, and continuing their firing would not achieve anything. Furthermore, their ammunition was not endless. Firing one meant one less for the future. Su Zhengong had to utilize them to their fullest potential. Facing the remaining scattered zombies, Guoquan led the warriors from the 1st Battalion of the 1st Division forward, as they were decked in mutant water snake hide, mutant blackfish hide, wielding Tang replica swords, and charged at the zombies. With the protection of the hides, as long as the soldiers took care not to let their faces get scratched, they would not get infected. With the protection of those hides, the ferocity of the soldiers from the 1st Battalion was like a sharp knife that pierced the zombies after they had just faced the bombardment of the artillery, killing any few zombies that remained. Ji Qinggu also deployed 20 soldiers from the Special Combat Forces as they followed the 1st Battalion, killing any evolved zombies such as the L2S or S2S that appeared, allowing the other soldiers to focus on the ordinary zombies. The moment Guoquan led his men into battle, they hacked and slashed their way through, killing over 2,000 zombies, before retreating to their positions. Many had gained levels after this first onslaught. Under Guoquan's command, they all allocated the enhancement points into stamina. In war, a modernized battalion that had immense stamina was extremely fearsome. As long as they had enough stamina, they could remain fighting on the front lines, killing even more enemies. The rest of the battalions also took turns and launched assaults on the remaining zombies, treating them as training fodder and experience. Without the densely packed horde and support of numbers, these zombies could only become meat for slaughter. The 50,000 zombies leading the horde were wiped out in such a short time, and the endless zombies behind continued forward to fill up the places and gaps as they lumbered towards Yue Zhong's forces. The moment the horde stepped up again, the artillery that was resting immediately opened fire, and the fearsome bombardment of rockets blasted the zombies into smithereens, with the scattered zombies taken out by the troops. Chapter 0303, At Bottom. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 2. The Sea of Zombies. With the support of the artillery, the position of the troops was really quite impregnable. Even when the horde swarmed in wave after wave, they would be wiped out almost instantly. Green Wind Gorge had become a merciless meat grinder, with where bits and pieces of corpses flying and splatting everywhere. The entire ground seemed to be soaked in dark blood, and the rotten stench was unbearable. The amount of firepower Yue Zhong possessed surpassed the amount the SY army had. Furthermore, he had chosen a place that was more strategic than previously. The current fighting spirit and morale of the soldiers were much higher than previous. Therefore, the maintenance of their position was not a difficult task. The battle continued all the way till noon, and over 400,000 zombies had been annihilated by Yue Zhong's troops. The entire Green Wind Gorge was filled with countless body parts of the zombies. However, the sea of zombies still looked as endless as ever, as though they could not be wiped out. Yue Zhong observed the horde that stretched without end, and he furrowed his brow before ordering, "Let the armored battalion attack! Push forth! 1st Regiment 2nd Battalion attack!" Following Yue Zhong's orders, his trump card finally showed itself: 30 Type 69 tanks, 26 IFVs, 64 modified armored vehicles. 6 huge rollers were activated, and became a stream of armor that charged forward and flattened any unfortunate zombies that stood in their way. The 1st Division 2nd Battalion soldiers were mostly also decked in mutant blackfish hide. With their .03 rifles and grenades as well as rocket launchers, they followed behind the armored line and picked off any remaining zombies by the sides. The 30 tanks had only 10 that could fire cannons. The other 20 could only be driven. A mortar hand could not be trained up so fast in such a short time. Recklessly firing could cost the lives of teammates. However, the frontal charge of the tanks were fearsome enough. Not a single zombie could impede the charge of these metal Valkyries. Scads of zombies were flattened into meat paste by the 30 tanks with each pass, and they couldn't even put up a fight. The rest of the armored line, including the IFVs, modified tanks, and rollers, were all capable of crushing the zombies as well, and any zombies unfortunate enough to be in the way of that armored line were flattened. After forcefully carving a way out for about 5 to 6 kilometers, the horde split up, as a group of 1,000 L2S with brute strength started charging towards the Type 69 tanks. The L2S were all a towering 3M, their strength immense, and could easily flip a car. However, when those L2S charged to the front, they were immediately knocked down by the tanks, and the L2S were directly flattened and ground beneath the tires and tracks. The IFVs also smashed onto those L2S viciously, knocking them away. Those L2S did not suffer any broken bones though, as they quickly got up again. By this time, the ZPT-90S on the IFVs started firing like mad, and under suppressive heavy fire, the L2S were shredded. The few remaining L2S were also blasted to pieces by the troops of the 1st Division 2nd Battalion who were using the various grenade and rocket launchers. After dealing with those L2S, the horde once again split up, and this time, a group of H1S packed in orderly formation started executing their fireball attacks at the armored line. In just an instant, numerous fireballs landed on the tanks, IFVs, and the rest of the armored vehicles. The moment the fireballs landed, the drivers in 3 of the rollers were instantly incinerated. 6 of the modified heavy vehicles also caught fire, and the passengers inside died on the spot. 13 of the modified heavy vehicles had their tires exploded and they fell uselessly to the ground. 4 of the IFVs were hit by the fire blasts, causing them to be filled with holes and their armor destroyed. 1 of the IFVs instantly caught fire. 3 of the IFVs also had their tires taken out and lost their mobility, lying uselessly on the ground. Only the tanks remained unscathed amidst that bombardment, and continued pressing forwards, pulverizing the zombies that got in their way. When the H1S had just appeared to fire those fireballs, rockets had already landed on them, blasting numerous H1S into smithereens. The infantry battalion was also firing their rockets, grenades, and their .03 rifles at the dangerous H1S, directly turning them into shredded meat. After decimating the troop of H1S, another troop formed entirely out of S2S approached. It was just that when they appeared, they already met the vicious attacks of the 10 tanks and remaining IFVs. Those evolved S2S had not even displayed their fearsome attack before they were fired at till Kingdom Come. The remaining S2S were accordingly picked off by the experts in the 2nd Battalion. Crushed. They were absolutely crushed. The armored fleet just had to continue advancing forward, forcefully crushing their way through, turning over 100,000 of the zombies along the way into meat paste. Yue Zhong sat on Greenie's back as he observed his armored vehicles crushing the zombies as they advanced, and his heart was filled with elation. As long as fuel did not run out, the tanks could continue rolling forward on and on. Nothing could stop these steel monstrosities. This armored fleet was Yue Zhong's trump card, and the strongest blade he had against the horde of zombies. Push forward for another 40 kilometers. That way, it would be impossible for the bulk of them to attack Green Wind Gorge during the night. It can earn us a night of precious time. Yue Zhong was laying on Greenie's back as he looked down, and calculated before giving the order. Night battles were the hardest to fight since ages ago. Yue Zhong had sent the armored fleet out because he was not willing to engage in a night battle with the zombies. Even though he had the flares, it was not that the humans could not fight in the night, but compared to daytime it was indeed harder to fight. What's going on? Yue Zhong was still in the air observing, when he suddenly noticed that there was a group of zombies suddenly rushing forwards towards his armored fleet without a care for death. At the same time, the horde was opening up a pathway for another group to retreat backwards. Yue Zhong looked at the obvious retreat of the zombies, and his heart leapt in joy. Those must be the Z-types. Are they finally scared? It was as Yue Zhong had guessed. Those Z-types that had been hiding within the horde had seen the terrifying power of the armored fleet, flattening their troops, and had begun to fear for their lives, and was running to the back for protection. Kill it! As long as I kill it, victory will be halfway in our grasp. Yue Zhong thought excitedly, and patted Greenie gently, pointing towards the movement within the horde. Greenie understood Yue Zhong with just that pat, and immediately shot forward like an arrow towards the horde of zombies. As an air-type Type 2 mutant beast, Greenie's speed was truly fearsome. In just a few blinks, it had brought Yue Zhong within 20 m of the retreating group. Yue Zhong could see clearly 200s2s, a 100L2s and 10 enormous L3s, and they were accompanied by 20 zombies that were grayish-green, slender-looking but with powerful legs, 1.7 m tall and glowing with a slight green glow. On top of that, there was a weird zombie with a head the size of a pumpkin, its limbs as short as fingers, perched atop an L3. Level 45 Type 3 Strength-based evolved Infector S3. It possessed extreme speed and sharp claws that can tear through anything. It possessed the ability to infect, can cause an infected to become an infector as well. Level 50 Type 2 Mental-based evolved Infector Z2. It possessed fearsome spirit, as well as control over a horde of 1 million zombies. On the front lines, there were no signs of the fearsome L3s or S3s. It was obvious that this cowardly Z2s had commanded them to be their guards. Greenie shot forward like a lightning bolt, using its huge claws to grab an L3's head before exerting strength to behead it. It then swiftly activated its innate ability Wind Control, flapping its wing vigorously, causing powerful tornadoes to be conjured and blowing the numerous S2s and S3s away by a few tens of meters, leaving the 100L2s and the remaining tower-like L3s. The Z2 saw Yue Zhong and Greenie and immediately shot out a terrifying spirit blast, and a huge spirit attack that could render a normal human into a retard shot towards Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong was after all a spirit-based evolver, but with that fearsome attack from the Z2, his eyes darkened as he fell from Greenie's back. The attack was, however, ineffective against Greenie, which was a Type 2 mutant beast, as Greenie immediately shot downwards and bit off the Z2's head, gobbling it up in just a matter of seconds. With the death of the Z2, all the zombies that were under its control immediately broke away. Groups of zombies lumbered off, and the 9 L3s and 20 S3s shot towards Yue Zhong. The scent of evolved flesh and blood from Yue Zhong enticed them greatly. Yue Zhong could reach a speed of 12 times that of normal humans upon activation of all his buffs and skills, but the speed of the S3s were well beyond Yue Zhong's speed that was enhanced by abilities, reaching at least 150 points base speed. They had rushed from way behind the L3s, but had arrived near Yue Zhong and started attacking even before the L3s, their claws reaching for Yue Zhong. As Greenie had just killed the Z2, it was not fast enough to react and save Yue Zhong. Chapter 303. Yue Zhong's Mechanized Blade. Killing the Z2. Chapter 304. Capturing Long Hai City. Yue Zhong's Gains. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog. Edition. Book 2. The Sea of Zombies. Facing the S3s whose movement speed surpassed his own, Yue Zhong's eyes gleamed as he activated a skill. White bones materialized out of thin air and immediately transformed into an orb of light which morphed into his bone-encompassing armor. Yue Zhong then activated his devil flame with another thought. An extra expense of 50 points of spirit and 20 points of stamina was used to condense it into a flaming sword. The moment the devil flame sword appeared in his hands, His killing intent was unleashed. In the next instant his body was struck viciously by 3 of the S3s, slashed by their piercing claws. Under the attack of the S3s, Yue Zhong's bone-encompassing armor that was impervious to even heavy ammunition was scored furiously, leaving 3 deep claw marks. Yue Zhong activated his shadow steps quickly in response. At the same time he swung his devil flame sword and extended it to a 6m long sword, instantly surprising and slicing across the 3 S3s in front as well as another 6 of them who were rushing forward. A huge experience orb instantly combined and got absorbed into Yue Zhong, finally pushing him to the next level. Congratulations on achieving level 45. You have gained 2 points of enhancement to be allocated. Yue Zhong directly enhanced his agility, before waving the fearsome devil flame sword again, instantly beheading another S3. The remaining 10 S3s had evolved and possessed a higher perception for danger, so they had evaded the first moment they could. This and their insane speed allowed them to avoid Yue Zhong's strikes. Yue Zhong ignored the S3s that were avoiding him, and went for the L3 that was charging towards him. Under that mighty devil flame sword, the L3 was also instantly beheaded, its head rolling onto the floor. The L3s were known for their impregnable defense and immense strength. Since its tough armor was broken through by Yue Zhong, its threat level diminished. Of course, if Yue Zhong was struck by the charge of the L3, his encompassing bone armor might not be able to withstand that overly fearsome strength. After killing the L3 with a single slash of his blade, his left hand shot out 3 extremely sharp bone spears towards the neck. Startlingly, the bone spear that could kill an L2 instantly only managed to create a white mark on that L3's neck with a sharp ding, as though it had hit metal. To use the bone spear to deal with these L3 is really too exhausting. Yue Zhong frowned, as he thought to himself. The devil flame sword was truly terrifying, but likewise it expended a huge amount of his energy and was not meant for long battles. If he could possess a sharp weapon, dealing with these high-level zombies would be easier. Yue Zhong's attack had angered the L3. It swiftly stepped forward, and a fist that was the size of a wok came swinging towards him, bringing with it a terrifyingly formidable air pressure. The L3 had strength equivalent to 18 men. Thus, each fist consisted of a few tons of raw power and it could pummel even an armored vehicle easily. If Yue Zhong was hit by that, even with his enhancements, he would definitely be heavily injured. Facing the mountain-like L3, Yue Zhong zipped about like a specter, dodging its repeated attacks. At the right moment he swung his flame sword down, beheading the L3. The S3s that were encircling Yue Zhong seemed to have seen their opportunity. They rushed forward, surrounding him in just an instant and reached out to slash at him. As he saw the sudden ambush by the 10 S3s, Yue Zhong activated his gravity skill so that those attacking S3s would be weighed down by the increased gravity. It had appeared as though their lean bodies had gained an extra 100 gene, and their speed decreased substantially. The increased gravity did not affect the L3 which was strength-based, but to those agility-based S3s. It was an utterly lethal move. Under that pressure they had lost their only advantage, speed. Facing these S3s that had slowed down, Yue Zhong did not hesitate. Swinging his devil flame sword about in attack, he easily decimated the 10 S3s. After killing those S3s, Yue Zhong charged towards the remaining L3s. With a few plain slashes of his blade, the remaining L3s were all wiped out. After taking care of these high-level zombies, Yue Zhong swiftly swept any and all drops into his storage ring and jumped on Greenie's back before they flew to the skies. Yue Zhong's strength was indeed tyrannical, but even he could not fend off 100,000 zombies. When he was in the skies, he looked once more at the battlefield below, only to discover that the once concentrated and densely packed horde had broken up, scattering in different directions within their various smaller groups. There were some remnant groups that were still attacking the armored fleet, but even more were dispersing and lumbering off. The death of the Z2 had caused the horde to lose their commander, and many of the zombies were standing around blankly, without a hint of their hostility earlier. Su Zhengong, who was stationed within the command center, had noticed the horde breaking apart, and immediately ordered the 1st Division to begin their assault on the leaderless horde. When the 1st Division arrived at the battlefield, most of the zombies had already broke away, running with a Z1 and escaped in different directions. Those that remained on the battlefield were a few 100,000 which were still moving mindlessly forward. Although the horde looked as dominating as ever, without the command of a leader, they could not form into wave after wave of coordinated attack. They could only advance with instinct, and that kind of assault posed no threat to the power of the 1st Division. Pretty soon they were overcome easily. The huge horde had dispersed and were scattered everywhere, so even when the soldiers fought till evening time, the 1st Division could not totally annihilate the zombies. They could only retreat under the cover of the armored battalion. It was simple truth that fighting during the night was too disadvantageous. However, since the commanding Z2 was taken care of, the remaining zombies were still scattered. Having to suddenly evolve a new Z2 required time as well. The next day, Su Zhengong got an early start, and had already led the entire 1st Division to launch countless assaults on the various zombie groups both here and running. As these groups were comprised of mostly ordinary zombies, and their mobility was severely impaired, Su Zhengong and his troops swiftly caught up. Under the constant bombardment of the armored battalion, huge patches of zombies were blasted into pieces. As a result, those Z1s hiding within these groups abandoned the mini-hordes and retreated under the protection of the other evolved zombies. With Greenie's help, Yue Zhong managed to dispose of another 4 Z1s, but there were still 3 of them who managed to escape with the cover of other evolved zombies. Losing the command of the remaining Z1s, the horde of zombies turned into free EXP, allowing the troops to slaughter with no efforts whatsoever. Su Zhengong commanded the troops forward, and they took care of the remaining zombies with extreme ease. The intense battle continued for another 5 whole days, and almost 700,000 of the zombies were annihilated without the control of their Z2 or Z1s. In fact, they had managed to wipe out over 500,000 of them with the help of heavy firepower. Only because if this had the slaughter of the zombies achieved such a height. After losing the command of the Z-types, the zombies did not surge forward like they did initially, and hence the heavy artillery could not achieve similar results as that of the beginning. After 5 days and almost wiping out all the zombies, Yue Zhong's troops made their way into Longhai City. Congratulations on recovering Longhai City and gaining the title Longhai City Conqueror. This title gives you +2 enhancement points in all attributes. This title cannot be re-earned. These enhancements can be stacked. You have gained +3 levels, and gained 6 points of enhancement to be allocated for bringing an army to conquer Longhai City. You have gained 10,000 survivor credits for bringing an army to conquer Longhai City. You have gained a level 4 defense vest for bringing an army to conquer Longhai City. You have gained an additional skill enhancement point for bringing an army to conquer Longhai City. The moment Yue Zhong stepped into Longhai City, the various notifications resounded in his head. A huge beam of experience appeared out of nowhere and entered his body, pushing his level to reach level 48, and garnering him 6 points of enhancement to be allocated. Yue Zhong chose to enhance 4 points into agility, and the other 2 into stamina. Level 4 defense vest. Equipping it provides a +15 enhancement points to all 6 attributes. Furthermore, the defense vest can deflect any bullet below a 25 caliber cannon round. After conquering Longhai City, Yue Zhong had really obtained a huge enhancement, especially this level 4 defense vest, which was quite obviously a priceless item. It could make a normal person become virtually impervious to most firepower, and obtain stats twice that of another normal person. As for the skill point enhancement, Yue Zhong did not even hesitate, and directly allocated the point into his Devil Flame. A magic light shined within his mind, as the rune for the Devil Flame glowed, before evolving once again. Level 3 skill, Devil Flame, +3 enhancement level. X4 bonus to Devil Flame's initial attack power. The moment he added the skill point to Devil Flame, his Devil Flame skill had reached its maximum level. The next step for evolution would be saving 2 skill points before learning the Type 2 Devil Flame skill. In Qingyuan City, there was a tense atmosphere. As everyone was working, they were also awaiting the news brought by Yue Zhong's troops on handling the Longhai City issue. If Yue Zhong lost, the terrifying horde would set its sights on Qingyuan County next, and the recent peaceful lifestyle of theirs would be threatened again. After 8 days had passed, the quiet front lines finally sent back some amazing news. Victory! Victory! Commander Yue has brought his troops and wiped out the million-strong horde. He has already conquered Longhai City. Longhai City is ours. One of the soldiers ran into Qingyuan County as he hollered at the top of his voice. That's awesome! Great! Praise to Yue Zhong! Hearing this news, all the survivors in Qingyuan erupted in cheers. They had been praying and hoping for the news of victory. Such sweet news meant that they were free from any zombie threats for a long time. They could set their mind at ease to work and live on with pride and dignity. The entire Qingyuan County celebrated, as everyone fell into a festive mood. After Yue Zhong conquered Longhai City, he immediately deployed his troops to continue their assault on the zombies in the surrounding towns. Longhai City had over 6 million citizens previously, and Yue Zhong had only conquered its city center. In the villages all around, there were still countless zombies scattered about. If they didn't take care of them now, these zombies could gather again under the birth of another Z-type, or even evolve and pose a threat to them. Humans had a strong adaptation ability, so they would do anything to survive. Even when Longhai City was overrun by over 1 million zombies, after Yue Zhong had conquered the city, he managed to find over 2,000 survivors from various corners of the city. These survivors had long since been starved and were emaciated severely. Most were down to their very last breaths. At the same time, he found 165 enhancers, of which 32 had already leveled above level 30. Yue Zhong immediately brought them into his troops, and the 32 enhancers over level 30 were brought into the Special Combat Forces, becoming part of them. Yue Zhong also brought about 100,000 survivors from Qingyuan County and Ningguang County over to stay at Longhai City. With an influx of human survivors, the various production plants and factories started operating again. Lu Yujiao had introduced many people of talents to Yue Zhong, and together with various professionals, new bullets and ammunitions were starting to be manufactured. Of course, since the new workers were not like the factory workers from before the apocalypse, the speed at which ammunition was being manufactured was not as fast. Even though Yue Zhong had obtained victory over the million zombie horde, he had expended quite a bit and suffered some loss. After clearing those zombies, his total ammunition count from the warehouse had dropped to half of its original count. As of the near future, he had no means of waging another huge war against another horde of zombies. After conquering Longhai City, Yue Zhong's prestige had reached its highest among the survivors, and his soldiers all held high hopes for the future. Commander Yue, the snake birth fruit tree has again borne fruits. Xiao Ming found Yue Zhong and reported to him. Xiao Ming was also a veteran who had followed Yue Zhong from the very start. He had led a small team of elite soldiers and guarded the mechanized infantry brigade with fervor. The location of the brigade was a classified secret, and other than a few top officials within Yue Zhong's team, no one was allowed to get even relatively near to the mechanized infantry brigade camp. The fruits of the snake birth fruit tree that could cause people to evolve was the most highly secured trump card of Yue Zhong's. Chapter 305, Type 3 Nether Beast. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. It bore fruit. Yue Zhong's eyes lit up, and he quickly followed Xiao Ming to the mechanized infantry brigade. Currently, there were sentries everywhere within the mechanized infantry brigade. All the soldiers were equipped with modern weaponry, and every 2 soldiers had a rocket launcher and grenade launcher. Furthermore, there were 2 IFVs and 2 red arrows hidden within the darkness. Following Xiao Ming's lead, Yue Zhong came to the trunk of the enormous snake birth fruit tree. Right in front of the tree, there was the beautiful Chun Yao who was decked in military uniform. Chun Yao had become a female officer with the rank of lieutenant after joining Yue Zhong's troops. Her combat abilities could not match Ji Qinggu, hence she did not join the Special Combat Forces. Instead, she chose to take a position within the military. She had the Manipulate Flora ability, and she had come to the mechanized infantry brigade in search of powerful mutant plant seeds. Chun Yao looked at Yue Zhong, who was approaching closer, and her eyes flashed with a complicated gleam. This average-looking student who had not raised many eyebrows when he was at school had actually grown to a leader who was supporting over 100,000 survivors, had defeated countless zombies and beasts, and actually subdued a few cities. As for her, who was the object of adoration from countless males, she had actually become his subordinate. Some things in the world are just too strange. Addition. Considering you're in a zombie apocalypse, I'm surprised that this is what makes you think the world is too strange. Yue Zhong glanced at Chen Yao as he gave a slight nod, before lifting his head up towards the snake birth fruit tree. Chen Yao and Ji Qinggu knew about the tree and were the rare few who could approach it. Their relationship was extremely close. Chen Yao also knew of the secrets of this tree. As she was one of the first few followers of Yue Zhong, she was also someone Yue Zhong trusted. Chen Yao glanced at Yue Zhong, and a glint again appeared in her eyes, as she walked to his side without saying anything. Although she liked Yue Zhong, her pride and dignity would not allow her to make the first move. Since Yue Zhong had not chased her of his own accord, she would not lower herself to beg for his love. However, she could not help but want to get closer to him. Witnessing this, Xiao Ming left discreetly, not wanting to become a light bulb in between them. Addition. Am I the only one who'd like every female not to want to get closer? Since finding out that the fruits of the snake birth fruit tree could cause people to evolve, Yue Zhong did not order anyone to pluck the fruits. Instead, he assigned a huge number of troops to bring the corpses of the zombies to become fertilizer for the tree. The tree could really absorb, regardless of how many bodies were thrown onto its roots. It would quickly absorb the nutrients, leaving only the bones on the ground. The bones themselves were also stripped of all essence, becoming very brittle. Just a light touch could cause them to crumble and disappear. After a few 100,000 zombie corpses, the snake birth fruit tree finally bore fruit again. Atop its wide and beautiful canopy, there were countless huge pink flowers, and within them, countless green color fruits. Yue Zhong swiftly climbed atop the canopy to conduct a quick search, discovering only 13 pink fruits and 63 green fruits. Good! With this 13 pink fruits, I can gain another 13 evolvers. Yue Zhong eyed the 13 pink fruits, and his eyes flashed as he reached out his hands for the fruits. Yue Zhong! Look out! Right as Yue Zhong was about to grab the fruits, Chen Yao, who was standing below, looked up and her expression changed, shouting shrilly. At the same time, she threw a strange seed down, and a vine instantly sprouted upwards, bringing her towards the canopy. Hearing Chen Yao's shrill warning, Yue Zhong's heart tightened as he lifted his head. He saw a monster with weird engravings and magic circles all over its blue body, a single horn on its forehead. Its body was long like a snake with no wings, but it was floating in the sky, and it was charging right at him. Level 75 Mutant Beast. Type 3 Nether Beast. Yue Zhong saw the Type 3 classification, and his expression changed to that of horror, before he immediately activated his bone-encompassing armor and shadow steps. At the same time, he waved his hand, pulling out the PF-98. It was the single most powerful weapon Yue Zhong carried with him at all times, and facing this fearsome Type 3 mutant beast, he could only wager it all and hope for the best. Yue Zhong had just activated his skills, when the Type 3 Nether Beast's horn started glowing, and it opened its mouth, as an array of mysterious circles were spat out, shooting towards Yue Zhong. At that instant, the strange array enveloped Yue Zhong and Chen Yao, who had just arrived in front of him. In a huge flash, Yue Zhong and Chen Yao disappeared. The Nether Beast then proceeded to fly atop the canopy, opening its huge mouth, and swallowed every single green fruit. After absorbing the 63 green fruits one by one, it flew unhurriedly towards the distance. The huge snake birth fruit tree had been surrounded by cameras, and the scene of Yue Zhong and Chen Yao disappearing after the Nether Beast swallowed them had been captured on the screens. The entire mechanized infantry brigade was activated, and the soldiers piloted 4 anti-aircraft guns out and started firing wildly into the skies at the Nether Beast. However, the speed of the Nether Beast was too fast, and in a few moments it had traveled far into the horizon. Soon the news of Yue Zhong's disappearance had traveled to the upper echelons of Yue Zhong's party, and their hearts were shaken. Qiyang swiftly recalled all the high-ranking officials of both the government and military, and conducted a serious meeting. Yue Zhong has gone missing. The moment they arrived, Qiyang spoke with a grim face. Hearing that news, everyone's expression was that of shock, all of their hearts shaken. If Yue Zhong was around, no one dared to start anything funny, but with his disappearance, it would be hard to control this bunch of mavericks. Deguzi was the first one to speak out. Commander, you will be fine. He's so strong. His disappearance this time would not be an issue as well. If anyone dares to betray Commander Yu, I, Deguzi, will be the first to deal with him. As one of the first few loyal supporters of Yue Zhong, Deguzi's achievements had all been a result of Yue Zhong's efforts. He was fiercely loyal and believed in him. He did not want the strongholds Yue Zhong established to be snatched away like that. Kong Tianyu also piped in with a grim face, looking all around and said fiercely, "Who dares to betray Commander Yu? I will be the first to kill him." Wu Guang also spoke out coldly. "Our first division will only listen to Commander Yu. If anyone dares to betray Commander Yu, our first division will definitely not let the person go. Don't worry. No one has that intention." Qiyang frowned as he spoke out softly. "I have gathered you all to inform you at the same time. Hope you guys can maintain your calm. I believe Yue Zhong will be fine, and he will be back just like previously. We just need to get on with our matters as always, and wait for his return." Hearing Qi Yang's words, everyone present relaxed. As long as there was no rebellion, everything was fine. It was not like it was the first time Yue Zhong had disappeared, and they believed that Yue Zhong would create miracles and come back again. Qiyang spoke out extremely calmly. "Before Yue Zhong left, he did discuss with me about the next target, which would be Leijiang City. Our next target shall be to conquer Leijiang City. Before we set off to do that, we need to make sure that the surrounding villages around Longhai City are cleared of zombies." Under Qiyang's calm and reassuring demeanor, the entire room was affected, and soon the shock and anxiety from Yue Zhong's disappearance wore off, as they listened to Qiyang giving out orders. After the meeting, the generals who held power quickly left, and brought their troops to clear out the zombies surrounding Longhai City. Inside the office, a beauty dressed in an OL uniform, OL, office lady, walked towards Qiyang. She was Wang Qian, and she spoke out with undisguised ambition. "Qiyang, Yue Zhong has gone missing. It's your chance now. As long as you act, the entire establishment will be yours. You will become the leader of these 100,000 over-survivors. You can act independently, and there will be no more need to hide in Yue Zhong's shadow. Addition. Last time, I swear. I've always been waiting for someone to try to usurp his power." Wang Qian had always felt disgruntled with Qiyang being Yue Zhong's second-in-command. To her, based on Qiyang's abilities, he could become a capable tyrant. However, because of his relationship with Yue Zhong, he would forever be number two, and she was extremely unhappy about it. Qiyang, who was shuffling and tidying his documents, looked up and stared at Wang Qian with a cold gaze. When she was looked upon like that by Qiyang, Wang Qian was shocked as she spoke loudly. "Qiyang, I'm thinking for you. Think about it, Yue Zhong has always been disappearing. It has always been you who held the fort. You have done so much for the establishment. What's wrong with wanting it for yourself? It's not like he single-handedly carved out the establishment." Qiyang looked at Wang Qian, his eyes filled with disappointment as he pointed to the door. "Get out. From now on, we're no longer friends. You're dismissed of any official positions. I don't want to see you anymore." Wang Qian was shocked and immediately kneeled by his leg as she pleaded. "Qiyang, what are you doing? I'm doing this with the best intentions. I love you deeply. Please don't chase me away." Qiyang glared at this woman who forgot her benefactor so easily, and ignored her, shouting, "Men, drag her out of here." Two soldiers walked in and grabbed Wang Qian, pulling her out. "I love you, Qiyang. Don't throw me away. I was wrong." Wang Qian pleaded miserably as she cried out, "I don't love you." Qiyang coldly glanced at Wang Qian before he continued clearing the documents. He had no interest in Wang Qian's suggestion. Asking him to betray his best friend and comrade, he would rather die. Wang Qian had thought too little of Qiyang's character. Chapter 306, Remote Jungle. Translated by Kuan. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. With a large flash, Yue Zhong and Cheng Yao landed in a forest. The array that the nether beast had spat out was called Spatial Transportation Array. Its innate ability was the free control over space and its laws. Yue Zhong and Chen Yao had been absorbed into the array and transferred to this random foreign place without the slightest ability to resist. When Chen Yao landed, she fell into Yue Zhong's embrace. Fortunately, Yue Zhong was sturdy and did not suffer any injuries. As Yue Zhong hugged Chen Yao, his heart could not help but skip a beat as he felt that warm and fragrant body. Chen Yao was, after all, one of the school flowers. She and Ji Qinggu were the pair of scholar and athlete that held the pride of Yue Zhong's school. There were countless guys who had been wooing her, and Yue Zhong was just an ordinary university student who was struggling to study while working part-time, and both of them never had the chance to interact. Chen Yao had slammed into Yue Zhong's embrace. Feeling the warmth of his protection, she was reluctant to get up. However, her prideful nature pushed her to get up from his arms, as her face reddened before saying, "Sorry, it must have hurt." Yue Zhong felt a little regret as he lightly smiled. "It's okay." Chen Yao observed her surroundings, only to see a seemingly infinite amount of trees, as she asked a little fearfully, "Where do you think we are?" Yue Zhong laughed bitterly. "No idea. However, we're unlikely to be in Longhai City." Yue Zhong observed the surroundings, looking at the dense foliage and large patches of mutant plants, as he frowned and continued. Chen Yao looked at Yue Zhong helplessly. "What do we do?" Although Chen Yao had also become a level 13 enhancer with the help of Ji Qinggu, her natural combat abilities were not exceptional, and she was never interested in going down the route of a combatant. Now that they had met with danger, she automatically looked to Yue Zhong for guidance. Yue Zhong pulled out a compass from his storage ring, studying it for a while. "Let's walk to the south." Chen Yao followed behind him as he started walking towards the south. White Bones had already separated from Yue Zhong's body, wielding its iconic large axe, walking beside Chen Yao quietly. After gaining basic intelligence, it could already make the judgment of who to protect. Addition, being able to deduct the strength of those around you and knowing whom to protect even though you've sworn fealty to a master. I dare not call that basic intelligence. Inside that vast forest, the ground was muddy. Not long after, both of their military boots were covered in mud. Chen Yao's path of enhancement had largely been on spirit. After walking in that forest for just 2 hours, her face was flushed and her breath ragged. "Wear this." Yue Zhong observed Chen Yao before pulling out a level 3 defense vest out, throwing it at her. "Thank you." Chen Yao received it and immediately knew the effects of this level 3 defense vest. A sweet feeling arose in her heart as she thanked Yue Zhong. The drop rate of defense vests were always low, and Yue Zhong only had this level 3 defense vest in his entire stronghold. As for his level 4 defense vest, he only had one as well. After Chen Yao put on the level 3 defense vest, her body felt lighter instantly, and she could match Yue Zhong's pace. Both of them continued for another half an hour, when they suddenly heard some rustling sounds. Huge spiders the size of human faces started swarming and crawling towards Yue Zhong, Chen Yao and White Bones in a frenzy. Level 16 Mutant Beast. Mutant venomous spiders. They possess sharp fangs with paralyzing properties, and as long as they are gathered in a group, they are the most feared killers within the forest. The mutant venomous spiders crawled out from various corners of the forest, packed together densely. It was likely they numbered above 500. Most girls were usually scared of creepy crawlies such as these. Chen Yao was no different. The moment she caught sight of those spiders the size of a dinner plate with their vicious expressions, her face turned pale, and her hands so clammy that she even forgot to activate her flora manipulation ability. Yue Zhong, on the other hand, had already taken out a .05 submachine gun and started firing wildly at those spiders. White Bones also started waving its huge axe about, as each flash of the axe meant the death of a disgusting spider. With Yue Zhong's firing and White Bones' limitless hacking, the mutant venomous spiders were decimated, as their disgusting slime were splattered all over the forest ground, which made Chen Yao even paler, to the point of nausea. As those mutant venomous spiders had weak defenses but quick speeds, even with Yue Zhong's constant firing, a few actually managed to reach his side. Yue Zhong swiftly kept the .05 submachine gun back inside his ring, and brought out his dark tooth blade, before swinging it casually and splitting the few mutant venomous spiders into two. After the deaths of more than 200 mutant venomous spiders, the rest of the spiders finally noticed that this group of 3 weren't a pushover, as they retreated swiftly. The corpses of those 200 level 16 mutant venomous spiders only gave Yue Zhong 3 white treasure boxes and 600 survivors credits. With the passing of time, even the drops of the mutant beasts were diminishing in amount and power. Yue Zhong opened up the 3 white treasure boxes. With a flash, out of the 3, he only managed to take out a white wood-cutting knife. Level 1 treasure wood-cutting knife. This treasure can allow you to hack dead wood and weeds, carving a path for yourself within forests. To Yue Zhong, this level 1 treasure was not particularly useful. Therefore he kept it in his storage ring. He turned back and discovered that Chen Yao was crouching and vomiting. Yue Zhong looked at Chen Yao and frowned. "Chen Yao, you can't go on like this. We are currently in a dangerous position, even though we're within a forest. You have to be able to protect yourself. Otherwise, what will happen if I can't get to you during a critical moment?" If it was within Yue Zhong's establishments, he would not mind her princess behavior. Even when it was expanding and growing, Chen Yao had remained safe and secure within it. However, they were far away from the safety of their base, and the world was one where the strong preyed on the weak. Her current constitution would only invite countless trouble. Chen Yao gritted her teeth and said resolutely, "I know, Yue Zhong. I will do my best not to drag you down." After which, the trees started moving, as a huge group of mutant monkeys were coming closer. The moment they saw Yue Zhong and Chen Yao, they let out excited shrieks and charged faster. "Take care of them," Yue Zhong ordered Chen Yao. Chen Yao's beautiful eyes flashed with splendor as she threw 5 mutant vine seeds on the ground, activating her plant manipulation ability. Instantly, the 5 seeds grew into small vines, and they shot out towards the mutant monkeys in a rush, strangling them to death. Chen Yao possessed the level 3 skill, plant manipulation, which was a powerful skill as well. It was just that she disliked fighting, and even though she had a strong ability, she was only level 13. As for Yue Zhong's special combat forces, there were many over level 30 enhancers, and not a single one had a level 3 ability, and had actually relied on the various level 1 or 2 abilities to rise in level and fight. On one hand, it was that these level 3 skills did not just appear freely. On the other hand, most of the strong skills had already been possessed by someone like Yue Zhong, who learnt a few. That was why many of the enhancers did not have them. As these mutant monkeys were strangled to death one by one, the rest of the group still numbered over 300, and a huge number of them charged towards Yue Zhong's party. White Bones waved its huge axe, and became like a tornado that charged into the midst of the monkeys, attacking and creating a whirlwind and rain of blood. This way, countless mutant monkeys lost their limbs and lives. Yue Zhong just stood in front of Chen Yao, protecting her, as he watched her control her vines to kill the monkeys. Those who managed to get past White Bones and were rushing towards Chen Yao would be immediately picked off by Yue Zhong. Under Yue Zhong's protection, Chen Yao focused her attention on using those 5 vines to continue strangling the mutant monkeys, as she gained huge orbs of experience and leveled up. As Chen Yao was hunting the mutant monkeys, those mutant monkeys suddenly abandoned all thoughts of attacking Yue Zhong's party, as they swiftly retreated into the distance. "Hurry, escape!" Yue Zhong's danger perception had also notified him, giving him an unprecedented sense of crisis, as he shouted at Chen Yao, and he rushed forward. Chen Yao turned around, only to see countless enormous snakes with huge mouths that could easily suck her into their stomachs, covered by large green scales, slithering over towards them. Level 42 Mutant Beast. Mutant Forest Venomous Snake. It possesses sharp venomous fangs and huge strength. They hunt in groups. "Wait for me!" Chen Yao looked at those mutant forest venomous snakes slithering over. Her face fell, and she shouted out desperately. Based on her current abilities, she had no way of winning against these level 42 creatures. One of the mutant snakes saw Chen Yao, and it opened its jaws, shooting toward her with incredible speed and accompanying wind pressure. Chen Yao knew that she could not escape the mutant snakes with her speed, and hence she commanded the 5 vines to attack the mutant snake attacking her. If Chen Yao was a level 30 enhancer that had enhanced her plant manipulation skill thrice, Her vines could maybe wrap and cause damage to the mutant snake. However, her strength was insufficient to even impede the movements of the snake. The mutant forest venomous snake twisted with strength, and the 5 vines were instantly broken apart, as it charged towards Chen Yao with its mouth open. Chen Yao looked at the mutant forest venomous snake, her eyes full of despair. Chapter 0307 Type 2 Mutant Forest Venomous Snake. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog. Edition. Book 3. The South. Just as Chen Yao was about to be swallowed whole by the mutant forest venomous snake, there was a flash. The huge devil flame sword swung down, directly beheading the mutant forest venomous snake and causing lukewarm blood to fountain out, splattering onto Chen Yao. "You're still not running." Yue Zhong held the devil flame sword as he pulled Chen Yao and bellowed. 1 or 2 of these mutant forest venomous snakes would not be much of an issue to Yue Zhong, but if the entire group was to charge over, it would be tough. Furthermore, Yue Zhong had detected something with his danger sense. He was almost certain there were multiple Type 2 mutant forest venomous snakes on their way here. Having to deal with this many mutant snakes, Yue Zhong would have to give it his all. With Yue Zhong's voice shocking Chen Yao awake, she gritted her teeth and followed Yue Zhong as she ran. "White Bones! Protect her!" Yue Zhong eyed Chen Yao before ordering White Bones. With her current running speed, it was impossible for Chen Yao to outrun those mutant snakes. Yue Zhong could only give it his all to battle with them. Seeing their own comrades being killed by Yue Zhong, those mutant snakes opened their jaws to attack him. Yue Zhong activated his shadow steps at the first opportunity, and moved so fast in and out of the huge group of snakes, he seemed to teleport. The serpents were seemingly dancing in a demonic way, weaving in and out of each other as they lunged and snapped with their cruel poison fangs. He blocked a venom ball spit at him as he slashed and attacked repeatedly with his devil flame sword, causing the striking snakes to be decapitated after each swing. After killing 6 or 7 of the mutant forest snakes, the fishy-smelling blood congealed on the ground in small puddles, and Yue Zhong had finally arrived in front of the 2 Type 2 mutant forest venomous snakes. Level 60 Mutant Beast. Type 2 Mutant Forest Venomous Snake. It resides in the deep parts of the forest, and can easily crush and swallow an elephant whole. It also possesses a consumption skill and a venom with nearly an unrivaled corrosive nature. 2 huge snakes the size of a house were coiled together like some demented lesser orochi or some such beast. Yue Zhong looked up and saw that their bodies had scales as big as faces, and they expertly blended in with their surroundings while emitting a terrifying aura. The 2 Type 2 mutant forest venomous snakes eyed Yue Zhong with their intelligent serpentine glare, as though they were looking at a weak and easily swallowable prey. One of them opened its jaws wide and started to inhale with all its strength, as a monstrous consuming vortex pulled on Yue Zhong, threatening to yank him into its gaping maw. Within that huge suction force, countless stone fragments, twigs and leaves were all gulped into the Type 2 mutant forest venomous snake's mouth, disappearing into the inky blackness. Yue Zhong pulled out his black tooth blade and struck it down furiously into the ground to stop himself from being drugged by the consumption ability. As he secured his footing, he turned around, pointing his finger at the Type 2 mutant snake, and conjured a devil fireball which flew along with everything else in the air before exploding in its mouth. While the small fireball could not take the life of such an enormous beast, exploding in its mouth would surely cause it terrible and unimaginable pain. The Type 2 mutant snake let out a blood-curdling screech which turned into an anguished howl as it closed its huge mouth. Yue Zhong did not dare to be careless, and immediately pulled out his PF-98, firing a round after aiming it at that Type 2 mutant snake. The missile shot forward with a flash, as it exploded on the body of the Type 2 mutant forest venomous snake, resulting in a predictably large and bloody hole. Other than Turtle, who had the ice manipulation ability which placed it amongst the top Type 2 mutant beasts, Yue Zhong had not come across any other Type 2 mutant beasts that could withstand a round from the PF-98. However, this Type 2 mutant forest venomous snake was apparently pretty fearsome. After suffering that attack from the PF-98, even though it had a huge hole in its body now and even though it bleeds steadily, it still did not die. As it struggled in immense pain, it crashed and flopped, causing the trees around it to fall due to its massive body. The other Type 2 mutant forest venomous snake opened its huge mouth, and a thick cloud of jade-green poisonous gas shot towards Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong's expression changed, and he activated his devil flame. He enclosed himself within the ball of flame as he tried to navigate his way out of the oversized cloud of poison gas. The coverage area of the poison gas skill was too huge, however. Even though Yue Zhong pushed his speed to the extreme, he had no way of breaking out of that gas in a short moment. When the gas touched the trees and branches, they withered instantly. Even the stones that got in range cracked and crumbled into dust. Any living creature that got caught within the enveloping gas was quickly turned into a puddle. It could be easily seen how terrifying the poison was. When the jade-green poison gas came into contact with Yue Zhong's devil flame that surrounded him, the devil flame blazed brightly and became the perfect counter. The gas would swoop in and instantly burn up with a swishing sound. At the same time, it turned into poisonous smoke that floated to the skies. When Yue Zhong saw this, he heaved a sigh of relief. As he continued to run, he waved his hands and another of his preloaded PF-98 appeared. He aimed it at the Type 2 mutant forest venomous snake and fired, and with a roar of flame, the rocket shot out explosively, spiraling towards its target. Only this time, the rocket had not even left the PF-98 for a terribly long distance, before it was corroded by the poison gas, and immediately melted into a useless glob. The melted rocket soup simply splattered on the Type 2 mutant snake's body. Powerful! Yue Zhong exclaimed and sucked in a breath of humid air, as he witnessed the effects of the poison gas on his missile. If it wasn't for the protection of his devil flame, he would surely have long since been melted down. The uninjured Type 2 mutant snake's eyes glinted with wrath, as it continually spewed out large volumes of the poison gas towards Yue Zhong. A huge part of the gas also shrouded the Type 2 mutant snake itself. Enveloping it, however, its scales and body excreted a strange mucus, which protected itself from its own poison. Yue Zhong's devil flame was continually burning with crackles and hisses. Sadly, even though it was the perfect counter to the poison gas, with every second that it was activated, Yue Zhong's spirit was being expended to support its activation. Damn bastard! These Type 2 beasts are indeed scary. Yue Zhong's eyes flashed coldly as he left the epicenter of the poison gas, charging towards the Type 2 mutant snake. In comparison with regards to holding out, Yue Zhong could not hope to match the Type 2 mutant snake with his spirit and stamina. He could only attempt to take down the Type 2 mutant snake within the short time period. This was the best way to ensure he had a fighting chance at survival. Fortunately, he had already injured the other Type 2 mutant forest venomous snake. Otherwise, he was most likely dead already. In a few short breaths, Yue Zhong had arrived in front of the Type 2 mutant forest venomous snake, as he condensed part of the devil flame into the 6M-long devil flame sword and swung it down onto its scaled head. After enhancing the skill 3 times, the devil flame sword that required 20 stamina and 50 spirit points to form was seemingly invincible. The swing directly took the head of the snake off its body, causing blood to forcefully blast all over him, before the body slumped to the floor lifelessly. Congratulations on achieving level 49. You have gained 2 points of enhancements to be allocated. The moment Yue Zhong decapitated the Type 2 mutant snake, the sweet notification sound rang out within his mind. Before Yue Zhong even made his decision, he felt a huge sense of danger behind him. He tried to turn, but the distraction meant he didn't have the time to react, before the remaining Type 2 mutant forest venomous snake crashed into him viciously. Yue Zhong was knocked forwards and crashed heavily into a tree by the charging attack. The resulting impact caused his ribcage to immediately snap in most places. If his body wasn't strong enough, or it was someone else with an endurance of less than 70, this one move could easily take the life of that person. Yue Zhong spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and expended a fearsome 20 points of stamina to condense his devil flame sword into a spear, flinging it with all his strength towards the remaining Type 2 mutant forest venomous snake. The devil flame spear shot towards the Type 2 mutant snake, and through sheer luck penetrated its brain. The flame roared, then immediately combusted, turning into raging fiery flames that started burning within the snake, roasting the brains and flesh, thereby turning them into ash. After he took care of the remaining Type 2 mutant snake, he quickly made his way towards the perimeter of the gas with his heavy injuries. With each step he took, Yue Zhong felt his sharp pains in his chest. Having a broken ribcage, most ordinary people would have found it hard to even walk. However, Yue Zhong's body was resilient, and with the level 4 skill, regeneration, his body was already repairing itself. At most, it would require a day for him to return to his tip-top condition. The other remaining 23 ordinary mutant forest venomous snake could feel the blood scent from Yue Zhong, and their eyes flashed with reptilian greed as they quickly slithered over. Consuming high-level mutant beasts, enhancers, or even zombies would allow them to quickly evolve, and hence Yue Zhong was like a piece of delicious meat in their eyes. Even if I'm injured, you piled-up trash shouldn't piss me off. Yue Zhong's eyes flashed coldly, and he stopped running. Instead, he raised his hand and pulled out yet another preloaded PF-98 and fired it at the group of mutant snakes. With a flash, the group of mutant snakes were caught in the explosion, and many of their bodies were blasted into pieces. Yue Zhong swiftly kept back his PF-98 before he pulled out another PF-98 and fired it at a single mutant forest venomous snake that was slithering towards him, exploding it to a rain of smoking meatballs. The flashes from the firing continued without stop, as Yue Zhong aimed and fired all around him with a resolute look on his face. Countless mutant forest venomous snakes were blasted into smithereens, their blood puddling and corpse chunks piling up on the floor of the forest. After 18 of the mutant snakes had died, the remaining 5 mutant snakes seemed to realize that Yue Zhong was too tough to handle, and they quickly slithered away. When he saw that the remaining mutant snakes had retreated, he heaved a sigh of relief, and he checked his PF-98s, discovering that there were only 9 rounds remaining. If he had to fire all of them, he would lose one of his strongest weapons. Yue Zhong looked at the forest ground that was littered with the corpses, and his heart could not help but ache. These high-level mutant beasts were all treasures, as their meat could be treated as nourishment, and their bones could be formed into weapons, while their tendons could become good bows, and their hide turned into protective clothing. However, he was currently without his subordinates, and his storage ring had a limit to its capacity, and hence he could only keep the truly precious items, regardless of how tempting and useful the corpses of these mutant beasts might be. After the poison gas had dissipated, Yue Zhong walked to the 2 Type 2 mutant beasts that he had killed, and he picked up the 2 dropped skill books and 400 survivor credits. Level 3 Skill Book. Forest Ranger Transformation. Active Skill. After activation, user will become a Forest Ranger. Within the forest, user will be granted with high agility, high danger perception, strongbow skills, extraordinary night vision, and the ability to navigate through any terrain. The strength after transforming into a Forest Ranger is dependent on user's 6 attributes. Can be maintained for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, user will be rendered weak. Addition. Gotta love our MC's luck. Level 4 Skill Book. Type 2 Forest Ranger Transformation. Active Skill. Requires a 3 times enhanced Forest Ranger Transformation skill. Requires 2 skill points to use. Yue Zhong looked at those books and he frowned, keeping them into his storage ring. They were skills meant for forest battles. Even though they were extremely useful in their current situation, it was specialized only in such terrains and was not suitable for Yue Zhong, who was adapted to and focused on evolution in all situations. Therefore, he instead opted to keep them and pass them down to someone suitable. Yue Zhong looked at the corpses of the Type 2 mutant snakes as he swallowed some life-saving grass, before burrowing into the head of one and pieces of the other snake, retrieving the blood essence and nuclei. After digging those out, he took out his black tooth blade and started carving the scales off. The scales of these Type 2 mutant snakes were the same as the Type 2 mutant black-scaled boars. If they are used to manufacture more armor, Yue Zhong would have more troops that would be impervious to guns and weapons, only their heads would be exposed. In fact, Yue Zhong's troops suffered little loss overall, mainly due to the fact that a large number of them were protected and equipped with such defensive hides. They were much tougher than the protective vests prior to the apocalypse, and only heavy artillery could pose a threat to them. Chapter 0308. Mutant Leeches Reign. Myriad Mutant Mosquitoes Swarm. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog. Edition. Book 3. The South. Amazing! Chan Yao came to the clearing under White Bone's protection, and seeing the numerous corpses, her heart was filled with shock. Go skin the snakes. Yue Zhong looked at Chen Yao before he casually threw a dark magic blade towards her. Chen Yao accepted the dark magic blade and did not say anything more. Instead, she went towards one of the mutant forest venomous snake corpses. Forcing down her fear and disgust, she started to pry open the tough scales. White Bones walked to Yue Zhong's front. As it lifted its head to look at Yue Zhong, suddenly it grabbed the venomous fangs and activated its bone manipulation ability. Upon activation, the essence from the bones of the Type 2 mutant forest venomous snake started flowing into White Bones. After about 5 minutes, the entire 70 long skeleton was absorbed into White Bones. The huge Type 2 mutant snake was reduced to half its size. Yue Zhong retrieved 2 cups of divine spring tea and took out a can of Type 2 meat and started helping himself. With the nourishment from the divine spring tea, his spirit was replenishing at a quick rate. The Type 2 meat also helped him regain a huge part of his energy. Using the black tooth blade to skin the scales of the Type 2 mutant forest venomous snake was too tedious, and it could not match the ease of using his devil flame. Using the divine spring tea, life-saving grass, as well as the Type 2 mutant beast meat, Yue Zhong's injuries started to heal at an extreme rate. His level 4 regeneration ability was boosted with the help of the Type 2 mutant beast meat, and his broken ribcage knitted itself back together with waves of horrendous itching. By the time he consumed the 8th canned meat, his ribcage had finished mending. The level 4 skill is truly powerful. After his body recovered, Yue Zhong jumped down easily from the top of the Type 2 mutant forest venomous snake, before he stretched his healed body and revealed a satisfied expression. Yue Zhong activated his devil flame again, condensing a smaller 3 long devil flame blade, before he continued butchering the 2 Type 2 mutant forest venomous snake. In a short while, he turned them into sizable chunks of meat. Yue Zhong then enveloped the pieces of meat with his devil flame, burning them down into ash, before leaving the snake's skin intact. White Bones used its bone manipulation to clean up the mutant beast's bones, while Yue Zhong made use of his devil flame to clean the blood and meat, and all that was left was the precious snake skins. Using these methods, Yue Zhong soon turned the 20+ corpses of the mutant snakes into ashes, leaving only the skins. "Let's go." After finishing, Yue Zhong turned to Chen Yao and spoke. Chen Yao followed Yue Zhong as they started to walk out. "Shit!" Yue Zhong had just taken 2 steps, when his face changed, and he immediately grabbed Chen Yao and dashed towards the distance. From a distance, a few gigantic mutant crocodiles could be seen crawling towards them. They were attracted by the smell of the blood from the mutant forest venomous snakes. These mutant crocodiles were extremely deadly when they attacked, their speed almost too fast to be seen. When they were crawling on land, they did have a handicap, but their speed still reached 3 times that of normal people. Yue Zhong carried Chen Yao and ran like crazy, stopping only after a dashing nearly a kilometer away. The moment they reached the 1-kilometer mark, passing by another patch of forest, small mutant leeches the size of 2 fingers dropped from the trees like rain. Level 6 mutant beast. Mutant leech. These greedy bloodsuckers could drain even a mutant cow dry in roughly 30 seconds. Yue Zhong's reaction was extremely quick. The moment those leeches dropped from the trees, he had already activated his devil flame skill. His right hand extended towards the sky as he conjured a terrible fire that enveloped all those mutant leeches. With the burning of the devil flame, those who tried to drop and land on Yue Zhong and Chen Yao were immediately incinerated. If it wasn't for Yue Zhong's quick reactions, he and Chen Yao would have long been latched on to by these disgusting worms. Those who landed further away did not stop wiggling as they made their way towards Yue Zhong and Chen Yao. Chen Yao looked at those mutant leeches as they wiggled about, and her eyes flashed with shock as she stepped on them. With each stomp of Chen Yao, those mutant leeches would be driven into the mud, but they did not stop moving about and were obviously not affected by the kicks and squishes. Leeches were originally extremely resilient. After mutation, their resilience mutated to become stronger. In addition to the muddy ground, it was hard for these mutant leeches to be stomped to death. "Quick! Let's leave!" Yue Zhong grabbed Chen Yao and activated the tornado ability of the tornado necklace he had on, and a hurricane blew out with him in the center, extending outwards. With the strong gusts of winds, the moment those mutant leeches dropped, they would be blown away. Yue Zhong carried Chen Yao and made his way towards the outskirts. Chen Yao was only about 100 jin, 50 kilograms, and Yue Zhong had no problems lifting her. When he was undergoing tough training, he usually carried over 200 jin, 100 kilograms. They kept running, and finally they managed to extract themselves away from the leech-infested forest. They had just exited from the mutant leech forest, when they heard the droning hum of countless wings, only to discover a huge swarm of black mutant mosquitoes. Each of them was the size of a finger, flying towards them like a huge windstorm. Level 2 mutant bug. Mutant poison mosquitoes. These countless little monsters will suck you dry by the time you notice them. Yue Zhong's expression turned for the worst, and he again immediately activated his devil flame, enveloping him, and the mosquitoes were predictably burnt up the moment they came in contact with the fire. Chen Yao remained hugging Yue Zhong tightly. Only by being in his embrace did she feel the warmth and security. Initially, she thought that while she may not be an expert at level 13, she was still at least capable of protecting herself. However, the events today and the future prospects had opened her eyes to the reality of the world. With her current measly strength, she was nothing to these fearsome mutant beasts and nature. Even Yue Zhong, who was pretty strong, would be dead if he was surrounded by a group of Type 2 mutant beasts. Yue Zhong charged straight at the windstorm of mutant mosquitoes, under the protection of the devil flame. A large number of them were instantly incinerated. Feeling the fiery heat of the devil flames, the swarm of mosquitoes made to avoid Yue Zhong, and allowed him to run past them. Only after breaking free and leaving them far behind, Yue Zhong then heaved a sigh of relief. We need to leave this place fast. Within this forest, they had met wave after wave of mutant beasts and mutant bugs. Even Yue Zhong was starting to feel weary having to deal with them continuously. If he stayed there for too long, who knows, he might be worn down and killed if he was careless. After leaving the swarm of mutant mosquitoes for yet another 1 kilometer, they had to deal with a few harassing mutant monkeys, before they finally saw a small town with a few buildings. When they saw the small town, Yue Zhong eased up a little. Compared with the mutant beasts with different types of abilities and numbers, the ordinary zombies from a town were definitely easier to handle. As long as there wasn't a horde of over 10,000 zombies, Yue Zhong had confidence he could wipe them out. Yue Zhong pondered for a while, before he took out a huge bag with food and tools from inside the storage ring. That way, regardless of how he retrieved anything, people would assume he took it from the bag, and not suspect it was due to the precious storage ring. After settling this, Yue Zhong brought Chen Yao towards the small town. The moment they entered, the zombies who caught scent of the smell of humans lumbered over. Get rid of them! Yue Zhong eyed those zombies and gave a command to Chen Yao. Now there was only the two of them. Yue Zhong had no choice but to push Chen Yao. He did not want to drag along a burden in this alien location. Within the forest, if there wasn't Chen Yao, he could at least survive on his own. But since he had her along, it would be dangerous. He needed to ensure her safety, which would put himself into more danger, and it would be hard to escape from it. When Chen Yao heard Yue Zhong's orders, she grabbed a vine seed and activated her skill. In a blink, the vine seed transformed into a huge vine that went straight for the heads of those zombies. These unevolved, ordinary zombies were weak. It was so much so that even a heavy wooden plank could break their brittle bones. They were naturally unable to resist or defend against the strength of the vine, as it cut off their heads. Those zombies that were constantly rushing up, regardless of L1S or S1S, were all unable to handle the strength of that vine, allowing it to display its ferocious strength. It was just that Chen Yao's abilities were simply too weak. Her spirit was too low. After killing over 20 zombies, her face was flushed and she was perspiring, her breath ragged. The control of the vine expended too much of her stamina and spirit. All right, take a break. Follow me. Yue Zhong saw that Chen Yao had lost half her battle strength, and lightly shook his head before charging into the zombie group. The blade flashed about. Any zombies that got too close would be immediately chopped up. Chen Yao looked at Yue Zhong easily crushing his way through the zombie group, her eyes filled with admiration and envy, as she followed him closely. Chapter 0309. This is Vietnam. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. This isn't China. Yue Zhong was killing the zombies effortlessly, as he looked around and discovered that the writings on the buildings around were characters he did not recognize. After gaining the language skill, he learnt Russian, English, Chinese, and Japanese. Yet the words on the buildings and constructions around did not match any of these 4 languages. Yue Zhong aimed as he waved his blade about, killing another 3 zombies, before he asked Chen Yao, "These words, do you recognize them?" Yue Zhong had been an ordinary student during his university days, and was always hardworking in his life as well as studies. However, prior to the apocalypse, language was one of his weakest points. Chen Yao casually looked at the surroundings and she saw more words. Then she took some time to think as she continued to scan her surroundings before replying, "I don't recognize these words, but I have a feeling this place is in Vietnam. I have been to Hanoi for a holiday, and the words there and here seem very similar. Furthermore, there are many motorcycles, and the houses are built like matchboxes." Chen Yao stared ahead, noticing that there was a pile of scattered coins on the road, as she immediately picked them up and revealed a confident smile. "Now I'm very certain that this is Vietnam. Look, Yue Zhong. These are Vietnamese dong." Chen Yao waved the Vietnamese dong and was smiling extremely sweetly. She finally proved that she was not just a useless decoration and could be useful when the situation required. 1*. Yue Zhong continued asking, "Which part of Vietnam do you think we are in?" "Not sure." Chen Yao felt discouraged. "Regardless, let us first try and survive." Yue Zhong laughed lightly before swinging his dark-toothed blade. He continued to carefully carve out a road of slaughter, leading Chen Yao and White Bones towards a small supermarket. Yue Zhong got White Bones to guard the entrance, while he and Chen Yao made their way into the building. The moment they entered, Chen Yao rushed towards the female restroom and grabbed a few rolls of sanitary napkins, skincare products, cleanser, soap and the like, stuffing them into a huge military bag. "Why are you packing these items? You should pack more food and drinks, right?" Yue Zhong grabbed a few canned food and beef before striding over, looking at Chen Yao stuffing those items into her bag as he asked cluelessly. If Yue Zhong did not have the storage ring, he would definitely only keep food and high-calorie food, as well as water and weapons. "Yue Zhong, you really don't understand women. These are necessities to us women." Chen Yao looked at Yue Zhong, before saying a little coyly, "Also, don't you have a storage ring? Use that to keep more food and water." Without sanitary napkins and clean undergarments, Chen Yao felt that she would go crazy. On top of that, with Yue Zhong's current strength, it was not an issue for him to obtain food. He pondered a while, and did not press for Chen Yao to throw those items away. Yue Zhong then gave a pink snake birth fruit to Chen Yao and said, "Eat this." "Snake birth fruit? You're really giving it to me?" Chen Yao looked at Yue Zhong handing her that precious fruit. Her heart skipped a beat, as her beautiful eyes remained fixed on Yue Zhong, and asked with a shaky voice, "Snake birth fruit? The fruit of evolution?" The secret of the snake birth fruit was a classified secret even amongst Yue Zhong's stronghold. Only Qiyang, Ji Qinggu, De Guzi, Su Zhengong, Lu Yan, and Guiyu, etc. Only the top brass knew about it. Chen Yao only had knowledge of the secret of the snake birth fruit because of her close relationship with Ji Qinggu. Therefore, she knew it was extremely precious. That huge snake birth fruit tree would only bear slightly less than 100 fruits after consuming over a few 100,000 zombies. Yue Zhong looked at Chen Yao and said indifferently, "Just eat it." As they were in a foreign place, having the strength of one more combatant was definitely better. Although Chen Yao was weak and lacking in battle experience, as well as possessing a low combat ability, after becoming an evolver, her strength would definitely increase. This would be a good thing to him. He didn't let Chen Yao evolve while they were in the forest because the evolution process required a day's worth of recuperation. The time period required meant that staying in the forest would be too dangerous. Chen Yao received the snake birth fruit and swallowed it without hesitation. Becoming an evolver was the dream of many people. Even under Yue Zhong's command, the total number of evolvers now were only about 30. Their preciousness and rarity was obvious. After she swallowed the snake birth fruit, she started to run a fever and, as expected, fainted. Yue Zhong carried her to the second story and laid her on a bed. He strolled over to the nearby window and looked out, peacefully enjoying the scenery of the place. On a small slope a distance away, 5 short Vietnamese were huddled within a grass patch. Whispering to themselves, they all stole glances towards the supermarket. The supermarket had never been opened before, and there was bound to be plenty of food in it. At the same time, it was a man-eating trap. Many survivors had been enticed by the food and tried to open it up, but all failed miserably and became part of the zombies. One of the more handsome Vietnamese men looked at the supermarket before saying a little apprehensively, "Phan Tong Xian, do you really want to go over there? With just us? There's no way we can't make it in. Let's go back." Another man, who had extremely tanned skin, ripped muscles, and a fierce expression, responded in a gruff voice. "Damn it, Huniu Shirshan. If you're scared, get lost and go eat that other shit. That kind of life? I've had enough. Tree bark, vegetable roots, sweet potatoes. I'm sick of these unappetizing foods." A wretched-looking man called out coldly, "AI Luada, then you charge up. I will help you look after your daughter." Nowhere other than her bed, obviously. The tanned and muscled man was a Vietnamese called AI Luada. Even though he was Vietnamese, he had taken on an auspicious-sounding foreign name. As for his original name, he had long since discarded it. AI Luada eyes flashed with fury as he spat out the words, "Fong Chuani. One more word from you and I'll slaughter you." Fong Chuani laughed coldly. "Not only am I not going to stop, I will say even more. You let an American fuck your bitch of a daughter, why can't I? I know this. Tom fucked both your wife and daughter together. I remember it was for a bag of instant noodles, right? That seemed to have hit a raw nerve." Tom was an actual American who was AI Luada's backer before the apocalypse. Due to his support, AI Luada had managed to build a fortune for himself. The downside? As Tom's dog, he had given his own wife to be teased and toyed with by Tom. After the apocalypse, he even gave his daughter to Tom in exchange for a bag of instant noodles. Now, these dark and secret things that he did were actually mentioned by someone else. AI Luada charged towards Fong Chuani furiously, and they started to brawl. The leader, Phan Tong Xian, who was holding a rifle, immediately pointed it at the 2 men fighting and called out, "Shut up! Whoever causes trouble, your father, I will kill that person first." During the Vietnam War, almost all the Vietnamese were soldiers, so normal citizens had access to guns. Phan Tong Xuan's family had carefully kept and saved a rifle. During these post-apocalyptic times, he had become the leader of a small faction just by relying on this rifle. With that threat, both Fong Chuani and AI Luada separated. As they glared at each other, one of the Vietnamese suddenly exclaimed softly, "Phan Tong Xian, there's someone inside the supermarket." Everyone looked over and saw Yue Zhong, who was gazing out the window and observing the sights. As they looked at Yue Zhong, their hearts were shaken with the thought, "What? There was actually someone inside? Impossible. There are 2 ghost zombies inside." Only those enhancers who possessed the eyes of perception could tell the information and abilities of the zombies and mutant beasts. Phan Tong Xian and the rest of these Vietnamese survivors weren't survivors and could not tell the differences between zombies. They had thought that the S2s were ghost zombies. Taking into account that S2s possess speed far exceeding normal humans, with the 2 S2s hiding inside the supermarket, no ordinary humans could enter. Yue Zhong's perception was extremely astute. The movement from those Vietnamese who saw him put him on alert. He zeroed in and caught sight of them through the Barrett sniper rifle he had produced from his ring when he first was jolted into action. After sighting in, he carefully aimed at them. This Barrett sniper rifle was one of the few treasures Yue Zhong obtained within the huge armory. It possessed absolutely devastating firepower, and its stability was top-notch. What? So they are just normal survivors? Yue Zhong observed them carefully and quickly shouldered his Barrett sniper rifle. Phan Tong Xian and the rest of the Vietnamese had pale looks of fear and sweat. Their very best weapon was only an old Type 56 semi-automatic rifle, which didn't pose much of a threat to Yue Zhong. This single action from Yue Zhong had thoroughly frightened those Vietnamese silly. Only after Yue Zhong put away his gun did they recover from their shock. They instantly bolted for cover, their hearts thumping with fear. They did not recognize that world-famous sniper rifle, but they could feel the pressure and danger from it. Yue Zhong eyed these Vietnamese as they did not do anything wrong in his eyes. Merely, now that Chun Yao was recuperating, he needed to watch over her until she finished her evolution. Hunyu Shershan's heart was thumping as he quickly said, "Let's leave now. Otherwise we will surely all be killed by him." The rest of the Vietnamese all looked towards Fan Tongxian. Fan Tongxian sighed for a moment. After thinking a while, he could discern Yue Zhong's intentions to some degree. No, if he had wanted to kill us, based on his abilities, a number of us would have died already. I believe he doesn't harbor any killing intent towards us. Ulamog. For those who don't read posts. Oh no. No bonus chapter today because out of 12,000 solid readers we couldn't get 150 honest reviews about the novel. TSK. Nobody wants my sponsored chapter? I see how it is. Hey race, your only chance. Here no reason to stop at 150, might even get another free chapter. 1*, edition. I can't be the only one who thought of. Right? Oh, I was? Right? Chapter 0310, Fan Tongxian. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, edition. Book 3. The South. Hunyu Shershan's eyes lit up. Then we can trade with him. Since he entered the supermarket, he must have a good haul. We can take some items to exchange with him. One of the Vietnamese, Huan Yuanji, frowned. Since he already possesses the whole supermarket, what can we trade with him? Sweet potatoes? Wild vegetables? Or tree bark? These Vietnamese survivors were at their wits' end. Otherwise, they would not have risked their lives to come and make an attempt on this supermarket. They would naturally not have any items worth trading for. Fan Tongxian pondered deeply before saying, "Women! We can use women to exchange food with him. Ruan Mingho, go call your sister over. Ai Luada, bring your daughter over as well." 1*. Both Ruan Mingho and Ai Luada both turned around silently as they crouched and entered the forest, leaving the place. After a while, a voluptuous, healthy-looking beauty of 1.6 meters with defining features, as well as another 16 to 17-year-old mixed-blood girl with blonde hair, big black eyes, and fair skin came over. The healthy-skinned, voluptuous beauty was called Ruan Chunhua and was Ruan Mingho's elder sister. The pretty mixed-blood girl was Ai Luada's daughter, Aina. Ruan Chunhua and Aina were the best beauties this little group could bring out. During this post-apocalyptic times, women selling themselves for food was not a big deal. They had slept with countless men and were indifferent to the trade that these guys wanted to propose to Yue Zhong. There was more concern about how delicious the food would be. On top of the arrival of the two ladies, they had brought a long white cloth, writing some Vietnamese words on it. "Esteemed, powerful person, we hope to trade with you." Fan Tongxian stood on the small slope and opened up that huge white cloth as he looked expectantly at Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong, who was within the supermarket observing his surroundings, looked at the words and was still as blank as ever. He did not understand what they stood for. He thought for a while, then found a bedsheet and wrote on it with Chinese, "I am Chinese," after which Yue Zhong threw up the bedsheet and hung it out the window. Fan Tongxian stared at the bedsheet for a while, before softly speaking, "That is Chinese. That man is from China." Fan Tongxian did not know Chinese as well, however, the words China were pretty obvious, and even he could recognize it. At the same time, based on the Chinese that Yue Zhong had written, he had formed the assumption that Yue Zhong was in fact from China. Fan Tongxian turned around and asked the rest, "Who knows Chinese here?" One of the Vietnamese Wu Tunguen spoke out with a little anger. "Fan Tongxian, do we really have to deal with that Chinese guy? The Chinese aren't a good bunch. They stole our South China Sea." 2*. Amongst the Vietnamese, there were a few who were on friendly terms with the Chinese, while there was also a group who could not see eye to eye with them. This Wu Tunguen was on the side of those who disliked the Chinese. Fan Tongxian looked at Wu Tunguen as he frowned. "I don't really care about the damn sea. All I know is, if we don't deal with that Chinese guy, then we have to go into the forest of death to look for food. If you, Wu Tungwen, are willing to go look for food in the forest of death for all of us, then we'll leave now." The rest of the survivors also looked at Wu Tungwen coldly. In the forest of death, there were countless fearsome mutant beasts and bugs. Even for someone as strong as Yue Zhong, if he were to be the slightest bit careless, he could lose his life in there, not to mention an ordinary person like Wu Tungwen. Although they were locals, they were wary of the forest of death. However, there were indeed some mutant plants and various small mutant bugs that could be eaten. The risk of death was too high though. When this group of survivors was at its peak, there were 26 males who could go out to hunt for food. Now they were only left with 7. Fan Tongxian had seen a survivor being sucked on by a mutant mosquito until he was literally dried up. That scary scene and the anguished howls of the survivor caused him to be unable to sleep for a few nights. To these survivors, the matters about territory, country, and history couldn't be any less important. They just wanted to live on. Furthermore, the world had already become like it was, and they could not even fend for themselves, let alone worry about some useless piece of territory. Seeing the cold gazes of his comrades, Wu Tungwen also calmed down and shrank back like a quail. He was very clear about the dangers of the forest of death. He was also unwilling to risk his life to hunt for food in it. Fan Tongxian continued, "Who knows Chinese?" The rest of the 6 male survivors all looked at each other as they shook their heads. "I know a little Chinese." At this time, Ruan Chunhua stood up and told everybody. Ruan Chunhua had intended to marry off into China as a bride before the apocalypse, and had learnt a little basic Chinese. She was unclear about the complicated phrases and words, but conversational Chinese was still somewhat manageable. Fan Tongxian did not request for Ruan Chunhua to write some nonsense about China-Vietnam relations or a long-winded message. Instead, he set the bar pretty low. "Great! Write this. Hello, esteemed powerful person. We hope to trade with you." In this post-apocalyptic world, to these lone rangers, the relations between China and Vietnam was worth only shit. The only thing that could interest these characters was benefits. Ruan Chunhua followed Fan Tongxuan's wishes and wrote those words on the white cloth, before Wu Tungwen waved it upon Fan Tongxuan's orders. Yue Zhong stood at the window and saw the scrawly Chinese characters. He chuckled, before he wrote, "Not free today. Come again tomorrow." Yue Zhong had to guard Chen Yao, who was undergoing evolution. These survivors weren't of paramount importance to him. Of course, if he could gain some form of intel from their mouths, it would be best, otherwise it wasn't an issue. Based on his strength, he just had to follow the path of civilization to come to a dwelling with humans. Fan Tongxian turned to Ruan Chunhua and asked, "What did he write?" Ruan Chunhua thought hard before replying, "It should be that he's not free today. He wants us to come again tomorrow." If Yue Zhong was unwilling to come over, Fan Tongxian and the rest were helpless to that as well. The zombies were easy to kill for Yue Zhong, however. To these common survivors, a simple S2 and L2 could wipe them out. Therefore, they did not dare enter the small town. A day passed just like that, and Chen Yao, who ran a fever throughout the night, had successfully evolved and woke up the next morning. She opened her eyes and saw Yue Zhong sitting beside her sleeping without changing, and her eyes flashed with gratitude, and she leaned forward to kiss him lightly on his lips. After that kiss, Chen Yao seemed to flush red and her heart thumped, before she quickly curled up in her blanket, her emotions in turmoil. This prideful princess had actually kissed someone of her own accord. "Chen Yao, what's wrong with you? How could you initiate the kiss? He's a flower-hearted carrot head. You can't like him." Chen Yao was in a dilemma as she chided herself. She had started to fall for Yue Zhong very early on, but was adamant on not admitting it. This time Yue Zhong had helped her evolve, and he even stood guard over her throughout the night, which touched her greatly. That slight sweet feeling had transformed into a surge of love like a torrent, which thoroughly confused this poor girl who hadn't ever even dated before. Not long after, Yue Zhong opened his eyes, and he stood up. Yawning, he looked at Chen Yao and asked, "Chen Yao, what's your current condition now? Did you succeed?" Hearing Yue Zhong's voice, Chen Yao swiftly checked her own status, and immediately broke out in a huge smile. "I succeeded. I'm a spirit-based evolver. and my plant manipulation has been enhanced. After becoming an evolver, Chun Yao's strength predictably leaped overnight to almost 4 times that of her condition prior to evolution. Especially now that her plant manipulation had been enhanced once, her skill prowess was strengthened by at least half. Chun Yao was also very clear that only with overwhelming strength could she protect herself. In a place without the military and other experts protecting her, she could only rely on herself and the man in front of her. Yue Zhong looked at the excited Chun Yao as he laughed. "All right, let's go. Someone has invited us." And Chun Yao followed behind Yue Zhong as they walked towards the outside of the compound. The moment the 3 of them left the supermarket, zombies started to shuffle over and surround them. Chun Yao looked at the moving zombies as she eagerly spoke out, "Let me!" Yue Zhong nodded his head. He was not interested in dealing with these low-level zombies. Right now, to level up by killing these ordinary zombies, he had to kill more than tens of thousands of them. It took up too much time and expended too much energy. Yue Zhong did not have that kind of time to waste. Facing those encroaching zombies, Chun Yao grabbed her vine seed and activated the LVL-4 plant manipulation ability. In the next instant, 10 vines as thin as arrows shot out towards the heads of the zombies and easily pierced through a dozen of them. She then pulled back with her strength, causing those zombie corpses to be swept to the side. After evolving, Chun Yao's stats all improved, and her spirit also increased to twice its original number. At the same time, her plant manipulation ability received an enhancement, and she could do even more interesting things with her vines. One of them was that she could condense the vine to be as strong as steel for the span of a few seconds. One S2, which was currently hiding in the midst of the zombies, suddenly sprang out and rushed towards Chun Yao at the same moment she was distracted in her triumph. *1 Dedition. TCH. *2 Dedition. Good to know that the author makes other people hate Chinese too, since he's usually heavily biased. *2 kinda like how fat comedians can make fun of fat people and it's okay? But in a not okay racism way? Slams head viciously into a wall. My head hurts. Excuses himself from the conversation on account of a headache. For those who care, tongue sticking out. There is one more free chapter for reviews still available. I set the bar kind of high to get this one, but I think it's reasonable. 500 reviews. We have an average of 15,000 to 20,000 total readers and 12,000 to 14,000 that I can see hitting the site per post. Because of this, I believe asking for 500 total reviews out of 20,000 readers is reasonable. If I am wrong, comment here and tell me so. The 500 reviews chapter has no deadline. Consider it available when the deed is done. Tomorrow, next week, next year, whenever. Thanks to all the reviewers and voters. Cheers. This one's for you. P.S. If we hit 1,000, they'll talk to Qidian and Tian and see if we can't do some 3 to 5 bonus chapters release thing. Chapter 0311 Nabu Town. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog. Edition. Book 2. The South. Facing facts. Chun Yao's speed could never match an S2. Suddenly, her command experience learned at the Snakebirth tree site took over and she had no time for panic. Instead, she pointed at the attacking S2 and the numerous vines sprouted myriad 1-inch serrated thorns and shot towards it, turning into an absolutely lethal net. The S2 was extremely agile, yet it could not evade the oncoming net and was immediately tangled within it. It started struggling frantically, waving its sharp claws about, tearing holes into the living net. Just as the S2 was about to extract itself, the countless vines tightened up to bind the limbs of the S2. While the S2 was an evolved form, its strength was not exceptional, and it could not overcome the tough vine spikes. One of the thinner and sharper vines shot towards the struggling S2 and penetrated its head, nailing it to the ground. A huge orb of experience entered Chun Yao's body. Since that S2 was a level 30 evolved zombie, killing it represented a huge amount of experience for her. She instantly gained 3 levels upon absorption, reaching level 19. The more she killed, the more excited she got, and Yue Zhong just followed behind as they eventually arrived at the slope. Fan Tongxian brought the survivors from yesterday as they humbled themselves and came to Yue Zhong respectfully. "Honorable Lord, How do you do? I am Fan Tongxian. I am excited to meet you. How should we address you? Xuanhua stood beside Fan Tongxian acting as his translator, using blunt Chinese translation to convey his message. The rest of the 6 Vietnamese males were all attracted to the beautiful Chun Yao. She was naturally beautiful and possessed a graceful aura. In addition to the military clothes on her, which gave her a heroic feel, it added to her charm. Furthermore, Chun Yao had never been through any difficulties, and her skin was full of splendor. She was not like most of the other survivors who had become emaciated or had their skin come to bear an unhealthy yellowish color. Therefore, Chun Yao was extremely attractive to them. These Vietnamese then retracted their gazes with reluctance to look at Yue Zhong again. He had a dark-toothed blade by his waist, and his back had a Barrett sniper and .03 rifle, which also attracted the men. In this post-apocalyptic world, strength was everything. The fearsome might of the Barrett sniper far surpassed the old-type 56 semi-automatic rifle of Fan Tongxian. Yue Zhong looked towards Fan Tongxian and said directly, I am Yue Zhong. This is my friend Chen Yao, this is White Bones. Yue Zhong pulled out a can of corned beef from his bag and asked Fan Tongxian directly, What is this place? Whoever can answer my question. This can of corned beef will be his. The moment he took out the corned beef, all gazes were locked upon it as if hypnotized. It was a can of corned beef after all, and these people had not had meat for God knows how long. Xuanhua looked at the can of beef and her eyes flashed with greed, as she immediately replied in a supremely detailed manner. This is Nabu town. We are about 80 li, *2, away from Lang's Sun City. If you want to go back to China, you can follow the main road towards the northeast direction. If you do that, you will eventually come to Friendship Town in Chinese lands. Can you give me the can of beef now? Yue Zhong laughed and threw the meat over to Xuanhua. Good! This is yours. The can of beef was nothing to Yue Zhong. However, to these Vietnamese survivors, they were precious commodities. The males eyed the beef in Xuanhua's hands, their expressions full of envy and jealousy. They suddenly hated themselves for not learning Chinese, and could only see the beef being taken by Xuanhua. After giving the can of beef to Xuanhua, Yue Zhong turned around and made to leave. Other than the current location, there was nothing else that the Vietnamese could offer him which would shake his heart. Fan Tongxuan's face fell, and his eyes flashed with hope, as he shouted, Please wait! Esteemed Yue Zhong, I have important intel for you. Xuanhua, quickly tell him. It was rare to be able to converse properly with a strong enhancer like Yue Zhong that did not harbor any ill intent, and Fan Tongxian wanted to continue dealing with him to gain some benefits. Xuanhua rushed to Yue Zhong's side and hastily translated Fan Tongxuan's intentions. If she caused Fan Tongxian to become infuriated with her because of inaction, her subsequent days were sure to be tougher. Yue Zhong stopped in his tracks and turned his head to ask Fan Tongxian, What intel? As Yue Zhong was unfamiliar with the place and had practically no knowledge whatsoever. In any foreign situation, having information could help him deal with things to come. He was, of course, accordingly open to hearing good intel as a result. Fan Tongxian heaved a sigh of relief as he humbly spoke. Esteemed Yue Zhong, it would not be easy to say it all here. May we invite you to come with us? Let us treat you properly, before we speak further. This was after all a wrecked mockery of the old civilized society. Here and now, lives were cheap. Fan Tongxian wasn't some greenhorn who didn't know this. He had interacted with enhancers before, and knew that most of them were brave and had a little bit of luck, which allowed them to become enhancers. Some were extremely tyrannical and oppressive, killing without a word. Fan Tongxian did not want to accidentally offend this enhancer in front of him due to lack of manners. Fine! Yue Zhong pondered a while, before nodding his agreement. Even if he were to return to China, making his way back to Longhai City would definitely be tough. Staying a while to gain some information at Fan Tongxuan's headquarters would not affect anything anyway. Gaining more local information could also potentially help save his life in the long run. Under Fan Tongxuan's lead, Yue Zhong and his party came to a small 4-story bungalow that was built in the middle of nowhere. Countless weeds and wild grass were growing all around it in an unrestrained manner. In the field, even though there were a lot of wild grass patches growing, they were not edible. If humans were to eat them, they would suffer from painful diarrhea, enough to make you scream. Some of the grass was even worse and could cause deadly poisoning. Therefore, Fan Tongxian and his group could only try to find some of the safely edible ones within those patches. It was pretty much like searching for a proverbial needle in a haystack. Yue Zhong's party arrived and went to the dining hall of the bungalow. All the males were seated at the table, and because of Yue Zhong, Chun Yao sat with them as well. Not long after, a few scrawny boys and girls walked out and sat huddled around a smaller table. The women of the bungalow started serving and distributing the food to everybody. The main staple food for the people here was a mutant sweet potato that was the size of a wooden cask. Each male had 3 thin slices of the sweet potato as well as a soup. The women had a slice as well as a bowl of soup. The children needed nourishment, so they had 2 slices and a bowl of soup. These women and children were savoring their meals quietly. No one had the look of being mistreated. Seeing this, Yue Zhong nodded to himself quietly. Perhaps the whole world hadn't gone to shit. He could see that these survivors still had their basic decency and were living as well as they could. In this post-apocalyptic world, women and children who were weaker were usually worse off. If they met a cruel leader, they would be killed or eaten. Chun Yao looked at the food and lost her appetite. Instead, she felt like throwing up. The soup was made of wild vegetables, roots, slices of sweet potato, white rice, ants, grasshoppers, and earthworms, sprinkled with a little salt. Seeing the dead insects floating atop the soup, Chun Yao instantly felt nauseous. In truth, these bugs and insects were valuable sources of nutrients. The women only had clear soup. Only the men had such delicacies within them. Fan Tongxian looked at his portion, and his eyes lit up in delight as he instantly slurped it down while chewing on a grasshopper and said, "Today's soup sure is flavorful." Yue Zhong saw this and he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows before passing his soup and sliced sweet potato to a pregnant lady as he said mildly, "This is for you." As entertainment was almost non-existent, the only form of activity for the adults was the most ancient of mainstays: sex. Amongst these Vietnamese women, there were 3 pregnant already. Compared to the rest of the women, these pregnant women only had twice the amount of sweet potatoes, and their soup had more ants or grasshoppers. "Thank you." The pregnant lady immediately thanked Yue Zhong profusely. While these small foods weren't much to Yue Zhong, to these ladies, it was a source of nutrients that was hard to come by. Although she could not understand what Yue Zhong said when he spoke to her, she still thanked him. "Take these." Chun Yao saw a way out and immediately passed her plate and soup to another pregnant lady. She did not want to eat or drink that soup. After Yue Zhong gave away those provided foods, he opened his own bag and pulled out 2 sirloin fried potatoes, *3, and 2 bottles of flavored drinks. He then proceeded to open them up and started stuffing himself. On the other side, Chun Yao also opened up a Type 2 canned beast meat to eat. At that time, Fan Tongxian and the rest had just finished their own meager dinner, and they looked on at Yue Zhong and Chen Yao, swallowing their overproduced saliva. Many of their gazes traveled to the bag that Yue Zhong placed on one side. In their eyes, that bag of food and drinks was more valuable than gold at this point of time. Yue Zhong ate a few mouthfuls before placing the can to one side and spoke to Fan Tongxian. "Can you tell me the important info now? I have food here. If you give me enough information, I will let you have the food you want." Fan Tongxian looked at the can of meat that Yue Zhong just took a few mouthfuls of, and he swallowed his saliva before he asked, "Are you still going to eat that? Can I have it if you don't want it anymore?" 1*, Ulamug. This is a real and quite ego-damaging medical condition in our current day and age, folks. Its root cause is idiocy, and the attributing factor to the skin color is too much spray on tan assist. Treatment unknown. 2*, Ulamog. Literally only 250-ish meters short of 25 full miles. 40 kilometers. 3*, Ulamog. I have no clue what a sirloin fried potato is, but that's what it says. What I want it to be is a delicious baked potato with a juicy strip of perfectly charred and seasoned sirloin steak running through it from one end to the other. Then wrapped in God knows what, but something else, maybe bacon? Or flour battered. And then deep fat fried until the potato skin is a delightful, crispy golden brown. Too bad this is impossible in GDW. But maybe mutant sweet potato pie, anyone? Chapter 312 Ambush. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. Yue Zhong eyed Fan Tongxian, then gave him the canned meat. Fan Tongxian received the canned meat, and in front of the jealous gazes of the rest, he put it away carefully. This half-eaten canned meat was enough to last a whole day. After keeping the canned meat, he saw Yue Zhong staring at him fixedly, and his heart went cold before he started telling Yue Zhong all he knew. Lord, it's like this. As Yue Zhong listened to Fan Tongxian, his eyebrows started to knit. It seemed that the road ahead was not going to be optimistic. Nabu town was part of Lang Sun City and was considered as part of the northern Vietnam sphere of influence. The difference with the southern Vietnam was that many of the Vietnamese here view China with hostility. After the Sino-Vietnamese War over 30 years ago, these parts of Vietnam hated the Chinese. After the apocalypse set in, a genius by the name of Nguyen Hong rose up in these parts, and he managed to subdue the Vietnam army by his own and formed a huge power of over 30,000 people as the main governing faction, possessing a mighty force with firepower. Vietnam had many forests, and there were mutant beasts everywhere. Nguyen Hong had tried to recapture Lang Song City countless times but failed due to the mutant beasts and zombies. He had then readjusted his strategy and went towards China's borders, attacking Friendship Town and obtaining countless firepower, instantly boosting his strength. He was not only a genius of Vietnam, he was also thoroughly vicious and intensely patriotic. The Chinese people that he caught would be treated worse than pigs and dogs because of old country grudges. As long as he discovered the existence of a Chinese person, he would capture the person, either killing him or making him into a slave. If Yue Zhong wanted to cross Friendship Town to get into China's place, he would have to pass by Nguyen Hong's borders. Fan Tongxian had known so much, because Ruan Mingho and Ruan Chunhua were survivors that had escaped from Nguyen Hong's stronghold. They had escaped because Ruan Mingho had offended one of the small powers within Nguyen Hong's stronghold, and he was afraid that he would not live to see another day. Therefore they ran. This is going to be tricky. Yue Zhong frowned. To cross a territory where all the regular people had hostility towards the Chinese, it was not an easy task by any stretch of the word. Fan Tongxian was observing Yue Zhong as he was pondering, and could not help but blurt out, "Lord, why don't you stay? As long as you stay, we're willing to follow you." Yue Zhong heard Ruan Chunhua's translation and was taken aback. "I'm Chinese." Fan Tongxian maintained his serious expression as he said, "I know, but as long as you can lead us to live better, even if you're Satan, we're willing." Fan Tongxian could tell that Yue Zhong wasn't some maniac who killed without reason. Therefore he entertained the idea of following Yue Zhong. Many ordinary folks just wanted to survive in this post-apocalyptic world. Whoever became their leader was of no concern, as long as they could give them a better life. Yue Zhong shook his head and rejected, "No way! I'm heading back to China. I can't stay here long." Yue Zhong's establishments and friends were all in China, not Vietnam. Even if he put in the effort to set something up here, it would be to someone else's benefit, not his. After hearing Yue Zhong decline, Fan Tongxian was extremely dejected. With such a character as a leader, their group of survivors would definitely be able to live better. He could also relinquish the heavy responsibilities as a leader. In this world, to be a morally upright leader with a conscience was incredibly tough. Finding enough food for the survivors was a problem in itself. "This is for your information." Yue Zhong took out 10 assorted cans of meat, 3 bottles of milk, and a bag of rice as he gave them to Fan Tongxian. Fan Tongxian looked at the pile of food and was shocked. You could even say he was elated. With this amount of food, as long as they ate sparingly, they wouldn't have to worry about food for another half a month. Fan Tongxian then pointed to Ruan Chunhua and Aina, asking Yue Zhong, "Lord, would you like to have some fun?" They can do anything. Would you like them to give you a good time? Just for a bag of salt, they can accompany you for 3 days. Both Xuanhuan and Aina walked to Yue Zhong's front. Xuanhuan even hugged her ample chest tightly, her arms beneath her breasts, to give a clearer view of her voluptuous figure. She gave Yue Zhong a coy wink and proceeded to translate Fan Tongshuan's words. They weren't exactly unfamiliar with providing sexual services, and in this post-apocalyptic world, they had done it plenty of times. Furthermore, Yue Zhong wasn't like those normal handsome men, but he wasn't ugly either, and he was definitely stronger than most Vietnamese men. Hearing Xuanhuan's translation, Chun Yao immediately scowled and spoke loudly, "No way!" All of their gazes landed on Chen Yao, and she flushed in embarrassment, before gritting her teeth and loudly proclaiming, "Yue Zhong is my boyfriend, *1, *2, *3. Xuanhua looked at Chun Yao and smiled. "Miss Chun Yao, we don't mind, we can even join you with him. We promise to make you feel good." To Xuanhua, exotic things like an orgy wasn't exactly something new or anything. Chen Yao grabbed onto Yue Zhong's arms and pleaded win him, he cheeks red with embarrassment. "Yue Zhong, reject them quickly. As long as you reject them, I'll give you a kiss." Chen Yao's pleading look was extremely cute and Yue Zhong was charmed, as he took out a bag of salt and threw it to Fan Tongxian and said, "All right, this is for you. As for them, it's fine. My girlfriend doesn't like it." Fan Tongxian accepted the bag of salt and did not press Yue Zhong further. Instead, he spoke attentively, "Lord Yue Zhong, since it's so late, would you like to rest here for the night?" Yue Zhong and Chen Yao had arrived at this town late in the evening yesterday. Chen Yao had rested an entire day, and it was almost nightfall already. Yue Zhong thought for a while and accepted the invitation. With nothing out of the ordinary, Yue Zhong and Chen Yao were arranged to stay in a room together. Of course, they were given the master bedroom, and inside the room there was a huge fluffy bed. Chen Yao looked at the bed and couldn't help but pout. "Only one bed? Why don't you sleep on the floor then?" "I'll sleep on the bed." Yue Zhong chuckled as he took off his coat, revealing the body armor made of the Type 2 mutant black scaled boar's hide, and immediately sat on the bed. Being in such foreign places, Yue Zhong was always on the alert and would not easily take off his protection. Chen Yao then crawled onto the bed as she rested her cheeks on her hands, and she let out an incredibly attractive smile. "You're so ungentlemanly. You want to let a beauty like me sleep on the floor? No way, why don't you sleep on the floor? Let me help you set the blanket down there." Yue Zhong immediately closed his eyes and laid on the bed. "I'm going to sleep." Chen Yao came over to lightly nudge Yue Zhong, seeing there was no effect, and smiled, "Rogue," after which, she laid quietly by Yue Zhong's side and looked at his face. Only 2 to 3 hours had passed since she awoke from her evolution coma, and she was not in the least bit tired. However, as night had fallen, there was nothing to do. She could only look at him. Soon after, sound of moaning came from the rooms below, sounding in Chen Yao's ears, causing her to flush red, as she laid on the bed tossing and turning, not able to sleep. Wu Tunguen was hugging a long spear as he sat at the garden of the bungalow, keeping watch silently. There were no zombies in the vicinity, but they had to be on guard for any mutant beasts. If there was no sentry, even a mutant cat could cause the survivors to perish at its hands. Pong! Pong! Following some gunshot sounds, the lock on the gate was shot. With a bang, the gate was kicked wide open. A few militants came rushing in carrying guns. "Who are you guys?" Wu Tunguen saw these armed men with ferocious expressions and he turned pale, his hands trembling as he was holding the spear, not daring to move. If he was not careful, he might just be executed on the spot. The leader of the squad shouted at Wu Tunguen, "We are the vanguard team of the great empire of Vietnam. Go bring out your food and women." Wu Tunguen eyes lit up as he replied excitedly, "Sir, I want to report. There are 2 Chinese people who have run here, 1 man, 1 woman. The woman is extremely pretty." The officer's eyes brightened up as well and said, "Pretty Chinese woman? Hurry, bring us to her. We will go and capture her." "Yes," Wu Tunguen replied zealously, and led the few vanguard members of the great empire of Vietnam into the bungalow. The entire bungalow was soon filled with the astonished cries and moans of women. These vanguard members weren't decent men. The moment they rushed into the bungalow, it was to start raping the Vietnamese women. This was the power and authority they exploited and enjoyed by being vanguard members. The leader brought 7 soldiers and followed Wu Tunguen towards the room where Yue Zhong and Chen Yao were sleeping in. The moment things started happening within the bungalow, Yue Zhong had already opened his eyes wide with wariness. He heard the noises and he immediately picked up his .03 rifle and dark magic blade beside him. The black tooth blade was over 2 m long, and not suitable for combat within this cramped room. Therefore, he had prepared a dark magic blade to keep by his side just in case. At this time, there was an urgent knocking on the door. At the same time, Xuanhuan's anxious voice sounded out, "Lord Yue Zhong! Lord Yue Zhong! Hurry, open the door! It's me, Xuanhua." Yue Zhong gave a command to White Bones, who was standing at a corner like a gruesome decoration, and said, "Open it!" White Bones went to open the door. *1. 10. Weha at it. *2. Dedition. Kuan basically summed up my thoughts. *3. Ulamog. Who? Boyfriend? Tien. I would like to say that I saw some of your previous comments on the author's obvious virginity. As I translate more, I'm inclined to think the same. It feels like he has a lot of fantasies going inside his head, ha ha ha. But, you know, the world could just be this depraved if there ever was an apocalypse. So spread the love, guys. Love more, hate less. Otherwise, we might just become zombies. Brea Yainins. Dedition. On that note, I hope you won't mind my input. I feel this is a very good novel, with the only glaring problem being the author's idea that rape would run rampant at every corner. Though I wholeheartedly agree that it would be excessive, I feel as if he's obsessed with sex and rape. What do you guys think? Ulamog. What a rapist personality this author seems to have. Reminder. There is one more free chapter for reviews still available. I set the bar kind of high to get this one, but I think it's reasonable. 500 reviews. We have an average of 15,000 to 20,000 total readers and 12,000 to 14,000 that I can see hitting the site per post. Because of this, I believe asking for 500 total reviews out of 20,000 readers is reasonable. If I am wrong, comment here and tell me so. The 500 reviews chapter has no deadline. Consider it available when the deed is done. Tomorrow, next week, next year, whenever. Thanks to all the reviewers and voters. P.S. If we hit 1,000, they'll talk to Kuan and Tien and see if we can't do some 3 to 5 bonus chapters release thing. Chapter 313. The Army of the Great Empire of Vietnam. Translated by Kuan. Edited by Ulamog. Dedition. Book 3. The South. The moment the door opened, Xuanhua rushed in with an anxious look as she quickly called out, "Lord Yue Zhong! There are men rushing up below. They are the vanguard team of the Vietnam Army. They're here to capture you. Hurry and run." Yue Zhong looked behind Xuanhua as he spoke mildly. "Nah, it's too late. They're here." Xuanhua turned around, and her expression turned to fright as she saw Wu Tunguen leading the 8 soldiers from the vanguard team. Wu Tunguen had the cold look of a hunting viper as he stared at Yue Zhong and Chen Yao. The moment the leader of the vanguard saw Chen Yao, his eyes gleamed with an undisguised perverted glint as he licked his lips and laughed coldly. "What a pretty Chinese girl. I want to train her to become my bitch. Ha ha ha." The other soldiers also had looks of desire on their face as they called out, "Captain, before you train her to be a subservient bitch, let us have fun with her as well." "Yeah, Captain. Let us all have our turn. Captain, let us play with her too." The 7 other soldiers had started hooting and calling out. They had never come across a beauty such as Chen Yao before. Chen Yao looked at the 8 men with their undisguised lust as she frowned and asked Xuanhua, "What are they talking about?" Xuanhua had hidden behind Yue Zhong as she translated the words of the vanguard team fearfully. Hearing it, Chen Yao's expression turned pale, and her eyes flashed with fury. Wu Tunguen pointed to Xuanhuan, and he asked the leader, "Sir, can I keep her?" The leader replied lazily, "Sure, I can let you play with her a few times. However, unless you can obtain some merit, you shouldn't even think about owning her." "Thank you." Wu Tunguen bowed and thanked the officer for his graciousness. But as he straightened up, a gunshot rang out and his brains were drilled through and through. The bullet blasted out the wall and away as white bone flecks and red meaty brain flesh splattered against the wall. His lifeless corpse slowly collapsed to the floor with a look of surprise forever frozen on its face. Before the rest even reacted, Yue Zhong was holding the stinger pistol. He coldly ordered White Bones, "Other than the leader, kill the rest." White Bones charged into the midst of the 8 warriors, and it raised its hands as 5 incredibly sharp spikes shot out. Each spike was expertly aimed and pierced the heads of 5 of the men. The spikes hit so hard that they ended up splitting their skulls clean open and made their brains see through. Yue Zhong lifted his .03 rifle, firing 2 shots with his enhanced accuracy, and the bullets landed on the heads of the remaining 2, causing their cranial sections to explode violently. In just an instant, 7 people had died under Yue Zhong's hands. Even before the officer managed to react, he was still trying to pull out the gun at his waist to counterattack. It was just that the moment he moved, Yue Zhong had activated his art of fierce skill, using a thick, fearsome spirit wave to assault the mind of the officer, causing him to faint. Incredible! He's too amazing! Xuanhuan watched Yue Zhong and White Bones slaughter the vanguard team with ease. They even ended up knocking a person out without even touching him, and she was so excited that her entire body felt a thrill, and she even got a little wet. This man in front of her was without a doubt an extremely strong enhancer, and she was terribly pleased to have made the right bet with him. Xuanhuan was an intelligent woman. Since she and her brother were at odds with the Vietnam Army, if they were brought back, they would definitely not receive a good ending. Therefore, she chose to rely on this man who had managed to kill a horde of zombies without batting an eyelid. After once again looking at the corpses on the floor, she knew she had won her bet. "Tie him up." Yue Zhong glanced at Xuanhuan and threw a large coil of rope from his bag to her. "Yes, Lord." Xuanhuan replied with extreme reverence. She was now filled with admiration and idolization for Yue Zhong. His show of strength was worthy of her utmost devotion now. *1. Xuanhuan quickly tied up the officer tightly. "Let's go." Yue Zhong left White Bones to protect Xuanhuan, while he swiftly made his way downstairs with Chun Yao. At the moment, there was no one standing guard below. All the Vietnamese soldiers were on top of the local women, each one thrusting away profusely. The earlier gunshots above gave them the impression that the Chinese intruder must have been dealt with. They had inquired carefully and confirmed that there was only a Chinese man up there. After all, they had 8 members who went up, and no one thought that it would be possible for a single Chinese male to take down 8 fully armed men. *2. Yue Zhong immediately shuttled into the midst of the connected bodies. His hand was firmly grasping his dark magic blade as it flashed about. The heaving and grunting instantly grew quieter as several of the Vietnamese soldiers were decapitated. Their bodies collapsed and their necks sprayed fresh, hot blood onto the shocked women below them. "Ah!" One of the women saw the tumbling head and let out a panicked scream. That shrill scream alerted the rest of the men who were still engaged in their rape of the other women, their gaze traveling towards Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong eyed those 6 soldiers and coldly ordered, "Chen Yao, capture those 6 men alive." Yue Zhong's abilities were focused on offense, hence his strength was extremely oppressive. For him, killing was easier than capturing. Chun Yao's ability was, on the other hand, infinitely more suited to capture. Receiving his order, Chun Yao activated her plant manipulation ability, and the seeds in her hands quickly grew out to become 6 long vines. She sent them snaking towards the 6 Vietnamese soldiers at a near lightning speed, tying them up efficiently. Yue Zhong continued advancing forward, putting on some speed. He shot through the different groups all about the different stories, decapitating any soldiers he came across. In his wake, fountains of blood appeared as numerous heads fell to the floor, and the crimson rain came down, dyeing the entire place blood red. Yue Zhong was like a god of slaughter as he made his way throughout the bungalow, and pretty soon, the entire vanguard team was wiped out. The entire bungalow was filled with fresh corpses. It gave people a sense of dread. So strong. What a fearsome person. Fortunately, I did not offend him. Fan Tongxian had brought his 6 remaining male survivors over to help. As he saw the headless corpses lying around, and Yue Zhong wielding his dark magic blade while not even looking out of breath, his heart was shaken. The great empire of Vietnam also needed to fill their ranks, so they had only tied up the male survivors, not killed them. Basically, they were bandits who also did not kill indiscriminately. Likewise, even some maniacal enhancers might not stoop so low as this. The 6 male survivors had pale faces as well, and as they looked at Yue Zhong, their gazes were filled with newfound respect and awe. The women who were raped had also recovered by this time. They did not have any dismal or heartbroken expressions, though. Instead, they dragged the corpses outside and started to bury them. It was not that they were kind-hearted. Instead, if they did not dispose of these corpses properly, the scent of the blood could very well attract the unwanted attention of mutant beasts. Yue Zhong sat on a chair, and he looked at the 7 captives, asking coldly, "Who are you guys?" Xuanhuan stood at the side and translated, conveying Yue Zhong's and the captives' intentions back and forth. "Hey! Fuck your mother! You Chinese dog!" One of the captives glared at Yue Zhong with a searing gaze. Yue Zhong's eyes flashed with iciness as he gave an order. "What a tough nut! Then you shall taste the punishment of having a broken back. White Bones, break his waist." White Bones immediately swung its axe and chopped the captive in 2 at the waist. "Ah!" The captive immediately screamed out loud in soul-wrenching anguish as his innards and blood all splattered out. He didn't die at first. Instead, he continued to struggle in agonizing pain, holding in his intestines, until he died miserably in front of everyone present. Chopping a person in 2 was definitely one of the most cruel forms of punishment in human society, and could allow the person receiving the punishment to feel the maximum amount of pain. Seeing the agonized expression on their comrade as he died, the rest of the captives had a look of fear in their eyes. The rest of the inhabitants and Fan Tongxian also looked at Yue Zhong with fear. In their eyes, Yue Zhong had suddenly transformed from that amiable strong enhancer to a ruthless killing demon. Yue Zhong eyed the rest of the trembling soldiers, and he immediately pointed to the one who was shaking the most and spoke. "Who are you guys? You! Speak!" The moment the soldier saw Yue Zhong pointing at him, his face turned ashen and he quickly blurted out, "I'll speak! I'll speak!" Right beside that softy, another Vietnamese soldier immediately reprimanded him fiercely. "Wu Tan Tong! You traitor! You traitor!" Yue Zhong waved his hands. White Bones immediately shot out a bone blade and chopped the soldier who had verbally lashed out. The attack split his head in half and spilled its contents on the floor with a plop. Seeing this terrifying scene, the weakling male broke down completely as he cried, "Lord! Don't kill me. I'll speak. I'll tell you everything." Following this, Wu Tantong told Yue Zhong all he knew. This vanguard team was one of the small teams deployed by the Vietnam Army towards Lang Sun City to find survivors. At the same time, they were to gather intel. When Nguyen Hong had attacked Friendship Town, he had captured many Chinese survivors along the way. He was a racist through and through, and kept them all as his personal slaves. At the same time, he was starting to lack manpower for his army, the government, as well as factories. Thus, he had sent out teams towards Lang Sun City to gather survivors and attract Vietnamese into his stronghold. From Wu Tan Tong, Yue Zhong gained important information about Nguyen Hong's troops. *1 Ulamog, maybe there is a chance of a smart and strong female chapter here? 2i Hollywood Chinese Kung Fu sounds *. Tien. I hope any Chinese or Vietnamese friends who are reading this to not take this too seriously. Everything's based on the writer's imagination on the feelings and degeneration of humanity after an apocalypse. Even the rest of the readers as well, to not assume that of any of our friends from other countries? Hugo Boss Brand. How Yue Zhong might have looked like to the Vietnamese. Chapter 314, A Sneak Attack. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. Nguyen Hong's Great Empire of Vietnam Army had a total of 14 battalions, numbering 7,000 soldiers. At the same time, the current number of survivors under his banner had reached 50,000, instead of the 30,000 that Fan Tongxian said. During the period of Ruan Mingho and Ruan Xuanhua's escape, Nguyen Hong had launched many successful campaigns on various small survivor establishments, absorbing them into his own power, expanding and gaining more manpower. Other than that, there wasn't only Nguyen Hong's power in this region, but many other powerful factions standing toe-to-toe with each other. In the direction of Gaoping City, there was a Vietnamese called Li Guangyi who had raised a Vietnam Revival Army. It was a stronghold with over tens of thousands of survivors as well. In the direction of Taiyuan City, there was a faction calling themselves the Vietnamese People's Army. And in the direction of Mong Khai City, there was a faction called the Mong Khai Revival Party. These were all strongholds with over 10,000 survivors within them. Other than these major factions, there were countless other smaller powers as numerous as raindrops scattered throughout Vietnam now, and the power conflict was extremely complicated. It was almost as problematic as China now. Nguyen Hong knew about the existence of these factions because of radio. However, due to the roads being unsuitable, these powers had refrained from engaging in all-out firefights, choosing instead to focus on swallowing smaller powers and expanding their own reach. Amongst them, Gaoping City's Vietnam Revival Army and Taiyuan City's Vietnamese People's Army had expanded till they had come across areas under Nguyen Hong's control. Both sides have engaged in a few firefights, testing each other's strength. After losing resources over such tests, all three parties had sent out negotiators and men to engage in a meeting and negotiation, finally coming to an agreement of an alliance. After all, they were all Vietnamese, and there wasn't any form of blood debt between any of them. At the moment, they did not fully join each other, due to the differences in strength. As long as their power distribution reached a similar level amongst one another, the group would become a terrifying existence. As long as these three Vietnamese forces worked together, they would become a powerful and tyrannical force in this post-apocalyptic times. Hearing Wu Tantong's information, Yue Zhong's heart fell. As long as those three worked together, it was going to bad news. Especially since amongst the three of them, Nguyen Hong was such a racist. If he became the leader of the three powers to the Chinese in this post-apocalyptic times, it was going to be a disaster. As long as a racist became the leader of a large power, to those who are subjected to his or her views, it would be a nightmare. The events of World War II due to Hitler's views and actions had proven it to be such a case. Yue Zhong frowned, as he pondered a while, before he looked at Wu Tantong. He threw a tang blade in front of him, pointing to the captain of the squad, and ordered, "Go chop his head off. As long as you're my underling, you won't die. If he doesn't die, you'll have to." Since Wu Tantong had already given in once, his situation could not be salvaged. He took up the Tang replica sword, and his eyes flashed with fierceness, before he screamed angrily and lopped the head of the captain off. He picked up the bloody head and he kneeled in front of Yue Zhong. "Your subordinate is willing to fight for you." Yue Zhong nodded his head, as his gaze traveled to Fan Tongxian. "Fan Tongxian, if you want to rely on me, kill this man. As long as you kill him, you will receive my protection." Fan Tongxian hesitated a while, as he thought back to Yue Zhong's ruthless and vicious methods, before he received the Tang replica sword from Wu Tantong's hands. He immediately swung down on another captive, before turning around to proclaim loudly, "Lord Yue Zhong, I'm willing to serve you." Yue Zhong saw that Wu Tantong and Fan Tongxian had both submitted to him, before he faced Chen Yao who was standing beside him, asking, "Chen Yao, I'm going to go and raid Nguyen Hong's establishment. Are you going to come with me or stay here?" Chen looked at Yue Zhong, her eyes flashing with a resolute glint. "I'm coming with you." Yue Zhong pointed to another captive, saying, "If you want to come, kill this man." Chen Yao had been under Ji Qingwu's protection all this while, and had not actually tasted any hardship. While she did kill a number of zombies and mutant beasts under Yue Zhong's guidance, she had not yet killed another person. Without experiencing it first, she would never be able to grow into a proper combatant. The soldier who was pointed at by Yue Zhong immediately wailed, "No! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I surrender! I'm willing to surrender!" Just now, those captives had seen it plainly for themselves. Whoever was pointed at would soon become a corpse. This led them to be filled with fear. Chan Yao's face went white as she looked at the captive, and a hint of reluctance showed in her eyes. She hesitated a while, but in the end, she still activated her plant manipulation ability, and the vine shot out to pierce his brain, nailing him to the ground. He was dead. Chan Yao looked at the miserable plight of the captive, and she immediately felt nauseous. As she turned around to vomit, her face ashen. Although she had seen countless deaths, it was the first time she actually killed someone with her own hands. The remaining captives were then killed by the other survivors under Fan Tongxian as a form of guarantee of their subservience. Yue Zhong brought out the equipments worn by the vanguard team and handed them out to the few survivors. "These are your weapons." Even Ruan Chunhua got a handgun and rifle. Fan Tongxian and those who got guns were extremely excited as they played around with the guns in their hands. In this post-apocalyptic world, guns represented power. There were many who dreamt of owning a gun. As for those who did not get any guns, they looked on enviously at Fan Tongxian and the rest, their eyes filled with jealousy. Oh, how they regretted not killing the captives to prove their worth earlier. After distributing the guns, Yue Zhong brought Wu Tantong, Chun Yao and White Bones as the four of them disappeared into the darkness. Conducting military operations in the dark of the night was one of the most dangerous things one could do. However, to Yue Zhong, who possessed the night enhancement ability, it was the best cover. Wu Tantong pointed to a small camp that was lit up amidst the huge blanket of darkness and spoke, "That's the camp of the vanguard teams. There is a battalion currently resting inside. Lord Yue Zhong, are you really going to go? There's a battalion there, you know." Yue Zhong looked into the distance and saw the small town and the small group of patrol men currently outside. Yue Zhong eyed Wu Tantong and said indifferently, "Your task is completed, Wu Tantong. Stay here and wait for my victorious return. Of course, you can choose to escape as well, but if you escape, you better not let me see you again, otherwise, it will be your death the moment I catch sight of you." As Yue Zhong wanted to launch a sneak attack on Wu Yinhang's establishment, he naturally would not bring along this unstable factor who had just joined him. If he had to use this person who had just recently betrayed his own force, who's to say if he would suddenly shout loudly during the ambush? Then that would be even more troublesome. Wu Tantong's eyes flashed with understanding as he lowered his head respectfully. "Yes, Lord, I will not run." Although Wu Tantong did not feel that Yue Zhong would be successful, he did not wish to infuriate this exceptionally strong person. After all, his own life was the most important to him. Yue Zhong observed the small town for a while, before bringing White Bones and Chen Yao towards it. This vanguard camp could still be considered to have some tricks up their sleeves. They had 20 hidden sentries around, and their position was quite secretive. Furthermore, it was in the middle of the dark, so few enhancers would be able to detect it. However, all these were nothing to Yue Zhong, who had the night enhancement ability. He could clearly detect the positions of the hidden sentries, as he went around silently beheading each of them. After he took care of those sentries, Yue Zhong, Chun Yao and White Bones walked carefully towards the entrance of the town. At the entrance, there were currently 4 soldiers standing guard there, while 2 others were playing poker. Atop 2 high watchtowers, there were also Vietnamese soldiers looking around their surroundings in a bored manner. No one thought that they would be attacked, and they were more worried about the fearsome mutant beasts. Yue Zhong pointed at the soldiers atop the 2 watchtowers. The distance between him and them was about 700 m. He could use his devil fire to burn them, but it would cause a huge disturbance. Chen Yao nodded and activated her plant manipulation ability, as her vines noiselessly shot towards the entrance using the grass as cover. The 8 soldiers did not even notice a thing, as the 8 vines had already creeped up near them silently. Chun Yao looked at the 2 soldiers atop the watchtower, and with just a thought, they shot upwards explosively like 2 arrows and pierced the soldiers' heads, causing them to die on the spot. After assassinating them, Chun Yao shifted her gaze and with another thought, The remaining 6 vines shot towards the 6 soldiers located on the ground. Of the 6 vines, 3 immediately penetrated the brains of the soldiers, causing them to die without a sound. The remaining 3 vines did not kill the other 3 as Chun Yao's control over her ability was not yet polished. Seeing that the 3 soldiers were about to shout out in their moments of death, 3 sharp bone spears shot out from the grass, causing their heads to be lopped off. Chapter 3:15 Sneaking into Town. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. I'm sorry. Chun Yao quickly apologized to Yue Zhong in a small voice. She did not manage to kill off the 6 of them in one fell swoop, and it almost cost them the entire operation. A sneak raid and a frontal assault were 2 entirely different battles. Yue Zhong could wipe the entire battalion out in a sneak attack, but in a frontal assault, they could only quickly leave the place. Yue Zhong smiled and consoled her. No need to apologize. You already performed well. When you killed those soldiers in the watchtower, you had already completed your objective. Chun Yao was still inexperienced in battle. Doing this much was considered pretty decent. Yue Zhong had already made plenty of preparations, getting White Bones to clean up what she might miss. As for himself, he was saving his strength to deal with any serious situation that might crop up. Let's go! Yue Zhong swiftly rushed into the entrance of the town. The defense of the town was tight on the outside, but slack inside. The moment Yue Zhong entered the town, he, Chun Yao and White Bones quickly followed the small path leading towards the center of the town. Wu Tantong had already given the details about the layout and manpower distribution to Yue Zhong beforehand, as well as a crude map. Yue Zhong simply followed the map and arrived at one of the camps pretty quickly. Only, he discovered that within the camp, the lights were all lit, and there were sounds of men shouting in delight while women were crying and moaning filled the skies. Yue Zhong looked out from the corner of a small alley and saw that there was a wide open space, and there were many women sprawled on the ground like dogs, as a bunch of Vietnamese soldiers were surrounding the campfire and hooting in excitement and delight, raping the women in all sorts of ways and manner. There was a Vietnamese who was riding on top of a woman, using his shoes to whip the lady, causing her to crawl forward and crying out desperately, "Don't hit me! Please stop hitting me!" Yue Zhong's vision was exceptionally accurate, and he could see that the woman was riddled with scars throughout her body. At the same time, her lower body was bleeding for some reason. The surrounding Vietnamese soldiers looked on and laughed loudly, finding it funny. After losing all sense of moral values and discipline, these Vietnamese soldiers became like beasts. Just like the Indonesians during the '98 riot, where countless frenzied Indonesians went on a rampage. Chan Yao saw the scene, and her heart was filled with fury, and she gritted her teeth. She almost rushed out to slaughter those Vietnamese soldiers, and instead spat out a word with intense disgust. Beasts! Yue Zhong's eyes were filled with consuming anger as well, because he could hear the words of the woman who was being tortured by the Vietnamese soldier, and she was speaking in Chinese. These beasts were actually raping his fellow countrymen. Yue Zhong breathed in deeply before grabbing Chun Yao's hands. These beasts will be punished by me personally later. Let's bear with this for now. Heed my command. Chun Yao nodded while still gritting her teeth. She was an intelligent girl and knew that with just the 2 of them, they're not a match for these Vietnamese soldiers. Therefore they had to tolerate it. Right at this moment, the woman who was treated like a sex horse suddenly shuddered, and she fell to the ground. Her weak body had obviously given way due to the torture and could not bear the load anymore. The soldier who was mounted atop her also fell to the ground, leading the other soldiers to roar with laughter at his misfortune. The Vietnamese soldier was enraged, as he immediately pulled out a handgun and opened fire at the unfortunate woman. With a bang, the Chinese lady was executed at point-blank range after such torture, simply because he was laughed at. As she died, her lifeless body slumped to the floor. Seeing such a merciless scene, Chun Yao's pale face started to flush red with fury, as she grabbed Yue Zhong's hands tightly, her entire body trembling with rage. Even though she had seen so much darkness and cruelty, she still could not get used to it. Yue Zhong pulled Chun Yao's hands as they swiftly left, making their way towards the dormitories. Soon, Yue Zhong, Chun Yao and White Bones came to a room where there were Vietnamese soldiers sleeping. Yue Zhong activated the devil flame with his right hand, causing the door knob to melt. He quietly pushed the door open, before swiftly and expertly waving his dark magic blade, decapitating the soldiers who were laying down slumbering. It was already late in the night, and other than those engaging in their rave at the open area, the rest of the soldiers were already sleeping or resting. Without a sound, 320 soldiers were beheaded by Yue Zhong and White Bones in a matter of minutes, turning into a dormitory of headless corpses. After killing all those Vietnamese soldiers who were sleeping, Yue Zhong ordered White Bones to stay behind to take care of those who would come back later, as he himself brought Chen Yao and left towards the armory. The firepower of an army was the most important thing during a battle. With ample ammunition, Yue Zhong would be able to deal at least twice the amount of damage and hold out longer on the battlefield. With his level 6 treasure storage ring, he could only keep those of use, and it was one of his trump cards. Yue Zhong and Chen Yao quickly came to the room in front of the armory. Chen Yao looked at the huge lock on the doors, as she activated her plant manipulation ability, and the thin vines shot into the lock, shaking it open. Chen Yao's ability enabled her to be versatile in many different situations, and her ability could be considered extremely useful. Yue Zhong's devil flame was concentrated on offensive power, and was extremely tyrannical. Likewise, its defensive and other properties were lacking. Yue Zhong pushed open the door into the armory, and saw the countless rows of guns displayed neatly. Amongst the weapons in the armory, there were plenty of Chinese AK-47s, which were lethal on the battlefield. These AK-47s were extremely stable, and were well suited for battle in Vietnam, which had plenty of loose ground and mud. Other than the famous AK-47s, there were various other Russian and American heavy-duty rifles. Putting aside these assault rifles, the armory was filled with plenty of sniping rifles and grenade launchers. Amongst them, there were even 3 Barrett snipers. Vietnam had been purchasing firearms and ammunition in the recent years. Although their military equipment was still a distance away from other domestic forces, it wasn't to a point where it's incomparable. Yue Zhong went ahead and kept the sniper rifles, the grenade launchers and other heavy firearms, as well as 200 AK-47 rifles into his storage ring, before he looked back at the remainder and hesitated. In the end, he did not activate his devil flame to burn everything down. Yue Zhong and Chen Yao quickly opened another ammunition store. Within it, Yue Zhong did not discover any ammo for the PF-98, but he found loads of other types of ammo, including hand grenades, and even some other rockets. Yue Zhong made full use of his storage ring as he absorbed all that he wanted into the ring, packing it fully. After he replenished the ammo within his ring, he held his dark magic blade in one hand and a .03 rifle in the other as he and Chen Yao continued advancing in the dark of the night. With the flash of his blade, 2 sentries standing guard in front of a prison crumpled to the floor noiselessly. The prison was in fact just a huge warehouse. After Yue Zhong killed the Vietnamese soldiers in front of the warehouse, he hacked the door lock open with just a swing of his dark magic blade and pushed the door wide open. The moment the door was opened, a rank smell consisting of human sweat, feces, urine and even blood that would cause anybody to vomit violently wafted out the door. Yue Zhong looked into the warehouse, only to see that the warehouse actually looked cramped because it was actually filled with over 200 Chinese, Caucasians and Africans. These Chinese, Caucasians and Africans were all riddled with scars, their bodies emaciated, and some had even been tortured till there's hardly any skin left. Their bones could be seen, and their entire bodies had become deformed. The moment the door was opened, the people inside fell numbly to the floor, some not even getting up. A portion looked at Yue Zhong fearfully, unsure of who was going to be pulled out next, to be tortured till death. Yue Zhong looked at these 200 survivors who had suffered greatly, as he suppressed the fury billowing within him with difficulty and said, "I am Yue Zhong from China. Whoever is willing to go kill those Vietnamese beasts, come with me." Hearing those words, the Chinese within the warehouse started tearing up, as their eyes flashed with a desire for revenge, and some started to walk out shakily like zombies. Some could not stand, but they used their hands to support themselves as they dragged their bodies towards Yue Zhong. Even the Africans and Caucasians used all their energy to climb towards Yue Zhong. Wu Yanhong pursued a policy of extreme nationalism, Other than Vietnamese, all other people who were caught were treated like slaves and tortured. All these people had to eat was grub for pigs. They could only drink urine and dirty water. Their eating, drinking, and even their business was all done within the confines of this warehouse. Adding to the heavy labor, these survivors' health was on the verge of collapsing. Because of this armory only had 2 soldiers to keep watch. Those 200 over survivors were basically living corpses, and they would not be able to put up a fight against anybody. Everybody gets one. No fighting over it. Yue Zhong looked at those emaciated survivors as he brought out his huge backpack, taking out cans of Type 2 mutant beast meat and distributed them. If these emaciated survivors didn't regain their health, then they would just be a burden to Yue Zhong and would be of no use in the battle to come. Chapter 316, Survival. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. The survivors each took a can of Type 2 meat, as their grimy hands trembled and greedily stuffed it into their mouths. They were famished, and the only thing on their minds right now was to consume that can of Type 2 mutant beast meat. Upon consuming the meat, the survivors regained a bit of health, and their ashen faces regained some color. One tan-skinned, scar-ridden military man with a blind left eye stepped up, his gaze full of vengeance, as he talked in a raspy voice. "I'm Gon Tao, the squad leader of XX Army XX Battalion 3rd Company 4th Platoon. Yue Zhong, as long as you can bring us to kill those Vietnamese beasts, the entire 4th Platoon brothers will give you our lives. All 12 of us." One by one, a few withered-looking men with a burning hatred in their eyes stood up behind Gon Tao, their expectant gazes on Yue Zhong. They had grown desperate and desolate, and Yue Zhong had suddenly appeared in front of them, bringing with him a glimmer of hope. As long as they could kill those Vietnamese soldiers, they were willing to pay any price. Yue Zhong eyed the 200 survivors, as he frowned and asked, "Amongst you, who can operate a firearm right now and engage in battle?" Yue Zhong had planned to free the captives, and make use of the firearms and ammunition he took from the armory to arm the captives. It seemed as though right now, even making use of 20 of them was the best-case scenario. The survivors' eyes were filled with fury and vengeance, as a few of them raised up their bony arms. Some even had deformed hands, looking towards Yue Zhong expectantly. These 200 survivors had suffered greatly, and desired battle now, to make those who humiliated and tortured them pay. Yue Zhong left the warehouse and came back with 2 huge bags, one of them stuffed with guns, and another with bullets. "What's your name?" Yue Zhong pointed to a man with 2 deep scars on his face, his figure a little on the skinny side, and asked. The man with the face of scars, who was Chinese, replied, "I'm called Zhao Qing." Yue Zhong stared at Zhao Qing and replied in a heavy voice, "From now on, you're the temporary leader of this warehouse. I need you to stand guard here and protect the rest of them, all the way till the battle is over. Any questions? I will leave you with 20 AKs and 600 bullets." Even after consuming the Type 2 mutant beast meat, those who were tortured heavily could not possibly regain their full vitality and be robust in just a short while. Yue Zhong looked around and estimated that about 30 of them regained their health to an acceptable level for combat after the nourishment of the Type 2 meat, which was to say that the majority of the prisoners could not stray too far from the warehouse currently, nor were they in a position to fight. If these 200 survivors were to regain their health, they could become loyal subordinates to Yue Zhong, and a trustworthy and usable force. Zhao Qing grinned. "Boss Yue, rest assured, as long as I'm alive, I will not allow those Vietnam dogs to enter this warehouse." Yue Zhong nodded slightly and left 20 AKs and 600 bullets to Zhao Qing, before taking Gon Tao and 25 other survivors who could move and fight as they made their way out. As they passed the ammo store and armory, Yue Zhong left another 10 of the weaker soldiers to guard these 2 important places. As long as they can maintain control over these 2 buildings, Yue Zhong could fully equip and arm those 200 survivors and boost their combat ability. After finishing these preparations, Yue Zhong brought the remaining 16 warriors towards the open square, and they made their way there carefully. Currently, at the open square, a group of 100-plus Vietnamese soldiers were still engaged in a crazy party, unaware of the danger that was about to befall them. The cries and moans of the women and the hearty laughter and grunts of the men filled the entire square. With just a thought, Yue Zhong summoned white bones from out of nowhere. As he pointed to the Vietnam soldiers and gave the order coldly, "Kill every single man there." Receiving Yue Zhong's orders, White Bones charged forwards like a tornado towards the Vietnamese soldiers. White Bones had a speed that surpassed that of a normal human being by a few times, so the moment it exerted all its strength, crossing a 100 meters only took a few seconds. Before those Vietnamese soldiers even had the chance to react, White Bones had already raised its right arm and 5 incredibly sharp bone spikes shot out. The expertly aimed spikes pierced through the heads of the intended soldiers like white lightning. At the same time, Chun Yao had already manipulated her vines to shoot out, wrapping around the necks of 5 Vietnamese soldiers before wrangling them hard, killing those soldiers. Yue Zhong had taken out his .05 submachine gun and charged towards where the Vietnamese soldiers were heavily concentrated as he used the old spray and pray method. Under the barrage of the bullets, 10 of them were hit by the bullets, 3 dying instantly, and the other 7 falling to the ground. The remainder were heavily wounded by not yet dead. Gong Tao and his other mates ignored the weaknesses of their bodies as they fired continuously, shooting at the Vietnamese soldiers. Those Vietnamese soldiers were sitting around the campfire, and as they were illuminated brightly, they became easy targets, being shot at by Gong Tao and the rest. When they were suddenly ambushed by Yue Zhong and the rest, a large number of them perished in the first wave of lead. Somehow the rest reacted quickly, as they hollered and ran about, looking for cover. Some of the Vietnamese soldiers immediately grabbed up their guns and shot towards the darkness, providing some suppressing fire against Yue Zhong's group. Other than that, more soldiers were starting to take up arms, as they started to attack the lone axe-wielding White Bones who had charged into their midst. A large number of the bullets bounced off when they hit White Bones' body. It was like a killing machine, one hand wielding its axe, the other shooting out bone spears every which direction. Its mighty axe swings beheaded soldiers left, right, and center, each one spraying fresh blood into the air and puddling on the floor. No one could defend against it, and accordingly no one could even impede its movements. Seeing that their bullets were ineffective and their friends dying miserably, the remaining soldiers lost their morale and they started to escape in various directions. White Bones shot forward, killing those who wanted to try and escape. Every second, there was a soldier that was felled by White Bones' axe. Gong Tao brought his men to give chase, but he had just stood up before he felt dizzy and fell to the ground again. The Type 2 meat had helped him regain some energy, but it could not support his continuous battle. "You guys stay here. I'll go take care of them. Chun Yao, go gather the women and equipment." Yue Zhong eyed Gong Tao and the rest as he left his customary few words before making his way out. Those women who were tortured miserably could still get their share of food. Hence they weren't as emaciated as Gong Tao and the rest of the male survivors whose bodies were almost completely broken. After handing them some rations, they would regain some form of fighting ability. And while Gong Tao and the soldiers had no energy to give chase, they could still operate their firearms. Therefore Yue Zhong was not worried about their safety. Chun Yao quickly went to the open square and gathered the women to safety after Yue Zhong left. In the square, there were over 80 women. Every one of them had extremely dirty bodies and a nasty body odor. When Chun Yao had approached them and said that they were being rescued, every single one of them started crying tears of relief. They had been tortured and raped until they were devoid of all dignity, and had suffered greatly. Now they were finally free from the nightmare. What a pity! There's not enough manpower. Some were actually allowed to escape. Yue Zhong shot the last one, an escaping Vietnamese soldier who was within his sights, as he frowned. With just Yue Zhong and White Bones, they had killed over 20 soldiers who had escaped, but there were some who had long escaped into the darkness, hiding in goodness knows what places. By this time, the entire town had awoken due to the sounds of gunfire. It turns out there were actually 2,000 Vietnamese survivors, and they started engaging in riots, murder, rape, and robbery. Regardless of the country, the events that occur due to chaos would always be the same. Yue Zhong instantly executed a dozen of those troublemakers as he shouted, "Get lost back into your own house. There is a curfew now. Whoever is seen outside their houses will be shot dead." Yue Zhong was speaking in Chinese and most of the Vietnamese did not understand. However, as he walked towards them, he was constantly executing those Vietnamese who were causing trouble. Seeing this, they understood his meaning, and many of them hurried back into their own homes, while looking at the killing demon that was Yue Zhong as they trembled in fear. Yue Zhong and White Bones went around executing the remaining Vietnamese soldiers and any other troublemakers for the next 3 hours like some kind of apocalyptic grim reapers, and after the deaths of nearly 200 other people, did the chaos in the town mellow and peace settled in again. Pity! I still don't have enough manpower. If only I had more men. Controlling this town would be a piece of cake. Yue Zhong casually whipped his gun backwards over his shoulder and shot a rioter in the head, as he thought to himself while full of regret. *1. By this time, the town had fallen back into its normal routine as though nothing had happened. However, Yue Zhong was very clear. If he didn't do anything, this town would be snatched back by Wuyanhong again. He had successfully eradicated an entire battalion of Wuyanhongs, but to deal with his total troop size of over 14 battalions, he alone was not enough. *1. Ulamug Erf. This is like pure spy-style badass stunt mode here. Whip gun on to shoulder holding the handle pointing to the sky, barrel pointing backwards, and pong! Right between the eyes. Without even looking, and implanting the dinner menu also at the same time kind of style of badass. Chapter 317 Moving Forward. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. Yue Zhong and White Bones came back to Chen Yao with their bodies covered in blood. As Yue Zhong spoke sternly, "Chen Yao, I'm handing this town to you. I'll give you 1 day. I need you to completely control this town in 1 day. Make sure that all the Chinese regain their vitality. Can you do this?" The current 200 prisoners that were mostly made up of Chinese were extremely weak. Even after wolfing down the Type 2 meat, they still required a day's rest to recover. Without a whole day's rest, they would not be able to embark on any journey. In fact, they might just perish along the way. Chen Yao's eyes flashed as she spoke resolutely. "No problem, Yue Zhong. Set your mind at ease. I will take care of this town properly." After going through such tempering, Chen Yao was starting to grow quickly. She was already intelligent in the first place, and had the talents and ability. However, she had always been focused on chasing after being more glorious than Ji Qinggu. During the post-apocalypse, her combat ability had been subpar, and she was even overshadowed by Ji Qinggu. Now that she was forced by circumstances, her latent ability had showed itself. Chen Yao looked at Yue Zhong and asked, "Where are you going?" Yue Zhong's eyes flashed coldly as he replied, "I'm going to go carve a new hole in that Vietnamese beast Wuyanhong and attract their attention, buying some time for the people here to recover." Time. What Yue Zhong and the rest needed now was time. Without enough time to rest, those prisoners in the warehouse would be unable to recover their fighting strength, and just based on Yue Zhong and Chen Yao, they would be unable to take on Wuyanhong's army. Yue Zhong had to buy some time and obtain even more strength. Yue Zhong looked to his left and right, and ensured that there was nobody, before he lowered his head to Chen Yao's ear and whispered, "I will leave White Bones to protect you. If things get to a non-salvageable state, abandon everyone and leave by yourself." Yue Zhong was after all not a saint, he had his own motives as well. Those 200 survivors that he rescued could not be compared to Chen Yao. If he had to make the decision to sacrifice, he would not hesitate to exchange the lives of those 200 survivors for Chen Yao. I know. But, Yue Zhong, you should take White Bones with you. You alone having to deal with Wuyanhong and the rest of those animals will definitely be tiring. Chen Yao's heart filled with sweetness when she heard Yue Zhong's words, and she replied in a soft voice, "Don't you worry about me. You just have to control this town." Yue Zhong smiled, and he hopped on a motorbike and made for the closest town that Wuyanhong also controlled, Qingya County. The Qingya County was the main base of Wuyanhong, housing 50,000 survivors and 12 battalions. Also, the Special Wolf Fong Battalion consisting entirely of enhancers can be found there. The Wolf Fong Battalion was like Yue Zhong's own special combat forces. They all possessed special abilities, each of them having undergone countless battles. They possessed shocking combat prowess, and Yue Zhong did not dare say that he could take on any single one of them easily. This is gonna be tricky. Should I just charge in? Yue Zhong laid prone atop a small mountain. As he looked at the county in the distance, his brows furrowing. It was now dawn, and the entrance of the county had signs of people traveling in and out. Hence it wasn't the best time to launch a sneak attack. Without the cover of the night, Yue Zhong would find it hard to launch an attack and wipe out a battalion. Also, the county had some defensive walls that was constructed. As long as the people in the city closed the city gates, anyone who charged in would find themselves trapped. Regardless of how strong the expert may be, being surrounded by the soldiers would only spell death. Right at this time, a short man came running towards the city gates with an inhumane speed. Chasing behind that man closely was an alarming number of mutant forest lizards. Level 21 mutant beast. Mutant forest lizard. They possess a tough hide and quick speed. At the same time, their bite contains bacteria. If one gets bitten, there's a high chance of dying due to falling ill. Seeing the huge group of mutant forest lizards coming towards them, the Vietnamese were all frightened, as they couldn't help but curse and tried to escape back towards the city. Although the city walls could not defend against an assault from modern weaponry, it was extremely effective against mutant beasts and zombies. Therefore, most major powers would construct such defenses that were abandoned with the passing of centuries. They all built walls on the outskirts of their cities. One Vietnamese soldier came to the top of the city gates, and he used his gun to fire at the man who had attracted the horde of mutant forest lizards over here, intending to kill him and hopefully stop the lizard's charge. However, the man in question was extremely nimble, dodging the bullets fired at him easily, causing most of the bullets to miss by huge margins. This man must be an agility-based evolver, and he must have the danger perception ability. Yue Zhong eyed the man and managed to evaluate some information from him, as he immediately pulled out his Barrett sniper and fired a shot at the Vietnamese soldier. The enemy of his enemy was an ally, and since the Vietnamese was firing at a human, Yue Zhong felt that he had to save him. With a pong, the Vietnamese soldier's head exploded, as he fell from the city walls. Seeing their comrade dying from a headshot, the rest of the Vietnamese soldiers started to panic, as they hid behind their walls for cover. Above the wall, there were still a few other soldiers firing non-stop at the man. The man continued to increase his speed, accelerating by another 30%, as he dodged the bullets and threw 3 lizard eggs at the city gates, causing them to burst open. After which, the man swiftly zipped off into a nearby forest and disappeared without a trace in just a few moments. When those lizard eggs broke, the huge horde of mutant forest lizards were enraged, as they charged at the city entrance that was filled with many people. The soldiers above the city walls started focusing their fire on the mutant forest lizards in a frenzy, and a hot leaden hail of bullets rained onto those mutant forest lizards, creating countless bloody wounds. Unfortunately, since these mutant forest lizards were level 21, the bullets could not deal much damage to them after penetrating their outer hide. Unless it was a shot to the head, these mutant forest lizards would not die so easily. Instead, they became even more infuriated, and rushed towards the city entrance and started biting the Vietnamese people. Those Vietnamese survivors who were bitten cried out in agony, as they were chomped on by the mutant forest lizards, and even more lizards leapt and slammed their bodies down on them, pinning the soldiers to the ground. The mutant forest lizards were extremely ferocious. After charging into the city entrance, they started embarking on a killing spree within the walls. Right at this time, the city gates suddenly started to close, sealing off the entire city. Those mutant forest lizards that were halfway through the city gates were immediately vivisected in two. Above the walls, the soldiers continued to fire rapidly at the remaining mutant forest lizards, hunting them down one by one. The total number of mutant forest lizards were about 1,000, and under the hail of bullets, they began to be felled one by one. Below, no matter how they charged at the walls, there was no effect. They had to leave helplessly. When those mutant forest lizards had assaulted the city, Yue Zhong had sniped 3 of the Vietnamese soldiers, causing the soldiers to not dare stick their heads out. Not even a few moments passed after the deaths of those mutant forest lizards when a dense flock of mutant birds the size of wild chickens, all with black feathers, flew over. Half the flock flew to the city entrance and started to feast on the corpses of both the mutant forest lizards and humans, and the other half went into the city and started attacking the inhabitants of the city. Level 14 Mutant Beast. Corpse-eating sparrow. A mutant beast that chases after the scent of blood and food in flocks. Almost immediately, the sounds of concentrated firing resounded out from the city walls, as the anti-air guns started spewing bullet fire, causing a large number of the corpse-eating sparrows to be shot down from the skies. However, those machine guns could not possibly protect the entire city, and within the city, there were many survivors who were speared and pecked on the heads by the corpse-eating sparrows, dying on the spot. The soldiers who were bending down on top of the walls could not deal with those corpse-eating sparrows, as the moment they stood up, they would be sniped by Yue Zhong. After sniping another 2 members of the Vietnamese soldiers very casually, he suddenly felt an intense gaze locked on him. Looking towards the source of it, he could see a 31-year-old male bringing out 50-plus members decked in military garb, every single one of them emitting a fierce aura with killing intent looking at him. The Wolf Fang Battalion? They're indeed experts. Yue Zhong only took a look at those 50-over men, and immediately sucked in a breath of cold air, as he could feel the fearsome strength of the group. They were definitely enhancers who had gone through countless battles, and not a single one of them could be said to be weaker than his own special combat forces. In these parts of Vietnam, there were forests and swamps everywhere, hiding all sorts of mutant beasts. As long as one was willing to forge his subordinates through countless fighting with these mutant beasts, a power faction could quickly groom a few high-leveled enhancers. The only downside to this method was that, the moment one got unlucky, a huge number of elites might perish at the hands of a Type 2. Wuyan Hong had made use of this method, after paying the price of over 2,000 survivors. With this vile method, he formed this Wolf Fang battalion of not more than 100 people, each one of them above level 30. Every single Wolf Fang soldier was an expert in the forest, and had killed countless mutant beasts, their power shocking to the extreme. Chapter 318, Fighting for One's Life. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. Just as Yue Zhong caught sight of the Wolf Fang battalion, he suddenly felt an intense danger, as he immediately dodged to the side, and out of their sights. Pong! Pong! Following the sounds of 6 gunshots, 6 bullets landed on Yue Zhong's original position. These were bullets fired by the snipers of the Wolf Fang battalion hidden away from plain sight. If he had reacted just a little slower, he would have likely been shot dead. The commander of the Wolf Fang battalion, Wu Dehui, looked to his short comrade of not more than 1.5 m beside him and asked, "Chong Xian, did you manage to memorize his features? What's his background?" Chong Xian possessed an eidetic memory, and he had the active ability, God's Eyes. The moment he activated this skill within his field of vision, he could see up to a distance of 6 kilometers, even something as small as a single needle on the ground. Chong Xian nodded. "I have already memorized his features. However, he's not any of the enhancers we have encountered before." Wu Dehui ordered 7 of his subordinates. De Yang, Chong Xian, Yu Qing, Long Feng, Ma Huijia, Li Bingyan and Wang Man. "The 7 of you shall go and get rid of that sniper." These 7 soldiers were all enhancers above level 30, and every one of them had their own killing moves. Just by teaming up, they could even easily dispose of a level 40 enhancer. Furthermore, Chong Xian had the rare ability Pursuit. As long as he can remember the features, when he activated the skill, as long as the target was within a range of 5 kilometers, he could sense the existence and position of the target. Chong Xian was in charge of Pursuit, while the rest of them can focus on surrounding and killing the target. This method had ensured the deaths of over 13 strong experts who had gone against Wuyan Hong. Amongst these 13 experts, one was even a powerful evolver that was above level 40. Yes, the 7 of them responded and swiftly left the county towards Yue Zhong's direction. When Yue Zhong saw the arrival of the experts of Wolf Fang Battalion, he had immediately retreated and quickly. He was confident of sniping any single one of the experts, but the moment he was surrounded, facing a frontal assault was something he had no confidence of winning. Chong Xian's right eye flashed with a strange glow, as he looked to the distance and laughed coldly. "What an irritating bug, to run so fast!" One of the warriors, De Yang, who was 1.73 m tall and carrying a blade scar on his face, looked at the beautiful Li Bingyan beside him as he was running. She was decked in protective wear, and while her figure was petite, She had a curvy figure, voluptuous chest and sexy bottom, a healthy skin color, and her features exquisite. De Jong swallowed his saliva and laughed. Bing Yan, after killing that bug, how about you come sleep with me tonight? Recently, I'm sick of playing with those Chinese ladies. De Jong was a level 39 enhancer and was just lacking that little bit of experience to reach level 40. He was also the strongest within this small group, and hence, he could shamelessly propose such a lewd deal with this beauty that he coveted for a long time. With such a figure and looks, plus such power that placed her within the ranks of other strong enhancers of the Wolfang Battalion, not to mention the ability to protect herself, she was a rare person indeed. Li Bingyan shot De Jong a cold glance and laughed icily. If you're not afraid to lose that dirty thing of yours down there, you can come over tonight. Hearing Li Bingyan's words, De Jong shuddered involuntarily, as he laughed dryly. Just a joke? A joke! Although Li Bingyan was extremely beautiful and had a smoking hot figure, she wasn't a pushover. Previously, 2 members of the Wolfang Battalion had designs on her. One of them had his lower member cut off slowly with a knife, the other had his head violently chopped off. After these 2 incidents, beautiful Viper Li Bingyan gained a foothold within the Wolfang Battalion. Furthermore, the commander Wu Dahue was the childhood friend of Li Bingyan. With his protection, even if Li Bingyan caused some trouble, as long as it didn't anger Wu Yanhong, she would not be punished. All of a sudden, Chang Xan stopped, and his eyes flashed brightly as he said, "That damn bug has stopped. Seems like he discovered something. Everyone prepare for battle." Hearing Chang Xan's words, the 6 other members of the Wolfang Battalion grew cautious. They were well-experienced soldiers, and would naturally not underestimate Yue Zhong. What annoying fellows! Yue Zhong had climbed atop a tree, and kept his sniper rifle, his brows furrowing. Those 7 warriors who had given chase had almost entered his scope of vision when they suddenly hid in a clump of grasses, and continued moving towards him under cover. Under such circumstances, unless it was by he who was a sniper by specialization, it would be difficult to hit any of them. Yue Zhong had trained his sniping skills to be on par with those snipers from before the apocalypse, but he was also powerless to snipe the 7 experts with such circumstances. Fighting them in this jungle is really disadvantageous for me. Yue Zhong swiftly made a judgment, as he observed his left and right, before rushing towards a highway in the distance. These Vietnamese experts were after all locals, and had fought against countless mutant beasts and zombies within the forest. If Yue Zhong wanted to fight against them on their familiar turf, it was a stupid move. Chang Xian asked De Jong. That bug started moving towards the highway. Seems like he's not very confident of fighting in the forest. De Jong, shall we exterminate him before he leaves the forest? Of course. Let me personally go shoot down that inferior piece of shit. De Jong laughed coldly, before he activated his Forest Ranger transformation. With a flash of green light, De Yang's body started sprouting a layer of green leaves, covering his entire body, leaving only 2 eye slits and his nostrils that were not covered. At the same time, there were strange runes that looked to be a bow and arrow made out of green leaves etched on his body. The layer of green leaves covering De Jong continuously twisted and changed, morphing De Jong into something that looked like part of the forest. At a distance of more than 10 m, if one did not look carefully, it was almost impossible to discern his existence. After transforming into a forest ranger, not only could it boost the physical prowess of the user, it just so happened that the covering of leaves could distort the light, making it difficult for others to detect and pinpoint the position of the forest ranger. Other than De Jong, Yu Qing, Long Feng, and Ma Huijia, the remaining members had all transformed into forest rangers as well, their backs carrying huge bows, as they started moving swiftly towards Yue Zhong. *1. *2. After transforming into forest rangers, De Jong and the rest became experts at archery, and the power from their archery became even more threatening than their firearms. Therefore, they had chosen to swap out their cold weapons for sturdy bow and arrows. Li Bingyan wielded 2 black revolvers in her hands, as she moved towards Yue Zhong with her icy gaze. Wang Man was a summoner, and he activated his Summon Wolves ability, constantly conjuring wolves that chased after Yue Zhong. The Summon Wolves ability was a level 2 skill, but it was incredibly useful. Summoning one wolf only required 2 points of spirit, and maintaining the wolf for 30 minutes expended another 1 point of spirit. As long as the spirit was not exhausted, one could summon indefinitely. Wang Man had high spirit values, and in one breath, he summoned 25 wolves, which charged towards Yue Zhong from different directions. These wolves could not only drain Yue Zhong's energy through chasing, they could also detect his position, assisting the team in locating him. It was truly troublesome. Yue Zhong was running straight for the highway, when suddenly, a huge sense of crisis arose in his heart, and he immediately stopped, before exploding out with extreme speed, throwing himself towards a tree. 3 extremely sharp arrows that were made of mutant beast bones instantly arrived at Yue Zhong's earlier position. Both hit at a step forward as well and a step backwards. If Yue Zhong had reacted just slightly slower, or moved backwards more or run forwards, he would have been pierced by any one of those arrows. His reaction is truly fast. However, it's too late. De Yang saw that Yue Zhong had indeed made for the huge tree just as he expected. He laughed coldly and released his arrow. The mutant beast bone bow was stretched to its max, and a white bone arrow blasted out like a shooting star, piercing through the huge tree that Yue Zhong was hiding behind, aiming to penetrate him. By the time Yue Zhong felt the danger, it was already too late, as the fearsome bone arrow had lodged itself above his abdomen, sending him flying forwards for a few meters, as he slumped to the ground. Done! De Yang's eyes flashed coldly, as he thought to himself quietly. This arrow was called Sundering Arrow, and was a skill that he created himself as a forest ranger. Generally, it was reserved as his ultimate killing technique. Just like Yue Zhong's Devil Flame Sword and Devil Flame Spear, the Sundering Arrow possessed immense power, and could not be used consecutively. However, the moment it was used, it was extremely powerful. Previously, the level 40 Evolver had met his death with this arrow as well. After transforming into a forest ranger, only Wu Yinhong and Wu Dehui were De Yang's opponents. Facing a simple enhancer while he was still cautious, he had subconsciously viewed Yue Zhong with contempt. De Yang relaxed his guard, while Yu Qing, Long Feng and Ma Huijia did not. As they raised their bows and aimed at Yue Zhong, they wanted to turn his body into a sieve. Only then would they relax. Yue Zhong suddenly opened his eyes wide, as he wielded his .05 submachine gun and fired wildly at the direction of Yu Qing, Long Feng and Ma Huijia's position. With the cover of their forest ranger transformation skill, Yue Zhong had difficulty pinpointing their exact location, but his abundant combat experience enabled him to discern their rough position. *1 Tien. It's morphin time. *2 Ulamog. Go Forest Rangers. Mighty Morphin Forest Rangers. Chapter 319 Rain of Bullets. Translated by Kuan. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. Under the dense rain of bullets, Yu Qing, Long Feng, Ma Huijia swiftly retreated to behind a tree and dodged the attack from Yue Zhong. Damn bastards! So hard to deal with. Yue Zhong felt a coppery sweetness arise in his throat, as he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The arrow from De Yang earlier had been truly powerful, and exceeded Yue Zhong's expectations, injuring him. In fact, if it wasn't for the Type 2 mutant black scaled boar's hide, Yue Zhong might have been pierced and nailed to the ground. Yue Zhong had not the time to take a breath when a flurry of strange arrows shot towards him from different directions, forcing him to evade with his maximum speed, without any time to catch his breath. Each time Yue Zhong looked towards the direction where the arrows were shot from, all he could see were green leaves, long wild grass, and he had no way of discerning the bodies of the 4 forest rangers. If this continues, I'll be played to death by these fuckers. Yue Zhong activated his shadow steps and began to zip about within the forest. However, the 4 forest rangers followed him closely behind, continuously fired arrows and forcing his hand to the extreme, while wearing down his spirit and stamina. It was the first time that Yue Zhong was actually forced to this extent by 7 other experts. There were only trees and grass everywhere within the forest. Of course, this severely impaired his combat ability. He simply could not accurately fire his weapons. On top of that, these Vietnamese experts had transformed into forest rangers, taking to the forest like turtle to water. Everything added up to become more and more unfavorable for Yue Zhong. At this time, within the forest, there were 25 wolves coming right for Yue Zhong. The wolves were for providing assistance and letting the 4 forest ranger enhancers know where Yue Zhong was. Since the forest is your terrain, watch me simply raze it to the ground. Yue Zhong looked at the 25 wolves charging at him, and with fury in his eyes, he activated his Devil Flame ability. 2 dancing balls of devil flame arose in his hands, and he flung them on a tree, making it start burning furiously. Yue Zhong kept running around, letting his devil flames burn, as he threw them towards the trees and grass around him. The goal was to cause everything to start burning. As it was late autumn, the autumn winds were dry, and the trees and wild grass burned up easily. Very soon, the entire forest started to crackle with fire. Yue Zhong glanced at the roaring flames and activated the hurricane ability from his necklace. A huge hurricane appeared and sucked up huge amounts of devil flame as it formed and began blowing and moving towards the 4 forest rangers. Ah! A blood-chilling scream of supreme agony sounded through the forest. The expert closest to Yue Zhong was Yu Qing, and he was immediately consumed by the flaming hurricane. Deep within it, you could still see his silhouette as bits of his body ignited and burned off into ash. Enduring this pain was beyond human means, and he let out another anguished cry. Yue Zhong raised his stinger and fired a single shot. With a bang, Yu Qing's brains were blasted out into the flame winds, and his lifeless corpse fell to the ground limply. Within the relentless forest fire that he had started, the wolves summoned by Wang Man were all trapped by flames and swallowed up, turning into ashes. Indeed, they wholly disappeared from the world. Damn pyromaniac bastard! Does he want to destroy the whole forest? De Yong let out a furious curse as he retreated from the devil flames explosively. *1. Fires in the autumn weather were the hardest to put out. The moment it flared up, well, the entire forest would most likely be burnt and destroyed. There were various life forms within the forest, including mutant beasts that could become meat, and wild vegetables, small animals, and many worms. To the Vietnamese, the entire forest was a treasure trove. Allowing Yue Zhong to destroy it all made De Yong extremely miserable. Yue Zhong continued dodging attacks, and within the flames, his body could be seen moving constantly with the devil flame covering him. He had no fear of the flames that he created, and would not be affected by the destructive properties of it. He charged towards the surroundings of the forest, causing large patches to flare up as he ran through them. The forests were impeding his battle ability. If he could cause them to be destroyed, then he would have an easier time facing De Yong and the rest of the experts. Kill him! We cannot let him destroy our forest! De Yong let out a furious roar as he stared at Yue Zhong. Pushing his spirit to its extreme, he pulled his huge bone bow back and released another sundering arrow at Yue Zhong. Right when De Yong had set his sights on Yue Zhong already felt the immense sense of danger from behind. He exerted all his strength and flipped at a backward sideways angle, twisting his body to shoot to one side. The sundering arrow brushed past Yue Zhong's left shoulder, tearing a small hole in that incredibly tough black-scaled boar hide. This indicated, shockingly enough, that the power output of that sundering arrow by De Yong exceeded even that of a 25mm rocket. The fearsome sundering arrow shot through a huge tree, before finally lodging itself halfway into a second tree before stopping. As enhancers and evolvers leveled up, they would continuously improve and enhance their skills. Their basic power and strength was also not weaker than most modern weaponry. There were some enhancers who didn't even need to use any modern weapons to overcome people who used them. That side. After Yue Zhong dodged that damned lethal arrow, his right hand raised towards the general direction of De Yong, and he conjured a devil flamestorm that shot towards De Yang's location. De Yong had also felt the intense danger. After he shot that arrow to no effect, he immediately leapt, like an agile monkey, landing on top of another tree. After transforming into forest rangers, they became the masters of the forest, and possessed all sorts of strange abilities. One of the cons, though, was that they possessed weak defense, and could not protect against even normal bullets, unlike the werewolf transformation. The terrifying devil flame storm landed on thin air, but the fearsome flames caused that entire patch of forest to start burning up, as billowing smoke rose to the skies, enveloping the entire area with poisonous fumes. Cough, cough. Under that blanket of poisonous fumes, the three forest rangers could not stop coughing. Even tears were coming out of their eyes. It was the first time that they had come across such a fearsome enemy, specifically one that was able to burn the entire forest. Just as the entire forest was crackling merrily with flame, Yue Zhong suddenly rushed towards the highway. Give chase. Don't let him escape. De Yong shouted out furiously as he flashed forward, routing around the burning patches of forest to chase after Yue Zhong. Long Feng and Ma Huijia also followed under the cover of the forest, chasing Yue Zhong. When Yue Zhong had ran for 50 m towards the highway, he suddenly turned back, laughed coldly, and activated his Devil Flame ability again. He conjured two extremely terrifying Devil Flame storms, shooting them towards the parts of the forest that were not yet burning. With that blow, the remaining parts of the forest were entirely blanketed by flames and started burning furiously. De Yong, Long Feng, and Ma Jiahui could not dodge in time and were caught in that instant combustion of flames. However, as Yue Zhong had controlled his devil flame to envelop the forest, there was no way they could be burnt instantly. Go to hell! Yue Zhong's gaze was cold as he pulled out his stinger and aimed it at De Yong, who was the closest to the edge of the flames. His silhouette could be seen quite clearly. No! De Yang's eyes were filled with unprecedented fear as he wailed loudly. With a pong, De Yang's brains were blasted to smithereens. The enhancer that was considered one of the top 6 experts within the Wolfang battalion was killed just like that by Yue Zhong. After disposing of De Yong, Yue Zhong aimed at Long Feng and fired another shot. Without any suspense, Long Feng's brains were similarly blasted, and his lifeless body slumped to the ground. Just as Yue Zhong wanted to take care of the remaining Ma Huijia, a sense of danger suddenly arose in his heart as he leapt backwards. Pong! Pong! 2 gunshots rang out, and 2 bullets came shooting by where Yue Zhong's head was just a second ago. Yue Zhong refocused his sight and discovered Li Bingyan rushing towards him like a specter, her hands holding revolvers and firing at him as she was rushing forwards. Li Bingyan was extremely well-versed in close combat. Her gaze frosted over as she fired her revolvers without stop, her shooting angles extremely strange, forcing Yue Zhong to continuously retreat, and he dodged behind a huge tree to evade her shots. Right when Li Bingyan was about to come near, Yue Zhong suddenly shot out from between 2 trees like a cheetah, waving his huge 2 m long black tooth blade. He slashed out towards Li Bingyan without a shred of mercy. If his blow landed, Li Bingyan would face a fate which did not include her lower body. Li Bingyan's eyes flashed with a strange glint as she laughed coldly. That tight body suddenly arched backwards as though she had no bones in her waist, dodging his terrifying slash, before rolling to a side and jumping back towards Yue Zhong like a leopard, her hands clawing at Yue Zhong's throat. Yue Zhong threw his blade to the side at the first notice, and his left fist punched forward explosively at her. Li Bingyan caught Yue Zhong's fist agilely, locking his left fist, then swinging him with all her strength, throwing this man with twice her body weight towards a huge rock. *2. Li Bingyan's speed and technique was incredibly scary. As she forcefully swung Yue Zhong towards that huge rock, the tremendous impact traveled throughout his body, shaking his internal organs as he spat out another mouthful of fresh blood. Li Bingyan shot forward like an arrow, her right hand waving, and in it, a dagger appeared, before she slashed towards Yue Zhong's throat without mercy. Yue Zhong's throat was after all not protected. The moment she slashed it, he would definitely die. Yue Zhong was an experienced combatant though. His eyes showed a furious gleam, and a flash of light appeared in midair, as White Bones stepped out and stood in front of him. Li Bingyan's blade slashed onto White Bones' ribs before it was deflected off. Chapter 320, Unexpected. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. White Bones immediately shot out his 2 bone blades and slashed towards Li Bingyan. Li Bingyan again displayed her flexibility as she twisted at an incredible angle, dodging the slash of those 2 bone blades. Yue Zhong heaved a sigh of relief as he activated his Art of Fear and a huge, terrifying spirit attack weighed down on Li Bingyan. As long as it wasn't an spirit-based evolved or transformed enhancer or summoner-focused enhancer, the Art of Fear ability could totally decimate any enhancer without a high enough spirit stat due to Yue Zhong's own spirit stat. In that instant, Li Bingyan was enveloped by just such a terrifying spirit attack, as all sorts of torture images and scenarios played out in her head, attempting to drive her insane. Li Bingyan was considered a strong person with incredible willpower, and she had plenty of equipment that boosted her spirit attribute. Considering this, she was not like a normal person without any defense against the Art of Fear ability. She bit down harshly on her own lips, splitting them and spilling blood, making use of her own pain to regain her senses. Right when she woke up from the fearsome illusion, Yue Zhong had already activated his bone-encompassing armor and stepped in front of her, sending his right fist covered with bone studs explosively towards her abdomen. By this time, Li Bingyan had no way of dodging that blow, as her abdomen was bent slightly in by about 5 centimeters. Yue Zhong's right fist had landed harshly on Li Bingyan's abdomen, and his 60-plus points of strength exploded without mercy. Li Bingyan immediately flew backwards, spraying blood from her mouth, knocked into a tree with a huge impact, and slumped to the ground powerlessly. If it was a contest of close-quarters combat, Yue Zhong could not hope to defeat Li Bingyan. However, to the Yue Zhong who was infinitely closer to level 50 and had all sorts of abilities and ultimate moves, he completely dominated Li Bingyan, not giving her a chance to even respond. Yue Zhong glared coldly at Li Bingyan, pointed at her, and 2 bone spears shot out from his finger, penetrating her shoulders and completely shattering her rotator cuffs in her arms. Ah! My arms! My arms! Li Bingyan let out an anguished shriek as her arms flopped by her side, her lithe and sexy body squirming and struggling as tears rolled down from her eyes. Yue Zhong eyed Li Bingyan struggling in pain as he pointed and shot a bone spear near her throat. As long as he swung, he could instantly slash the throat of this beauty from the Wolf Fong Battalion. Stand! From now on, you're my captive. Of course, if you wish to die, I don't mind sending you on your way. Li Bingyan gritted her teeth as she stared at Yue Zhong with intense hatred before she slowly stood up. She did not want to die even if she was humiliated in his hands. As long as there was a chance, she could get a chance for revenge. Amongst the Vietnamese, there were many who understood Chinese as well, and Li Bingyan was one of them. Yue Zhong did not look at Li Bingyan for a moment longer. Instead, he casted his gaze towards a patch of forest still untouched by the blazing flames, and his eyes were full of caution as he said, "Friend, have you seen enough? If you're still not going to come out, I'm going to treat you as an enemy. My treatment of my enemies includes the usage of guns and heavy firepower to wipe them out. Free of charge, of course." Yue Zhong grinned. There was a bit of rustling of the tree branches as a 1.7 m tall man decked in a camouflaged uniform appeared. He was clean-shaven with a bright, clear gaze, aged about 27 to 28. He stepped out, revealing a smile as his hands held the head of a Vietnamese soldier. "Friend, don't be nervous. I'm not Vietnamese, in fact, I'm Chinese. We share the same enemy. Who knows, we might even become good friends. This guy here is called Chang Xian. He possessed the pursuit ability, and a number of our brothers have died because of this beast's ability. This time, it was thanks to you attracting the attention of the rest. That's how I managed to kill him." This Zhang Chang was the enhancer that had attracted the swarm of mutant forest lizards to the Tooth County. As he smiled at Yue Zhong, he threw the head of Chang Xian that was mangled and smeared with blood to the ground for inspection. Chang Xian's own combat ability wasn't high. His main ability, God's Eye, was an ability extremely hard to deal with. Based on this, he was even more troublesome than De Yang. Zhang Chang flashed a laughing smile at Yue Zhong, while his bright gaze traveled to Yue Zhong's bone-encompassing armor. On inspection of the armor, his own muscles tensed up, immersing himself in the optimal condition to fight or flee should the need arise. "I'm Zhang Chang. I'm from the Chinese Association. This brother must be Chinese as well. How should I address you?" Yue Zhong eyed Zhang Chang, asking without batting an eyelid, "How do you know if I'm Chinese?" Amongst the Vietnamese, there are many who understand Chinese. Zhang Chong replied mildly. Nguyen Hong is pretty caring of his fellow Vietnamese. Most of the Vietnamese experts around these parts have joined him. Those who possess the ability to kill his Wolf Fang warriors can only be us Chinese that he refers to as pigs and dogs. I'm called Yue Zhong. Chinese indeed. You want one? Yue Zhong observed Zhang Chong carefully, before deactivating his bone-encompassing armor with a thought, and taking out 2 can type 2 meat. He threw one to Zhang Chong. Before opening his own and sitting on a huge stone, he tarted wolfing down the meat. Zhang Chong observed Yue Zhong a while, before taking a careful look at the can of type 2 meat. Seeing no holes or seal damage, he chuckled good-naturedly, and also opened it to take a bite. The moment he savored that meat, his eyes brightened up, as he praised, "Type 2 mutant beast meat. Good stuff." Zhang Chong wolfed down a few more bites, before directly extending an olive branch to Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong, moving solo to take down Nguyen Hong is definitely impossible. Why don't you join our Chinese association? Let's join hands to deal with that monster. How about it? Humans who worked alone were always at a disadvantage. Even someone as strong as Yue Zhong, when dealing with the entire Wolf Fang battalion, he would almost definitely be forced to retreat. He could not fight them head-on. If Nguyen Hong deployed his entire army, Yue Zhong could at most cause some harassment, and if he wasn't careful, he might end up dying. Yue Zhong did not reply immediately. Instead, he asked, "Who is in the Chinese Association?" The Chinese Association wasn't some secretive group anyway. Zhang Chong quickly highlighted some of the main information about the association to Yue Zhong. Nguyen Hong hated the Chinese to the core. As long as he caught any Chinese, they would be used as slaves, undergoing all sorts of torment and torture, often worked till their deaths. Under his tyrannical rule, many Chinese were forced to work until they were helpless, and hence started to rebel. These people created the Chinese Association to go against Nguyen Hong. Other than the Chinese Association, there were the Freemasons, Green Triad, Tiger Triad, Leopard Triad, Big Blade Triad, etc. All sorts of Chinese gangs. The biggest one was the Chinese Association. However, as these individual groups were not that powerful, plus they weren't as united, they could not possibly match up against Nguyen Hong's Great Vietnam Empire. They could only continuously carry out harassing activities, though in some of the operations, their own experts had been killed by the members of the Wolf Fang battalion. This time, Zhang Chong had actually witnessed Yue Zhong killing the entire team by himself, and he had hence proposed that he join. It must be clear that these 7 members of De Yang's team were not easily killed. 3 evolvers of the Chinese Association had actually been killed by these 7 enhancers. Yue Zhong could single-handedly deal with them. It could be seen that he was truly fearsome. Yue Zhong just said a sentence in an indifferent voice. "If I were to join the Chinese Association, can I become the leader?" Zhang Chong laughed awkwardly. "No, but Yue Zhong, based on your strength, as long as you obtain enough merit, in 2 years' time, becoming the vice leader is not an issue." After all, to them, it wasn't some period of where strength rules, and the one who could fight the best would become the leader. Even if Yue Zhong was strong, if he joined the Chinese Association, he couldn't possibly become the leader in one step. *1. Yue Zhong shook his head. "Then forget it. I'm not interested in becoming someone else's underling. Let's just form an alliance." Zhang Chong sighed. Most Chinese did indeed abide by the saying, "One would rather be a chicken's head than a cow's behind." Those gangs like the Freemasons, Green Triad, so on and forth, every one of them had a leader that was an enhancer above level 15, and they were not weak in combat. However, they were all unwilling to join the Chinese Association, and had only agreed to an alliance. Furthermore, within those smaller gangs, there would be infighting almost every day, and a grand battle would be staged every few days. Zhang Chong stole a glance at the captive Li Bingyan, and a heat could be seen in his eyes as he asked Yue Zhong, "How do you plan on dealing with this Wolfgang battalion beauty? Why don't you give her to the Chinese Association? We can give you 20 AKs and 2,000 bullets." Yue Zhong's eyes brightened, as he looked carefully at Li Bingyan, and started to think. Li Bingyan saw Yue Zhong's calculating look and her skin crawled, as she immediately used fluent Chinese to speak to Yue Zhong. "Yue Zhong, let me go. As long as you're willing to let me go, I'm willing to give you 50 tons of rations, 20 AKs, and 4,000 bullets to exchange for me. Yue Zhong laughed and suggested to Zheng Chong, Zheng Chong, do me a favor. Let your guys go and approach the Wolf Fang battalion for a trade. Get them to send 300 tons of food in exchange for this beautiful snake Li Bingyan. As your compensation, you guys get 30 tons of rations. How's that? Zheng Chong thought for a while, and knew that there wouldn't be any loss for the Chinese Association. Therefore he nodded and agreed, fine. In this post-apocalyptic world, any faction would not turn down food. 30 tons was not a small amount after all. Just by putting in a little effort, they could get such a sum. The Chinese Association would definitely not have any issues. The Wolf Fang Battalion commander Wu Dahui instantly exploded out with anger upon receiving a military report. What? De Yang's team was annihilated and Bing Yan was captured? Chapter 321, Seeking Instructions. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. The soldier that was in charge of reporting the intel was trembling and broke out in cold sweat as he faced the pressure emitted from Wu Dahui's body. And he panted as he continued to speak. Yes. That person also wanted to pass a message saying that we have to take out 300 tons of rations to exchange for Li Bingyan. Wu Dahui's face turned steely as he grabbed the soldier tightly and asked, who was this guy who killed De Yang and the rest? De Yang was after all one of the top 10 experts amongst this group of experts in the Wolf Fang Battalion. This small team had every single type of utility available. These included close combat, ranged combat, pursuit, and summons. Even powerful evolvers had died at their hands. Yet somehow this elite team was actually wiped out by this single person called Yue Zhong, and Wu Dahui could not believe it. The soldier immediately replied, the person who killed them all was a Chinese man. His name is Yue Zhong. Wu Dahui's gaze turned cold as he emitted out a killing intent. Yue Zhong, go back and tell them, I will take out 300 tons of food to exchange for Li Bingyan. Tell Yue Zhong, if he dares to hurt even a single hair on her, I will not let him go. Yes, the soldier affirmed and quickly dismissed himself. A tan dwarf with a height not even 1.4 m stepped out. With a frown, as asked Wu Dahui, Dahui, are you really going to exchange 300 tons of rations for Li Bingyan? This dwarf was called Li Yuanda, and he was an agility-based evolver. He was also the vice-commander of the Wolf Fang Battalion, as his combat prowess was second only to Wu Dahui. With his fearsome technique and speed, he had once single-handedly wiped out an entire line of soldiers who were fully equipped. Amongst the Wolf Fang Battalion, his views were treated with respect as well, and his teamwork and cooperation with Wu Dahui was extremely tight. Wu Dahui's face broke into a cold grin. Of course not. I want to use the 300 tons of rations as bait and thoroughly mess with that Chinese pig Yue Zhong. I will turn his bones into dust. As they say, the same type of men flock around a leader of their own hearts. Wu Yanhong's racism against China and her people was extremely apparently, and he exclusively viewed the Chinese as slaves. Wu Dahui and the rest of his subordinates were likewise, and didn't view the Chinese as people but rather something closer to a subhuman. It was almost like the Germany of World War II. Hearing Wu Dahui's words, Li Yuanda did not speak up anymore. He just wanted to kill people. As long as Wu Dahui did not go against his few principles, he would not interfere with Wu Dahui's actions. It was because of this these two had such a great working relationship and did not have any conflict because of power. Not long after, huge trucks drove out of Tooth County, and they were packed filled with rations as they drove towards the mountaintop that Yue Zhong had designated. 300 tons of food was after all not a small sum, and the fleet of trucks had to travel slowly for a few hours before arriving at the summit. Wu Dahui deployed troops to block off the mountaintop, and swiftly arranged for the warriors of the Wolf Fang Battalion to get in position at different key points on the mountain. At the same time, there were 2 assault helicopters hiding within the forest, preparing to take off at any moment and commence an assault on Yue Zhong. Wu Dahui did not dare underestimate this Yue Zhong that could decimate his elite team, and though this type of strong character could not possibly take on Wu Yanhong's army, when it came to guerrilla warfare it could cause problems for the Great Vietnam Empire. The Wolf Fang Battalion had killed a number of experts who had gone against Wu Yanhong, But these experts had given them a fair bit of trouble. Over 100 soldiers had died at the hands of these experts. These opposing experts had also caused quite the delay for some of his troops. As time passed, the important Yue Zhong still had not appeared. Damn that Yue Zhong! What the fuck does he want? After 3 hours, Wu Dahui was starting to feel impatient. His brows furrowing, and he cursed out loud. "Commander!" Right at this time, a soldier ran forward from a small road, as he reported. Yue Zhong had sent someone over. He said since we have set up traps and ambushes, we don't have sincerity. He wants us to move everything to Bamboo Peak now. Wu Dahui's expression was steely, as the fear towards Yue Zhong increased by another fold. Was it seen through by him? He sure is cunning. Another soldier asked, "Commander, what now?" Wu Dahui pondered a while. This small hiccup was also within his calculations, and he gave an order. "Let's go along with his wishes for now. Bring everything to Bamboo Peak. This time, none of you follow." "Yes," the soldier replied with respect. "As long as you're still greedy for this 300 tons of food of mine, you will not be able to escape from my clutches." Wu Dahui thought fiercely in his heart. Out of these 300 tons of rations, mostly were real rations, but there were 30 boxes which hid the experts of the Wolfang Battalion. As long as Yue Zhong sent someone to retrieve the 300 tons of rations, the experts in the boxes could then slaughter their way out, and with the support of the 2 assault helicopters, they would be enough to take down even an entire battalion of untrained soldiers. The Vietnamese soldiers abided by Wu Dahui's orders and moved the 300 tons of rations to Bamboo Peak, wasting another few hours in the process. "Commander, Yue Zhong wants us to send the rations to the lizard forest." After the entourage had arrived at Bamboo Peak and waited for an hour, a soldier came running to Wu Dahui and reported, "Fucking Yue Zhong! You dare to mess around with me! Once I catch you, I'll make you die a slow and horrible death." Wu Dahui's face was twitching with anger, and he lashed out on a huge tree. With a hong, his punch caused the tree to be split apart. He now knew Yue Zhong had no intentions of dealing with him in the first place. Otherwise he wouldn't play him around like this. Wu Dahui gritted his teeth with his ashen expression and said, "Let's go back." Under Wu Dahui's command, the warriors of the Wolfang Battalion and the rest of the Vietnamese soldiers went back amidst their exhaustion. At this time, Yue Zhong had actually brought Li Bingyan along with him as they went towards the direction of the small town that was the living quarters of the vanguard team. He had already accomplished his objective of observing the situation in Tooth County for a day, and he had to return back to organize a retreat and leave the town. Yue Zhong could only cause a little disturbance for the troops of Wien Hong, as he was not able to face the entire army. As long as the Wolfang Battalion set out against Yue Zhong, they could easily wipe out Yue Zhong's current troops. Li Bingyan stared at Yue Zhong heatedly and said, "You're untrustworthy. Didn't you promise that as long as there was 300 tons of rations, you would let me go? Didn't our men bring the 300 tons of food for you? Why didn't you deal with them and then let me go?" Yue Zhong had not gone to the designated exchange points, and this had infuriated Li Bingyan. She was clear that the moment Yue Zhong stepped into the exchange location, it would only be death for him. She had held on to that hope, but her hopes were dashed because of Yue Zhong's actions. Yue Zhong eyed the angry Li Bingyan and coldly retorted, "Shut up! It's your Wolfang Battalion that cannot be trusted. They actually set up an ambush, and hence caused the deal to fall through. Don't blame it on me." From their ready agreement, Yue Zhong knew there wasn't a chance for the negotiations to go through. 300 tons, it wasn't a small sum after all. Furthermore, if their positions were swapped, if Yue Zhong were in Wu Dahui's shoes, he would also think of ways to get rid of that greedy bandit. Li Bingyan stared at Yue Zhong with hate, before lowering her head, with a humble expression. Her heart was, however, filled with thoughts of killing Yue Zhong countless times. After Yue Zhong brought Li Bingyan into the town, he saw the Chinese, Caucasians, and African survivors all had recovered a little of their health, as their hands held weapons, patrolling the town, instilling fear in the Vietnamese survivors. Throughout the streets, there was not a soul in sight. Instead, there were some sandbags, barbed wires, and a few soldiers. Seeing Yue Zhong walking over, those gun-wielding soldiers all saluted Yue Zhong. as their eyes filled with reverence and gratitude. This man in front of them had actually saved them from their captivity and given them food, health, and their dignity. His actions allowed them to live once more as humans, and not like pigs or dogs. This caused them to be deeply thankful to Yue Zhong. One of the Chinese soldiers with a huge burn scar mark on his face that gave him a ferocious appearance came up and saluted Yue Zhong with idolization and gratitude in his eyes. He spoke, saying, "Boss Yue, Miss Chun Shui's over there. Please come with me." Those 200-plus non-Vietnamese had led lives that were worse than pigs and dogs, and every one of them carried scars to show for it. Not many were unblemished. "What's your name?" Yue Zhong walked along with the soldier as he asked. "I'm Pan Jin Yong," the soldier swiftly replied. Yue Zhong lightly smiled. "Are you willing to be my personal guard?" Pan Jin Yong's expression would become even more ferocious at the mention of the Vietnamese, and he spoke with killing intent. "Of course I'm willing, but boss Yue, I want to be on the front lines to kill those Vietnamese dogs even more." Those bullshit professors who talked about retribution when the time comes and revenge would not solve anything were simply talking. They did not suffer any form of harm, and could naturally engage in debate and theoretical talks. If their daughters or wives had been raped or hurt, if they could still maintain their calm and forgive the perpetrators, then that would be more convincing. *1. Yue Zhong had rescued these 200 people from the clutches of the Vietnamese, and it was normal for them to be filled with hatred for the Vietnamese. They could not wait to kill those who had caused them such suffering. Hearing Pan Jin Yong's words, Li Bingyan frowned. She was after all Vietnamese, and hearing everyone scolding the Vietnamese as dogs, she was naturally unhappy. Yue Zhong patted Pan Jin Yong's shoulders, and didn't force it. "Then fine. Focus on recovering first. In the future, kill more enemies." Chapter 322, Suspicion. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. "Who are you?" Right as Pan Jin Yong brought Yue Zhong before the town government building, for women wielding guns blocked their way and barked out coldly. Pan Jin Yong stepped forward to declare, "This is Boss Yue. He's the man who saved us last night. He's Miss Chun Yao's boyfriend." These female survivors had been saved by Chun Yao personally and did not see Yue Zhong. "Many thanks, Boss Yue, for saving us." The four gun-wielding women looked at Yue Zhong, tears of gratitude welling up in their eyes, as they all got down on the floor and expressed their thanks with a huge bow. If Yue Zhong had not taken action, they would have been tormented to death without a shred of dignity. Yue Zhong sighed lightly. "Get up. It's what I should do." The women stood up only then. Yue Zhong allowed Pan Jin Yong to lead him into the building. Out of the four women, 2 were assigned to follow Yue Zhong, just in case he turned out to be a fraud and had bad intentions towards Chun Yao. "Yue Zhong, you're back." In that office, Chun Yao was currently assigning responsibilities and duties to some female survivors. The moment she saw Yue Zhong, she squealed out in delight. Chun Yao had been under stress having to get things in order. In this town, the number of Vietnamese numbered above 2,600. The total non-Vietnamese were about 400. Most of these 400 had also been tortured and tormented, their bodies and health having suffered, and required time to recuperate. If the 2,000-plus Vietnamese decided to revolt, wanting to put down the rebellion with only the 400 weak non-Vietnamese would be difficult. Other than that, Chun Yao had to be constantly worried about the potential threat of Wei Hong's troops. In the forests, the mutant beasts could attack at any time. The distribution of the food amongst the survivors. All were matters weighing on her mind. Being the temporary leader, Chun Yao discovered that she had to consider so many issues within a short space of time. She finally understood the difficulties of Yue Zhong, who had to shoulder so many things all along. Seeing Chun Yao's pleased expression, the women in the room all took a deep look at Yue Zhong, committing the features of this man who saved them into their memory, before exiting the room tactfully. Yue Zhong lightly smiled and walked to the sofa beside Chun Yao and sat while praising her. "Chun Yao, good job. Seems like the entire town is under your control. Not anybody could just make use of a small force to subdue an entire town." Chun Yao had managed to do so without a big fuss. It showed how capable she was. Chun Yao looked to Yue Zhong and smiled sweetly, as she sat beside him and narrated how she went about doing things. After Yue Zhong left, Chun Yao had swiftly allocated all those survivors who could move and fight to control the important channels within the town. At the same time, after rounding the women who were treated like playthings by the Vietnamese soldiers, she distributed weapons to them. Although they were deemed as playthings by the enemy, they could at the very least eat decently, and while their bodies were weak, they had enough strength for combat. With the 200-plus female survivors wielding weapons and patrolling in town, the Vietnamese survivors were kept in check. Chun Yao had also imposed martial law, executing anyone who walked on the street, and all the Vietnamese survivors were forced to remain within their own homes, preventing them from engaging in any events. After employing various measures, Chun Yao could then consider herself to have fully tightened the control over this small town. This was after all northern Vietnam, where the Sino-Vietnam War had only occurred 30 years prior. Even still, many of the people here were still filled with hatred against the Chinese. In this area, being Chinese, the moment Chun Yao slipped up, she would face the wrath of these Vietnamese. At the time when Vietnam had fought against France and America in the Vietnam War, China had tightened their belts and sent war aid of over 20 billion yuan worth of supplies, volunteers who had helped in combat, and improved the relationships between the officers and fighters. It was all forgotten. Of course, the southern part of Vietnam, which was not as affected by the war, had different sentiments. The Vietnamese there were still on fairly friendly terms with the Chinese. After a day's rest, those who consumed the Type 2 meat had started to recover a huge part of their health, and could engage in low-intensity combat should the need arise. Of course, based on their current constitution, it was too much to hope for them to fight out a prolonged battle. Chun Yao's beautiful eyes flashed with anxiety, as she stared fixedly at Yue Zhong. "What do we do now, Yue Zhong?" The situation did not bode well for them. Not only were they in unfamiliar territory, they were in the northern Vietnam area, where people viewed the Chinese with enmity. This made it particularly difficult for them to rally troops that they could trust. On top of that, many of the survivors would not be able to accept Yue Zhong's leadership as he was Chinese. Last but not least, their current position was too close to Yue Zhong's Tooth County. The distance apart was not even 60 kilometers. As long as the opponent sent 3 battalions, they could easily wipe out Yue Zhong's group. Yue Zhong replied in a heavy voice, "Quickly organize everyone. We're retreating towards Lang Sun City. They could only take it step by step from here. After all, the direction to Lang Sun was fraught with forests that were filled with ferocious mutant beasts, as well as various towns overrun by zombies. The remainder were all within Yue Zhong's control. If Yue Zhong were to try challenge Yue Zhong's troops based on his current force, it was basically seeking death." Chun Yao frowned and said, "Yue Zhong, there are over 2,000 Vietnamese here. If we just retreat like that to Lang Sun, won't there be a problem? The mutant beasts will be attracted to them on the way. The migration of 2,000 plus people would definitely be a source of attraction for the mutant beasts with acute sense of smell." At that time, when Yue Zhong had arranged for the 100,000 survivors of Sy County to move to Ning County, they could only follow the highway, as before the apocalypse, there weren't any huge wild beasts in those areas. This way, there wouldn't be any large mutant beasts there after the apocalypse. At the same time, they had the protection of the army, and even then, during the migration, there were still cases of waves of mutant beasts launching assaults on the migrating group. Vietnam had so many forests, and the number of mutant beasts were shockingly high. If this group of 2,000 people were to migrate, the attacks of the mutant beasts were bound to happen. Yue Zhong's eyes flashed with a strange gaze, as he said without batting an eyelid, "No cause for concern. Let's proceed." Chun Yao frowned, as she looked at Yue Zhong. In her mind, she knew him to be someone who did care for innocent survivors. However, she was intelligent enough to understand what Yue Zhong did not say. It was hard to tell if those Vietnamese survivors were friends or enemies, and may possibly be the ones to stab a knife in their back. Under those circumstances, even if they all died, Yue Zhong would not possibly be heartbroken. Yue Zhong would definitely not leave 2,000 survivors to Yue Zhong, because they would become his workers and soldiers. Chun Yao thought of those Chinese women who were treated like dogs by the Vietnamese, and she gritted her teeth. "Then I'll go and organize the moving now." Right then, A scary explosion resounded from outside. At the same time, there were angry shouts and gunfire broke out. "Quick, follow me!" Yue Zhong's face changed, and he swiftly rushed out the door. Chen Yao also followed tightly behind Yue Zhong and ran out from the building. When Yue Zhong and Chen Yao had just exited the building, a few rockets landed on it, and following the terrifying explosion, the entire building was blasted apart. Chen Yao turned her head to look at the wreckage, her face pale. If it wasn't for Yue Zhong, she might have perished within that rubble. Yue Zhong lifted his head, only to see two assault helicopters in the air. The two assault helicopters were firing wildly, displaying their position as the tyrant of the skies, causing a huge number of buildings to be destroyed, burying the survivors within as well. With the different types of inflammatory bullets that was fired, the entire town was soon engulfed in a sea of fire. A large number of Vietnamese survivors came running out of their houses, wailing loudly before being shredded by the hail of gunfire. Those soldiers under Yue Zhong were firing their guns continuously. There were some who even tried to fire a rocket at the assault helicopters. It was just that the assault helicopters weren't staying stationary or waiting for the rockets to hit them. Other than those with special abilities or evolvers like Yue Zhong, or agility-focused enhancers, normal people would find it hard to shoot down those assault helicopters with the rocket launchers. As for the normal bullets, they just deflected off the thick armor of the assault helicopters. The two assault helicopters only had to spray their line of fire towards those soldiers firing at them, and would be able to annihilate Yue Zhong's troops entirely. The two helicopters remained hovering in the air, exuding the aura of death and fear of an oppressive tyrant, as they looked and aimed at Yue Zhong's troops. Damn it! Yue Zhong eyed the two assault helicopters and his eyes flashed with coldness as he activated his devil flame. The devil flame appeared in his hands and was condensed into a devil flame spear. With all his strength, he threw the devil flame spear under the guidance of his spirit to penetrate one of the assault helicopters. The devil flame instantly combusted. The terrifying flame roared within the body of the assault helicopter, causing it to burst into flames, turning it into a huge fireball as it descended rapidly to the ground and crashed. The other assault helicopter saw that its companion had fallen, and it swiftly rose up, flying towards higher ground. As long as they flew to the clouds, Yue Zhong would not be able to handle them without any flying machines or modern weaponry. Chapter 323. Shocked. You're too slow. Yue Zhong's eyes flashed with a hint of cold fury as the devil flame danced in his right hand. He condensed into another devil flame spear, and he used all his strength to throw it at the escaping helicopter. In a flash, the spear penetrated the helicopter. With a huge hong sound, the devil flame combusted and caused the remaining helicopter to explode in a ball of fire as well, before crashing towards the ground. Too strong. What strength! The troops that were standing beside Yue Zhong, be it female or male, had eyes filled with endless respect. Yue Zhong had used his own strength to take down two assault helicopters, which they couldn't believe was a feat that could be accomplished by a human. Damn bastard! He has already caught up. Yue Zhong had no joy on his face even though he destroyed the two assault helicopters. The two assault helicopters that were deployed by Wuyan Hong had instantly decimated a number of Yue Zhong's troops, and amongst the central force of 400 people, over 50 had died. Over 400 Vietnamese survivors were killed amongst the 2,000-plus survivors as well. An additional 400-plus had seized the opportunity during the chaos to run, and their whereabouts were unknown. Many vehicles had been destroyed by the two assault helicopters. On top of that, a vehicle loaded with over 30 tons of rations had also been burnt, turning the food contained inside to cinders. Evacuate! Yue Zhong looked at the burning town and the corpses littered on the ground, as he gritted his teeth and barked out the order. He could only commit this atrocity to heart and wreak vengeance in the future. After all, he couldn't do anything if he were to face Wuyan Hong directly with his current strength. Under Yue Zhong's orders, the remaining 1,000+ survivors were led by the 300 soldiers who were still weak as they went towards the direction of Nabu town. A few of the vehicles that were not destroyed were filled to the brim with the items that could be brought along and followed the human group from behind. By this time, it was already evening, and night was about to fall. Still, Yue Zhong had no choice but to order the group to continue moving. This was because the town of the vanguard troops was really too close to Wei Hong's troops. Staying there would just mean certain death. In the dark, the advance of the troops had slowed to a crawl. Organizing a movement in the dark was easy to lose some troops if they were not careful, and especially since they're in the midst of the forest that was filled with mutant beasts, it was a dangerous operation. In the dark, pairs of green eyes lit up as they stared down at the group of delicious prey. Without hesitation, they embarked on a ferocious assault. Level 23 Mutant Beast. Mutant Leopard Cat. It is an agile night hunter. Careful! There are enemies. Yue Zhong had always kept his guard up, and the moment those ferocious mutant leopard cats with bodies like cheetahs and strange runes covering their bodies appeared, he had already shouted his warning. White Bones immediately charged forward into the midst of the mutant leopard cats, waving his iconic white bone axe about, at the same time, protruding small bone blades from its body. This combo of attacks ended up instantly decimating the mutant leopard cats that pounced towards it. Yue Zhong had already taken out his heavy machine gun and was firing wildly at the mutant leopard cats that somehow, numbered in the 100s. Under the heavy barrage of firepower, those pouncing leopard cats found themselves being suppressed. The strength of the machine gun bullets were extremely lethal, and they, being low-level mutant beasts, were not mutated enough to deal with these bullets. The leader of the defense troop Gong Tao had fired a flare into the skies the moment the attack started, and had shouted loudly, "Fire! Kill those damn beasts!" The 300-plus soldiers started firing their guns at the mutant leopard cats. However, as they had not gone through much target practice prior, their shots mostly missed. There were even a few who received the recoil badly on their shoulders, causing their guns to drop to the floor. Thankfully, with just the efforts of Yue Zhong and White Bones, they managed to kill a large number of the mutant leopard cats. Under the flare, Chun Yao had also seen clearly the mutant leopard cats, as she immediately activated her plant manipulation ability. She attacked while making use of 6 vines to slaughter those mutant cats that survived the onslaught of Yue Zhong and White Bones. The coordination between the 3 of them was so smooth that it allowed them to kill a large number of the mutant leopard cats, but as the total numbers were above 300, there were quite a few who managed to charge into the midst of the Vietnamese survivors, as they slaughtered those survivors mercilessly. The Vietnamese survivors were plunged into chaos. Those who were within the areas of attack quickly escaped toward various directions, wailing as they ran. Those extremely agile leopard cats pounced forward and swiftly bit the throats of many of those escaping survivors, gorging on them. As for those who had their wits about them, they ran towards the direction of Yue Zhong, Chun Yao, and Gong Tao. Only by being near these experts could they have a chance to live on. As Yue Zhong made use of his heavy machine guns to kill a large number of the leopard cats, he then pointed to those who were chasing the Vietnamese survivors, as dozens of devil flame balls were conjured out of thin air and shot towards those leopard cats. The dozens of devil flame balls exploded atop the heads of those leopard cats, directly killing a few of them. After decimating those leopard cats, he quickly pulled out his stinger and shot at the remaining leopard cats continuously. Each time he fired a bullet, he could cause the head of a leopard cat to explode. The heavy machine gun was the best weapon against a huge mob, and the stinger was most effective against single targets. Under the night enhancement, Yue Zhong agility had already surpassed normal humans by 10 times, and his stinger kept firing, as he changed out bullets, every single movement of his fluid and precise. His shots rang out accurately and ferociously without stop, killing the leopard cats one by one. On the other side, White Bones was also killing with a speed that was slightly higher than Yue Zhong. Both of them combined had slaughtered over half of the original group of mutant leopard cats. Congratulations on achieving level 50. You have gained 2 attribute points to be allocated, as well as a skill enhancement point. Due to the possession of Heart of Darkness, your Devil Flame skill can be enhanced to +4. With it, its strength will be enhanced even further, and the power of the Type 2 Devil Flame will also increase exponentially. After Yue Zhong had just used a stinger to kill off a leopard cat, the sweet notification sound resounded in his ears. He had gained a level. His mind thinking fast, he only chose to allocate the 2 attribute points to agility, and did not immediately enhance his devil flame to +4. With the combined ferocious attacks of Yue Zhong and White Bones, the remaining leopard cats were finally scared off, as they left 200 corpses, before escaping into the distance. Continue moving. Yue Zhong looked at the retreating group of leopard cats, before heaving a sigh of relief, and collecting the items dropped by the mutant leopard cats, and then ordering for the journey to continue. This wasn't the place to stay for long, and the fur of the mutant leopard cats were good materials for protective vests. Even though they could not defend against bullets, they could be useful in protection against the claws of normal zombies. But Yue Zhong wasn't willing to stay too long here. The mutant leopard cats were considered smaller mutant beasts. If a Type 2 or Type 3 was to appear, then this entire group of survivors would only be facing certain death. After the assault of the leopard cats, all the survivors became aware of the dangers of the nighttime journey. They quickly picked up their speed as they continued on their journey in the darkness. Not long after the group continued on their way, a Type 2 mutant leopard cat with the body of a liger and the majestic aura of a king stepped out from the forest. It sniffed the scent in the air, before shooting towards the direction of Yue Zhong and his men. The Type 2 mutant leopard cat activated its maximum speed as it gave chase from behind, and the normal survivors could only feel the strong gust of wind blowing past, not even catching sight of the appearance of the Type 2 mutant leopard cat. Like the flash of a lightning, the Type 2 mutant leopard cat had reached Yue Zhong's back, and noiselessly extended its lethal hooked claws towards Yue Zhong's neck. Only when the Type 2 mutant leopard cat extended its claws did Yue Zhong feel the danger from his danger perception ability, and at the first instance he activated his shadow steps, lowering his body and dodging towards the side. White Bones, who was by Yue Zhong's side, had also discovered the Type 2 mutant leopard cat as it swung its axe ferociously towards it. The speed of the Type 2 mutant leopard cat was truly astonishing, even after activating his shadow steps. Yue Zhong did not manage to fully escape from its claws, receiving a huge slash on his shoulders, and the Type 2 mutant black-scaled boar hide was actually torn through by the Type 2 mutant leopard cat easily. Yue Zhong's shoulder also received a deep wound, when the leopard cat actually clawed out a huge chunk of his flesh and blood. Level 60 mutant beast. Type 2 mutant leopard cat. The tyrant of the forest. The Type 2 mutant leopard cat had no innate abilities. Its strength could not compare with those huge mutant beasts, nor could its defenses match those of the Type 2 mutant black-scaled boar or Type 2 mutant snapping turtle. Like turtle, its fur could only withstand against the bullets of a normal heavy machine gun, but not the explosive power of rockets. However, it possessed an incredible speed that was terrifying, nearing the extent of a Type 3 beast, and its sharp claws, as well as a superior fighting instinct, therefore making it the top killer within the forest. White Bones' axe was extremely fast. Even an agility-based evolver would be hacked in two at such a close distance. However, the Type 2 mutant leopard cat just nimbly twisted its body, evading the blow of the axe, before its four limbs stretched on the ground, and pushed off with great strength, crashing into White Bones' body, knocking it backwards for a few dozen meters. Chapter 324. Type 2 Mutant Leopard Cat. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. Yue Zhong rolled to the side, and swiftly leapt back to his feet, pulling out his trusty PF-98 that had worked against many Type 2 mutant beasts. Although it had only 9 rounds left, at this crucial point in time he couldn't care less. Yue Zhong had just aimed at the Type 2 leopard cat, when it used its 4 limbs to push itself off the ground, disappearing from Yue Zhong's aim like a ghost. This Type 2 leopard cat was not like other Type 2 mutant beasts which had huge bodies. Although it didn't have the power and defense that came with the size, its speed on the other hand was extremely terrifying. The moment the Type 2 leopard cat disappeared, it appeared to Yue Zhong's right, its eyes filled with a cold and cruel tint, as it swiped its claws towards Yue Zhong's neck. As long as it found its aim, Yue Zhong's head would be slashed away. Yue Zhong threw the PF-98 to one side while waving across his ring, and the 2M long black tooth blade appeared in his hand. He only had time to bring it in front of him to defend, and the huge cat paw struck the blade. The moment the claws met the blade, a huge force reverbed throughout the sword, causing the black tooth blade to tremble uncontrollably. Yue Zhong had forcefully blocked this attack, but had been sent flying a few meters backwards. Although the Type 2 leopard cat was not as strong as the other behemoth Type 2s, its strength still exceeded Yue Zhong, who wasn't a strength-based evolver. The moment Yue Zhong was sent flying, the Type 2 leopard cat had sprung forward like a bolt of lightning. Its vapor-like movement made it appear in front of Yue Zhong, once more stretching out its huge claws to swipe at him. Yue Zhong took a deep breath, activating his gravity manipulation, as a 100 gene suddenly weighed down on the Type 2 leopard cat. With the pressure of the 100 gene, the Type 2 leopard cat found its speed greatly reduced, and while Yue Zhong, who had activated his shadow steps, accordingly was still far from matching it, he was not as helpless as he was at the beginning of the fight. Different skills could create different results for different situations. Yue Zhong's gravity manipulation was low-level, and could only exhibit its effectiveness on a non-strength type mutant beast like the leopard cat. If it was a Type 2 black-scaled boar, then the 100 gene weight would not even feel like anything to the beast. Yue Zhong could now catch the speed of the Type 2 leopard cat, and his eyes flashed with ferocity. The black-toothed blade in his hands turned into a flash as it slashed towards the mutant beast, intending to cleave it in two. This Type 2 leopard cat had truly given Yue Zhong a dangerous sense of pressure. The speed it exhibited was precisely the perfect counter to Yue Zhong's chosen path of enhancement. His main killing blow, the PF-98, could do nothing to the speed of this Type 2 leopard cat. Using the PF-98 was just a meaningless way to die. The Type 2 leopard cat agilely twisted its body, evading the blow from the black-toothed blade, before it curled up slightly, and sprung out explosively towards Yue Zhong, knocking him to the ground. When it had knocked Yue Zhong to the ground, it opened its huge jaws to chomp down towards Yue Zhong's neck. At this critical juncture, Yue Zhong's left hand raised up to defend his neck, and the Type 2 leopard cat bit down harshly, its sharp teeth penetrating through the Type 2 mutant black-scaled boar hide, crushing the bones in Yue Zhong's left hand. "Bind it, Chun Yao!" Yue Zhong hollered amidst the excruciating pain he was feeling. In response, vines suddenly shot out from the ground and coiled around the limbs of the Type 2 leopard cat like snakes, pulling down tightly and dragging it forcefully away from Yue Zhong's body. Chun Yao had already risen to level 23, and not only was she an evolver, her plant manipulation ability was risen to level 3. Her control over her vines had improved, plus the vines themselves had grown a lot sturdier. It was definitely enough to contend with this non-strength-based Type 2 mutant beast. Yue Zhong rolled towards this direction, because he had seen Chun Yao's vines being controlled here. When the Type 2 leopard cat found its limbs entangled, it started struggling furiously, and the 4 vines were being tested to their limits, seemingly about to break any time. Yue Zhong eyed the Type 2 leopard cat that was bound tightly, and immediately activated his body-encompassing armor, and white bones turned into a bone carapace that covered his entire body. His left hand that was mangled by the leopard cat could only form an exoskeleton with white bones carapace. "Stinky cat, you have bitten off more than you can chew. Now it's my turn." Yue Zhong glared at the Type 2 leopard cat, and his eyes showed a cold hate, before jumping onto the cat's head. As he landed, immediately his fist started pummeling the head of the Type 2 leopard cat. His 60-plus strength exploded out, beating the Type 2 leopard cat senseless. Yue Zhong punched out with all his strength, his fists raining down on the head, causing the brain to suffer the whiplash from the force until it started hemorrhaging. Yue Zhong's strength that was far greater than a normal person could not do much to a huge Type 2 mutant beast with a thick hide and huge body mass, but to the Type 2 leopard cat that was agility-focused, it had an immense potential to maim and kill. The Type 2 leopard cat continued to struggle violently, each time pulling the vines tautly. On the other side, Chun Yao's eyes were bloodshot. She had expended her spirit to maintain the strength of the vines, and to prevent them from breaking. Without the support from her spirit, the vines would have snapped long ago. Yue Zhong's fists collided with the head of the Type 2 leopard cat constantly. After bashing it multiple times did the leopard cat finally slump limply to the ground. Yue Zhong then heaved a sigh of relief, and allocated the precious skill point to the tamer technique, causing it to reach +2. Increasing the number of life forms he could tame to 3. Yue Zhong then focused the tamer technique onto the Type 2 leopard cat that was beaten senseless by him, as a green light shot in between the brows of the leopard cat and started to condense into a rune. Upon completion, it entered the body of the Type 2 leopard cat. The gaze of the Type 2 leopard cat immediately turned fierce, and the condensing rune dissipated. Yue Zhong's first attempt at taming this beast was a failure. Damn bastard! Yue Zhong roared out angrily as he pummeled the head of the Type 2 leopard cat with his right fist mercilessly, and lashing out with dozens of blows, causing the Type 2 leopard cat to throw up blood again, become dispirited. Yue Zhong saw that the Type 2 leopard cat threw up blood again, and once more activated his tamer technique, as the green light once again shot in between the brows of the Type 2 leopard cat, and condensed into a rune as it entered its body. Only this time, there was no further resistance from the Type 2 leopard cat, and the rune was fully absorbed into its body. When the tamer technique rune entered the body of the Type 2 leopard cat, Yue Zhong felt the connection established between them. Yue Zhong heaved a sigh of relief and called out to Chen Yao, "Chen Yao, you can release it now." Chen Yao then deactivated her plant manipulation ability, and the 4 vines swiftly disappeared. She panted, and her back was drenched in sweat, while looking at Yue Zhong, her heart filled with worry and fear. If Yue Zhong had been killed by that Type 2 leopard cat earlier, the entire group would have lost their will. Chen Yao shuddered to think of her fate in such treacherous terrains. Although Chen Yao had successfully become an evolver in this post-apocalyptic world, the strong were as many as the clouds. Even Yue Zhong did not dare to say he was an invincible existence, more so for herself. She did not have the confidence to even handle a single warrior of Wu Yanhong's troops. The moment she was captured, she would live a life worse than death. After the Type 2 leopard cat was released from its binding, it approached Yue Zhong docilely, as it nuzzled Yue Zhong, giving an air of playfulness. "Your speed is so fast. Let's call you Lightning then." Yue Zhong pulled out a Type 2 forest venomous snake's nuclei and fed it to the Type 2 leopard cat he just tamed as he said, *1. Lightning stuck out its tongue and gobbled up the offered nuclei, before crunching it, and its huge eyes squinted comfortably, licking Yue Zhong constantly. The flesh and blood of high-leveled evolvers, zombies, mutant beasts, and even the nuclei of some mutant beasts were all nourishments that helped evolution for mutant beasts. Amongst them, the nuclei was one of the preferred food of the mutant beasts, as swallowing them could help boost the evolution process. "Let's go!" Yue Zhong called out to the entire fleet that had stopped moving. Under Yue Zhong's orders, the fleet that had come to a stop resumed its journey towards Nabu town. With Lightning's protection, there were no more attacks from any mutant beasts along the way. Finally, daylight shone and they reached the zombie-infested Nabu town. When Yue Zhong reached Nabu town, he took out a small bottle of juice that was squeezed from the snake birth fruit and gave it to Gong Tao, saying, "Gong Tao, drink this. After you consume it, you will gain a huge power." "Yes, boss you." Gong Tao eyed the bottle without hesitation. He downed the whole bottle in a single gulp. Even if Yue Zhong did not have good intentions, he would not retaliate. Furthermore, he trusted Yue Zhong deeply, because Yue Zhong had rescued him and his brothers from the depths of hell. After Gong Tao drank the snake birth fruit juice, he was soon besieged by that raging force, his entire body turning feverish, and his eyes went dark as he slumped to the floor. *2. Squad leader. Gong Tao's brothers immediately knelt down to support Gong Tao, as they looked to Yue Zhong worriedly, hoping to get an explanation. Chapter 325, Gratitude. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. He will run a fever for a day. After that, he will possess a new power. During this period, you must take good care of him. Yue Zhong just spoke this sentence, before beckoning to Pan Jinyong. Yue Zhong directly gave the level 3 skill, Forest Ranger Transformation, to him and said, "I'm handing you this skill book. Make good use of it to kill the enemies." Pan Jinyong received the skill book and replied excitedly, "Many thanks, boss you. I will definitely kill the enemies. I won't let you down." Level 3 skill books were extremely rare, and if Pan Jinyong could utilize the skill book properly, he could become a strong enhancer. Yue Zhong was currently in a foreign land, and the number of people he could make use of was really too small. Hence, he could only give away a precious snake birth fruit as well as a level 3 skill book to these soldiers whom he had yet to know well enough. At the very least, they could start to form the basis of his establishment here, and increasing his might here was also a good thing. Yue Zhong patted Pan Jingyong's shoulders, before taking huge strides with white bones to the entrance of Nabu Town. At this time, at the entrance of Nabu Town, Lightning had gathered with 100 of its companions. As a Type 2, Lightning possessed the ability to lead the other members of the same species. These mutant leopard cats were its subordinates. Greenie and Turtle both have the same type of ability. Only Greenie was a lone warrior and did not like to gather with other of its kind. Hence it was hard for to randomly summon a few fellows. As for Turtle, while there were no low-level similar members of its species, it could subdue the other Type 2 mutant types and control their underlings through them. Yue Zhong patted Lightning and pointed to the small town. "We'll have to trouble you, Lightning. Rid the town of all the zombies." Lightning nuzzled Yue Zhong for a moment, before letting out a low growl to the group of leopard cats. With Lightning's command, the 100 mutant leopard cats shot towards the town like arrows. As they ran, they could be seen pouncing on any zombie they came across. These mutant leopard cats were the result of a life form that adapted to the onset of the apocalypse virus. Therefore, the infection from the zombies was unable to hurt these mutant leopard cats. It was also the strongest advantage they had against the zombies. Many mutant beasts preyed on the zombies. As long as there wasn't a Z-type controlling an entire horde, the normal zombies could only become the food for mutant beasts. When the mutant leopard cats charged into the town, they embarked on a slaughter. If it was in the past, after eating enough zombies, they would leave the town. However, this time, under their boss Lightning's orders, these mutant leopard cats slashed about without stopping, decapitating countless zombies. Lightning also charged into the town, casually slaughtering any zombies it came across. Be it an L2 or S2, there were no zombies that could escape from its claws. In just an entire morning, the 2,000 or more zombies in Nabu Town had been totally wiped out by Lightning and its little brothers. Yue Zhong saw Lightning elegantly walking out of Nabu Town and gave the order to the survivors, "Enter the town." Under Chun Yao's organization, the 1,000 plus survivors trickled slowly into the town. Fan Tongxian strolled about in Nabu Town. Along the way, he saw the countless corpses of the zombies, and he felt his heart shook. What a terrifying man! The zombies were just cleared so easily by him. He truly is amazing. Wuyan Tong had followed along the side of the soldiers and felt immense shock when he saw the situation of the town. At that time, when he was told to wait outside the small town, he did not escape. On one hand, as a traitor, he would not be let off by the cruel Wuyan Hong, and if he escaped to the forest, based on his abilities, he would most likely die. In fact, he harbored some hope with Yue Zhong. What he didn't expect was that not only did Yue Zhong single-handedly take down the entire vanguard town, he even brought over 1,000 survivors out with him to enter Nabu Town, and even then he still ended up annihilating the zombie horde within Nabu Town with ease. He made the decision to follow Yue Zhong. After entering Nabu Town, the corpses of the zombies were gathered and burnt. The different storehouses within the town were opened and obtained when Chun Yao assigned some duties to different people. The Vietnamese survivors were all given a bowl of thick gruel, before being herded into different bungalows and kept under watch. These Vietnamese survivors were not a dependable existence, as they could revolt at any time. After settling the accommodation of the Vietnamese survivors, the soldiers comprising of the Chinese, blacks and Caucasians finally got a chance to rest. When the soldiers got into their assigned rooms, they laid on the bed and fell into deep sleep straight away like pigs. They were still weak, had undergone a rough night of operations, and almost could not handle it anymore. If an expert was to sneak into the camp now, just one person was enough to assassinate these soldiers in their sleep. Yue Zhong had faced battle after battle as well, and was feeling exhausted. After ordering White Bones to guard the door, he laid on the bed and fell into deep slumber. He was after all not like the strange creatures from the God and Devil system. Even though he possessed power now, he was still immortal. After countless intense battles, he would feel tired all the same. On the other side, Wuyan Hong's response had been pretty quick as well. On the morning of the second day, he had deployed 2 battalions of soldiers from Tooth County to set off for the vanguard camp. Hong had long since gotten information on Yue Zhong's sneak attack on the vanguard team from those Vietnamese soldiers who ran. They were extremely clear that 2 battalions led by 20 members of the Wolf Fang Battalion would be more than enough to decimate Yue Zhong's force. Following a huge explosion, the 2 battalions that were marching lost 2 of their men, while another 3 sustained heavy injuries. "There are landmines. Everyone be careful." After that shout, all the soldiers became cautious, and they stopped moving. Hong had only set up this army of the Great Empire of Vietnam recently, and amongst them, while there were actual Vietnamese soldiers, the majority of them were normal survivors who joined in. They did not have much experience dealing with other humans, especially the unforeseeable threats such as landmines. The 3 soldiers that were blasted with heavy injuries moaned out in agony, severely undermining the morale of the troops. In this post-apocalyptic world, it wasn't just China that lacked medical resources. Even Vietnam had its struggles as well. These casualties would only be put out of their misery, as Hong would not waste precious rations to take care of those soldiers that had become handicapped. "Engineers, go scout for the mines. Engineers, go scout for the mines," a Vietnamese commander ordered out loudly with a steely expression. A staff officer replied meekly, "Commander, we don't have the necessary expertise and equipment." In fact, there were some experienced engineers and proper equipment within the army of the Great Empire of Vietnam. However, they were all old soldiers, and were part of Hong's personal battalion. The rest of the battalions lacked the necessary expertise. Furthermore, their aim was to battle against the mutant beasts of the forests and zombies in towns, not facing against other humans with modern warfare. Furthermore, in their own home ground, they didn't expect that there would be landmines at all. This was a point that they neglected. "Damn it! What do we do now?" The commander's expression turned ugly as he lashed out. He had thought that this operation to attack Yue Zhong's forces was going to be an easy one, and they could casually quell any resistance from them. After all, when Yue Zhong had fought his way in the vanguard town, there was no one here to protect it. Never did he imagine that they would be stopped by a single landmine. The staff officer hesitated, as the safest method they could muster was to turn back and deploy some landmine engineers, as they help to clear the landmines, before the entire troop can proceed carefully. However, he was not sure if the suggestion would be acceptable to the commander, who seemed ready to explode himself. Another staff officer frowned and quipped in, "Why don't we find some wild beasts to open the way for us?" Making use of animals to set off landmines was also a common tactic. On top of that, there were other demolition methods, profession landmine-resistant vehicles, and engineers who could clear them. The commander cursed out loud. "Fuck! Under these kind of conditions, where are you going to find beasts?" Using animals to clear the landmines was in fact a good idea. It was just that it was a post-apocalyptic time now. Wild beasts such as cows and horses were hard to find. Even if they were found, they were rare and precious sources of meat. They could not be squandered on such a mission just to clear the way. As each staff officer chipped in with their ideas, the commander turned them all down. In the end, the 2 battalion commanders discussed and decided to send someone back to request aid, asking for a team of engineers to come help clear the mines. When the team of engineers came, they immediately began demoning the place. What made the commander's blood boil was that Yue Zhong did not actually plant many landmines in a cluster, but at the same time he had placed countless other booby traps, which severely impeded the advance of the troops. By the time the 2 battalions arrived at the small town, night had fallen. In the town, there were countless buildings and corpses that were blasted by rockets. Before Yue Zhong left, he had even set the entire town ablaze, turning it into a ghost town. This made the 2 battalion commanders extremely furious. As they did not know which direction Yue Zhong had led his people to, the 2 battalions could only spend the night within the town. With the previous encounters serving as a lesson, the soldiers of the 2 battalions did not dare slack off in their duties. Even at night, there were patrols to prevent the possibility of Yue Zhong launching a night raid. As he had escaped in time, Yue Zhong could have been considered to buy precious time for his troops, and avoided being annihilated by the army of the Great Empire of Vietnam. Chapter 326, Evolver. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Alamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. This is what it's like to be an evolver. I've become an evolver. After one whole day, Gontao had regained consciousness, and the moment he awoke, he could feel the earth-shattering change that had happened to his body. He had directly become an agility-based evolver from a normal human in just one day, and at the same time, he gained comprehension in a level 3 agility skill. Enhance agility. Under the various enhancements of agility, Gontao already had a 30-point bonus to his base agility attribute. Even though he was only at level 1 enhancement, it could be seen how huge the change was. Captain, you're awake. Captain, how are you? Boss, you said you would become an evolver. How is it? Did you become one? Right now, in the room, it was filled with Gontao's subordinates and a few other Chinese survivors. They all knew that Gontao could possibly become an evolver under Yue Zhong's help, and would gain a fearsome strength. Therefore, they had come to observe. Gontao replied excitedly, "That's right. I've become an evolver." During the post-apocalypse, enhancers and evolvers all possessed miraculous abilities. Their strength that surpassed normal humans was not a secret, and everyone wished to become a powerful enhancer or evolver. Amongst them, the natural talent and enhancements of an evolver far surpassed that of an enhancer. Upon hearing that Gontao had become an evolver, many present were envious and jealous. One of the soldiers, called Su Liangchen, said, "Captain, let's have a spar." Su Liangchen was one of the best grapplers in their defense force. In the past, Gontao could not overcome Su Liangchen at all. Gontao's expression was full of eagerness and excitement as he replied, "Sure." Under the encirclement of the audience, they quickly came to the open grounds. Many of the soldiers were attracted to the spar between Gontao and Su Liangchen, and had gathered over. "Here I come." After the two of them had gotten in position, Su Liangchen let out a grunt, and charged towards Gontao like a ferocious tiger. So slow. Gontao looked at Su Liangchen and a thought appeared in his mind, as he slightly maneuvered his body and kicked out at the opponent's calf. The attack caused Su Liangchen to fall to the ground. He then casually applied his weight on Su Liangchen's back and locked his right shoulder. As long as he applied a little pressure, he could easily dislocate his right shoulder. Gontao's actions were extremely swift and surpassed what Su Liangchen could follow. He had no way to react and was easily overcome by Gontao. If it was in the battlefield, Su Liangchen would have been killed just like that. So strong. This is an evolver's strength? It's too powerful. When the surrounding soldiers saw Gontao subduing Su Liangchen with ease, their hearts were filled with excitement, adrenaline, and a little envy. Since Yue Zhong possessed the means to change someone into an evolver, they were filled with excitement and hope that they themselves could become an evolver as well. "Gontao, boss Yue's looking for you." Right at this time, the audience parted, as a soldier came running up to Gontao. Gontao forcefully kept his excitement in check as he left with the soldier. Soon after, other than Gontao, Pan Jinyong and 25 other warriors who had recovered their strength quickly left Nabu Town with Yue Zhong. Led by the locals Fan Tongxian, Huyen Tong, and 6 other Vietnamese warriors, they entered the Forest of Death. In Nabu Town, those old soldiers were currently training up the 300 soldiers that Yue Zhong had gathered. Without strict military training and battle, the new soldiers would not amount to anything. The rest of the Vietnamese survivors were organized by Chen Yao and assigned to work on the hide of the mutant forest venomous snakes. After becoming workers, these Vietnamese survivors were allowed to eat their fill, and the decent treatment made them feel slightly more satisfied as they did their job diligently. As Huyen Hong did not have much rations, adding to the fact that most grain seeds were mutated, and the rest could not develop. Under those circumstances, the large majority of the Vietnamese survivors could only rely on gruel to survive. If they wanted to eat their fill, they had to rely on themselves. After entering the Forest of Death, they soon encountered a rustling within the tall grasses, as a few mutant jungle lizards jumped out and charged at Yue Zhong's group. The number wasn't considered high, there were only 7 of them, but every single one of them was vicious, and their speed quite fast. "Gontao, Pan Jinyong, take care of them." Yue Zhong looked at those 7 mutant jungle lizards and gave a command to Gong Tao and Pan Jinyong. By this time, Gong Tao was decked out in a god and devil system protective covering that Yue Zhong had retrieved from the corpse of De Yang. With these clothes, his speed reached 40 points, becoming faster than the average human by 3 to 4 times. He held the black-tooth blade that Yue Zhong lent him, as he shot forward like an arrow, and swung the blade down on the body of one of the mutant jungle lizards. The sharp 2m long blade easily dissected the mutant jungle lizard in two, and with that one-hit kill, Gong Tao gained a huge orb of experience, instantly achieving level 3. Gong Tao excitedly swung the blade back and turned into a flash as he went for another mutant jungle lizard, reaching level 7. On the other side, Pan Jinyong had transformed into a forest ranger. His hands wielded a dark magic blade as he engaged the mutant jungle lizards in close combat. After transformation, his senses were enhanced and his stats increased. He swiftly took care of the 2 mutant jungle lizards, also becoming level 7 with only a moment's work. White Bones raised its hands, as 3 bone blades shot out from its arm, tearing into the limbs of the remaining 3 mutant jungle lizards. With Yue Zhong's instructions, 3 of the normal soldiers wielding chopping wood knives stepped up and expended some energy to kill the 3 mutant jungle lizards, and also gained some enhancements. However, as it wasn't by their own singular efforts, the EXP was split and they only managed to gain 1 level each. They could not compare to Gong Tao and Pan Jinyong, who had reached level 7 in one shot. Yue Zhong led the small platoon of soldiers as they patrolled about the edge of the forest, hunting down all sorts of mutant beasts, pushing them to become stronger and raising their overall strength. As the Forest of Death had too many huge mutant beasts within its depths, Yue Zhong did not dare venture in too far. Every single Type 2 mutant beast was a terrifying existence, and if he wasn't careful, he could cause this small platoon to be wiped out. Yue Zhong led this team of warriors and fought continuously within the Forest of Death for a grueling 7 days. After 7 days of constant battles, the 31-member team lost 2 of their members. As for the rest, they had risen to above level 10 and gained some measure of strength. The ones who experienced the most growth were the Evolver Gong Tao and Pan Jinyong, who possessed the Forest Ranger transformation skill. Gong Tao had risen to level 26, while Pan Jinyong had become a level 21 enhancer. After becoming an agility-based evolver, Gong Tao possessed more potential than the rest. Furthermore, with the equipment Yue Zhong prepared for him, slaughtering ordinary mutant beasts was easy for him. In addition, Gong Tao was from the military and had received proper military training, and hence he wasn't weak in the first place. That was why he could grow so fast. Evolvers grew faster than ordinary enhancers amidst battles. After raising this team of experts, Yue Zhong could be considered to have an additional trump card. A force consisting of 29 warriors of above level 10 was not to be underestimated. Of course, when compared to Yue Zhong's own Special Combat Force or Wuyan Hong's Wolfang Battalion, they were still far off. Amongst the team, those who could contend with the Wolfang Battalion would at most be the agility-based Evolver Gong Tao, the Forest Ranger transformation, possessing Pan Jinyong, and Chun Yao with her plant manipulation. After 7 days, Yue Zhong led this small team out of the Forest of Death. In order to quickly raise the strength of all of them, they had to venture deeper into the Forest of Death, where the more ferocious beasts reside. In that place, even Yue Zhong had no confidence of protecting everyone. After all, a Type 2 mutant beast was no joke, and they didn't possess enough heavy firepower. The moment they exited the forest and re-entered Nabu Town, Gong Tao and the rest fell straight asleep when they reached their beds. While the 7 days of intensive training had strengthened them a lot, it was extremely exhausting for both body and mind. Was there any activity from Wuyan Hong's side? When Yue Zhong went back, the first thing he did was to find Chun Yao to clarify on matters. Wuyan Hong and his troops were considered Yue Zhong's primary concern right now, as the power they held was too strong. If they were not careful, Yue Zhong and his team might be wiped out easily. Chun Yao's brows lifted slightly, as she swiftly replied, Wuyan Hong's troops don't seem to be making any moves towards us at this moment. The 2 battalions that he had stationed at the Vanguard town have already retreated back towards Tooth County. Intel was perhaps the most important aspect for any power. When Yue Zhong had left to train the small team, Chun Yao had immediately selected 4 soldiers to survey at the front lines. That was how she obtained this precious information. Those soldiers were also fighters and possessed a little skill. Even if they met some low-level mutant beasts, if they could not defeat them, they could at least escape. Those with a little bit of survival skills would be considered stronger than normal humans. With this in mind, Chun Yao had selected for such soldiers to conduct reconnaissance. Yue Zhong pondered a while, as his brows furrowed. Wuyanhong must be up to something big. After destroying an entire battalion, and having stolen 1,000+ people as well as goods, if Wuyanhong could even tolerate this, there must be something else that required his attention. That was why he had to recall his troops to protect Tooth County. Chapter 327, Making Necessary Arrangements. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. Yue Zhong conducted a series of arrangements after that. He deployed Gong Tao and Pan Jinyong to lead small teams of non-Vietnamese soldiers to sweep towards the direction of Guangxi, clearing the zombies that they came across. On one hand, they were to search for survivors and resources. On the other hand, they could train to become strong. Currently, this small team under Yue Zhong could handle their own against any one battalion of Wuyanhong's. Although they wouldn't be defeated, the gap between the prowess of the two sides was still large. Yue Zhong had to make use of killing zombies to strengthen this team. Only through constant battle would the team grow to become indispensable and independent. What Yue Zhong lacked most was time. The immense pressure made it hard for him to focus on establishing his roots and training the troops properly. After all, this was Vietnam. He had little to lose here, and had not much capital. If he wasn't careful, he could be easily annihilated by Wuyanhong. Under the combined efforts of the Vietnamese survivors, pieces of protective covering made from the hides of the mutant forest venomous snakes were produced and worn by the soldiers. The aesthetics was not much, but to these soldiers, these hide coverings were essential to their survival, and no one gave a hoot about the look of the hides. When the protective hides finished production, Chun Yao gathered the Vietnamese survivors and assigned work for defenses and constructions to be carried out. Under the supervision of the soldiers, outposts and secret places of firepower started to take form. Yue Zhong wasn't too sure himself if these constructions were going to be handy. But what else could they do to keep from letting the Vietnamese survivors idle around and give birth to dangerous thoughts? He chose to play it safe to prevent any chaos from happening. Therefore, he chose to make use of them to construct defenses. After he passed on some crucial objectives of development for Chun Yao to handle, Yue Zhong made White Bones stay on to protect Chun Yao, while he left towards Tooth County on his own. He had to create some hindrance to Wuyanhong's plans. The inspection is pretty strict. Seems like it's going to be hard to sneak in. Yue Zhong quickly came to a hilltop near Tooth County as he observed the ongoings of the town, his brows furrowing. Currently, at the entrance of Tooth County, there were 16 soldiers stationed. They were checking every person and vehicle that was entering the town. Near the county itself, there were a few ponds, forests, marshes and areas where wild vegetables grew abundantly. As well, worms and aquatic life thrived there. As long as one wasn't afraid of being eaten by a mutant beast, it was possible to obtain huge amounts of food in those places. However, there were many smart people around. Some enhancers who could directly make use of their strength would organize a party of normal survivors to go pick the wild vegetables and fish, while they were in charge of facing any arriving mutant beasts. This was how countless hunting groups were formed. Just as Yue Zhong was pondering on how to enter Tooth County, he noticed a fleet of armored vehicles exiting from Tooth County, moving towards the direction of the main road into the distance. There's some activity. Yue Zhong's eyes brightened as he leapt onto Lightning's back, pointing to the fleet of vehicles and spoke lightly, "Follow them!" Upon receiving Yue Zhong's orders, Lightning swiftly made its way towards the forest, with Yue Zhong on its back. They were closely followed by a pack of over 100 mutant leopard cat underlings. The large fleet soon came to a camp. In front of the camp there was a small town, and at the moment there were gunshots ringing from within the town. At the same time, there were various artillery pointed towards the small town, raining terror on the buildings, causing them to be blasted. The entire town was engulfed in dancing flames, yet the residents of the town did not seem to be giving up. Instead, they were retaliating with even more ferocity. The gunfire only ceased temporarily when the artillery was raining their rounds. The moment the artillery stopped, the gunfire resumed. The battle within the town was obviously brutal, and the battalion that had just arrived as reinforcements were quickly caught up in the fight. The countless soldiers made their way towards the town in a disorganized fashion. Good chance. Do it. Lightning. Go kill those artillery soldiers. Yue Zhong saw the battalion of soldiers being deployed to enter the fray, and he quickly gave an order to Lightning, before taking up his .05 submachine gun and charged towards the battalion of soldiers. Lightning let out a low growl, and shot towards the artillery squad like a bolt from the heavens. These artillery soldiers were the most wretched. Because of them, the other party had to struggle very hard. Without the support of the artillery, then the Vietnamese soldiers in the town would have to pay a price 10 times their current losses to achieve the current state of battle. Lightning's speed was way above Yue Zhong even after he had activated his shadow steps, to the point of unbelievable. The 500 m distance was near instantly covered by its movements in a matter of 2 to 3 seconds. Before the artillery squad even had the chance to react, Lightning had already leapt into their midst and lashed out every which way, knocking soldiers to the ground and biting the ones with now exposed throats. Seeing that there was a Type 2 mutant beast amongst them, the Vietnamese soldiers promptly fell into chaos, as they struggled to take out their weapons and start firing. Sadly for them, Lightning's burst speed was absolutely too terrifying. It spared no effort as its claws swished left and right, easily slashing the throats of the closest soldiers. Many soldiers fell within these first few seconds. The rest of the mutant leopard cats had also now pounced forward, charging towards the camp in attack. While their speed could not compare with Lightning's, it was more than enough to spell certain death for the normal soldiers. Within the camp, other than the commanding officers, there were 2 platoons, a squadron and some soldiers in charge of the back-end support for the Vietnamese army. When the Vietnamese camp came under attack, the 2 platoons of soldiers swiftly picked up their weapons. They charged into the fray while relying on cover. Every step of the way they were firing at Yue Zhong and the huge group of mutant leopard cats. Yue Zhong continuously dodged about and attacked as was his wont in battle. Each leap avoided incoming bullets, while he lobbed grenades into the midst of the soldier groups as he passed. Hong! Hong! *3. The sounds of explosions rang out, as many soldiers were blasted and sent flying. With his countless battles, he had found plenty of use for the hand grenades. Some of the mutant leopard cats started suffering some wounds amidst the 2 attacking platoons of soldiers, and there were a few casualties already. Near the command center, there were 2 12.7 mm heavy machine guns, firing rapidly and causing mass destruction. Under the heavy barrage of firepower, 6 mutant leopard cats were quickly shredded, and 3 others suffered broken vertebrae and lost their combat ability. Just as the 2 heavy machine guns had begun exhibiting their prowess, Yue Zhong appeared from the side. He quickly hoisted a rocket launcher and fired a missile at one of the machine guns. With a flash, the Vietnamese soldier behind the heavy machine gun was blasted to death. After destroying the heavy machine gun, Yue Zhong waved his hand, and a grenade flew over towards the other heavy machine gunner, causing him to face a similar fate, dying together with the exploding machine gun. When the 2 machine guns were destroyed, and the pressure of the 2 heavy machine guns was gone, the mutant leopard cats could once again unleash their fury. They suddenly frenzied and engaged in a mad slaughter amongst the soldiers. Facing the ferocious attacks of the mutant leopard cats, the Vietnamese soldiers finally lost their morale and started to abandon their posts, as they tried escaping in various directions. They were after all not troops that had gone through many battles, and many of them were still considered normal people. They had only received training for 2 months, and not being able to withstand the attacks of the mutant beasts was extremely normal. Yue Zhong ignored the mutant leopard cats slaughtering the Vietnamese soldiers. His own gave a chilling cold, as he rushed towards the command center. 30 Vietnamese soldiers quickly rushed out from the command center, 9 of them decked in strange attire. They were either wielding longbows or huge maces, some were even holding large steel shields, their aura very different from the normal soldiers. The 9 of them were experts from the Wolfang battalion, and were specially in charge of protecting the commanders from being killed in any attempts on their lives. The moment the 9 experts appeared, Yue Zhong pulled out his strongest weapon, the PF-98. Without hesitation, he immediately aimed at one of the warriors holding a scepter and fired immediately. With a flash, the rocket landed and exploded on the warriors from the Wolf Fong battalion, bursting into raging flames. Before that poor guy even got to do anything, he was killed in one shot by Yue Zhong, the scepter in his hands also dropping to the ground. Shit! A huge man bellowed out in rage. Towering at 2M, his hands carrying a huge steel shield that likely weighed a ton, he charged at Yue Zhong like a typical tanker. For other agility-based enhancers also activated their various abilities while running to the sides. They intended to surround him as they started firing their weapons wildly. One of the enhancers activated his Forest Ranger transformation, retrieving the long bow on his back, before firing an arrow at Yue Zhong. Even though they weren't in a forest right now, his power was still terrifying even though it wasn't at the max potential. A second enhancer slapped his hands to the ground, activating his Earth Manipulation skill, as sharp spikes exploded out from the ground, aimed at Yue Zhong. Another enhancer had huge fireballs conjured in both his hands, as he combined them into one and condensed it into a spear. He threw out with his might, as the spear shot towards Yue Zhong swiftly. *1. Although Yue Zhong had killed one of their comrades, these 8 experts of above level 30 were absolutely capable of killing a normal level 50 enhancer through their teamwork. Chapter 328, Genuine Ability. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. Yue Zhong activated his shadow steps, his body flashing out of sight. As he dodged the freshly incoming bullets, he zigzagged, evading the numerous earth spikes on the ground. Expertly multitasking, the blade in his hand danced simultaneously and slashed at the oncoming ranger arrow. Hong! The destruction of the arrow caused a tremendous repulsive force to explode outwards, sending him 6 to 7 meters back from the point of impact. Thankfully, at the same time, the huge bone arrow was also destroyed by him. Since Yue Zhong was in the air when the flame spear had flown out in attack, it hit him just as he landed. The blazing spear keenly pierced Yue Zhong in the upper right part of his abdomen, before combusting, and engulfing Yue Zhong entirely in flames. This explodable flame spear was the true killing move of this small Wolf Fong battalion team. No one could withstand the flames that could burn everything. Is he dead? The foremost agility-based enhancer threw his spent gun away, as he took out a dagger, looking at Yue Zhong consumed by flames, and his heart relaxed a little. The rest of the team also relaxed. Regardless of the expert, facing this team of 9 who worked extremely well together, they had that confidence that the enemy would fall. With a pong, the front most agility-based enhancer had his brains shot out, as his headless corpse fell back onto the ground. All their eyes turned to the ball of flame, only to see that within the flames, there was an even more fearsome red-hot fire consuming the flames conjured by that enhancer. The enhancer with the fire manipulation ability saw his own fire being consumed. His eyes filled with shock. How is that possible? My fire was actually consumed by him. Is he also a fire manipulation expert? Yue Zhong's body was wrapped entirely in a thin sheet of the fearsome devil flame. He walked forward, his gaze cold, looking akin to the devil himself. He pointed towards the enhancer with the Forest Ranger transformation skill and the other enhancer with the Earth Manipulation skill. 2 devil flame spears shot out explosively, penetrating their heads in an instant. After the impact, the combustion of the flames enveloped their brains and turned them into ash. Seeing that Yue Zhong had killed 3 of their elites within a matter of seconds, the remaining 5 Wolf Fong battalion warriors felt a shudder in their hearts, as their fear of Yue Zhong mounted. The 2M, tall man, who was the leader, shouted out crazily, "Kill him! If we don't, we'll die!" Before he even finished speaking, lightning pounced noiselessly, landing on his back and bit off his head in one mouthful. The huge man fell lifelessly to the floor, his headless corpse leaking a fresh, brilliantly crimson puddle from the ragged stump. When their leader died, the remaining 4 members all lost their will to fight, and they started escaping towards the other directions. As for the important commanders they were supposed to protect, they were left behind. Yue Zhong looked at the enhancer with the flame manipulation skill, as he raised his stinger and aimed coldly at him. "Don't kill me. I surrender. I surrender." The enhancer felt his heart turn cold, as he immediately knelt on the floor and pleaded profusely. Yue Zhong shot 2 of the escaping Wolf Fang battalion members, before coldly gazing at the enhancer with the flame manipulation skill. "Can you speak Chinese? If not, you can go and die." *1. Although Yue Zhong did not understand Vietnamese, the physical act of kneeling and raising hands was universal for surrender. That was why he spared the enhancer at first. Wei Ningguo kneeled and spoke out in haste. Yes, I can speak in Chinese. My name is Wei Ningguo. I am of Chinese-Vietnamese blood, 3/4 Chinese in fact. Please don't kill me." Wei Ningguo was truly a mixed blood of Chinese and Vietnamese descent. Prior to the apocalypse, he was a small-time businessman working on the borders of China and Vietnam. He was extremely glib and well-versed with going with the flow in life. When he had to work for Wuyan Hong, he was a simple Vietnamese. Now facing Yue Zhong, he was suddenly a mixed blood with 3/4 Chinese ancestry. "Follow me." Yue Zhong gazed at him coldly, before taking out a .05 submachine gun, and charged towards the direction of the Vietnamese commanders. Thoughts raced in Wei Ningguo's mind, as he looked towards the corpse of the leader who had been beheaded by lightning in one bite, and his heart trembled, before throwing out all the useless thoughts, and he followed Yue Zhong closely. The commanders were mostly normal people, with a few being low-level enhancers. Their escaping speed could not possibly match against Yue Zhong's pursuit, and soon Yue Zhong caught up with them. Yue Zhong did not waste time talking with the commanders, and directly used his .05 machine gun and sprayed wildly, killing them all as they fell into pools of their own blood. Wei Ningguo saw how Yue Zhong killed those 20 commanders without batting an eyelid, and his heart turned cold. After killing those 20 commanders, within the entire camp, there were only the mutant leopard cats which were devouring the spoils of war. Yue Zhong brought Wei Ningguo as they walked around the command center, only to discover a small walkie-talkie crackling with an urgent voice. Yue Zhong looked at the walkie-talkie and asked Wei Ningguo, "What are they saying?" Wei Ningguo carefully reported, "Sir, they are from the 7th Battalion. They are currently asking if there are any problems with headquarters." Yue Zhong coldly ordered, "Very good. Tell them now. There are 3 battalions with unknown equipment currently attacking headquarters. Let them all retreat and protect the command center. Otherwise, their retreat will be cut off by these unknown forces." Wei Ningguo's heart trembled. Without any hesitation, he replied, "Yes." After which, Wei Ningguo quickly proceeded to use Vietnamese and spoke frenzily into the walkie-talkie, ordering for the retreat of the 7th Battalion, which was currently attacking the small town. The 7th Battalion had heard the sounds of gunfire and explosions from the command center. Now hearing Wei Ningguo's explanation and order, they had no more doubts. They quickly pulled back from the small town and retreated in a frenzy towards the camp, in order to protect their way back. In this small town, Wuyan Hong had deployed a total of 3 battalions of power. The 7th Battalion was the aid sent as reinforcements. The moment they pulled back, the other 2 battalions were thrown into chaos, as they panicked and demanded the reason for withdrawal. When they heard that their retreat might possibly be cut off, the remaining troops of the 2 battalions immediately abandoned their positions and started withdrawing. Enemy troops cutting off possible retreats was a nightmare for strategies. The moment they could not retreat, then the 3 unknown battalions could easily wipe out everyone here. The 3 battalions that Wuyan Hong had deployed were the 7th Battalion, 9th Battalion, and 5th Battalion. The 9th Battalion had the most number of new recruits. This time, the attack on the town was for the 5th Battalion to guide the 9th Battalion, raising their combat prowess. This sudden retreat caused a multitude of problems. As the 9th Battalion soldiers had only received training for a short while, fighting a winning battle was not a problem, but a sudden withdrawal was almost like a collapse of fighting will. A large number of them threw away their equipment and started making a run for the exit of the town. When the Vietnamese soldiers were trying their best to escape, the leader in the small town saw his chance, and immediately organized 2 platoons of elite soldiers to start their counterattack on the Vietnamese soldiers. As the main fighting force, the 5th Battalion was starting to become exhausted, and when they faced the rash actions of the 9th Battalion, they themselves could not tolerate it and started to run themselves. In the end, their retreat was chaotic and lacked all sense of order, as a number of soldiers were killed in their attempt to escape. The remaining soldiers of the 7th Battalion, 9th Battalion and 5th Battalion abandoned the armored vehicles and ran out of the small town. Just as they had made their way out, Yue Zhong had already summoned White Bones from far away, as he himself activated Shadow Steps, and brought lightning and a 100+ mutant leopard cats charging towards the 7th Battalion. When Yue Zhong charged into the midst of the 7th Battalion with his hands wielding his .05 machine gun, he activated his Art of Fear, casting it in a wide radius while firing wildly, and the huge spirit attack blanketed the entire area without restraint. If it was within an area of proper construction, the 3 battalions could easily defend against the attacks of over 100 mutant leopard cats, but as they were currently in the midst of escaping, and were suddenly assaulted by these ferocious mutant beasts as well as Yue Zhong, they were soon overcome. Many of them suffered heavy injuries, and the entire 7th Battalion was turned into a blubbering mess, with their body count mounting. The remaining 9th and 5th Battalion also escaped in various directions. The mutant leopard cats possessed insane speed, and the retreat of the soldiers could not hope to compare with them, as every second there were soldiers with their throats ripped out by the mutant beasts. Lightning exhibited even more of its unworldly speed, continuously flashing about, and soldiers would find their comrades being beheaded by a slash. After a mere 10 seconds, 15 soldiers had already lost their lives. Lightning's slaughter of the soldiers was at a terrifying speed compared to Yue Zhong. The moment the soldiers of the 7th Battalion collapsed, their remaining soldiers were slaughtered by the mutant beasts. After an intense battle of not even 2 hours, the 3 battalions were wiped out entirely by the 100+ mutant leopard cats. A few fortunate survivors escaped to the forests, surviving the attacks of the mutant leopard cats. Wei Ningguo had been following by Yue Zhong's side, and upon witnessing the utter annihilation of the 900-strong army at the hands of these 100-something mutant leopard cats, he was filled with a renewed fear of Yue Zhong. What is this man? Too scary. How can he command such terrifying mutant beasts? Chapter 329, Eliminate the Remaining Troops. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. Yue Zhong led the group of mutant leopard cats and engaged in a thorough slaughter of the 3 battalions, before he met with a representative from the town. The middle-aged man walked out from the town and eyed the more than 100 mutant leopard cats behind Yue Zhong. His tone was extremely respectful as he said, "How do you do, sir? I am Zhang Weiyang. Thank you for lending a hand. May I ask how should I address you?" Vietnamese. Hearing Zhang Weiyang's Vietnamese, Yue Zhong frowned, and his face turned cold. He felt a little disappointed as well. In this region, the Vietnamese didn't look at the Chinese kindly, just like there were similar Chinese provinces. Lastly, these Vietnamese that he saved might not be anybody good as well. He felt a little upset, and was starting to consider if he should kill all the survivors within the town cleanly to prevent a pointless hate war in advance. In these antagonistic parts, it was hard to convince the Vietnamese to accept Yue Zhong as a leader. He didn't dare to trust them too much as well. Since this was the case, he would consider killing them, rather than allowing them to be absorbed as part of Wuyan Hong's forces. After all, with every increase in strength of Wuyan Hong, it would spell additional trouble for Yue Zhong. Zhang Weiyang heard Yue Zhong's Chinese and immediately replied in fluent Chinese, "No, no, we're Chinese. We're from the Chinese Association." Yue Zhong then relaxed before replying, "I'm Yue Zhong. Is Zheng Chang present? If he is, let him speak to me." "Yes, yes, he's here. I'll bring him here now." Zhang Weiyang then heaved a sigh of relief. As long as there was someone familiar to handle things, it would become easier. He was after all an astute person, and he could detect the rising killing intent from Yue Zhong when he had spoke in Vietnamese. Zhang Chang walked out of the town quickly soon after, his entire body covered in ash, his eyes bloodshot, and his expression one of exhaustion. The moment he saw Yue Zhong, he became excited. "Yue Zhong! It really is you. Much thanks for your help. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid the Chinese Association would have been wiped out this time. Zhang Chong then caught sight of the 100-something mutant leopard cats and lightning behind Yue Zhong. His eyes flashed with passion. Are you controlling these mutant beasts? Holy shit, you're amazing. How did you do it? Can you teach me? In this part of Vietnam, there were forests, swamps, marshes, and the number of mutant beasts running around rampant was truly terrifying. If one could learn how to tame and control mutant beasts, although it would be hard to claim to that they could subdue the world, one could still have some capital and trump cards. Yue Zhong chuckled, before gesturing to lightning. Lightning let out a snarl, before it quickly disappeared into the forest. Its little brothers also followed suit. That I can't do, Yue Zhong directly rejected, and as he looked at the equipment left behind by the 3 Vietnamese battalions, said to Zhang Chong, "These equipment are mine. Can you get someone to collect them for me?" Wei Ningguo, stay here and look after this. Wei Ningguo replied with utmost reverence. Yes, sir. Zhang Chong blinked as his gaze turned different before speaking softly. Yue Zhong, this isn't too good, right? We had fought quite hard within the town, and a number of our brothers have died. This equipment, we do deserve to share some, don't you think? What's more, what are you going to do with all this equipment on your own? You can't take them away anyway. There were, after all, armaments and more left behind by 3 entire battalions. There were even a few heavy artillery. These equipment and weapons were enough to make anybody's eyes go red in these post-apocalyptic times. Yue Zhong just opened his mouth to lay claim on these items, and it didn't sit too well with Zhang Chong. Yue Zhong's expression immediately frosted over and his tone became overbearingly cold. Zhang Chong, your words are wrong. If it wasn't for my efforts to save you guys, your Chinese Association may only have had a few experts left this time. In fact, you might not even be alive to try and negotiate with me. Don't tell me that the price for saving all your lives is worth less than these 3 battalions worth of equipment. If he had saved a white wolf, Yue Zhong wouldn't mind using his own knife to kill it if it had no conscience. These 3 battalions worth of equipment could not be given away freely. With this equipment, as long as Yue Zhong found enough survivors, he could start equipping them to enlist into his force. Without equipment, even if he did find people, he could only treat them as cannon fodder. Hearing Yue Zhong's stern lecture, Zhang Chong's face turned ugly. He was not someone who forgot the gratitude of being saved. However, the importance of the equipment was too huge. If the Chinese Association could get their hands on these equipments, it would greatly bolster their fighting strength. In the end, he managed to suppress his greed as he replied in a heavy voice. Yue Zhong, the Chinese Association people are not ungrateful. This equipment belongs to you. I will get someone to help you gather them. Although they could not get the equipment, if they could receive the support of Yue Zhong who could control mutant beasts, it wasn't too bad of a deal to the Chinese Association. Yue Zhong then revealed a smile. Good. You're a friend worth having. I won't let you guys get the short end of the stick though. I can give you guys a platoon's worth of equipment. Out of the artillery platforms, I can gift you 2 of them with 20 shells. If you guys can offer me reasonable prices, I don't mind selling more to you guys. But the maximum is a battalion's worth. Zhang Chong's eyes lit up in excitement. Like this. Thanks. Yue Zhong. Really, thank you so much. Come with me and have a sit in the town. Our president and the committee would like to meet you. The Chinese Association was really lacking in weapons and equipment. Many of the warriors were still using primitive weapons like knives, watermelon knives, butcher knives, long spears, etc. If it wasn't for the fact that they lacked weapons, they wouldn't have been forced to a corner by Wianhong's forces, almost to the point of collapse. The single platoon worth of equipment was really precious to them. Yue Zhong smiled and said, I too would like to meet the heroes of the Chinese Association. A few Chinese survivors walked out from the town, and they started to gather the equipment of the Vietnamese soldiers, before packing them together under orders. Wei Ningguo became Yue Zhong's representative to oversee these Chinese survivors. In that small town within an office, a middle-aged man with a refined temperament, his looks imposing and dashing, bowed towards Yue Zhong, and he spoke with sincerity. How do you do, Yue Zhong? I am Xu Wenyan, the president of the Chinese Association. I'll take it upon my humble self to thank you on behalf of the 1,300 Chinese people within our association. Thank you for lending us a hand in our dire times of need. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid every single one of our Chinese people here would end up under the whip of Wu Hong, that beast. The Chinese Association had no shortage of experts. There were even 2 evolvers amongst them, but they lacked heavy weaponry. They had limited ammunition as well, and many soldiers could only rely on handguns or melee weapons to fend off the enemy attacks. This caused them to suffer greatly. When the 3 battalions of soldiers under Wu Hong had pressed in, although the Chinese Association managed to kill a large number of their enemies, they themselves were facing a mounting number of casualties. If Yue Zhong had not provided aid at that time, the Chinese Association would have likely fallen. Even though they had 2 evolvers above level 40, it wouldn't change a thing. If Yue Zhong had not enlisted the help of Lightning and its little brothers, it wouldn't have been so easy to decimate 3 entire battalions. Yue Zhong looked at Xuanhuan and smiled. No problem. If we Chinese want to live on here, we need to stay united. It was something I should have done anyway. The fact that Xuanhuan could pull together a small faction like this in Vietnam, it could be seen that he was capable as well. Regardless of his motive, at least he had ensured the dignity and lives of 1,300 over people. With regards to him, Yue Zhong had a favorable impression. Xuanhuan looked at Yue Zhong. Before his eyes flashed and he laid out an attractive proposal. Yue Zhong, are you willing to join our Chinese Association? As long as you join, I'm willing to let you be the vice president. President? No. How can we let him be the vice president? No way. President. That's too important a position. Let him be an elder. With a single sentence from Xuanhuan, the entire office went into an uproar and resisted loudly. The Chinese Association only had 2 vice presidents, both of them having contributed a lot to the cause, and their strength earning them respect. At the same time, the vice president possessed quite the amount of authority. Even elders would have to obey. It could be said that their position was under one but above many. Seeing that this position was to be given to someone they barely knew, it was unacceptable to them. Quiet! Xuanhuan frowned as he called out in a deep voice. He truly had the prestige. With just a single word, all the upper echelons quietened down, although dissatisfaction could still be seen in their eyes. Xuanhuan looked to the 2 vice presidents beside him. Xingchuan? Tiger? What are your thoughts? The Chinese Association had a president and 2 vice presidents. The president was Xuanhuan and the 2 vice presidents Wang Xingchuan and Tiger Chu. Amongst them, Xuanhuan and Wang Xingchuan were evolvers, and possessed great might. Tiger Chu was also an evolver of above level 40, with countless battles and experience under his belt. He had helped the Chinese Association on many occasions, thus earning merit and rising through the ranks. Xuanhuan could not ignore their views and just offer the position to Yue Zhong straight away. Wang Xingchuan was a skinny, tanned-looking middle-aged man, his appearance a little wretched. He pondered a while, before softly speaking, I'm for Yue Zhong becoming a vice president. Xuanhuan's gaze then turned to Tiger Chu, a stout and muscular man, with a face full of scars. Chapter 330, The Chinese Association. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. Tiger Chu lifted his head and looked at Yue Zhong, as he nodded and said, I also approve of Yue Zhong to be a vice president. When the president and even the vice presidents have agreed for Yue Zhong to be a vice president, the elders could only shut up and look at Yue Zhong with envy. I'm sorry. I don't wish to join the Chinese Association. Let's just remain as allies. Right at this moment, Yue Zhong smiled and declined. If Yue Zhong was to join the Chinese Association, then the 3 battalions of equipment would be handed over to the Chinese Association without any conditions. Furthermore, he did not have enough prestige within the Chinese Association, and no subordinates. If he wanted to gain some actual power and authority, it would be an uphill task. If Yue Zhong wanted to control the Chinese Association, he needed to ensure that he first captured the hearts of Xuanhuan, Tiger Chu, and Wang Xingchuan. To him, this was too troublesome. He would rather remain an ally, that way his position was more carefree, and he could do as he pleased. Zhang Chong had a look of shock as he spoke hastily. Yue Zhong, aren't you going to consider? It is the position of vice president after all. Zhang Chong and Yue Zhong's relationship wasn't too bad, and he wished for Yue Zhong to join the Chinese Association very much. With his strength, joining the Chinese Association would help to bring up the strength of the Chinese Association. In this parts of Vietnam, the Chinese Association was considered the biggest faction of Chinese. By joining them, there was a stronger chance of resistance against Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan's sharp eyebrows raised as he spoke directly. Yue Zhong, do you have any burden? We are after all good brothers here. As long as you join us, I believe we will be able to get along well. Yue Zhong shook his head and insisted, I'm sorry, I'm really not interested in joining. Let's just discuss on the issue with the equipment. I'm willing to sell 3 platoons worth of equipment. President Xu, what will you guys be willing to offer for it? Xuanhuan broke out into a warm grin and said, Yue Zhong, just call me Xuanhuan. You're someone worth befriending. Even if you don't want to join us, you're still a good friend of ours. We will never forget the kindness that you've shown by saving our lives today. Xuanhuan's words made Yue Zhong extremely comfortable and instantly caused the friendship to be closer. He could naturally be such an outstanding leader not just because of his strength but also with his eloquence. Xuanhuan thought for a while, before lifting his head and asked Yue Zhong softly, Our Chinese Association does in fact need the batch of equipment. Dare I ask your conditions to sell those items to us? First, I would like the intel that the Chinese Association has, including those of Xuanhuan and the other Chinese factions, their leaders as well as locations. Second, I would need to borrow 100 soldiers for a battle. I will require them for a month. Zhang Chong is extremely familiar with the areas around here. I hope to borrow him for a month as well. Third, prepare 200 tons of rations for me to use any time. Fourth, allow my subordinates to borrow the territory of the Chinese Association to rest. Xuanhuan thought for a while, before he nodded and agreed. Fine, I'll promise you. The full battalion's worth of equipment was too important to the Chinese Association compared to a single platoon. That was why Xuanhuan agreed to the terms. Yue Zhong grinned at Xuanhuan. Much thanks, President Xu. Xuanhuan wore an amiable smile as he replied, It isn't safe here anymore. Let's move. After a night's rest, I'll hand those soldiers over to you. Sure. Yue Zhong wasn't worried that Xuanhuan was going to go back on his word. After all, Xuanhuan possessed more power than Yue Zhong now. If he really wanted to swallow the equipment, Yue Zhong wouldn't have a choice. However, if things really got to that state, Yue Zhong wouldn't mind giving them something harsh to remember. Xuanhuan then started introducing the rest of the upper brass of the Chinese Association. Yue Zhong, let me introduce this bunch of good brothers. This is Vice President Wang Xingchuan, Brother Wang, and this is Vice President Tiger Chu, Brother Chu. The Chinese Association had a strong sense of brotherhood and valued loyalty. The top brass was made up of a president, 2 vice presidents, and 14 elders. They made up the majority of the authority and were the top figures amongst the Chinese Association. Under the elders, the rest were members, and they formed the rest of the Chinese Association. Amongst the 14 elders, there were 2 female elders, 12 male elders. Of the 2 female elders, one was called Zhang Yu, her looks ordinary, with some 6 or 7 knife scars, her eyes radiating a ruthless gleam. The other was Xu Tianya, with a full head of thick black hair, her features defined and her demeanor uncommon. She was strikingly beautiful and had a good figure. This beauty was also precisely Xuanhuan's sister. The other 12 male elders were Zheng Chong, Feng Qingtian, Zhang Mu, Hu Yan, Lu Ming, Niu Wei, Zhang Xuan, Sun Tai, Luo Ming, Luo Tu, Chun San, Lu Nujin. Every single elder was an enhancer above level 30. They possessed extraordinary combat abilities, and it was precisely because of them that the Chinese Association could withstand the assault of Xuanhuan's forces. Other than these enhancers, the normal soldiers of the Chinese Association were mostly new recruits. The training period could not even compare with Xuanhuan's training. They had fought bravely because they knew how Xuanhuan treated the Chinese. They would rather die than end up in the Vietnamese's hands, and hence had gave it their all when retaliating. If it was a comparison of fighting force without the help of these high-level enhancers, the Chinese Association's 1,000 plus fighting members would not be able to contend against a single battalion of Wuyanhong. However, these enhancers were not invincible existences. Initially, there were 22 elders. The attack this time had caused the deaths of 8 elders. Now there were only 14 elders remaining. Without Yue Zhong's interference, the remaining 14 elders would not have been able to withstand the onslaught either. After a round of introductions, the Chinese Association started to evacuate. Survivors carried all sorts of resources and followed vehicles as they went away into the distance. The Chinese Association had no way of standing up to the entire army of Wuyanhong, and since their town had been discovered, they could only hastily change locations. In this post-apocalyptic world, investigations weren't as easy and convenient. As long as the Chinese Association relocated, they could buy some time to rest and recuperate. The Chinese Association did not just have this one location as their base. Other than this town, they had 6 or 7 other secret locations. However, this town was the most important location of theirs. This time, Wuyanhong had really struck at a good time and almost wiped out the entire top brass of the Chinese Association. If Wuyanhong was successful in decimating the upper echelons of the Chinese Association, then the entire Chinese Association would have suffered a great loss and would not be able to put up any resistance against Wuyanhong for a long time. The relocation was done quickly, and not long after, Yue Zhong followed the group to a forest. Within a secluded hillside, there were a few holes dug up that was covered entirely by grass. Normal people would be unable to discover this place. It was so secretive that even if Wuyanhong had plenty of local Vietnamese, they would be unable to find it. However, it wasn't all that convenient living here. The biggest danger they faced were mutant beasts, and in this forest, if there were too many people gathered together, attracting the attention of huge mutant beasts was a disaster. Other than those that travel in packs or groups, there were a few monstrous lonesome mutant beasts that posed even more danger to these survivors. The survivors started moving into the various holes and furnishing their new homes. Losing the town, they could only stay here for a long period of time and await the next chance. Yue Zhong walked quietly amongst them. Behind him was Wei Ningguo, who followed obediently. After witnessing Yue Zhong's methods, Wei Ningguo had killed all thoughts of betraying him. His own hands stained with the blood of Wuyanhong's soldiers. Even if he went back, he would only face death. When it came to mealtime within the forest, the survivors all grabbed their bowls and drank some gruel with wild vegetables. In this post-apocalyptic world, any faction faced the same issue: rations. Unless they had opened the National Strategic Grain Reserve near Nanjing, which would provide a temporary reprieve from the problem. Both the experts of the Chinese Association and Wuyanhong forces had fought hard, killed many zombies and mutant beasts, yet their total reserves were not more than 2,000 tons. They could only eat sparingly, with the warriors enjoying a full meal, and the normal survivors eating half that amount. However, these survivors were contented with that. Under Xu Wenyan's leadership, the people had their basic needs met. If they were to fall under Wuyanhong's hands, then the males would definitely be tortured and tormented as slaves till death, while the women would be treated like playthings. After being raped and tormented, they would be turned to meat and eaten. When Yue Zhong and Wei Ningguo walked by, those survivors would look at them with a face of envy and respect, not because Yue Zhong was the one who saved them. No one knew who it was other than the top brass. Instead, it was that both Yue Zhong and Wei Ningguo were carrying AKs on their back, loaded with bullets. In this post-apocalyptic world, it was many survivors' dream to become a soldier. However, not everyone got to be one. A short figure looked at Yue Zhong and Wei Ningguo as she crept behind stealthily and nimbly stretched out her right hand towards Yue Zhong's pocket. *1*2. Chapter 331, Thief. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. If the target was a normal person, the little shadow would have made off with the contents of the pocket already. However, Yue Zhong was a fearsome person with truly inhuman speed. He casually intercepted the small hand of the thief and coldly said, "What do you think you're doing?" Yue Zhong looked carefully at the little figure, discovering that it was a kid. Her entire face was grimy and covered in ash. Even her hair was messy and all over the place, with specks of mud in it, various long strands covering her face. Her clothes were in tattered pieces. Yue Zhong frowned and spoke. Thief! The kid saw that Yue Zhong had grabbed her right hand, and her eyes flashed with fear as she started struggling and shouted, Ah! Let go of me! I'm not a thief! I'm not a thief! As the child was struggling and protesting, Wei Ningguo pulled out a handgun and pointed it at her head, as he spoke coldly in Chinese. Shut up! Keep your cool and wait for our boss Yue to handle you. Otherwise, I'll blast your head apart. In these post-apocalyptic times, human lives were really cheap. Be it the elderly, women, or kids, as long as they angered a person of power, forfeiting their lives was a normal occurrence. Concepts like society and juvenile courts didn't really apply anymore. There were even maniacs and perverts out there who enjoyed torturing kids. Wei Ningguo, having been part of the Wolfang Battalion himself, had never allowed the killing of people to burden him, even the murder of kids. As the child looked at the gun pointing at her head, her expression full of terror, she dared not make any more sounds. She had seen the plight of countless pitiful children. She was clear that some people had gone beyond their rationality, and if this person in front of her was like them, if she was not careful, she might just lose her life. What happened? Following a sweet voice, Shu Tianya, Zhang Xuan, Hu Yan appeared. The voice belonged to the beauty Shu Tianya. Yue Zhong pointed to the dirty little rascal that looked like a beggar and said to Shu Tianya, Miss Shu, how are you guys doing? I'm not sure how the Chinese Association deals with people who steal. This little fellow here tried to steal my things and was caught red-handed by me. Shu Tianya's gaze immediately turned suspicious as she turned towards the child and asked with an overbearing pressure, Is it true? Did you try to steal his things? The beggar hesitated a while before nodding. Yes. Shu Tianya sighed, and her gaze turned complicated as she looked at Yue Zhong and said, Yue Zhong, here, if a thief is caught, you can choose to beat the thief to death on the spot, or claim him or her as your slave. However, once he or she becomes your slave, rationing will be under your care, and it will no longer have anything to do with the Chinese Association. Yue Zhong frowned lightly as he thought, Slave! Things are done like that here. In this post-apocalyptic world, many factions were very harsh on robbers and thieves. If there was such behavior during a battle, if one was caught, he would immediately be executed. If it was during a lull period, Yue Zhong's first cause of action would be to throw the person into the scum battalion, leaving the person's fate to dying in battle, or fighting in enough battles to regain his freedom. The way things were handled here were slightly different, the fate being left to the hands of the master. In the eyes of the people within the Chinese Association, this punishment was extremely harsh already. After all, there was no way of making things worse than it already was in this post-apocalyptic world. Yue Zhong frowned as he took a look at the little rascal again, like as if he was looking at a burden. A child could only bring more trouble for a faction that does not have too much of a support. Unless the child happened to be like Yao Yao, a natural agility-based evolver. The kid looked at Yue Zhong gazing down with a frowning expression and immediately kneeled down in fright, hugging Yue Zhong's legs and begged, Don't kill me, please! Please! Uncle! I'm willing to be your slave. Don't kill me! Yue Zhong took one more hard look at the little rascal grabbing his leg, and he waved his hands at Wei Ningguo. All right, I'm accept you then. From today on, you're under me. Wei Ningguo received the order and took out the bag behind him, before pulling out a few small cakes and a bottle of milk for the little kid. The moment the kid received the cake and milk, she unceremoniously ripped the packaging open and started to take big bites and gulps. The cake and milk were extremely luxurious items in the New World, and if one wasn't careful, it would be snatched away. When the various kids of the Chinese Association saw that the thief was able to eat such good stuff when she became Yue Zhong's slave, their eyes went red. They wanted to eat cake and drink milk too. The kids walking about started to converge towards Yue Zhong's location. Yue Zhong looked at the kids, and he smiled at Shu Tianya. Miss Shu, I'll leave you to handle these guys. Shu Tianya's eyes flashed with a strange gaze as she looked at Yue Zhong and replied coyly, Yue Zhong, if you continue to call me Miss Shu, it's too polite. Call me Tianya, or I'll take it that you don't see me as a friend. Yue Zhong chuckled. Fine, Tianya, I'll trouble you with them then. Hearing Yue Zhong calling Shu Tianya by a first-name basis, Zhang Xuan and Hu Yan both felt incredibly jealous. Both had been pursuing Shu Tianya for a long time, and they were clear, only those who she viewed capable of her standards could call her by name. It was obvious that Shu Tianya held Yue Zhong in high regard, and thus this made them jealous. Shu Tianya broke into an exceptionally bright smile, as her gaze swiveled towards Zhang Xuan and said, "Xuan." Zhang Xuan immediately pulled out a gun. As he pointed it at those kids, his expression stern and fearsome. "Get back! Don't get any ideas. Otherwise, you might lose your life." The kids were immediately frightened off by Zhang Xuan's fierce expression, their faces pale. Hu Yan walked towards Yue Zhong with a fighting intent. As he challenged Yue Zhong, "Yue Zhong, I heard that your skills are top-notch. Do you want to spar with me?" Yue Zhong had the ability to command mutant beasts. This was the common knowledge amongst the Chinese Association. However, as man could not be perfect, a person was unlikely to have many strong points. There was bound to be a weakness. Hu Yan thought that Yue Zhong was focused on controlling mutant beasts, but as for a single-handed fight, he was likely to be weak. Yue Zhong lightly shook his head and declined the challenge. "Brother Hu, I'm sorry. I'm not interested in these activities. Sparring for no reason is not my cup of tea. Please find someone else." Hu Yan's gaze was still fiery as he challenged. "Are you afraid? Yue Zhong, I know you can command mutant beasts. I'm very grateful that you brought the beasts to save us. But a true warrior would not back away from any challenge. Let us fight fairly. Don't worry, I'm a magnanimous man. As long as you feel that you cannot win me, immediately surrender. I will stay my hand. I would definitely not do any despicable thing." Hu Yan truly felt grateful that Yue Zhong brought the beasts to save them. However, he was even more adamant on proving his worth in front of Shu Tianya, and showed that he was definitely above Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong was at most lucky, and managed to gain the ability to control mutant beasts. Yue Zhong laughed mildly, before casually replying, "All right, I admit defeat. It's your win, Brother Hu." Yue Zhong really did not want to waste his energy on this type of aimless fight. Hearing Yue Zhong's indifferent dismissal, his face turned red, and he gripped his fists tightly, till even the veins could be seen, his body trembling with rage. Hearing Yue Zhong's declination, even Shu Tianya felt a huge disappointment. She was extremely curious about this young hero who could command over 100 mutant beasts, and was commended by Zhang Chong as though he was a god. Now that Yue Zhong had refused, she was extremely let down. Zhang Xuan eyed Yue Zhong and asked softly, "Yue Zhong, just now you said that you're not interested in a challenge without any aim. Why not we do it like this? As long as you can win Hu Yan, then he and I will listen to you for an entire month. If you lose to him, then the 300 tons of rations offered to you by the Chinese Association will be reduced to 200 tons. How about that?" Zhang Xuan was smarter than Hu Yan and saw through Yue Zhong's words, and hence decided to offer some terms to test Yue Zhong. Zhang Xuan and Hu Yan were both enhancers above level 30, and possessed battle experience. If Yue Zhong could gain them as his followers for a month, he could accomplish a lot more. Yue Zhong pondered for a while, before agreeing, "Fine, I accept. Brother Hu, are you okay with this suggestion?" Hu Yan was extremely confident as he proposed his own conditions. "I accept, but you cannot use the mutant beasts you command. If you command them to attack me, I am not a match for the Type 2 leopard cat." Yue Zhong replied deeply, "Not a problem. I won't use any mutant beasts." Hu Yan replied, "Good, let's go." Yue Zhong followed Hu Yan towards a location which was specifically set up for training. This arena was meant for the different experts within the Chinese Association to exchange pointers. Many of them would challenge each other and raise their own abilities and discover more skills. Yue Zhong and Hu Yan's spar soon garnered the interest of the people nearby, and the experts all gather around to spectate. Xuanhuan looked at the two of them within the arena, as he asked his vice president Wang Xingchuan, "Xingchuan, who do you think will win this match?" Wang Xingchuan looked at the two of them as he evaluated silently, before saying, "Hu Yan is the most likely victor. If Yue Zhong doesn't use his ability to command mutant beasts, he most definitely isn't Hu Yan's match. Hu Yan had reached level 38 and was the fourth strongest expert within the Chinese Association, losing only to Xu Wenyan, Wang Xingchuan, and Tiger Chu. He had his close combat skills enhanced to level 3, and within this arena, even Xu Wenyan would lose to him if he wasn't careful. Chapter 332. Ready for War. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. The arena was simply too small. Exchanging moves in such a location was extremely advantageous for close combat specialists. As for those summoners, magic, and abilities-based enhancers, they would be at a disadvantage. An enhancer with the sniper specialization would be able to take down a close combat specialist from a distance of 2 kilometers. However, in this arena, it would take only a second for the reverse to happen. Xu Wenyan and Wang Xingchuan acknowledged Yue Zhong's abilities, but they didn't think that Yue Zhong would stand a chance against Hu Yan. Xu Wenyan then asked Tiger Chu, "Tiger, what do you think?" Tiger Chu was also, after all, one of the mainstays of the Chinese Association, and he had the experience and eyesight to discern potential. Tiger Chu thought for a while, and a strange gleam appeared in his eyes as he said, "I feel that Yue Zhong would most likely win." Xu Wenyan frowned slightly and kept his thoughts to himself. Around the arena, people had gathered and everyone's eyes were on them. "Watch out, Yue Zhong!" Hu Yan roared out, as a strange glint appeared in his eyes, and he started executing a strange set of footwork towards Yue Zhong. Originally, Hu Yan possessed an impressive speed of 70 points, but through his footwork, he suddenly appeared right in front of Yue Zhong like a lightning bolt out of a blue sky, as his hands reached viciously towards Yue Zhong's arms. Hu Yan's speed was swift and decisive, to the point of abnormal. The moment one was caught by him, he could dislocate the joints of the person just by exerting extra strength. Even the President Xu Wenyan had to admit defeat when facing this move. Just as Hu Yan appeared in front of Yue Zhong's eyes flashed, and he activated the art of fierce skill, and an intense spirit attack assaulted Hu Yan. At that instant, Hu Yan felt himself entering hell, as countless heat waves rose from the ground and his body was splattered by boiling oil, causing his skin to suffer numerous burns. This is an illusion. Hu Yan was also a warrior with a stout heart and countless experience, and he maintained his calm during his pain. He bit down on his tongue, and with the help of the pain, he managed to extract himself from the illusion. "You've lost." Hu Yan had just opened his eyes and heard Yue Zhong's cold voice, whose hands were placed on his neck. As long as Yue Zhong decided to squeeze, Hu Yan would find his windpipe choked. "I admit defeat." Hu Yan had a look of disbelief as he said. If it were a life-and-death battle, he would have been killed on the spot. Although he loved to battle, he wasn't a hothead who didn't know when to retreat. If he insisted on continuing, things would just get ugly. All the experts present saw Hu Yan pouncing towards Yue Zhong, and just as he had almost grabbed his hands, he suddenly stopped moving, and his throat was easily grabbed by Yue Zhong. With Hu Yan's skills, it should have been easy for him to dodge Yue Zhong's move and still engage in a counterattack, but no one expected for him to stand there without resisting, causing everyone to be shocked. What power! Truly fearsome. Who knows how many other trump cards he's hiding? When all the experts of Chinese Association saw that Hu Yan was so readily subdued by Yue Zhong, their hearts were all filled with shock. Hu Yan's close-quarter combat skills were renowned amongst them, having been enhanced thrice. Now that he actually lost to Yue Zhong, their fear and admiration for Yue Zhong's strength grew. It appeared Yue Zhong could command mutant beasts, and his own fighting capabilities were terrifying as well. He was simply an untoppable existence. Xu Wenyan took a long look at Yue Zhong, and his eyes contracted as his expression was one of regret. If this expert could be used by him, the Chinese Association would grow 3 times in power. Hu Yan called out with a little dejection, "I'm willing to admit my loss. From now, Zhang Xuan and I will listen to your commands for a month." "Good." Yue Zhong nodded lightly. In this month, he will have 4 enhancers, including Pan Jingyong and Wei Ningguo, above level 30, as well as 100 warriors of the Chinese Association. It was a decent-sized power, and with it, Yue Zhong could utilize them to cause problems for Wuyanhong. After an entire month, Gong Tao should have trained up a batch of soldiers after grueling combat against the zombies. By then, Yue Zhong wouldn't be fighting a battle against Wuyanhong alone anymore. After defeating Hu Yan, Yue Zhong brought the little kid and Wei Ningguo back to where they were staying. In this forest, even though Yue Zhong was a distinguished guest of the Chinese Association, he could only bring them into a hole that was made in the mountain. There was a stone bed and some simple essential life tools within the cave. On the stone bed, there was a layer of straw to act as a mattress. It was considered an extremely decent treatment as compared to the rest. The other normal survivors could only curl up in a patch of grass. Not many could get to use a stone bed. The moment they left the town and went into the forest, there would be many inconveniences. Of course, the forest was a lot safer as compared to the town now, and if there were any more conditions, then the survivors would rather go back to the town and sleep. Go take a bath first. Clean yourself up before seeing me again. Yue Zhong frowned as he looked at the little beggar-like child. Yes, sir. The child looked at Yue Zhong a little timidly, before going over to where a few buckets of water was prepared for bathing purposes and started to wash herself. Yue Zhong then stared at Wei Ningguo and asked directly, Wei Ningguo, tell me all you know about Wuyanhong and his troops. Wei Ningguo replied respectfully, Yes, sir. I will tell you everything I know. Wei Ningguo was after all an elite of the Wolf Fang battalion, and knew much more than most common people. Yue Zhong also had Li Bingyan back at the base with him, just that he didn't know if he could trust her intelligence. As for the things that Wu Tantong knew, it could not compare to someone who was in the know like Wei Ningguo. Sir, I'm done. Right as Wei Ningguo was explaining about the situation vividly, a bright sound came from the side. Yue Zhong turned around, only to see a small petite little girl, with a lush head of hair, exquisite features, and slightly yellow skin standing in front of him. Yue Zhong was a little taken aback, as he asked, What's your name? And how old are you? Yue Zhong never imagined that this little dirty thief with such guts to steal from him was actually just a cute little girl. I'm called Ming Jia. I am 12 this year. After December, I'll be 13. My parents are Chinese. I know how to speak Vietnamese and I know how to read as well. I can wash clothes, cook and help to massage. From today, I'm your slave. I will listen to you well. Whatever you require of me, I'll do to the best of my abilities. Ming Jia spoke out docilely as she presented her worth. In this post-apocalypse world, those with no value would be eliminated quickly. Ming Jia was clear on the rules of the current world now. Even if it was under the leadership of Xu Wenyan, the harsh realities of the world still existed. Only when a new prim and proper order was established and new systems and laws were in place could the law of the jungle be replaced. Yue Zhong hesitated before asking warmly, Ming Jia, I will rescind your status as a slave and allow you to go back. How about that? Ming Jia was just a little girl with no combat power. She could not be put to use, and without a stable place, bringing her along would create problems. Yue Zhong had taken her in because he did not want to kill her for no reason. Yue Zhong was after all molded into a decisive and ruthless leader. He was not someone who spared his enemies, regardless of who they were. Yet he was not an animal that killed without reason, and he could not bear to allow a young life to be wiped away in front of his eyes. Ming Jia immediately quivered and kneeled in front of Yue Zhong. Her eyes filled with tears as she begged, Sir, what did Jia do wrong? Please don't chase Jia away. If Jia leaves Master, Jia will die. Please, Master, keep Jia. Jia will give her all to serve you. Yue Zhong had just given her cake and milk, and she did not want to leave such a generous master. Almost anyone would fight over just a piece of cake within the Chinese Association, *1 to the point where there were people being beaten to death before. Yue Zhong looked at the pitiful Ming Jia and his gaze softened. All right, from now on, you're my maid and secretary. Come over here. Thank you, Master. Ming Jia sobbed as she thanked him, before jumping onto the stone bed and started massaging his legs. Wei Ningguo looked at Yue Zhong and Ming Jia as he respectfully dismissed himself. Sir, I'll take my leave. In this post-apocalyptic times where order had collapsed, there were many types of people present. Wei Ningguo did not want to intrude on Yue Zhong's matters and intentions. Yue Zhong was speechless when he saw what Wei Ningguo thought of him. He wasn't at liberty to explain himself as well, and he just waved his hands to dismiss him. The Freemasons were very different from the Freemasons in history. This was just one of the small Chinese factions within Vietnam, and the current leader was called Peng Lingbo, and he was an expert at level 25. He controlled a small village between Lang Sun City and Gaoping City, and had over 100 Chinese survivors dependent on him, with 300 other Vietnamese survivors. He alone ruled and enjoyed his current lifestyle. *1 Alamog. Yes indeedy, I too would kill someone for a Twinkie and milk during the apocalypse, to say nothing of Woody Harrelson and his shotgun. Chapter 333, Breakthrough, translated by Qidian, edited by Alamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. A somewhat skinny middle-aged man, with hands full of calluses, and a face with a huge scar was speaking to Peng Lingbo. He was precisely the vice-head of the Freemasons, Zhang Mingyi. Leader, the Chinese Association has sent people once again to invite us. They want us to join them and resist Wuyan Hong's attacks. Peng Lingbo, whose features were well-defined, good-looking, and had a respectable look, snorted coldly. Ignore them. We're currently having the time of our lives here. If we go over there, we would just become cannon fodder. They only have a few hundred guns. How are they going to fight against Wuyan Hong, who has over 1,000 troops? Isn't that just throwing an egg against a stone? A hint of apprehension appeared in Zhang Mingyi's eyes as he continued to advise. But leader, if the Chinese Association were to fall, Wuyan Hong's next target will most likely be us. He's such a vicious and cruel person, and has killed so many Chinese. If this beast really sets his sights on us, we'll be in trouble. Peng Lingbo laughed shamelessly and said, Mingyi, you're overthinking this. True, Wuyan Hong's strength isn't a joke. Even if all the Chinese joined hands to deal with him, we would not be a match for him. However, this is the forests of Vietnam. There are so many. As long as we make for the forests, regardless of his strength, he wouldn't be able to do anything at all. After Wuyan Hong establishes some form of order, he won't necessarily kill any more Chinese. Look at the case with Indonesia. Didn't they kill so many, but after a certain point they stopped? Once we wait till the rest are killed, we can come out of hiding and offer help to him. Peng Lingbo knew he wasn't Wuyan Hong's opponent, and hence decided to take another route. Instead of facing him head-on, he would wait till the slaughter was over, before trying to gain favor with Wuyan Hong. The Chinese in Southeast Asia had strong economic sense, but in the eyes of the leaders of those factions, they were like pigs and dogs. If they wanted to kill them, that would be it. At most, they would be condemned verbally for their actions, like that was going to help or something. Furthermore, after slaughtering the Chinese, they would gain the help of some heavenly assistance. There was no pressure in killing the Chinese. In each slaughter, all the wealth and possessions would be taken away and split between the other leaders and factions. As for the dead, no one gave a damn. *1. Under these circumstances, whenever the Chinese met such events, they could only run. Those with the capabilities would escape to America or other Western countries. Those who couldn't could only hide in the mountains or wait for death. Peng Lingbo's intention to hide it out and wait for things to blow over before coming out was shared by many other similarly smaller factions. Most groups' primary motivation was just that they had the opportunity to take over all of the goodies and positions of the other Chinese that would die. Zhang Mingyi gripped his fists tightly, his veins bulging out, and the scar on his face seemed twisted. He lowered his head and suppressed the fury in his heart with great difficulty. Even though he had great hatred for the Vietnamese within the Freemasons, he was only the vice leader, and therefore could not commandeer the entire faction to fight against Wuyan Hong. Right at this time, one of the warriors walked over and reported to Peng Lingbo, "Leader, the people from the Chinese Association are here again. They would like to meet you. They say it's to discuss a deal, that they would like to use a batch of firepower to exchange for those Vietnamese under us to be used as coolies." Peng Lingbo's eyes lit up as he quickly asked, "Firepower? What firepower?" In this post-apocalyptic world, nothing was as precious as firepower. Peng Lingbo had already set his mind on selling himself to Wu Yanhong. However, in order to do that, he needed to have capital, and for that, he needed to ensure that his capital was decent enough. The warrior spoke a little excitedly. It's rifles. They're intending to use rifles to buy over the few hundred Vietnamese as coolies. Peng Lingbo only had a few rifles. The rest of his arsenal consisted of various other handguns. Hearing that the Chinese Association were going to use rifles to exchange for Vietnamese, Peng Lingbo grew a little excited. Great, let's go have a meeting with them. The Vietnamese within these parts were plenty. As long as one was to attack a town, they would find a few hundred Vietnamese survivors. Peng Lingbo felt that exchanging the Vietnamese survivors for these weapons was a great deal. Peng Lingbo and Zheng Mingyi strode towards their main meeting hall, where there were 5 other elders of the Freemasons seated. Other than them, there were 6 others, 5 matured men and a young lady who was extremely beautiful. *2. The moment Peng Lingbo entered the meeting hall, his expression had switched to that of a smiling visage as he welcomed the visitors. Esteemed friends from the Chinese Association, I am the leader of the Freemasons, Peng Lingbo. How should I address you guys? Yue Zhong eyed Peng Lingbo and spoke out indifferently. I'm called Yue Zhong. Leader Peng, are you willing to work with us to fight against Wu Yanhong? These 5 men were Yue Zhong, Zheng Chong, Hu Yan, Zhang Xuan, and Wei Ningguo, and the young lady was Gu Feifei. *3. Peng Lingbo's eyes flashed with a strange glint as he guffawed loudly. This matter, let's discuss another time. Wu Yanhong's forces are large. We'll need a lot more planning. I heard this time you guys are here to exchange rifles for our Vietnamese survivors. Let's talk about that first. How many guns and ammunition are you guys proposing for a Vietnamese? Peng Lingbo did not want to go against Wu Yanhong, but he did not want to fall out with the Chinese Association as well. After all, while the Chinese Association could not contend against Wu Yanhong, wiping out the Freemasons wasn't an issue. An elder by the name of Chun Libong called out loudly, Leader, this time you must distribute some to us, brothers of the Zhuke Hall, Vermilion Phoenix. Not to be mixed up with the Vermilion Phoenix gang in SY County. Currently, our brothers are only using handguns. You can't be too biased this time. Another elder called Yi Shuexiong also called out, I agree, leader. Our Baihu Hall brothers are also only using handguns, some are even using blades. This time, you must definitely distribute some to us fairly as well. Otherwise, we brothers will cease working. The Freemasons had a number of halls under its banner, boasting the integration of people from Zhuke Hall, Baihu Hall, Xuanhuan Hall, Ursa, Sirius, many such awe-inspiring names. In truth, they were just a motley crew. Even before the rifles had been exchanged, there was already squabbling over the distribution. As long as they possessed the rifles, the halls would make use of the chance to suppress the other halls, which would in turn lead to better resource distribution. Peng Lingbo shouted out loudly, Shut up, the whole lot of you. Under Peng Lingbo's furious shout, the elders ceased their squabbling. When he quelled their arguments, Peng Lingbo then turned to Yue Zhong and smiled apologetically. I've let you see our shameful side. Brother Yue Zhong, how many guns and bullets will you be exchanging for a Vietnamese survivor? None. Yue Zhong laughed and pulled out his stinger, pointing it at Peng Lingbo's head, and pulled the trigger. I'm here to subdue you all. With a Peng Lingbo's brains were immediately blasted into pieces. Pulpy bits, red blood and white bone chips splattered all over the place. Even Zhang Qian, Hu Yan, Zhang Xuan and Wei Ningguo had not expected Yue Zhong would suddenly kill. Leader. Chun Libong was a loyal supporter of Peng Lingbo, and once he saw that his leader was killed, his eyes turned red as he activated his high-speed movement and charged at Yue Zhong. Shut up and don't move. Whoever does will die. Yue Zhong casually aimed the stinger at Chun Libong and fired, having already caught sight of his actions. Another gunshot rang out, and Chun Libong's brains were neatly left to dry on the wall, as his lifeless body crumpled to the floor. Yue Zhong had killed 2 people just like that within a short span of time. Wei Ningguo, Hu Yan, Zhang Xuan and Zhang Chong had also taken action by then, as they swiftly pulled out their handguns and pointed it at the remaining people in the room. Their bodies were tense and were on high alert to activate their skills if need be, to deal with them. They were currently in a hostile situation, and no matter how unwilling they were, since Yue Zhong had already acted, they had to stand with him. Seeing such a cruel scene, Zhang Mingyi and the remaining 4 elders froze, not daring to move. When Peng Lingbo died to Yue Zhong's sudden attack, no one could gauge his strength, but Chun Libong was an agility-focused enhancer, and he was just killed in one shot. They could roughly guess that Yue Zhong's capabilities were far beyond them. Furthermore, there were the other 4 experts of the Chinese Association currently monitoring them. If they were to make a sudden move, there would only be death. The current atmosphere had turned extremely strange, as the 4 elders felt cold sweat down their back, and their gazes landed on Zhang Mingyi. Now that the leader was dead, the vice leader had become their backbone. Even with their differences at such a crucial time, they had to stick together anyway. Zhang Mingyi took a deep breath before looking at Yue Zhong, pointing to Peng Lingbo's headless corpse and asked, "Brother Yue Zhong, I am Zhang Mingyi, the vice leader of the Freemasons. What is the meaning of this?" Zhang Mingyi's question was also the question weighing on Yue Zhong's companions, who had not received any notification about what he was going to do beforehand. Yue Zhong had actually suddenly murdered someone without warning. And not just anybody, but the leader of the Freemasons. Yue Zhong looked at Zhang Mingyi and smiled gently. Peng Lingbo did not want to resist against Wuyanhong. Hence, I've killed him. I want to take over his faction. It's that simple. Zhang Mingyi, you have a decision to make. You will join me to eradicate Wuyanhong, or shall die here today. Your choice. I'll give you 10 seconds to consider. 10, 9. Zhang Mingyi turned pale. He never would have expected Yue Zhong had just blatantly revealed his motive just like that. *4. Chapter 334. Countdown. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog. Edition. Book 3. The South. 2. Zhang Mingyi quickly made up his mind. I surrender. I'm willing to eradicate Wuyanhong alongside you. Zhang Mingyi had a bone-deep hatred for the great empire of Vietnam. Every single member of his family had been tormented and tortured by them. He had joined the Freemasons only because he couldn't join the Chinese Association due to his obsession with revenge. Now, under Yue Zhong's ultimatum, he chose to surrender, purely to help take Wuyanhong down. Yue Zhong looked at Zhang Mingyi surrendering, and he turned his head to glance at the other 4 elders. What about the 4 of you? At this time, the various soldiers of the Freemasons had gathered and charged towards the meeting hall. Zhang Xuanhuan pulled out his handgun and fired a few shots at the oncoming Freemason members. He was after all experienced with guns. Every single shot of his found its mark and suppressed them. This kept the soldiers from wantonly charging in. Order them to surrender. Yue Zhong pointed his stinger at one of the elders and coldly commanded. That elder stubbornly retorted, Yue Zhong, I'm advising you to surrender. We have over 100 good brothers here. None of them will yield to you. You only have 5 men here. Even if you kill us, the rest will not bow to you. In the end, both sides will suffer losses. What a valiant hero. Just die. Yue Zhong coldly pulled the trigger. With a pang, the elders' brains joined the final collage of Peng Lingbo and Chun Libong. *1. The stinger was exceptionally powerful, and its power output could contend with the ZPT-90S. The moment it hit the head would explode like a watermelon. Yue Zhong then aimed at another elder and coldly continued. The 100 men of the Freemasons are nothing to me. Just yesterday, I wiped out 2 battalions of Wuyanhong, totaling over 800 soldiers. Killing another 100 today would just be a side dish. Even if you are Chinese, as long as you're my enemy, I will not be merciful. Will you surrender or not? Hearing his words, the eyes of the Chinese Association members widened in shock. They could not believe that Yue Zhong had single-handedly destroyed 2 battalions under Wuyanhong. Hu Yen spoke deeply. It's true. Yue Zhong has the ability to command mutant beasts. You guys had best surrender. Hu Yen did not think that Yue Zhong would be so ruthless, just killing when he thought of it, and actually eliminating the leader of the Freemasons. He even wanted to forcefully conquer the entire Freemasons. However, since the arrow had left its bow, he had to follow Yue Zhong's cue. Otherwise, if the rest of the Freemasons really fought, they would definitely face some loss. The elder had a look of shock as he exclaimed, "I surrender! Don't kill me!" The moment that elder gave in, Yue Zhong pointed the stinger at another elder. With the threat of death looming over their heads, the remaining elders all gave in with much difficulty, although it was only on the surface. They would revolt the second an opportunity surfaced. Yue Zhong, however, did not seem to care as he told Zhang Mingyi and the elders, "Tell them to stand down." Zhang Mingyi immediately went to the exit of the hall and shouted loudly, "It's me *2 Zhang Mingyi. Stop immediately. I'm ordering you guys to stop your attack. That's the vice leader." Hearing Zhang Mingyi's command, the soldiers outside were at a loss on what to do. The gunshots stopped. The head of the security Kai Hengbo had a grim look as he held his gun and hollered towards the hall. "So what if you're the vice leader? We are all men of the leader. We only listen to his command. Those inside listen up. Let the leader come out. Otherwise, we'll kill every single one of you." Yue Zhong stepped out of the meeting hall and, pointing the stinger at Kai Hengbo's head, immediately fired and expertly displayed Kai Hengbo's thought organ on the nearby wall. He then coldly spoke to the rest. "Your leader has died at my hands. The vice leader and all the elders have already surrendered. The whole lot of you better surrender. I can still let you live. If you want to continue and resist, I'll give you death. Your wives and kids will be treated as slaves, belonging to only the victors. Surrender or death. You choose. Kill him. He's alone. Everyone kill him. And seek revenge for our leader." One of the loyal supporters of Peng Lingbo shouted out in agitation. The soldiers of the Freemasons hesitated. Some started to fire at Yue Zhong. There were also some who held back and hid as they watched the show. Countless bullets were flying towards Yue Zhong. He frowned as his body flashed away from his position, and he let out a single furious howl towards the sky. At a nearby forest, lightning heard Yue Zhong's call and replied with a howl of its own, as it led more than 100 Type 2 mutant leopard cats towards the territory of the Freemasons. The speed of the mutant leopard cats was extremely fast, and pretty soon, they surrounded the village, as lightning entered the village on its own and shot towards the current gathering spot like an arrow. "Mutant beast! Attack! Attack!" When the warriors of the Freemasons saw lightning, their expressions all turned to one of horror as they shouted amongst themselves. The majority of the guns changed their aim towards it. Lightning's speed was incredibly fast. Not only did it dodge the bullets with ease, evading the attacks, but with every flash of its speed, a few soldiers would lose their heads. Lightning had just killed about 4 or 5 soldiers when the soldiers started losing their morale and ran for their lives. They were just a bunch of untrained warriors after all, not even comparable to the Chinese Association. They were naturally unable to withstand the might of such a Type 2 mutant beast. In just a short span of a minute, lightning had charged through the heart of the Freemasons' town, swiping its claws casually and removing a soldier's head. Mutant beast! Type 2 mutant leopard cat! Upon seeing lightning, those warriors firing at Yue Zhong had a change of expression as they changed their targets to lightning. The number of Type 2 mutant beasts in these parts of Vietnam was not many. The appearance of one usually spelt disaster and rains of blood. The Freemasons could be easily wiped out by a single Type 2 mutant beast. To handle a Type 2 mutant beast, it would take a powerful faction like Wu Yanhong's troops with enough firepower to hunt down one, and that was including the potential cost of human lives. In the rain of bullets, lightning dodged them all gracefully, its body continuously dancing by, and each time it passed a soldier, the head of the soldier would be swiped off its position between the shoulder blades. No one thus far could withstand its attacks. What a fearsome Type 2 mutant beast! Seeing lightning engaging in an all-out slaughter amongst the humans, everyone was frightened out of their wits. Zhang Mingyi subconsciously reached for his neck and touched it. His heart filled with terror. Although he was a level 27 enhancer himself, facing lightning, he would die within a second. "I surrender! Don't kill me! I surrender!" Some of the soldiers started losing their morale and will to fight, and they started to throw their weapons down as they kneeled and begged miserably. The Type 2 mutant leopard cat only continued its elegant slaughter of those who chose to fight. The rest who had not joined in the fray earlier and watching on one side were spared. These led the soldiers to understand who was controlling the terrifying mutant beast. After being subdued by Yue Zhong, Lightning also gained some intelligence, and ignored the soldiers who surrendered. Instead it continued to kill those who refused to give up. Soon, the entire area was filled with corpses of the soldiers from the Freemasons. Zhang Mingyi and the 3 other elders witnessed this horrifying scene, and did not dare doubt the truth of Yue Zhong's words. When the main fighting force collapsed, the rest of the soldiers gave up and threw down their weapons as they surrendered. At this time, the 100 soldiers Yue Zhong borrowed from the Chinese Association came rolling into the town with their armored vehicles. They went about placing the various survivors under arrest. Yue Zhong also reorganized the remaining 113 Chinese warriors into 5 platoons, and handed them to be commanded by Zhang Mingyi, Wei Ningguo and the 3 elders, Yi Shuixiong, Zhou Dali and Ning Changshui, who surrendered. Hu Yan, Zhang Shuwen and Zheng Chong were all capable and powerful people, but were upper echelons of the Chinese Association. Yue Zhong naturally could not hand his troops to them. In each platoon, other than the Chinese, Yue Zhong filled the ranks up with some other Vietnamese survivors. As for the families of Peng Lingbo, Chun Libong and those who had retaliated, Yue Zhong sent the able-bodied men to the Scum Battalion, while the women were sent to the Women's Battalion to await future orders. After settling all of this, Yue Zhong then gathered the inhabitants of this small town. In this village, there were 600 survivors, of which 400 were Vietnamese. Those Vietnamese were looking on at Yue Zhong atop the podium with fear in their eyes. Wuyan Hong had openly committed genocide of the Chinese, and those Chinese experts were filled with fury. Some did not care about whether it was wrong or right. As long as they saw a Vietnamese, they would slaughter them as well. As a result, both sides had a hatred that ran deep. The 400 Vietnamese survivors were afraid that Yue Zhong would indiscriminately kill them all. Zhang Mingyi, Wei Ningguo, Yi Shuixiong, Zhou Dali, Ning Changshui were looking at Yue Zhong as well. Most of them had strange gazes in their eyes. Other than Wei Ningguo, the rest were soldiers who had just surrendered, and it could be seen that they still did not approve of Yue Zhong from the looks in their eyes. They were only fearful of Yue Zhong's strength and his command of the mutant beasts. The human heart was unfathomable, and those soldiers of the Freemasons were looking at Yue Zhong as well with their thoughts concealed. "I am Yue Zhong." Yue Zhong surveyed the crowd before him, before coldly speaking out, "I have eradicated the Freemasons. From today onwards, you're all my people. Regardless of your Chinese or Vietnamese background, you will all have to listen to me. If you follow me, I will give you food, honor, and glorious victory." Chapter 335, Warning the Troops. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. Yue Zhong eyed them coldly and said in an icy tone, "If any of you dares to betray me and become an enemy, I will chop your heads off and turn your family into slaves, and give them to my subordinates to serve their every need. They will lead lowly and shameful days for the rest of their pitiful lives. For those who give their all to my cause, you will gain huge benefits and glory. You can choose to follow me and fight, or become my enemy. The choice is entirely up to you." Yue Zhong then waved his hands and called out deeply, "Now, here are some weapons to bolster your strength. Take it." Soldiers that Yue Zhong borrowed from the Chinese Association started handing out guns from crates on the podium to the ex-Freemasons members. So many guns! When the inhabitants of the town saw the number of guns, their eyes widened in shock. The Freemasons had a dozen AKs at most, while they relied heavily on handguns. Now Yue Zhong suddenly pulled out over 100 AKs to be distributed. This led many to be filled with disbelief. Before any other stronger faction arrived to topple Yue Zhong, they now had no choice but to comply. Those soldiers who had just recently came under Yue Zhong's control started to feel their hearts surge with pride and joy, their happiness being worn on their faces. In this post-apocalyptic world, only the strong could lead good lives. With a single AK, these soldiers could each become a fearsome existence to normal survivors. Seeing that the weapons were distributed, Yue Zhong called out loudly, "Now, let us go hunt our first prey. Come with me." Let's go annihilate Wu Yanhong's troops and take back everything from them. As long as we eradicate Wu Yanhong, food, women, riches, status, they will all be yours. Zhang Mingyi replied in a loud voice. Kill, 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 kill them all. Take everything from them. Zhang Mingyi had always wanted to kill Wu Yanhong. Yue Zhong's intentions struck a chord with his heart. At this time, as long Yue Zhong could take Wu Yanhong out, he was willing to give his all to Yue Zhong. *1. Kill, 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 kill them all. The soldiers all called out in response, clearly riled up by that powerful speech. As their chants got louder, and with that rising morale, their inner fighting instincts were released. They released angry howls as though they were wolves. Move out, Yue Zhong commanded coldly. This entire troop that had just been subdued by Yue Zhong was motivated and led to advance towards their enemies in such a short time. As for the defense of the town, Yue Zhong left it to Hu Yan, Zhang Shuwen and Zhang Chong, the three elders of the Chinese Association, as well as the 100 soldiers he borrowed. So Wan Yan had lent those soldiers to Yue Zhong with conditions. If there were deaths within an acceptable range of 10 people, Yue Zhong did not need to be responsible. Beyond that, for every soldier that died, Yue Zhong would be required to fill the ranks with 2 Chinese. Hence Yue Zhong had only intended for them to guard the town and maintain security and order. Zhang Mingyi was an agility-based enhancer and used to be a recon soldier. Therefore, he brought a few other passionate soldiers along with him to scout the road ahead, providing intelligence. Those soldiers had wives and children back at the village, and Yue Zhong wasn't worried that they would escape. In fact, Yue Zhong had chosen those Vietnamese soldiers as they also had families, and if they dared revolt, Yue Zhong would not be merciful. Zhang Mingyi was currently maneuvering within the forest, his body covered entirely in a weird mutant tree sap, giving him an extremely foul stench. However, it helped ward off ants. The other 4 soldiers did the same, otherwise the venomous bugs in the forest could easily take their lives. As they were scouting, Zhang Mingyi heard the sudden roar of a vehicle engine. His brows furrowed, and swiftly brought his men as they made their way towards the direction of the noise. Zhang Mingyi quickly climbed atop a small hill and looked towards a highway below, only to discover a huge fleet of vehicles currently making for the distance. The huge vehicle fleet was made out of various transportation trucks, and from the top of the hill, Zhang Mingyi could discern that the trucks were filled to the brim with haggard survivors. Those huge transportation trucks were flanked by a battalion's worth of fully equipped soldiers, and they were marching anxiously. In this post-apocalyptic world, most vehicle fleets required the protection of soldiers, otherwise the mutant beasts of the forest would be attracted by the sounds of the vehicles and attack them. What a huge catch! Too bad it's a bit too big and too thorny. I wonder how Yue Zhong would deal with this. Zhang Mingyi looked at the fleet below, as a glint appeared in his eyes, and he brought out the walkie-talkie and reported what he had seen to Yue Zhong. It's a battalion without heavy weapons. It really is a huge catch. Let us kill them all. Yue Zhong heard the intel report from Zhang Mingyi, and his eyes flashed with a resolute gaze. The fleet was currently making its way towards Yue Zhong and his troops. Yue Zhong quickly got his men to choose a small hill to hide. The vehicle fleet continued unaware as it made its way into Yue Zhong's trap. Attack! Yue Zhong immediately pulled out a heavy machine gun and rained bullets on the vehicle fleet. As the bullets penetrated the surrounding soldiers, piercing holes in their bodies and causing their innards to fall out. Wei Ningguo, Yi Shuixiong, Zhou Dali and Ning Changshui brought their own men as they got on the ground and fired their own guns at the soldiers. In just a matter of seconds, 30 men from the battalion had been killed. Ambush! Ambush! The commander of the battalion shouted out in fright and horror. He never imagined that they would fall into a trap here. However, the battalion of soldiers protecting the fleet were not elite soldiers, and they were just a bunch of untrained soldiers who had not undergone training. The moment they were ambushed, their formation collapsed. Many of them threw down their weapons, while some heeded the commands of their leader. After using the vehicles as cover, they started counterattacking. Yue Zhong saw that half the battalion had lost their composure and their will to fight. He felt excited, and immediately let out a howl to the skies. Lightning, who was waiting nearby with a bunch of its brothers, replied with its own howl, and led them towards the battalion, their speed sending them past the defenses of the soldiers in a matter of seconds. The 100 over mutant leopard cats were truly fearless under the leadership of Lightning, as they continuously knocked the soldiers onto the ground and ripped their throats out. Damn beasts! There were 3 enhancers above level 30 within the battalion, and they were there specifically to deal with mutant beast. Upon seeing those mutant leopard cats, they charged out. Amongst the 3 level 30 enhancers, one was a strength-based enhancer. He wielded a huge shield in one hand and a huge hammer in the other. Both added up to reach 700 gene, and that huge hammer could easily flatten a small jeep. The massive shield could even withstand the firepower from heavy weapons, just that it wasn't something that normal people could casually carry. Another was an agility-based enhancer, who was wielding a pale blue dagger, his figure dodging through the crowd. The last one was an enhancer with the ice manipulation ability, and he pointed to one mutant leopard cat, as 8 ice shards were conjured out of thin air, piercing into the body of the mutant leopard cat, before suddenly exploding, causing the blood of the mutant leopard cat to freeze instantly, as it fell to the ground dead. Lightning had already noticed the presence of these 3 enhancers at the first moment. It leapt into the air before suddenly appearing in front of the agility-based enhancer, and swiped its claws out. In that instant, Lightning had caused his body to be snapped in 2. After taking out the agility-based enhancer, it immediately made its way towards the strength-based enhancer while evading countless bullets. The shield-wielding enhancer caught a glimpse of Lightning and his face fell. Type 2 mutant leopard cat. Damn it! Why would there be a Type 2 mutant beast here? His eyes glossed over as Lightning disappeared from his sights, and in the next instant, an extremely sharp claw had slashed from behind him, causing his head to be lopped off easily. The ice manipulation enhancer looked at Lightning with shock and dread, as he immediately turned to flee towards a jeep. It was definitely impossible for him to deal with a Type 2 mutant beast on his own, and retreating was the only way to ensure his survival. Pong! A gunshot rang out, and a new hole was made in the head of that remaining enhancer, as he crumpled to the floor as a lifeless corpse. Yue Zhong eyed the corpse of the ice manipulation enhancer, as he put down the Bartlett sniper, switched to his heavy machine gun and continued firing wildly at the soldiers. Surrender and you'll be spared. Throw down your weapons. Surrender and you'll be spared. Zhang Mingyi shouted loudly. Surrender and you'll be spared. Throw down your weapons. Surrender and you'll be spared. The entire clearing was filled with triumphant shouts. This type of jeering to force the enemy to succumb was extremely gratifying. Each time there was such a call, it was the end of a battle. Under the joint attacks of the mutant beasts and humans, the battalion which had lost all sense of order could not regroup. Many threw down their weapons, hugging their heads, as they trembled and looked at the mutant beasts. There were some who tried to flee towards the forest, but their basic human speed could not match against the mutant leopard cats, and they were easily knocked to the ground before having their throats ripped out. Chapter 336, Killing the Prisoners. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. Not long after, the entire defense of the vehicle fleet crumbled. Yue Zhong had ambushed over 200 people, and the death count was also about 200. In rewards, he gained a battalion's worth of equipment, although there wasn't a single heavy weapon. This battle had cost the lives of 2 soldiers from Yue Zhong's side, 8 injured people, and 3 dead mutant leopard cats. There was simply no comparison between the losses of both sides. These should have been new recruits. Yue Zhong walked among the dead bodies littered around the area as he thought quietly to himself. If they were an elite team, even when facing that ambush, they would have reacted properly at the first moment, and would not collapse just like that. Boss Yue, the captives have already let up. Zhang Mingyi brought some captives to Yue Zhong in excitement. It was the first time he had been part of such a clean operation, where they successfully wiped out an entire battalion and suffered minimal losses. This led Zhang Mingyi to be filled with respect and admiration towards Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong looked at one of the captives and asked, "Who are you people?" The captive returned Yue Zhong's gaze and revealed his identity honestly. "We are soldiers from Li Guangyi's Vietnam Revival Army. This was the 3rd Battalion of the 3rd Regiment, 1st Division. This time, Our mission was to escort 600 Chinese to Wuyanhong to exchange for some firepower. Using humans to exchange for firepower. Yue Zhong frowned, as he continued asking, "What is the relationship between you guys and Wuyanhong?" The captive replied, "We had a few clashes with Wuyanhong in the past. There were victories and losses from both sides. Recently, we haven't engaged in war. It seemed like the upper brass were passing judgment on some things. As for the details about that, I'm not entirely sure." The captive was speaking entirely in Vietnamese, and Ming Jejia, who was standing beside Yue Zhong, translated everything for him. Yue Zhong continued grilling the captive with many questions. This led to him obtaining precious information about the Vietnam Revival Army. Li Guangyi used to be a commanding officer within the Vietnam Army. After the apocalypse, he had brought men to absorb a few battalions, as they continued to clear out the surrounding towns, saving the inhabitants and establishing the Vietnam Revival Army. Under the constant expansion, Li Guangyi's Vietnam Revival Army grew to an astounding power of over 40,000 survivors and 14 battalions of about 4,500 soldiers. However, as rationing was still an issue and training was inadequate, this 3rd Battalion of the 3rd Regiment, 1st Division happened to be a newly established unit, and without the proper training or sufficient experience, they had been taken down easily by Yue Zhong. If it were the elite troops of Li Guangyi, the outcome of the battle would definitely be different. Li Guangyi had absorbed a number of strong soldiers, and obtained numerous weapons, and wasn't a simple force that could be defeated by this random bunch of soldiers that Yue Zhong had just recently subdued. Yue Zhong walked towards the huge transportation truck, only to discover that within those vehicles, there were many Chinese packed together like pigs and dogs, their clothes in tatters, their bodies giving off foul smells, and their eyes were filled with fear. There were even many women who had obviously been raped and mistreated, their bodies covered with light yellow spots. Seems like this Li Guangyi is not a decent character as well. Yue Zhong's killing intent surged for an instant, before he continued on. He had seen enough of the cruelty of the post-apocalyptic world, and he knew that no matter how he pitted his fellow Chinese, it wouldn't do any good. He might as well kill more of those Vietnamese who took pleasure in torturing. *1. Yue Zhong came to the second truck, and saw that 30 extremely beautiful women were brought out from within, and the soldiers he had recently subdued has thrown their weapons down and were tearing at the women's clothes. The women were crying out shrilly in fright as they struggled powerlessly. After a victory, it was time to mess with the women. This had always been the way of the Freemasons, and Peng Lingbo had made use of this method to win over subordinates. This had led many of the deplorable men to be loyal to him. Truthfully, even before the apocalypse, there were countless cases of people engaging in plundering and rape during times of war. It was hard to maintain a sense of decency then, not to mention the current times. Ming Jejia looked at the women struggling on the floor, and she frowned, as she hid behind Yue Zhong. She had come across such scenes countless times, but it was still hard for her to stomach. Even though she was young, she was still female after all. These kinds of situation made her feel disgusted, but she was powerless to stop it. Yue Zhong furrowed his brows as he eyed those degenerates who had lost all sense of their morality as he coldly shouted, "Apprehend these beasts!" The soldiers who were spectating silently uncomfortably stepped out at least and made a grab for those soldiers. "Fuck! Get the hell off me! Once your father I am done, you'll get your turn." When one of the soldiers was pried away, he started to curse out loud, but then he saw the cold glare of Yue Zhong standing a distance away, and his complexion instantly turned pale as he stammered, "Boss, you! Everyone fall in." Yue Zhong's own expression was steely as he commanded. Under Yue Zhong's command, all the 100 over soldiers immediately got in their positions, and they knew what it was about, as they stood silently and looked at Yue Zhong, awaiting his decision on their punishment. Yue Zhong looked at those soldiers and said coldly, "These beasts tried to rape women on the battlefield. They're no longer my men. I'll announce now. These men will be executed on the spot." Hearing his judgment, the soldiers who had lowered their heads awaiting their punishment immediately looked up in agitation and started to protest. As one of the soldiers struggled, he shouted out loudly, "Boss, you were the one who said, as long as we join you and fight, we would get food, women, victory." This was only one time that I fooled around. Why have you sentenced us to death? Yeah. I can't accept this. Those soldiers continued to protest violently. They wanted to fight for a chance at survival. Yue Zhong silenced them with a look. I gave you strength, not the right to rape and humiliate your fellow countrymen. If you want women, I will give them to you. If you were normal civilians, I would have just thrown you into the scum battalion. However, this is the battlefield. You are all soldiers. Soldiers who forget themselves and throw their weapons down just to enjoy themselves deserve the death penalty. Yue Zhong looked at Zhang Mingyi as he coldly ordered, commence the execution. Zhang Mingyi felt a chill in his heart and knew Yue Zhong was forcing him to decide. If he executed the order, his position would drop amongst the soldiers that used to be part of the Freemasons. After all, these were previously Freemasons members. However, if he did not execute the order, Yue Zhong would immediately sentence him to death as well. Zhang Mingyi did not hesitate any further and ordered harshly, open fire! Pong! Pong! Zhang Mingyi's soldiers immediately raised their guns and fired at the soldiers who had humiliated the ladies. Although these soldiers were their comrades in the past, if they didn't open fire, they would be the ones to face death. Under the gunfire, those soldiers were shot dead. Yue Zhong swept his gaze across the soldiers and said in a heavy voice, I hope you'll understand that their plight will be the consequences for any similar incidents in the future. Women, wealth, and food. I'll provide them, but you'll have to abide by my rules and orders. Understood. Wei Ningguo was the first to shout out, Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The soldiers all replied with a chill in their heart. They had just been forced into Yue Zhong's ranks, and they had not yet fully accepted him as a leader. But they were willing to follow the strong person who could lead them to constant victories. As long as he could lead them to win battle after battle, their loyalty and morale will naturally grow. However, the moment he failed, this group would instantly scatter. Yue Zhong next coldly ordered, Take our fellow countrymen. Let them pinpoint those amongst the captives who had taken part in slaughter or tormented the Chinese in any way. Execute those offenders. Zhang Mingyi's heart went cold instantly, and his fiery passion arose as he replied in a loud voice, Yes, sir. Wait. Right at this moment, Wei Ningguo suddenly exclaimed. Yue Zhong's gaze turned icy as he looked at Wei Ningguo. Wei Ningguo's back broke out in cold sweat, yet he hardened his skin and told Yue Zhong, Boss Yue, killing the captives won't be too good. Furthermore, if this matter is to travel out, there will be lesser people willing to surrender. Since time immemorial, there were few powers who executed their captives. It was not because they were kind or merciful, but the moment news were to spread, fewer enemies would be willing to surrender. Instead, they might fight it out. Wei Ningguo was hoping that Yue Zhong would become an overlord and continue being a big tree that he could rely on. Hearing Wei Ningguo's words, Zhang Mingyi also faltered as he looked to Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong replied indifferently, Carry on. Zhang Mingyi nodded and immediately brought men to lead the survivors out of the vehicles as they went to identify the culprits. The Vietnamese captives were not any decent people themselves, as under the identification of the enraged Chinese survivors, various captives were pointed out and pulled from the holding place and immediately subjected to execution. Don't kill me. Ah, I was wrong. Don't kill me. I've already surrendered. Amidst cries and shouts, many of the Chinese survivors saw their tormentors and torturers getting their just desserts, and they could not help but sob in relief. It was truly a venting of their grievances and frustrations. Many of the Chinese survivors immediately kneeled towards Yue Zhong, as they kowtowed repeatedly. Yue Zhong had slaughtered their hated enemies, and in an instant, won their support and goodwill. Yue Zhong pointed to those Chinese survivors and told Wei Ningguo, See that? After killing the scum, I've gained their favor. If I kept them, then those scum might not even be loyal anyway. I'm Chinese after all, and considering the situation, I would still want to seek revenge for my countrymen, regardless of the consequences, otherwise the road in the future would definitely be tougher. 2. Chapter 337, Pearl Fruit. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. After hearing Yue Zhong's words, Wei Ningguo lowered his head in silence for a while, before nodding slightly. With over 500 Chinese survivors who supported him, Yue Zhong's position was consolidated further. Although in the long run, killing the captives was not auspicious, in order to win the hearts of the Chinese survivors, killing those Vietnamese that were worse than beasts was the best method. With the identification of the Chinese survivors, over 100 captives were pulled out and immediately executed by beheading. The remaining Vietnamese captives were all frightened, their eyes filled with fear, afraid that they will be the next to be targeted. Not all the Vietnamese were monsters, though. Those who did not commit any offense were directly sent to the scum battalion as cannon fodder. After settling the issue of the Vietnamese captives, Yue Zhong then came to the last vehicle with a huge container. Ming Jie followed silently behind Yue Zhong. She was extremely pleased with Yue Zhong's decision on handling those Vietnamese captives. During the post-apocalypse, the Chinese led wretched lives. In this huge country of Vietnam, any Vietnamese would take the chance to humiliate or even kill a Chinese. Killing them back gave Ming Jie a sort of outlet to vent her hatred. After all, she was Chinese as well. Seeing that Yue Zhong had walked over, two soldiers who were standing by opened up the container. They discovered that there was a small tree contained within, with numerous green leaves, its height about 1 m, and there were 8 small pearl-like fruits that were snow-white in color growing on that tree. "What is this?" Yue Zhong pulled over a captive platoon commander Mu Peixiang and asked. Mu Peixiang happened to be the highest commanding officer within the captives. Mu Peixiang swiftly replied, "Sir, we aren't too sure on the background of this thing as well. This is something that the commander of the Cheetah Battalion discovered in a small town. When he found it, there were 16 mutant fierce-teeth apes around. To kill those apes, we lost a number of comrades as well." Yue Zhong did not reply and just looked at the strange tree, as he waved his hands and dismissed Mu Peixiang. Yue Zhong reached out to pluck a fruit from the tree, as he took in a whiff of its scent, and could detect a strange sort of fragrance from the tree. Yue Zhong held the pearl-like fruit and hesitated. He was 80% confident that it was definitely something good. However, he wasn't too sure about its effects. If it caused a person to faint, he would definitely be ripped apart by those soldiers he had just subjugated. Ming Jie was extremely astute, and could discern Yue Zhong's dilemma, as she came towards Yue Zhong with a smile on her face and her huge round eyes as she said, "Master, are you afraid that the fruit has poison? Why don't you let me try it for you?" Yue Zhong looked at Ming Jie and said in a heavy voice, "Jie, I'm 80% sure that this fruit is something good and won't be harmful. However, since it's not a certainty, are you sure you would like to try it?" Ming Jie had a resolute look as she said, "Let me." Ming Jie could tell that this fruit was something precious as well. Furthermore, she wanted to take the chance. If the pearl-like fruit could allow her to become strong, then she would have gained a huge benefit. In this post-apocalyptic world, the chances to become someone strong were little. Even if it could not endow her with power, she would still gain Yue Zhong's trust. The only risk was that she might be poisoned to death. Yue Zhong looked at Ming Jie and her determined expression and threw the pearl-like fruit to her. "Okay, take it." When Ming Jie received it, she did not even take a moment of hesitation, and directly swallowed the fruit into her stomach. When the fruit entered Ming Jie's stomach, it turned into a cool stream of energy that flowed within her body, as it nourished her limbs and nerves. The cool energy rotated within her body for a few rounds, before solidifying. Ming Jie's face then took a greenish hue, as she opened her mouth slightly and spat out a mouthful of baleful air. Her frail little body shivered non-stop, like a helpless bird, as she looked at Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong immediately grabbed her into his embrace, and found that the little loli was as cold as a block of ice. Yue Zhong observed the trembling Ming Jie and came to a conclusion. The side effects of this fruit are still unknown, but it definitely has some benefit in terms of enhancement. Yue Zhong chose not to take the fruit himself. Instead, he got his men to seal the container after seeing Ming Jie's plight. Right at this time, Wei Ningguo came up to Yue Zhong and asked respectfully, "Boss Yue, are we still attacking Nandu Town?" Nandu Town was Yue Zhong's intended target this time. There was a platoon of Wian Hong's forces guarding the town, and within the town, There were about 1,300 survivors, of which 200 Chinese were being treated as slaves. Yue Zhong had decided to ambush Li Guangyi's forces from the Vietnam Revival Army on the spur of the moment. He gained a number of captives and Chinese survivors as a stroke of luck. Of course, Yue Zhong activated his summon skeleton skill, and White Bones stepped out of thin air. Yue Zhong pointed to White Bones and said, "Wei Ningguo, this is my trusted aide White Bones. He represents my will. You must follow his orders." "Yes." Wei Ningguo felt shock and amazement as he replied. It was the first time he actually saw a life form appearing out of thin air. Yue Zhong eyes Wei Ningguo and said in a low voice, "Wei Ningguo, bring them back to base. If anyone makes any funny moves, you can tell White Bones, and it will help you take care of the situation." "Yes, sir." Wei Ningguo felt a chill. He knew this was a test and the hidden meaning behind it. If he himself were to try anything funny, this White Bones would execute him at the first moment it could. Yue Zhong had just gained control over his troops for too short a time, and had used extreme force to subdue them. He had not won their loyalty yet, and if he wasn't there was a possibility of a revolt. However, with the existence of White Bones, which was impervious to bullets and knives, and even the heavy firepower of a 12.7mm machine gun, suppressing this mob would not be hard. Yue Zhong would then be rest assured to lead his men to launch an assault on Nandu town. Under the command of Wei Ningguo, half of the troops stayed behind, and were responsible for protecting and escorting the survivors, Vietnam captives, and the equipment they obtained as they made their way back to the town of the Freemasons. The other half would follow Yue Zhong's lead to advance towards Nandu town. Nandu town was a small territory on the borderline of the areas under Wuyanhong and Li Guangyi's control. There was a small elite platoon of soldiers currently stationed there. At the same time, there were various fortifications being carried out. Different attacking points were densely placed, and without ample firepower, it was very hard to attack this town. What a tough defense! Yue Zhong brought men to Nandu town, as he looked at the seemingly impregnable defense, with reinforcements present to support one another, as he furrowed his brows. Facing that defense, lightning would only be sending its brothers to death by charging blindly. The mutant leopard cats were truly fearsome, but against a turtle-like defense with experts who were not exactly weak, if the mutant beasts were to forcefully try and attack, they would only lose out in the end. Zhang Mingyi observed Nandu town from afar, before walking to Yue Zhong's side, quipping unhappily, "Boss Yue, why don't we fall back for now? This Nandu town seems too tough to handle. Even if the brothers charge down, we would not be able to achieve anything." Zhang Mingyi was extremely eager to attack Wu Yanhong's troops, but he was also extremely clear that with just their strength, it would be hard to do anything significant. The terrifying mutant leopard cats that had exhibited their prowess in the wild would not be of much help either against this town. "It's just a single platoon. It's okay, within my capabilities." Yue Zhong had calculated silently, before making a decision. "Wait here. I'll go take care of that platoon." Zhang Mingyi had a look of shock as he exclaimed, "Boss Yue, that is a platoon, and they're part of Wu Yanhong's elites, not some random riffraff. They're all within some protective buildings, and not so easy to deal with. Do think this through carefully." Those troops of Wu Yanhong's were actual elites who had experienced and survived countless battles. Amongst them, there were many veterans and some actual military personnel from before the apocalypse. Their combat prowess was not like the troops of Li Guangyi that Yue Zhong had ambushed earlier. With the combination of elite troops and proper fortifications, even if there were 3 of the battalions that Yue Zhong had taken down, it would not be enough to cause any problems for the town. Zhang Mingyi was pretty strong himself, but he had to admit that he would be easily killed if he were to saunter into the town by himself. Zhang Mingyi had decided to rely on Yue Zhong after witnessing his methods and strength. He did not wish for him to die here. "Don't worry. You guys just wait here for the order to take care of the town." Yue Zhong laughed before pulling out his Bartlett sniper rifle and aimed at a patrolling soldier from such a large distance, and pulled the trigger. With a bang, the patrolling soldier's head was blasted apart. "Enemy attack! Sniper! There's a sniper!" Following the angry shouts, the platoon of elite soldiers quickly ran for cover within the fortifications, and did not allow for a second target for Yue Zhong. Great response. No wonder they're an elite platoon. Yue Zhong eyed the swift and smooth motions of the soldiers and couldn't help but frown. Chapter 338, Slaughter. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. However, Yue Zhong had already prepared himself mentally from the very start. A single platoon of elite soldiers was not going to be a problem for him at all. Yue Zhong pulled out a Type 2 mutant black-scaled boar hide from his ring and donned it before swiftly making his way towards the small town. Snipers! Yue Zhong had just moved when he felt 7 or 8 lines of sight locking onto him. However, this snipers could not possibly aim properly from such a distance, especially when Yue Zhong was employing his high-speed movement. If one wanted to get a hit on an enhancer as fast as Yue Zhong was, it was only possible if it was a sniper with the level 3 sniper specialization. Otherwise, it would be extremely hard for any other normal snipers to try and even catch him. Yue Zhong got within 200 m of the town in just a matter of a few breaths, and the various fortifications and defenses started spewing out bullets fiercely. There were multiple flashes from the different guns, and a dense rain of metal came pouring towards Yue Zhong. Facing such a fearsome hail of bullets, unless it was a Type 2 mutant beast, it was basically impossible for any other mutant beast to be able to withstand it. If Yue Zhong had commanded the Little Brothers of Lightning to launch an assault on the town, just facing this rain of bullets would stop them in their tracks. In that dense barrage of bullets, Yue Zhong activated his shadow steps, as he constantly flashed about, not staying in a single location for more than a second. The area within 200 m of the town had been cleared of everything. There was not a single scrap of cover available. If Yue Zhong wanted to push forward on his charge, he could only do so under the blanket of bullets. In that town, there was no shortage of the bullets from the 12.7 mm heavy machine guns. Even if the bullets could not damage Yue Zhong's defenses, the force of the impact would still cause him some injuries. After all, his body's resilience was still not as tough as a Type 2 mutant beast yet. As Yue Zhong was running, his eyes were constantly darting about, taking in every single detail about the town and the locations of all the fortifications and defenses. He pointed to a part of the town, and 10 balls of devil flame the size of his fingers appeared and shot towards 10 of the defense points. On impact, the 10 locations combusted and were caught in flames, with 30 of the elite soldiers under Wu Yanhong instantly burnt to death. The fearsome devil flame also caused the weapons to catch fire, before exploding and adding further to the blazing flames within the defenses. In just a single moment, the platoon of elite soldiers were all incinerated by one move from Yue Zhong, although it had caused him 20 points in spirit as well. This kind of result was only possible by having the devil flame skill enhanced thrice, as well as having all 6 attributes exceeding that of a standard person. Only someone like Yue Zhong could pull it off. As someone who was also an enhancer with flame manipulation, Wei Ningguo would at most be able to conjure 8 spheres of flame, but to cause such destruction, he would need to expend over 40 points of spirit, which would most likely drain him after a single attack. When those 10 defensive positions were destroyed, 80% of the firepower of the town had been neutralized. Yue Zhong's eyes flashed with a glint, as he retrieved the .05 submachine gun from his back and charged towards the town. When the 10 defensive locations were decimated, the 8 snipers hiding within the town did not stop firing at Yue Zhong. However, while those snipers were considered experts in their own right, trying to snipe Yue Zhong, who had exponentially faster speed than a normal human, was just impossible. Their bullets could only land on his shadows, not even ruffling his clothes. The remaining troops saw Yue Zhong charging forth all by himself, and they quickly retreated towards the second line of defense in an orderly fashion. A few mortar personnel started firing rounds at Yue Zhong's direction, causing myriad explosions all around him. Yue Zhong reacted by conjuring even more devil flame spheres all around him. As he created them, they flew to the different defensive locations and exploded, causing numerous Vietnamese soldiers to be incinerated. Pretty soon, there were various fire traps burning all around the town, and the elite soldiers of the platoon under Wu Yanhong were burnt to death by Yue Zhong's devil flame, turning into ash. When the commander of the elite troops Li Shaoli saw Yue Zhong making his way around town killing the various soldiers, his eyes showed a hint of shock. "Too scary. This damned fellow is too frightening," He must be an evolver that is similar to the Emperor. He's not someone who we can handle. A staff officer came up to Li Shaoli and asked, Commander, what do we do now? We have already lost half of our brothers to that guy. Li Shaoli's eyes flashed coldly as he gave the order, Evacuate. Transmit my order. Everyone is to evacuate from the town. Let all the survivors escape from here now. Li Shaoli also gave an extremely cruel order before the staff officer left. Before we leave, kill all the Chinese. Under such dire circumstances, Li Shaoli could not even ensure the total evacuation of the Vietnamese survivors, not to mention the Chinese who were like pigs and dogs to him. Every Chinese survivor had been subjected to torment and torture under Wu Yanhong's camps. The moment they were given a chance, they would become enemies dead set on seeking revenge. Li Shaoli was a cruel man, and he would naturally not allow such a plight to cause problems in the future. The staff officer trembled and hesitated a while before asking, What about the Chinese women? Do we kill them all as well? In the small town, there were a number of Chinese beauties who were just sent here. The staff officer could not bear to kill those women when they haven't got the chance to play with them. Li Shaoli stared at the staff officer coldly and barked, Kill them all! Yes, sir. The staff officer could detect the unhappiness from Li Shaoli, and he quickly replied, before dismissing himself swiftly. The staff officer quickly came to the holding cell of the Chinese survivors, and conveyed Li Shaoli's orders to the Vietnamese soldiers standing guard outside the jail. The door of the jail cell was then opened up, and from within, numerous Chinese survivors walked out, their clothes in tatters, their faces devoid of expression or color, and their bodies emitting a foul smell. These Chinese captives were all used as slaves to construct fortifications and defenses by the troops of Wu Yanhong, and they ate only the worst available food. There was no freedom, and they could only move around like zombies. Quick! Chinese dogs! Get the hell out here! Faster! A Vietnamese soldier knocked the head of one of the Chinese captives viciously, causing his head to bleed and blood to drip on the floor. Damn it! Useless shit! Go and die! The Vietnamese soldier cursed out, before aiming his gun and firing at the Chinese captive. With a pong, the Chinese captive had a new hole in his head, as he slumped to the floor lifelessly. When the rest of the captives witnessed this, their eyes flashed with fear, but they did not dare make any moves. Those who had dared retaliate had been killed long ago. The various Chinese survivors were quickly ushered to a huge clearing, in which there were 3 heavy machine guns mounted, and 12 Vietnamese soldiers decked in military uniform were standing there. When the Chinese were herded into their positions, the platoon commander in charge of the execution barked out, Open fire! In an instant, the 3 heavy machine guns spat out a line of fire, as a dense rain of bullets tore through the Chinese survivors, causing them to be turned into sieves, fresh blood dyeing the ground. Don't kill me. I don't want to die. I'm begging you. Please don't kill me. When the rest of the Chinese on the other side witnessed this, their eyes filled with fear, and many started to beg pitifully. What the fuck are you being noisy for? Chinese dogs, shut up. The miserable pleading of the Chinese infuriated the Vietnamese, and their eyes turned grim, before pulling out their handguns and fired at some of the Chinese. Under the various gunshots ringing out, those Chinese captives who were wailing were immediately executed. Seeing this cruel and harsh scene, all the Chinese captives knew that it was futile and desolation could be seen in their eyes. Some of them were brought to the clearing amidst their silent sobs, awaiting the next wave of execution. These damn Chinese dogs, they should all be slaughtered. The Vietnamese cursed out loud, and was about to bark out his order. You fucking Vietnamese beasts should be the ones to die. Following Yue Zhong's chilly voice that affected one to the bones, the stinger was placed at the temple of the platoon commander. With a pong, the head of the platoon commander who had been giving orders to execute the Chinese exploded, blood and brain matter splattering on the ground together. Kill him! Kill that devil! When the Vietnamese soldiers saw Yue Zhong, they broke out in commotion and started to fire at him almost simultaneously. All of you can go die, beasts! Yue Zhong's eyes flashed coldly as he activated his devil flame and 11 flames landed on the 11 other Vietnamese soldiers, causing them to combust instantaneously. Ah! It hurts! Save me! The crackle of burning fat and the sizzle of flesh was drowned out, as the Vietnamese soldiers started wailing in agony. Being swallowed by the flames, yet not dying instantly, they struggled for a few moments in excruciating pain before they were finally burned to death. Burning slowly to death was one of the most cruel ways of punishment, and Yue Zhong had gained a substantial amount of control over his devil flame. Now he could control the power output. He could cause it to kill immediately or to cause them to suffer in pain. Bunch of beasts. Wuyan Hong, you fucking beast. Everyone under him are just like him. He doesn't deserve to live. After killing those soldiers, Yue Zhong took in the surrounding, and his fury and killing intent billowed as he saw the numerous bodies of the Chinese that were just executed. Chapter 339. Eradicating Li Shaoli's Troops. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. Yue Zhong suppressed the fury he had, and fired a signal into the skies. Boss Yu has released the signal. Follow me. Zhang Mingyi saw the signal in the skies, and quickly led the 50 or so men towards the direction of the town. Yue Zhong could easily handle a small company of elite soldiers, but to gain control over 1,000 people of a town, it was too difficult to do by himself. Protecting the Chinese that he had just saved would be hard to do alone. Therefore Yue Zhong needed the help and assistance from Zhang Mingyi and the rest. Yue Zhong looked at the 200-plus Chinese captives and said, "I'm Yue Zhong. I'm Chinese and I've come to save you. From today onwards, you're my people. I will do my best to protect you guys. As for Wuyan Hong, that bastard, I will not let him go." When those Chinese captives heard Yue Zhong's words, they started bawling with emotions. Many even started kneeling and kowtowing to him. If Yue Zhong had been just a little bit later, they would have been executed mercilessly. As of this moment, almost everyone was filled with gratitude and reverence for Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong waved his black-toothed blade and cut open the bindings on the Chinese captives, and in turn, those freed went to help the rest undo their bindings as well. Yue Zhong looked at those Chinese survivors and said in a low voice, "Those who still have energy, take up a gun and join me in my fight. Right now, only you can help protect yourself." Amongst those survivors, 20-ish men quickly stepped right up, and they went to pick up the equipment from the 12 Vietnamese soldiers, before standing quietly and awaited Yue Zhong's orders. These Chinese survivors had already witnessed Yue Zhong's tyrannical strength, and coupled with the fact that they did not have a leader amongst themselves, they already started to listen to Yue Zhong's orders subconsciously. Yue Zhong looked at the 12 gun-wielding men and asked, "Which of you have handled a gun before?" One of the men, with a height of 1.6 m, sunken eyes, a clean-shaven head, and a sturdy look replied in a low voice, "My name's Li Guangua. I was a retired soldier from the Chinese army." Yue Zhong took a look at Li Guangua and acknowledged him. "Good. I shall appoint you to be the temporary commander of these survivors. You will be in charge of gathering all our Chinese comrades. Defend this position, and do not allow those Vietnamese to bully our Chinese comrades further. I will go decimate every single one of those Vietnamese animals. After that, I'll come back and bring you guys out of here." Currently, the town was in a huge mess, and there was chaos everywhere. If no one was to stand guard here, those Chinese survivors would be in for further torment. Yue Zhong had to chase down the soldiers of Wuyan Hong's troops, and had no time to stay here. Li Guangua replied in a clear voice, "Yes, sir." Yue Zhong saw that Li Guangua had accepted his order, and quickly left the place, giving chase to the remaining soldiers of Wuyan Hong's troops. The company of elite soldiers stationed here numbered a total of 150 soldiers. Yue Zhong had single-handedly killed over 80 of them. Li Shaoli was also an officer with plenty of combat experience. The moment he saw that Yue Zhong was running around unhindered, he had called for an immediate evacuation. The remaining elite soldiers had swiftly boarded various APCs under Li Shaoli's commands and started to make a run for the exit of the town. Yue Zhong had chosen to save the Chinese survivors first, thus expending some precious time, and by the time he reached Li Shaoli's command center, he saw numerous APCs driving off towards the distance. Fuck! I'll definitely not let you assholes off. Yue Zhong's eyes flashed with a hint of madness as he activated his shadow steps and ran after the APCs. After activating his shadow steps, Yue Zhong's speed would reach a level of nearly 140 points, and him running at full speed allowed him to reach the fleeing APCs in a short span of time. With Yue Zhong giving it his all, the distance between the two parties was gradually lessening. With such an absurd point total for his speed stat, Yue Zhong could be considered almost superhuman in the pre-apocalyptic world. Of course, maintaining this speed that was like a sports car would expend stamina, and Yue Zhong could not maintain it for beyond an hour. Is that even human? How can he use his own legs to match a vehicle? Li Xiaoli saw Yue Zhong chasing from behind in the rearview mirror, and his eyes flashed with shock. It was the first time he saw an enhancer actually giving chase to a car. It was even to the point where the car was losing out in speed. Running at his maximum speed, Yue Zhong quickly reached the back of one of the APCs. He pointed to one of them, and a devil flame flew forth, combusting on one of the APCs. On impact, it instantaneously consumed that APC, causing it to explode into a huge ball of fire. The 15 soldiers inside were incinerated within the first seconds. After taking care of one APC, Yue Zhong's eyes flashed icily as he continued to activate his devil flame, pointing to the front. Another fireball was conjured and caused another APC to be swallowed in flames, exploding in a ball of fire. Around the APCs, there were 5 other gunner cars, and the 5 cars were currently firing wildly at Yue Zhong. Those soldiers sitting within the APCs were not willing to die just like that either, hence they took up their weapons and fired constantly. Blanketed by the countless golden bullets, Yue Zhong had to constantly dodge and evade them, and his speed was slowed accordingly. However, he did not stop casting his devil flame. As he conjured balls of devil flame, they constantly flew towards the APCs, exploding upon impact and causing the soldiers within to be blasted into pieces. Damn it! My orders! Gunner cars to cover the rest. APCs stop. All the soldiers to run towards the direction of the forest and split up. Li Xiaoli saw that his subordinates were being swallowed by the devil flame and turned to ashes, and he yelled with grief. He had not hesitated to order the ruthless slaughter of a few hundred Chinese, but seeing his own brothers being hunted by Yue Zhong caused his heart to bleed. Those 5 gunner cars knew their fate and still carried out Li Xiaoli's commands and blocked Yue Zhong from the APCs. Yue Zhong's devil flame fireballs that were cast landed on the gunner cars, causing them to all explode into pieces and burnt the crew directly into ashes. The remaining 2 APCs had stopped, and the remaining 30-something soldiers had made use of the time Yue Zhong spent to destroy the gunner cars to split up and run towards the forest. Li Xiaoli had seen through Yue Zhong's weakness at a glance, which was that Yue Zhong was only by himself, and facing a retreating troop that split up, he could at most kill 7 to 8 of them. The remaining soldiers would be able to escape safely. Humph! Wanna run? How can it be so easy? Yue Zhong looked at the 30-plus Vietnamese soldiers, as he laughed coldly, and emitted a shrill howl. In just a few moments, numerous mutant leopard cats pounced out from the forest and charged towards the Vietnamese soldiers. Those Vietnamese soldiers were elite soldiers, and if they had the backing of cover and fortified defenses, then it would be a piece of cake for them to deal with 100 mutant leopard cats. However, this was a place with no fortifications, and they were simply no match for these mutant leopard cats. They easily pounced over and knocked the soldiers to the ground, before ripping their throats out. Beasts! Damn beasts! I'll not let you live! Li Xiaoli saw his elite subordinates being pounced on and having their throats ripped out. His eyes turned red. He was after all a level 20 enhancer, and he activated his own high-speed movement, as he dashed madly towards Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong did not understand Li Xiaoli's Vietnamese, and as he looked at him charging towards himself, his brows furrowed, and he lifted his stinger and pointed it at Li Xiaoli. With a pong, Li Xiaoli had not even reached Yue Zhong when his brains were blasted apart. Kill them all. Leave not a single one behind. Yue Zhong's icy gaze swept across the Vietnamese soldiers as he commanded lightning. He had not a shred of goodwill towards these Vietnamese beasts who had slaughtered a huge number of Chinese, and naturally did not want to leave anybody alive. Upon receiving his order, Lightning, whose innate beast savagery ran through its blood, felt extremely excited, and immediately led its brothers to slaughter the remaining soldiers, before helping themselves to a feast. Yue Zhong then collected all the equipment that was left behind into one of the APCs, leaving the ground full of dead bodies, and drove the APC back to town. By this time, the entire town was engulfed in chaos, under Li Shaoli's orders previously. There were many Vietnamese mobs and Vietnamese survivors who just wanted to escape from the town. When Yue Zhong led Zhang Mingyi and Li Guangua to subdue the town and cleanse it of all the troublemakers, ensuring that everything had quietened down, there were only 200+ Chinese survivors and 600+ Vietnamese survivors. When the situation had been contained, Yue Zhong then brought them to leave the town. Before he did, he even released a fire in the town, causing it to be burnt down cleanly, leaving nothing behind. The most luxurious villa in Tooth County had been converted to the main living quarters of the Great Empire of Vietnam, and all the commands were given out from here. Within the villa, in a meeting hall, there was a man of about 27 years old, his body burly, his features defined, and had a head of long hair that reached his shoulders. He had a fierce expression on his face as he was looking at another middle-aged man kneeling in front of him as he asked, "What? 3 battalions were destroyed by the Chinese Association? How is that possible? How can they have that kind of power? Is this for real, Song Weiyun?" Song Weiyun's back broke out in cold sweat, and he dared not reply slowly. "It's true, my liege. From the reports of those soldiers who made it back alive, they were ambushed by an enhancer that could command a large group of mutant beasts. He even had a Type 2 mutant beast with him." The young man with a fierce aura between his brows was precisely the leader of the Great Empire of Vietnam, Yue Zhong. He had just returned from hunting mutant beasts in the forest and had received news of the demise of 3 of his battalions, causing him to be enraged. Chapter 340, Yue Zhong's Fury. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. 3 battalions consisted of almost 1,500 soldiers. At the same time, amongst those 3 battalions, there were the 5th and 7th battalions which possessed decent fighting strength. They were soldiers that Yue Zhong had painstakingly trained up amongst the 14 battalions under his command. Since these 3 battalions were decimated, it was like Yue Zhong had received a deep knife wound. Of course it infuriated him. Yue Zhong frowned and stared at Song Weiyun and asked in a low voice, "Type 2 mutant beast? What kind of person can control a Type 2 mutant beast?" Yue Zhong frequently honed himself within the forests, and naturally knew of the ferocity of the Type 2 mutant beasts. It was the first time that he heard of an enhancer who could control a Type 2 mutant beast. We do not know the name of that enhancer who could control the Type 2 mutant beast. However, we have his photograph here. Song Weiyun quickly pulled out a photograph where Yue Zhong's appearance was distinctly captured. After all, the soldiers of the 5th Battalion were still elites. Even when they had collapsed and retreated, there were some who managed to take pictures of Yue Zhong. "It's him." The Wolf Fong Battalion's commander Wu Dahue saw the photos of Yue Zhong and he couldn't help but exclaim while his expression turned ugly. He hated this person to the core, after he had wiped out his elite troops and was currently holding Li Bingyan captive. Now that he saw Yue Zhong's photo, he lost his sense of self subconsciously. Yue Zhong's gaze retracted, and turned to Wu Dahue. "Dahue, you know this guy?" The Wolf Fong Battalion was one of the sharpest weapons of Yue Zhong. Wu Dahue was also a well-liked general of Yue Zhong. Since the elite battalion had gained a lot of merit for the Great Empire of Vietnam, Yue Zhong valued Wu Dahue's opinions greatly. Wu Dahue gritted his teeth and spat out in a steely tone, "Liege, this is the Chinese expert that assaulted Tooth County previously. The team led by Daong had perished at his hands. Although the Wolfong Battalion was termed as a battalion of elites, the actual number of experts inside did not exceed 100 people, and for 10 experts to have died at the hands of Yue Zhong, it was considered a huge blow to the Wolfong Battalion." Yue Zhong frowned, before asking, "Do you guys know his background?" Although Yue Zhong was a ruthless and merciless killer, he wasn't an idiot. He wanted to find out about Yue Zhong thoroughly, before deciding on the next course of action. The various officials all stared at each other, their faces grim, and not a single word was spoken. Yue Zhong had been transported by the nether beast only recently. No one had even heard of him. If it wasn't for the fact that he had committed such huge acts one after another successively, no one would know about him. Furthermore, collecting intelligence in this post-apocalyptic era was not like in the past, and it took much longer to gather enough information to make a detailed judgment about a person. Wu Yanhong looked at his officials keeping silent, and he couldn't suppress his anger anymore, as he lashed out, "Rice buckets! A bunch of useless rice buckets! *1 This Chinese dog has killed so many of our brothers. So many days have passed. Yet you useless pricks have not been able to get a hold of any information on him. Not even his name. I've really kept you guys around me for nothing." The Great Empire of Vietnam was coined by Wu Yanhong himself, and he took pride in it as his very own nation. Prior to the apocalypse, he was only an ordinary Vietnamese citizen, albeit with extremist and racist views. He did not possess any etiquette or charm. The moment this self-appointed emperor got angry, the words that came out of his mouth were definitely curses. After screaming and lashing out at his officials, Wu Yanhong's anger was finally abated. He calmed down and eyed his intelligence officer coldly, commanding, "And Nishuan, how are you doing your job? I'm giving you a week. I don't care how. You better get me information on this Chinese dog. Is that clear?" And Nishuan cried out miserably inwardly. This mysterious person had just suddenly appeared and started wreaking havoc. It was going to be extremely tough to get information on him. This was after all the post-apocalyptic world where people were scarce and information sharing was poor. To get to the bottom of a person's background, it was going to take more than 10 times the effort. However, seeing Wu Yanhong's gaze of fury, he could only harden his skin and reply to the affirmative. "Yes, my liege." As someone cruel and harsh, those who dared retort or talk back to Wu Yanhong would almost certainly be reduced to a pile of bones. And Nishuan naturally feared death, and he could only agree to embark upon this monumental task. Only then did Wu Yanhong nod his head in satisfaction, as he thought to himself that once he gotten information on this Chinese man, he would be able to let him have a taste of his prowess. "Liege! Liege! Emergency intel!" Right at this time, a communications officer knocked on the door of the meeting hall with urgency as he called out, "Come in." Wu Yanhong frowned, as a bad feeling arose in his heart. The communications officer walked into the meeting hall and reported loudly, "Liege, Nandu town had been attacked by the Chinese Association. Li Shaoli's troops have been totally annihilated. Every single one of the 156 soldiers have been wiped out." "What?" Wu Yanhong's face instant drained of color, his right fist smashing fiercely on the table, causing a hole to appear in it. Li Shaoli was one of the generals under Wu Yanhong that could fight battles extremely well. The 100-plus warriors stationed at Nandu town were all elite soldiers as well. Just that single company could easily cause his 9th Battalion to be defeated casually, and they had finished their fortifications of Nandu town. Without the assistance of any heavy weapons, even 2 infantry battalions would find it hard to breach the town. An entire company of elite soldiers was actually decimated by someone. This was threatening to push Wu Yanhong off the edge. He had wanted to use this company as the core for a new battalion to be trained up that dared and could fight. Wu Yanhong suppressed the fury in his heart with difficulty, as he stared at the communications officer and questioned harshly, "A thorough report! I want a thorough report. How did Li Shaoli and the rest die?" Nandu town was fortified. Li Shaoli's company was also full of well-trained soldiers. Wu Yanhong could not wrap his head around how the entire company could be destroyed so easily, not even being able to resist before reinforcements arrived. It seems that an expert from the Chinese Association that could manipulate flames appeared. His flames easily killed the entire company of Li Shaoli. The communications officer hesitated a while before giving what he knew. Based on the reports of the survivors who managed to escape, the expert was called Yue Zhong. Wu Dahui was currently frowning as he thought to himself, before suddenly turning to Wu Yanhong and said, "Flame manipulation? That's right. Liege, the Chinese expert who killed Daong and the rest was also an expert who could manipulate flames. It seems that Yue Zhong, Must be the person who killed Daong and had launched an ambush on the 5th, 7th, and 9th battalions. Wei Hong's eyes flashed with an incredible violent gleam as he ordered his police chief, Yue Zhong. Seems like he has thrown his weight in with the Chinese Association. Goddamn you Chinese Association. I'll never forgive you bunch of animals. Ma Zuanxiang. Go catch 200 Chinese dogs to be executed. Since that Chinese dog Yue Zhong dare to kill our noble soldiers of the great empire of Vietnam, I'll kill his fellow country dogs. Ma Zuanxiang's eyes flashed as he replied with respect, Yes, liege. In Tooth County, there were 2,500 Chinese survivors. These Chinese survivors were either from overseas, while some were absorbed by Wei Hong after he attacked Friendship Town. In fact, the total number of Chinese that Wei Hong had captured once numbered in the 6,000s, but after the different torture and torment, there were only 2,500 left. If it wasn't for the fact that he needed the Chinese males as slaves to do the hard labor, and the Chinese females to be treated as playthings, he would have killed them all long ago. It was precisely because he had killed too many Chinese slaves that he had to raise the issue of buying some Chinese slaves from Li Guangyi in exchange for a huge amount of rations, just so he could replenish his ranks of work and sex slaves. Wei Hong's eyes darted about with a ferocity as he gritted his teeth and barked, And Nishuan, go and check the current location of the Chinese Association. This time, once I know where they are, I'm gonna make sure they're wiped out. And Nishuan immediately replied respectfully, Yes, liege. Under Wei Hong's commands, the various reconnaissance and intelligence soldiers set out as they made their way to the different locations of the Chinese Association. The Wolf Fong battalion soldiers were also sent out, specially to check the surrounding towns, to search for traces of Yue Zhong and the Chinese Association. Wei Hong also ceased his training in the woods, and instead he started arranging for the genocide of the Chinese. Under the pressure and forceful suppression of the great empire of Vietnam, the surrounding Chinese factions were smashed. The Chinese survivors were all captured and became Wei Hong's slaves. The difference in power of both sides were too great. Up against an absolute power, the Chinese had no way of retaliating. As for Yue Zhong, who had conquered Nandu town and exterminated the troops of Li Shaoli, he brought the spoils of war and survivors out and joined the rest of Wei Ninggua's troop. After that, they abandoned the small town of the Freemasons, and everyone headed north, entering the forests to join with the Chinese Association. You're awake. How do you feel? After concussing for 3 days, she finally blinked her eyes open, and immediately saw Yue Zhong beside her. This lady felt extremely touched, before she closed her eyes and checked her body status, before revealing an excited smile. Master, my spirit has risen by 20 points. Now it's at 26 points. Good. Yue Zhong gazed at Ming Jejia and smiled gently, before he pondered a while, and took out a bottle filled with snake birth fruit juice and handed it to Ming Jejia before saying, This can let you become an evolver. If you feel that you can be loyal to me for your entire life, you may drink it. If you feel that you can't do it, I won't force you. I can give you your freedom as well. I will put it bluntly first. If you dare to betray me once you gain strength, I will definitely not let you off. Ming Jejia received it as her face showed an expression of resolution, and immediately gulped the contents, before using her sweet voice to say, Master, rest assured, in this lifetime, Jejia is yours. Chapter 341, Chinese Association's Conclave Meeting, translated by Kuan, edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3, The South. The moment Ming Jejia drank the snake birth fruit juice, she started to run a fever, and fainted yet again. Yue Zhong left White Bones to stand guard over Ming Jejia, before striding out of the room. At this time, Li Guangua and Zheng Mingyi were training their subordinates. All the Chinese survivors and the Vietnamese survivors were following the strict training regime diligently. Yue Zhong was Chinese, and in this foreign land where ethnicity was important, he could only find it in himself to trust his fellow Chinese. Therefore, every single one of the 700-plus survivors, regardless of their gender, were drafted into his army and were undergoing the strict training. These Chinese survivors had undergone so much torment and humiliation, every one of them having braved the worst. They had no complaints with regards to Yue Zhong's training. The women did not put on any dainty airs like the ladies of before the apocalypse, many choosing to go through the same tough training as the men. Those who did not go through the training, it was not that they did not want to, instead, their body constitution did not allow them to withstand that kind of rigorous regime. Yue Zhong observed every single soldier who was standing under the hot sun and going through the training with a resolute look on their face, and he nodded with satisfaction. These women had all been on the receiving end of cruel torment. Not only did they not eat their fill, they had to endure rape. Now that they possessed the chance to gain their dignity and strength, everyone grasped at that chance with a fervor, some even more outstanding than the male soldiers of before the apocalypse. Yue Zhong was a bit of a male chauvinist, and believed that waging war was a man's job, and disliked pulling the women into it. However, in these parts of the world where the Chinese were the minority, he had no choice but to train them up and equip them as well. Otherwise, he would land himself in an awkward situation with insufficient troops. Yue Zhong's establishment had a small number of Vietnamese survivors as well. However, these Vietnamese that he used were all people with families and loved ones. This way, he could lower their desire to betray him. Even then, he did not dare use too many Vietnamese, otherwise, if they all revolted, he would have a problem in his hands. Yue Zhong looked at those Chinese survivors training diligently under the hot sun, and he frowned slightly, and thought to himself in regret, "What a pity! If only there was a Type 2 mutant beast carcass. If there was sufficient Type 2 mutant beast meat, then those survivors could swiftly regain their vitality, and could engage in tougher and more rigorous training, enhancing their battle potential." At the same time, when Yue Zhong was overseeing the training of the Chinese survivors, the upper brass of the Chinese Association was currently engaged in a conclave meeting. Xuanhuan lightly sighed. He only disappeared for a few days, and suddenly amassed a group of over 1,000 people. He sure has some ability. Yue Zhong had borrowed 100 Chinese Association members, but came back with more citizens than the current Chinese Association, and at the same time, he gained a battalion and a company's worth of equipment. The upper brass of the Chinese Association were all dumbfounded. Chan Sen humphed with a little discontentment. "Humph! That group that Yue Zhong brought back is at most a gathering of some random trash. How can they compete with the elites of our Chinese Association? He may have 1,000 or more people, but we just need 200 to completely overwhelm him." The troops that Yue Zhong had recently integrated were in fact a mob of untrained people. Not only were they lacking in military training, they had no battle experience as well. They definitely could not match against the warriors of the Chinese Association. Feng Qingtian had an imposing look as he retorted, "That may be true, but they had obtained plenty of equipment and weapons, and are currently undergoing training by Yue Zhong, that monster. With just 2 to 3 months of training, they will become a formidable force." Lun Eugene had a relaxed look. "Isn't that fine for us? They are also of one mind, and want to exterminate that Wuyan Hong. If they become stronger, and are our allies, the pressure on us would be greatly diminished." Wuyan Hong was after all the greatest enemy of the Chinese Association. In Vietnam, where there were Vietnamese survivors everywhere, even if the Chinese Association tried their best to expand, they would not be able to match Wuyan Hong. With enough time, provided that nothing goes wrong within Wuyan Hong's forces, they would only grow bigger and stronger, yet the Chinese Association would only become smaller and weaker. Luo Mingyan had a deadpan face as he spoke grimly. However, this Yue Zhong may not be some saint himself. The moment he saw Peng Lingbo, he killed him mercilessly and subjugated his forces. Once he fully established himself, what if he does the same to us as well? Hearing this, everyone fell silent. The moment Yue Zhong met Peng Lingbo, he had executed him, and forcefully conquered his subordinates, and even gave the kill order for those Vietnamese survivors who had surrendered. All these proved that he was definitely a ruthless and decisive person, which led the upper brass of the Chinese Association to be nervous. It was true that Yue Zhong was Wuyan Hong's enemy, but who could guarantee that he would be the Chinese Association's friend for long? Luo Yi's eyes flashed, and he proposed an extremely vicious idea. "Why not kill him now, then swallow his people? How about that? Like that, our Chinese Association would have 4 battalions worth of equipment and 3,000 some people. Even if that Wuyan Hong sent another 3 battalions to attack us, we would be able to defend and retreat." The moment those words came out from Luo Yi, Many of the officials felt their hearts shudder. If they could successfully pull it off and swallow his subordinates, then the overall strength of the Chinese association would increase by a huge margin. In this post-apocalyptic world, other than one's own strength, everything else was superficial. Attacking other factions, swallowing other troops, it was not like the Chinese association had not engaged in such acts before. Xu Wenyan's brows lifted, as he sternly reprimanded, "No way! Luo Yi were Yue Zhong's allies. He had saved our skin once, we can't do something so immoral. Don't ever mention this again. The next time you do, you'll be subjected to punishment." Hearing Xu Wenyan's words, there were a few of the officials present who broke into a relieved smile. Some even let out a breath of relief. Not everyone had treacherous thoughts after all. "Yes, President." Luo Yi had a look of embarrassment as he replied, before keeping silent. Niu, who was in charge of logistics and supply, asked, "President, Yue Zhong has just sent men to reclaim the 2 infantry battalions worth of equipment. Do we give them up or not?" Xu Wenyan laughed lightly. "Of course, those equipment were left by him here under our care. Now that he's here to take it back, we have to return it. We can't offend our ally." Niu nodded a little reluctantly. Yes, it was after all 2 battalions worth of equipment. This represented a huge strength for any faction. Niu was naturally unwilling to return those to Yue Zhong. After the wrapping up of discussion on a few more matters, the rest of the upper brass dismissed themselves one by one, leaving only the 2 vice presidents with Xu Wenyan. "Wenyan, why didn't you agree with Luo Yi's proposition? I want to know the truth." Wang Xingxuan looked at Xu Wenyan and asked in a low voice. He knew that the Xu Wenyan in front of him wasn't some upright, virtuous, and honorable man. Those kinds of characters could not possibly survive in this harsh world, let alone build up a power in an antagonistic country. After Wang Xingxuan heard Luo Yi's suggestion, he was extremely tempted, and wanted to get rid of Yue Zhong as well, and swallow his subordinates and equipment. When Xu Yan reached out to lift his cup of tea, as he gracefully took a sip, then replied mildly, "Xingxuan, let me ask you, if you want to kill Yue Zhong, how confident are you of accomplishing it?" Wang Xingxuan frowned as he contemplated silently for quite a while before replying, "Based on the reports from Zhang Chong and the rest, if we were to attempt an assassination, 3 of us would have a 70% chance of defeating him. However, if he were to still be hiding more tricks up his sleeves, then it would be hard to kill him. Instead, we might accidentally alert him to our intentions. If it were a frontal confrontation, if we want to kill him, we don't stand a chance." Precisely. Defeating him may be easy, but killing him would definitely be extremely difficult. If we're unable to kill him successfully, then he would become our Chinese association's strongest enemy. Right now, we share a common enemy, Wuyan Hong. Killing between ourselves will only benefit that Vietnamese beast. Yue Zhong's troops are still weak. If you want to deal with Wuyan Hong, he also requires working hand in hand with us. Within the near future, he definitely would not do anything to us, unless we're weak like the Freemasons and not willing to fight against Wuyan Hong. Therefore, at least until Wuyan Hong is wiped out, our allied relationship would definitely be sturdy. Xu Wenyan's eyes flashed with a strange glint as he presented his conjecture on Yue Zhong's thinking. In fact, Yue Zhong had not any designs on the Chinese association, simply because the pressure of Wuyan Hong's forces was too huge. He needed a strong ally who could fight to attract the attention of Wuyan Hong. Peng Lingbo and his Freemasons was practically a joke. There was no use for them in the bigger picture. Therefore he had casually exterminated them and swallowed their forces. Tiger Chu suddenly asked, "What if Wuyan Hong is truly wiped out by Yue Zhong?" Xu Wenyan smiled dumbly. "If he could really exterminate Wuyan Hong, then our Chinese association can just rely on him. This is Vietnam we're talking about. If Yue Zhong wants to take command of this place, he would need to rely on us Chinese. When we first established the Chinese association, it was to fight for us Chinese to retain our dignity and livelihood. If he can do it better than us, then there's nothing wrong with throwing in with him." Tiger Chu and Wang Xingxuan pondered silently before nodding in agreement. If Yue Zhong could really exterminate Wuyan Hong, continuing to fight against Yue Zhong would be like a mantis trying to stop a car. Furthermore, Yue Zhong was Chinese, having another Chinese person as a leader. There was nothing wrong with that. Of course, this was all based on the assumption that Yue Zhong did have the capabilities to take Wu Yanhong down. If not, they would not rely on a useless character as well. After the meeting of the upper brass of the Chinese Association, they returned the items to Yue Zhong without much ado. Even the 300 tons of rations were sent to Yue Zhong quickly. With such handling, Yue Zhong felt a little taken aback. He had thought that there would be delays, even to the point of having to exercise some force to get them back. After an entire day, Ming Jejia was finally starting to stir from her coma. "How's your condition now?" Yue Zhong sat at the window in Ming Jejia's room. He looked at her who had just woken up, asking in a concerned tone. Chapter 342. The Only Chance. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog. Edition. Book 3. The South. Ming Jejia lifted her head to see Yue Zhong sitting beside her, and her heart leapt with joy, before she closed her eyes to sense the changes in her body. She then quickly said, "Master, the 6 attributes are now like this: Strength 12, Agility 11, Spirit 43, Stamina 10, Endurance 10, Vitality 11. I've become a spirit-based evolver, and have learnt the Level 3 skill, Summon Shadow Wolf, and the Level 3 passive skill, Affinity. After becoming an evolver, every part of the body's constitution would gain enhancements. Even if it's a child, after turning into an evolver, her current constitution would be better than other normal people. It was the case for Yao Yao then, and is the same case for Ming Jejia now. They both possess bodies stronger than even an adult." When Yue Zhong heard that Ming Jejia had obtained 2 skills, his eyes shined with delight. Obviously Ming Jejia was a genius who possessed some potential as well. That was how she managed to comprehend 2 skills at once. Yue Zhong had used the snake birth fruit juice to help others to evolve, but those evolvers had only gained a skill upon evolution, unlike Ming Jejia who gained 2. Yue Zhong's eyes retracted and he said, "Oh, let's summon out your beast to have a look." "Yes." Ming Jejia replied docilely, before waving her little hands, and activated her. Summon Shadow Wolf. A demon wolf appeared noiselessly out of thin air, its fur entirely black as night, as it stared at Yue Zhong silently while it stood beside Ming Jejia, giving off an impression that it would snap any time. Yue Zhong looked at the Shadow Wolf and asked Ming Jejia, "What are its abilities?" While walking in the shadows, it's hard for people to detect it. It also has the pursuit ability. Ming Jejia thought for a while, before waving her hand at the Shadow Wolf. The Shadow Wolf and Ming Jejia were connected through thought, and it walked to the shadows at a corner. The moment it came into contact with the shadow, its body seemed to twist and meld into the shadow on the wall. Yue Zhong had kept his eyes focused on the Shadow Wolf, and even though he thought he was mentally prepared, he still could not see the Shadow Wolf. His heart went cold, and his gaze focused once again on the shadow, barely making out the existence of the wolf. As long as his attention was shifted away just slightly, he would not be able to see it anymore. Yue Zhong asked Ming Jejia, "How many of them can you summon?" If this type of shadow wolf could be summoned in numbers, then in the dark of the night, they would be a fearsome force. It could stay hidden noiseless within the shadows, and could easily rip out the throats of normal people. Ming Jejia thought for a while before replying, "This shadow wolf requires 10 spirit points per summon. Maintaining it requires 2 spirit points every 10 minutes. Therefore, my maximum capacity is 3 shadow wolves with a time limit of 10 minutes. Yue Zhong continued asking, "Then what about the affinity ability?" The affinity ability had never been dropped even after Yue Zhong had killed so many mutant beasts. It was definitely somewhat special. Ming Jejia furrowed her brows slightly. "This skill doesn't have much use. It only increases the goodwill that mutant beasts will have for me." Yue Zhong continued asking, "Can it be used to tame mutant beasts?" If it could be used to tame mutant beasts, then it was an useful skill. Otherwise, it was just of a small help. Ming Jejia observed her skill carefully, before replying, "Nope. Can only increase the affection levels so mutant beasts would not attack me. However, the skill is useless against the more aggressive types and those that do not possess some intelligence." Yue Zhong thought for a while, then said, "All right, Time for breakfast. Yes, master. Ming Jejia replied obediently, before picking up the food beside her and starting to munch on it. Chen Yao, Ming Jejia, and Gong Tao. As of now, Yue Zhong had 3 evolvers with him, but none of them were going to be of help against Wei and Hong. As for the rest, Yue Zhong could turn them into evolvers, but their loyalty was questionable. Boss Yu. Zhang Mingyi walked into the room and looked strangely at Yue Zhong, who was sitting beside Ming Jejia, as he saluted respectfully. Yue Zhong nodded lightly and asked Zhang Mingyi, "The thing I asked you to check, how is it?" Zhang Mingyi reported. "The surrounding areas have all been locked down by Wei and Hong. Furthermore, I've received news from the Chinese Association that the nearby Chinese factions have been facing extermination by Wei and Hong. Many Vietnamese survivors have joined Wei and Hong's side as well." Wei and Hong had suffered a huge loss, with Yue Zhong having decimated 4 of his battalions. However, with just an order, he could totally wipe out a huge number of Chinese factions, while absorbing the Vietnamese survivors himself. He was recovering his power and extending his reach. After all, they were in Vietnam, and as a Vietnamese he had the influence. Yue Zhong then asked, "Can the Chinese Association get messages to the rest of the Chinese factions?" Zhang Mingyi had a grim look as he shook his head. "Not possible. Those that the Chinese Association can reach have already been swept by Wei and Hong. Those who have not been wiped out have all hidden within the forest, and communications with them have been lost. Seems like we're all alone?" Yue Zhong's eyes flashed. His heart felt like it was pressed down by a huge stone, as he softly spoke out. In this area, there was only the Chinese Association and Yue Zhong's establishment that were still struggling in the forest. If things continued on like this, it would only be a matter of time before Wei and Hong's troops discover them. Once they were discovered, they would be awaiting the full-scale assault from his troops. Although the survivors under Yue Zhong all possessed high morale, their training was not sufficient to prepare them to withstand the attack from Wei and Hong. Trying to expand one's own power in a foreign land was simply too hard, especially since they were at the northern areas where the Vietnamese still disliked the Chinese. If it were the south, Yue Zhong's expansion would have gone smoother. Yue Zhong finally asked, "What about other intelligence?" Zhang Mingyi hesitated a while before saying, "I caught someone," from his mouth. "I've obtained information that Li Guangyi had already allied with Wei and Hong, and had agreed to be under him. Also, I'm unsure when it happened, but Li Guangyi had borrowed 2 battalions of soldiers from Wei and Hong. Something must have happened. This is also our chance. Maybe our only chance." Yue Zhong frowned, as his mind started racing. But what kind of event? Li Guangyi's also someone with 10 battalions. How could he lower his head to borrow from Wei and Hong? Oh right, a zombie horde. There must be some movement from the zombies around Gaoping City. Otherwise Li Guangyi wouldn't be that nervous. Yue Zhong analyzed the situation and thought through the possible scenarios faced by Li Guangyi, before coming to this conclusion on the most fearsome enemy. The zombies are the enemies of all humankind. Gaoping City itself had over 500,000 zombies near it, with only 10 battalions of 4,000 over soldiers, and the majority being new soldiers, coupled with the fact that there was still friction between the soldiers of the battalions. Wanting to deal with a horde of 500,000 zombies would be a problem. In terms of power, Li Guangyi's troops could never compare to Wei and Hong's troops. Therefore, that was the only plausible reason for Li Guangyi to submit to Wei and Hong. After thinking through all this, Yue Zhong immediately stood up and made for the Chinese Association's direction. Xu Wenyan heard Yue Zhong's suggestions, and his eyes flashed with shock, and his brows furrowed. "What? Yue Zhong, you want us to go with you and launch an attack on the north? Do you know what you're saying? The north is Li Guangyi's territory. Right now, Wei and Hong's forces are out there everywhere searching for our tracks. The moment Li Guangyi sends some troops to block us, Wei and Hong can cut us off from behind, and the end result is unimaginable." Lun Eugene could not resist and exclaim, "Yue Zhong, are you crazy? It's not that you're not unclear of our strength. Every one of us added together would still not be enough to deal with Li Guangyi. As long as he deploys a few battalions, it would be enough to block us." Everyone's gazes landed on Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong said in a deep voice, "I've not gone crazy. This is our only chance. Li Guangyi had borrowed 2 battalions from Wuyanhong, and I reckon that it's to deal with the zombie horde in Gaoping City. Under such circumstances, he most likely has no time to deal with us. As long as we can eradicate the forces sent by Wuyanhong, we can break out of this encirclement and make for Guangxi from Gaoping City. Wang Xingchuan frowned and looked at Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong, you said it yourself. Li Guangyi had borrowed the troops on speculation that it was to deal with the zombie horde. What if it's not, and instead, it's in preparation to deal with us? Hu Yan stared at Yue Zhong. If that's the case, I'm afraid our entire association will perish. All 2,000 plus of us will become corpses. Yue Zhong looked at Xu Wenyan and replied mildly, I know that. However, staying here is not an option. Just a bit more time spent here, Wuyanhong's forces will come by sooner or later. By that time, unless we hide further in the forest where the Type 2s and Type 3s are, or we'll have to clash with him. Based on our current power right now, we definitely would perish under either option. Going towards Gaoping City and launching an attack is our only way out now. My decision is set, regardless of what you guys say, I'll be attacking after a day. Wan Yan, what are your plans? Fighting towards Gaoping City was definitely risky. Yue Zhong knew that with the slightest error, this establishment of Chinese would definitely die. However, it was the only chance they could afford to do something, otherwise, there would be no other chance for survival in the future. Chapter 343, Risky Infiltration. Translated by Kuan. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. Xu Wenyan frowned, pondering silently before replying. Yue Zhong, your suggestion is too risky. I would like to consider it a few days before giving you a firm answer. Yue Zhong laughed indifferently. A few days? Sure. Once you're done thinking you can let me know. But I'll be leaving tomorrow. You best be giving me an answer tonight. Yue Zhong didn't like dragging things on, since he had already made a decision on doing something. He wanted to do it well. The moment he left the Chinese Association's meeting location, he had already ordered for his men to prepare to evacuate and attack towards the north. As for the different people in the Chinese Association, Yue Zhong knew that it was hard to convince them without enough evidence. After all, this operation to attack Gaoping City was indeed a risky one. It could be said that it was a gamble. If he won this gamble, then he could escape from this quicksand that was Vietnam and gain access to the other side, which was home. If he lost the bet, then those survivors that were following him would die. The moment Yue Zhong left, Wang Xingchuan directly asked Xu Wenyan. Wan Yan, seems like he had already made up his mind to attack Gaoping City. What do we do? Are we going to risk it together with him? Xu Wenyan contemplated a while before replying, Let's wait and see. The Chinese Association was not willing to bear such a huge risk on a gamble. After all, it was a lot safer here. Evening, Yue Zhong had just finished his dinner and was taking a stroll in the nearby woods with Ming Jejia. Come out. Yue Zhong suddenly looked to a dark corner within the forest and called out. How did you do that? That's twice you've discovered me. Zhang Chong was slightly annoyed as he walked out of that dark spot, walking towards Yue Zhong as he asked curiously. Yue Zhong chuckled and changed the topic. How is it? The Chinese Association ought to have come to a decision yet? Is it to fight or to stay? Zhang Chong stared at Yue Zhong a while, before replying in a solemn tone. Yue Zhong, you're really unsure if there is a zombie horde at Gaoping City right now? Yue Zhong looked calmly at Zhang Chong and replied, I'm not a god. How can I confirm what the situation is like over there right now? I've only come to a conclusion based on the available information. Zhang Chong had an earnest look as he tried to appeal to Yue Zhong. Let's go scout the place out now? You have the Type 2 mutant beast as a mount. We can check the situation out in just a single night. Yue Zhong thought for a while, before rejecting it. No way! I need to conserve enough stamina and spirit to deal with the fight tomorrow. Zhang Chong's suggestion was pretty decent, but he neglected one point, which was Yue Zhong did not trust the Chinese Association. If Yue Zhong left to conduct reconnaissance, it was likely that the Chinese Association will swallow his subordinates. If he came back, he wouldn't be able to do anything. He couldn't possibly kill the members of the Chinese Association. These days, Yue Zhong did not step too far away from his people because of his concerns. Zhang Chong was a little disappointed, but he continued trying to plead with Yue Zhong. Then Yue Zhong, shall we wait till we confirm the intelligence before taking action? As long as we can confirm the authenticity of the situation, we'll set out together, and our forces will be stronger together. Yue Zhong shook his head and extended his olive branch. Speed is vital. Who knows what might happen after today? I need to grab hold of this chance, otherwise we'll definitely be wiped out if we stay here. Zhang Chong, why don't you come with me? Zhang Chong rejected him straight away. No, I can't do that. The president has treated me well. I can't abandon him at this time. I'll follow you. Right at this time, the beautiful Xu Tianya stepped out. Yue Zhong looked towards Xu Tianya with a questioning gaze. Based on his abilities, Xu Tianya had actually gotten so close before being discovered by him. She was obviously not simple. In this post-apocalypse, women had a disadvantage at survival. However, those who possessed authority and power, not one was a simple character. Xu Tianya had risen to an elder position. This was entirely due to her own strengths. Xu Tianya smiled coyly at Yue Zhong. Why? Am I not welcomed? Yue Zhong looked at that absolute beauty and replied with his own smile. How is that possible? Tianya, you're really coming with me? Have you obtained your brother's approval? Xu Tianya replied in a bright voice. He is he. I am my own person. The things I decide, why should I seek his approval? What you said earlier today, I do see your point and agree with it. Since it's going to be like this, why not try giving it a shot? When should we wait till? The enemy is stronger than me. Only by a miracle can we break out of this. Xu Tianya was a woman with strong views, and did not just agree with everything her brother said. During the establishment of the Chinese Association, Xu Tianya had helped laid quite the foundation. Yue Zhong laughed and said, Great! Then let's work hand in hand to slaughter our way out. Other than Xu Tianya, the Chinese Association had no one else willing to take the risk with Yue Zhong. The second morning, Yue Zhong led his 1,000-strong force, all having done with their preparations, as they started marching towards the north. Xu Tianya led her own force of 46 female soldiers as they joined Yue Zhong in their northbound march. Within the forest, there were 6 camouflaged soldiers, their faces smeared with mud, and they donned helmets covered in green as they made their way carefully along the main paths and searched. They were elite soldiers deployed by Wuyan Hong, and they were specifically gathering information on the Chinese Association and Yue Zhong. These 6 were experienced, and as they searched the forests carefully, they were meticulous to not leave their own traces. Having searched extensively, they crossed this huge tree, when suddenly, a hail of bullets were fired downwards, causing 3 of the reconnaissance soldiers to die immediately. The remaining 3 soldiers immediately dodged towards the side, as they ran for cover and raised their own guns to fire back up the tree. It's no use. There's no point in a useless struggle. Since you've been revealed, there's only one path left for you. Death. Zhang Mingyi jumped down from the tree, dodging the bullets and swiftly threw a hand grenade towards one of the soldiers. With a huge explosion, the grenade exploded and blasted the recon soldier into bits and pieces. The faces of the other 2 soldiers immediately fell, as they started firing like their lives depended on it. As they were spraying their bullets, a shadow wolf suddenly appeared from the shadows, and immediately snapped its jaws around the throat of one of the soldiers, snapping his windpipe. After killing the soldier in a single bite, the shadow wolf did not pause, and instantly pounced on the other soldier, ripping his throat off as well. The sounds of gunfire immediately died down in the forest. What a strong summon! After the conclusion of the gunfight, Zhang Mingyi walked out from behind a tree, as it looked at the shadow wolf with a complicated gleam in his eyes. The might of this shadow wolf was simply terrifying, appearing like a ghost on the battlefield. It had noiselessly killed 2 elite soldiers. Even for someone like Zhang Mingyi, to handle those 2 soldiers would have required a bit more time. That shadow wolf actually accomplished it in less than a few breaths of time. Ming Jiejie, decked in a military uniform, came stepping out from another part of the woods, as she asked Zhang Mingyi, Is it settled? Yes, Miss Jiejie. Zhang Mingyi looked at Ming Jiejie with a complicated gaze as he replied. Ming Jiejie's ability, Summon Shadow Wolf, had a huge potential on the battlefield, Yue Zhong had hence arranged for Ming Jejia to be part of the recon group led by Zhang Mingyi to be trained under him, allowing her to gain some experience and to be more comfortable with her command of the skill. After dealing with those recon soldiers and a few sentries hidden around the area, Yue Zhong's group continued on their march towards the northeast direction. The moment Hong found out his recon soldiers and sentries were killed, he would react quickly. Hence this place was not safe to linger for long. Yue Zhong and his troops marched on for an entire morning, before they finally heard the sounds of a battle from the north. It was obvious that there was an intense battle going on at the moment. Those are the sounds of heavy artillery. That's right. They are definitely fighting the zombie horde. Yue Zhong heard the sounds of the heavy artillery. His eyes flashed with excitement as he summoned Wei Ningguo. Wei Ningguo, I'll leave things here under your command temporarily. I'll go in front and scout the situation. Only by seeing the situation with his own eyes, Yue Zhong will then have confidence in his next step. Wei Ningguo replied, Yes, boss Yue. Yue Zhong jumped onto Lightning's back as they shot forward like a meteor towards the north. Lightning's running speed at its maximum was far beyond that of a sports car, and Yue Zhong came to the front lines in a few breaths, only to discover that the zombie horde had surrounded Gaoping City, not leaving even space for water to trickle past, as the densely packed horde of zombies were engaging in a fierce assault on the walls. The troops of Li Guangyi were currently making use of their covers and fortifications to help defend against the onslaught. The horde of over 500,000 zombies was pretty fearsome, even with the defenses and fortifications. Under the constant attacks of the zombie horde, there were a few important bases that were overrun. Damn it! The bridge is jammed! Yue Zhong rode on Lightning as they circled one time, at the same time killing a few zombies, as they discovered that the bridge towards Gaoping City had been blocked by the zombie horde. The horde of 500,000 were simply too many, stretching for miles. The commanding Z-type had also split the horde in two, one half moving towards the east, the other moving towards the west, as they both launched a two-prong attack on Gaoping City. By this time, the zombies and humans were engaged in an intense battle, the numbers of the zombies massive. There were even evolved ones within the mix. The humans had the aid of fortifications and powerful modern weaponry. A large number of the zombies were being picked off under the heavy assault from Li Guangyi's troops. Although they had gained some ground, they didn't kill that many either. Chapter 344, Hunting the New Type 2 Hunters. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog. Edition. Book 3. The South. No. If this goes on, even if we take an entire day, we can't pass. Yue Zhong eyed the battle in the distance as he frowned. The zombie horde had been blocked by the fortifications and defenses placed by the humans, and in that narrow area, the horde could not press forward with its huge size. Based on the current situation, it seemed the battle will at least go on for days. What's that? Just as Yue Zhong was in deep thought, amongst the zombie horde, 6-2M, tall shadows suddenly appeared as they leapt forward. Their bodies were covered with a weird mucus and had long tails. Their four limbs moved on the ground, with sharp claws extending from the ends. They shot forward like specters, dodging the hail of bullets, as they came quickly in front of the fortress, and opened their huge mouths to spit out enormous green globs of saliva into the fortress. Immediately, an agonized scream came resounding from within the fortress, as the heavy machine gun and its user that had killed over 100 zombies was liquefied by the green spit. Level 50 Strange Beast. Type 2 Hunters. Possessing super speed and the ability to spit corrosive saliva. Yue Zhong had just cast a glance at the 6 weird beasts before the notification resounded in his head. Those 6 Type 2 hunters had a speed just slightly lower than lightning. The moment they went all out, their speed was way above Yue Zhong's. These 6 strange beasts weaved in and out constantly on the battlefield towards the various defense points, and spat out their terrifying corrosive spit, destroying the defenses. When the 6 beasts joined in the battle, there was a huge shift in the tide of the fight. As those defenses were destroyed one after another, the horde swarmed in to attack those locations, overrunning those strategic points. Yue Zhong looked at the horde as he whipped out his walkie-talkie, as he commanded Wei Ningguo. Wei Ningguo, think of a way to cross the nearest river. Do not get closer to Gaoping City anymore. The fighting capabilities of this 500,000-strong horde had exceeded Yue Zhong's expectations. Obviously, while humans were evolving, the zombies were evolving as well. The zombies could easily cause the small entourage that Yue Zhong brought to be decimated within seconds. Yue Zhong had not choice but to get his men to get across through other means. Yes, boss Yue. Wei Ningguo started for the direction of the river after he received the order. Amongst Yue Zhong's troops, there were Chinese survivors from Gaoping as well, and they were familiar with the surrounding territory. Just as the 6 Type 2 hunters were running around rampant on the battlefield, all of a sudden, one of the hunters was stopped in place, as a rocket landed on its body, exploding out, blasting that hunter into pieces. They've finally made their move. Yue Zhong's gaze retracted, as he looked towards the distance, and noticed a few strong enhancers appearing at the forefront of the battle. Li Guangyi had finally snapped, and sent out his experts to hunt and kill those Type 2 hunters. If they allowed the 6 hunters to do as they like, Gaoping City would likely fall within a day. Yue Zhong observed the surroundings before he leapt down from Lightning's back and climbed up an overly large tree. Settling in, he pulled out his Bartlett sniper and used it to scope the distance. From the scope, Yue Zhong could clearly see about 15 enhancers currently engaged in a fierce battle with the remaining 5 Type 2 hunters. Flames, ice spears, ground spikes, all sorts of enhanced abilities were being casted, as they were directed at the Type 2 hunters. Under those explosive attacks, the 5 Type 2 hunters were reduced by 1 more. However, near those hunters there were over 100 S2S. After 2 of the Type 2 hunters had been killed, the S2S started charging towards those 15 enhancers as well. As they were caught off guard and 2 of their comrades were killed, the remaining 4 Type 2 hunters started to give off an intense killing aura. One of them leapt forth in a frenzy, appearing behind one of the enhancers, as it shot out its tongue, and pierced through the head of the enhancer, pinning him to the ground, dead. Another of the hunter jumped on top of a wall, and ran with all its speed, suddenly appearing in front of a summoning enhancer, as it spat out its corrosive spit to envelope the enhancer, causing the enhancer to be melted into a pile of bones. The 4 Type 2 hunters had instantly retaliated and killed a few of the experts under Li Guangyi. However, the forces of Li Guangyi still remained steadfast. The leader of this band of experts was called Lei Kawang, an evolver of level 42. His entire body was encased in a thick armor of more than 10 centimeters. He moved like a tank as he charged towards those Type 2 hunters, as he surrounded himself with 8 pieces of sawtooth rotating at high speed, killing any unfortunate S2S that got too close to him. Another hunter shot out its tongue to pierce the brains of another enhancer, and after it retracted its long tongue, it opened up its huge mouth to spit its green corrosive saliva at Lei Kawang. Lei Kawang's eyes flashed, as the surrounding metal plates shot towards the green spit. The moment the green spit landed on those metal plates, they caused some holes to be corroded through, forming a puddle on the ground. Lei Kawang charged towards the hunter without any decrease in his momentum, and along the way, the 8 metal plates still surrounded him and rotated extremely fast, mincing the S2S all around him. When the Type 2 hunter saw that Lei Kawang was charging towards it, its body flashed, and in one leap it had jumped to the top of a building as it quickly ran, before appearing behind Lei Kawang, and it shot its tongue towards him. The tongue of these Type 2 hunters could easily pierce a vehicle, but facing Lei Kawang, with such an impregnable defense, it only managed to create a huge dent in his armor. Lei Kawang was knocked back a few meters after receiving that blow from the Type 2 hunter, but at the same time, he slashed at the air towards the Type 2 hunter in a claw-like gesture. In that instant, steel beams exploded out from the building the hunter was on, as they pierced into the Type 2 hunter. The 8 metal shards that were rotating around Lei Kawang shot towards the head of the hunter, shredding it into minced meat, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Lei Kawang had taken down a Type 2 hunter all by himself, and the number of remaining hunters dropped to 3. The pressure on the rest of the experts were lessened considerably. After Lei Kawang had killed that Type 2 hunter, he also heaved a sigh of relief. As long as they expended a little more effort, they would be able to bring down the remaining 3 hunters. Pong! The gunshot rang out, just as Lei Kawang had relaxed, as one of the strength-based enhancers found a new hole in his brain, as he dropped to the ground lifelessly. Sniper! Damn! Lei Kawang saw his subordinates' brains blow apart and could not help but curse out loud. Pong! The gunshot rang out again, this time an enhancer with plant manipulation who was holding his own against 7S2S died. After having 2 of their enhancers sniped, Lei Kawang led his team to quickly search for cover, as they retreated hastily. The moment the team of experts retreated, they lost their control of the battle, and the attacks of the remaining 3 hunters became even more ferocious. They charged forward at an insane speed, appearing behind those fleeing enhancers as they shot out their tongues and pierced the humans' brains. A large number of those enhancers could not withstand the blows from the Type 2 hunters, and they were hunted like flies by the joint attacks from the hunters and S2S. Damn it, everybody. Give your all to kill those 3 Type 2 hunters. Lei Kawang had a desperate look as he hollered out madly, before charging towards one of the Type 2 hunters. The speed of the Type 2 hunters were simply too fast. If this team of experts were to retreat, they would immediately be picked off by the Type 2 hunters. Kill them! A level 34 enhancer with the air manipulation ability shouted out as well. His eyes were both bloodshot, as he slashed towards the empty air, activating his skill and creating multiple pockets of air to restrain one of the Type 2 hunters. At the start of the battle, it was he who had stopped the movement of the first hunter, allowing it to be blasted by the rocket. Pong! Another gunshot rang out, and the poor sod had a new hole in his head, as he slumped to the floor, dead. When even the enhancer with air manipulation was killed, the rest of the enhancers were forced to hide behind cover, and their Yue Zhong had no way of dealing with them. When an enhancer had just entered a house, all of a sudden, a sharp bone blade had noiselessly cleaved off his head from the back. What? The last thought flashed by the brain of that enhancer, as the last sight that met his eyes was the fiery black eyes of White Bones. Yue Zhong suppressed them from far, while White Bones ambushed them in near combat. This was Yue Zhong's simple choice of tactic. He wanted to make use of the zombie horde to take care of the experts of Li Guangyi. If he allowed those experts to live, then they would likely be the ones to chase after Yue Zhong and his troops. To prevent such an event from happening in the future, Yue Zhong had decided to make use of the zombie horde attacking Li Guangyi, to pick off the enemy experts one by one. Chapter 345. Using enemy monsters to slay them. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. 2 of the enhancers retreated to a small room, only to face one of the hunters that smashed through the window. It leapt to the wall, defying all sense of physics, and began climbing around the room. Out of the 2 enhancers, one was a level 34 strength-based enhancer, the other a level 32 agility-based enhancer. The agility-based enhancer looked at the Type 2 hunter with shock as he hastily pulled out a gun and fired rapidly at it. Agility-based enhancers tend to prefer to use submachine guns, handguns, and blades to attack. With their superior speed and reaction, they could exhibit the prowess of such weapons to the fullest. However, this agility-based enhancer discovered that even when pushing himself to the limits, he could not catch up with the speed of the Type 2 hunter. Countless bullets hit only the shadows of the Type 2 hunter. None of them found their target. In the midst of its constant jumping about, the Type 2 hunter shot out its tongue, penetrating the head of the agility-based enhancer and pulling his body away. It then landed and appeared behind the strength-based enhancer, before slashing viciously at his back. The enhancer was knocked down as he roared in pain. Pouncing and piercing through the mutant beast hide that the enhancer was wearing, the Type 2 hunter quickly dug out his heart. The enhancers were no more. The Type 2 hunter gobbled up the heart of the strength-based enhancer in a single mouthful, and leapt out of the room, following its instincts to go hunt down another enhancer. 3 Type 2 hunters, with over 100 S2S, were currently encircling the elite troop of Li Guangyi, as the experts fell one by one. Pong! Following the sound of that gunshot, Lei Kawang received a bullet in his right leg, and even though he had such a thick armor protecting him, he was still affected by the intense impact. Lei Kawang rolled once on the ground, before standing up swiftly. However, the moment he stood up, a huge axe came swinging down towards him, breaking the sound barrier. Lei Kawang's face turned pale, as he raised both his hands, and shards of metal came flying from his back, and formed a barrier in front of him. When that huge axe landed on his shield, it caused a huge booming sound, and the shield was also hacked apart. After the shield was split in two, the might of the bone axe had been expended, and could not drive itself further towards Lei Kawang. Lei Kawang raised his eyes only to discover white bones staring at him with its white bone axe. Lei Kawang had just seen white bones, before two extremely sharp bone spikes sprouted out from its chest, and pierced him squarely on the chest, causing two huge 1 centimeter deep indents, and sending him flying. If it wasn't for the protection of that flying metal armor, he would have been killed right then. Lei Kawang swiftly stood up, only to hear a pong sound, as a sniper bullet hit him right on the head, causing him to fly back again for another 3 meters as he crashed to the ground. White bones shot forwards like an arrow, its huge axe swinging viciously down on Lei Kawang. Those bone spikes from its body could not deal any life-threatening blows to Lei Kawang, and hence it could only rely on its huge axe. Lei Kawang looked at white bones charging towards him, and forcefully repressed the shockwaves caused from the previous blow to his head, as he raised his hands towards white bones, and a few metal shards shot towards white bones like rain. Those metal shards could easily shred a person into pieces, and as they landed on white bones, they caused bits and pieces of bone to be chipped away. However, under the onslaught of those metal shards, white bones did find it somewhat hard to advance. Lei Kawang seized his chance to jump to his feet and dodged behind some nearby cover. Although Yue Zhong's sniping could not kill Lei Kawang, it was enough to wear away at his spirit and stamina. To Lei Kawang, Yue Zhong was also a huge threat. White bones blocked the assault of those metal shards, before quickly pouncing towards the place where Lei Kawang went for cover. Lei Kawang's eyes turned frosty as he waved his hands, and the 8 metal shards once again shot towards white bones. White bones saw the high-speed rotation of those metal shards, and it waved its huge axe down, causing 2 of the shards to be flicked away. At the same time, 6 bone spikes shot out from its body at the remaining 6 metal shards, also knocking them away. When the 8 metal shards were sent flying, they rotated 1 round in mid-air, before shooting towards white bones again under the control of Lei Kawang. Atop the huge tree, Yue Zhong was still aiming at Lei Kawang's position with his Bartlett sniper, not moving even a single inch. He, together with white bones, had locked down Lei Kawang and prevented him from stepping out to save his other comrades. As long as they could block him from saving the others, the Type 2 hunters and S2S would be able to deal with the team of experts. At this time, various positions were beginning to fall, and Lei Kawang's position would soon be surrounded by countless zombies, which would cause him to expend more energy, after which it would be easier for Yue Zhong to deal with him. After clashing for a while, Lei Kawang bellowed out with a mixture of Vietnamese, English and Chinese with some anxiety. "Friend from afar! I am Lei Kawang. Do you know what you're doing? Inside Gaoping City, there are 400,000 lives. Your actions are going to endanger the lives of those 400,000 people. If you still have some humanity in you, let me leave." Li Guangyi wasn't any good man as well. Although he did not engage in open slaughter of the Chinese like Wu Yanhong, those Chinese and foreigners under him did not lead a better life. He had caused the deaths of various families, and naturally had plenty of enemies. As he did not know which race this enemy of Li Guangyi was from, he could only use all 3 languages to shout. Yue Zhong's tone became icy as he yelled, "For 100,000 people? Aren't they all beasts? Lei Kawang, your lot has already thrown in with Wu Yanhong, right? Then to me, your 400,000 lives are worth that of animals. Just go and die." Wu Yanhong was simply too strong. If he gained these 400,000 survivors from Li Guangyi, he would expand even faster. If there was a chance, Yue Zhong would definitely not allow this to happen. As long as it was to spoil Wu Yanhong's plans, even if he had to send 400,000 people to their deaths, he would not hesitate to do so. Hard times required harder choices, but if he wanted to go home, there were things he had to do. Lei Kawang heard the words and his heart fell. He knew that things were not looking good. Wu Yanhong had caused so many Chinese to die. His enemies were literally everywhere. Wanting to convince an enemy full of vengeance to give some leeway was not going to be easy. Lei Kawang fell silent for a moment, before he used a righteous tone to converse in Chinese. "Friend, Your grudge with Yue Zhong, that's between the both of you. You can't send 400,000 lives into the hands of the zombies just because of some hatred, right? That's 400,000 people. They're not pigs or dogs, but like you and me, they're human beings. For this small grudge, you want to send 400,000 people to their deaths. Don't tell me you don't have a single shred of conscience or humanity. Lei Kawang wanted to use the righteousness and conscience to sway Yue Zhong and get him to change his mind. Under these circumstances, it was likely that the 400,000 people would fall to the zombie horde soon. Yue Zhong responded coldly, "Conscience and humanity? You bastards dare to speak of this? How did you fuckers treat the Chinese? You guys know it. So you can go and die." Yue Zhong was resolute enough to not let such words easily sway his decision. Lei Kawang immediately fell silent again. It was true. They had treated the Chinese like pigs and dogs. He himself wasn't a decent person. In his own house, he had 3 Chinese beauties serving him. He only hoped that Yue Zhong was a good man and would choose to respond enmity with mercy. Seeing that his righteous words had no effect on Yue Zhong, he changed the direction of his appeal. "Friend, amongst the 400,000 survivors, there are about 2,400 Chinese. They are your fellow countrymen after all. The moment the city is breached, they will face certain death too. Are you heartless enough to watch your countrymen die at the hands of the zombies?" Yue Zhong contemplated a while before replying calmly, "Then too bad for them. Can't blame others for their shitty luck." Yue Zhong was not a god. *1. He had no way ensuring that the zombies could wipe the entire Gaoping city and still be able to save his fellow countrymen. "You goddamned crazy lunatic!" Lei Kawang cursed out loud. At the same time, he saw the 3 Type 2 hunters leaping out from rooms, covered in blood. Seeing this, Lei Kawang felt like his heart was stabbed by a knife. He had brought almost 2/3 of the experts under Li Guangyi to deal with this. As of now, other than him, the rest of the experts had been killed by those Type 2 hunters and S2S. Their operation was a huge failure. Lei Kawang sighed deeply and leapt out from behind his cover as he ran into the distance. The speed of Lei Kawang was pretty fast as well, such that 2 shots from Yue Zhong did not manage to hit him. The distance between them was truly too far. However, out of all the experts that came out to the forefront, 2/3 have been killed, and the remaining experts could only make use of the fortifications and covers to hold their position and defend. Under the intense assault by the 3 Type 2 hunters, the rest of the defenses were soon wasted. With the ceasefire, the zombies started to push in and enveloped the forces of Li Guangyi. With that fearsome, coordinated zombie charge, the newer recruits of Li Guangyi's troops collapsed, as they threw their weapons away and ran for their lives towards the other directions. One by one, the various battalions collapsed and broke away from their positions, as they ran towards the west side of Gaoping City. If there were still experts remaining, with the protection of the defenses and fortifications, they could still maintain a defensive stance. However, now that experts have been eradicated, they had no more confidence or will to fight on. After all, they were new recruits, and their training had not even exceeded 3 months. Few of them actually had any experience on a true battlefield. Chapter 346, Crossing the River. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. A huge number of the evolved zombies pounced over, knocking those Vietnamese survivors who were trying to escape onto the ground. They opened their gruesome mouths and viciously bit down on those survivors, biting huge chunks of meat off. The battlefield was filled with the agonized screams and wails of the Vietnamese survivors, as blood and innards started to splatter everywhere. The entire place was engulfed in a mirage of hell, full of blood and terror. Originally, if Lei Kawang could mobilize and lead the team of experts to take down the 3 remaining Type 2 hunters, then the battlefront on the east side could still withstand the zombies for quite a while. It definitely wouldn't have collapsed so easily. However, with the harassment of Yue Zhong, the entire team was wiped out, and they could not support the front line anymore, resulting in the current carnage and hell-like scene. The sea-like horde of shambling, rotten corpses was swallowing up the east side, survivors and all, as they followed the bridge towards the west side. Hong! An explosion rang out, and the huge bridge was blasted into pieces. Thousands of zombies on the bridge fell into the water, and the mutant beasts in the water opened their jaws as they devoured the falling meal with gusto. *1. Go! Yue Zhong eyed the huge horde in the distance, as he jumped atop Lightning's back and issued the order to leave. There was nothing much he could do now. Losing the positions on the east side now was a huge blow to Li Guangyi's troops, and it was going to be 3 or 4 times harder to deal with the horde now that he had lost a number of troops and equipment. Upon receiving Yue Zhong's command, Lightning swiftly brought Yue Zhong out of the place. Within Gaoping City, a middle-aged man looked at the huge zombie horde overrunning the east of the city with a steely expression. This man was precisely the leader of the Vietnamese Revival Army, Li Guangyi. Li Guangyi turned his attention to Lei Kawang standing beside him and asked in a low voice, "That man was Chinese?" "Yes." "He was speaking in Chinese. Therefore he must be Chinese." Lei Kawang had an exhausted look as he nodded. He had expended a huge portion of his stamina in his previous battles. Li Guangyi's expression turned ugly. The fury in his eyes were unmasked as he gritted his teeth and cursed. "Damn Chinese dogs. They can't see the big picture at all. They're going to forsake 400,000 lives and help the zombies to raid us humans. What a bunch of animals!" A staff officer, Lu Sunwang, standing behind Li Guangyi, had a strange look in his eyes upon hearing those words. Li Guangyi was not as brazen as Wu Yanhong, who had committed open genocide, but he wasn't a decent man himself. Under the leadership of Li Guangyi, the Chinese and foreigners all led a slave-like existence, and were lower caste members who were humiliated and tormented by the any Vietnamese. Numerous Chinese and foreigners from the European and American countries had killed themselves as a result. Lei Kawang looked at Li Guangyi and asked directly, "Leader, what do we now?" The eastern regions of Gaoping City had been overrun, and Li Guangyi's losses were amounting to about 4 battalions, a total of 1,600 or so fighters. At the same time, the equipment, ammunition, and rations there were considered lost as well. Currently, the western regions had the support of the elite troops, and the 400,000 survivors could still withstand. However, without the support of reinforcements, Gaoping City would most likely fall to the zombies. Li Guangyi's eyes flashed as he assured Lei Kawang, "Don't worry, Wu Yanhong had promised to send some help. As long as the reinforcements come, we'll be fine." If the troops from Li Guangyi and Wu Yanhong were to combine their strength, they would have so hope of withstanding the onslaught of the zombie horde. Lu Sunwang quipped in with a reminder, "Leader, Wu Yanhong is a vicious man. If we're weak, it's hard to guarantee that he won't swallow us up." When he heard that, Li Guangyi instantly turned silent. In this post-apocalyptic world, stronger factions absorbed weaker ones all the time. If Li Guangyi spent all his strength to defend against this crisis, Wu Yanhong would most likely turn around and subjugate them. Li Guangyi eyed Lu Sunwang and asked, "What good idea might you have?" Lu Sunwang walked to Li Guangyi and in a small voice suggested an extremely cruel idea. "Let's leave a battalion to snipe the advance of the zombies. We will bring the rest of the soldiers and brothers towards Tuen Quang province. Since the zombies around the area have been gathered here, there must be less zombies elsewhere. It would therefore be relatively easier for us to break out of this encirclement. As long as we have our firearms, finding a new base to establish shouldn't be an issue. If it wasn't for the need to protect the 400,000 survivors, Li Guangyi could absolutely bring his men to slaughter their way out. Although the gathering of the horde was huge under the control of the Z-types, they could not compare to the craftiness and adaptability of humans." Li Guangyi's eyes retracted, as his sharp gaze remained fixed on Lu Sunwang, causing the latter to panic. After a long while, Li Guangyi retracted his gaze as he slowly said, "Those 400,000 survivors are all our countrymen and brothers. How can we just abandon them just to escape on our own? If you're to mention this again, don't blame me for being merciless." Lu Xuanwang's back broke out in cold sweat, as he immediately said, "Yes, yes." Li Guangyi could become a leader in the post-apocalyptic world was precisely because he wasn't a benevolent man. Lu Sunwang was extremely clear that he could lose his life if he were to mention such a preposition again. After warning Lu Sunwang, Li Guangyi then issued out an order solemnly. "Go gather all the Chinese and issue them weapons. Get them to fight at the front lines. Those who dare to retaliate Execute them on the spot. Let the 2 battalions from Wuyanhong guard the forefront. Gather the survivors and prepare them to break away. Tell them the moment they break free from the encirclement of zombies, escape in all directions, and not to move together. 2nd and 3rd battalions to prepare and cover the escape of the survivors. Li Guangyi was extremely clear on the dire circumstances, and maintaining the defense of Gaoping City could last at most 1 or 2 more days. Breaking out of the siege was their best choice. As long as he brought enough troops to cover, the large majority of the survivors would be able to succeed. However, if they went through with this, they would have to abandon a lot of resources and items. At the same time, they could not move together, otherwise the huge source of humans would attract the zombies and wipe them out. Lu Sunwang replied respectfully, and dismissed himself. Yes. Li Guangyi looked to the distance and cursed under his breath. Damn Chinese dog! If it wasn't for Yue Zhong's meddling, Li Guangyi could still withstand longer, and could even kill a larger number of zombies and hold out until Wuyanhong's forces come. However, because of Yue Zhong, Li Guangyi's plans were thrown into disarray, and he was filled with fury towards Yue Zhong. Zhang Mingyi was extremely familiar with the layout and surrounding of Gaoping City and Langsun City. Under his guidance, Wei Ningguo brought the 1,000 plus survivors and the vehicles towards the west, where they arrived at the river that was in their way to Guangxi. The river was about 6m wide, and it was just this 6m distance that was currently blocking the advance of this group of people. What do we do? Wei Ningguo looked at the river helplessly. He was an enhancer that reached level 34, and had plenty of battle experience, but he lacked resourcefulness and the ability to adapt to the situation. Could be said that he had talent in combat, but as a leader, he truly was lacking. Yue Zhong had selected Wei Ningguo as the temporary leader because he valued his performance and growing loyalty, and hence felt that he could be trusted. However, he didn't expect Wei Ningguo to be that indecisive. As he hesitated, the 1,000 plus survivors halted near the river, not knowing what to do. Upon seeing this, Ming Jejia went up to Wei Ningguo's side and asked, Uncle Wei, didn't Master ordered for us to cross the river? Why aren't we moving? Wei Ningguo looked at Ming Jejia and dared not underestimate her, as he laughed bitterly. Ming Jejia, you can see for yourself. There are no boats here. I've no idea how to cross. Ming Jejia frowned as she looked at the river before suggesting. We can construct a makeshift pontoon *2 to cross. First we can get some people to cross over, before making use of the steel cables of the vehicles to create a paved way for the rest of the people to cross. Wei Ningguo's eyes brightened up, as he praised, Great idea! However, this can only transport the people over. The vehicles can't be moved. Without the resources, it would be hard for us to survive. Yue Zhong had brought along several trucks, carrying loads of fuel, food, and weapons. These 3 were the most basic resources of a faction, and if they were to be abandoned, the 1,000 plus people would not be able to survive past a few days. Wei Ningguo had no ideas, and he did not mind seeking the advice of someone much younger than him like Ming Jejia. Ming Jejia pondered a while as she frowned, before saying, Let's get the people across first. As for the vehicles, I'll think about it more. Okay. Wei Ningguo immediately replied, before assigning people to begin the operation. Zhang Mingyi tied a rope to an arrow, before aiming and firing it proficiently across and hitting a tree. He then made use of the rope as he brought along the metal cable to climb across. When he reached the opposite shore, he hammered the metal cable to the ground. After nailing 6 metal cables to the ground, he then climbed atop those metal cables and secured pieces of planks on them, and the simple pontoon soon took shape. Yue Zhong had prepared beforehand, in case they had to cross a water body, and had prepared ample supplied. In one of his transport truck, there were plenty of cables, ropes, wooden planks, and were fully utilized in this operation. After the simple pontoon was constructed, the survivors started to make their way across. When Yue Zhong rode lightning and arrived, he saw that most of the survivors had crossed, and there were only 100 or so left, with the vehicles still on this side of the shore. Chapter 347 Spoiler, title at bottom. Translated by Kuan. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. Job well done. Wei Ningguo. Yue Zhong looked at the remaining 100-plus survivors waiting to cross the river, and his heart relaxed as he praised Wei Ningguo. Wei Ningguo turned red as he replied honestly, "Boss Yu, it wasn't my idea, it was Miss Ming Jie's. Zhang Mingyi had constructed the pontoon." Although Wei Ningguo was a coward, he was extremely honest. He did not take undue glory for himself. Yue Zhong looked at Ming Jie with surprise and approved silently in his heart. Ming Jie spoke up a little dejectedly. "Master, the people are sent across. What about the vehicles? Jie's useless. I can't think of a method to bring the vehicles across. Those vehicles weighed over a few tons each, and the simple and crude pontoons could not possibly support the weight of those vehicles." Yue Zhong replied confidently, "Relax. I naturally have a plan." Ming Jie looked at him half-believingly, as she stood quietly by his side, not saying anything else. At this time, Xu Tianya came under the protection of 2 of her female soldiers, bringing with her a slightly scented breath of air. Xu Tianya laughed brightly as she said, "Yue Zhong, are you racking your brains over the issue of getting the vehicles across? Shall I lend you a hand?" Yue Zhong's eyes flashed with curiosity as he said, "Oh, what idea might you have?" Xu Tianya reached out with her right hand, and there was a flash of icy light before a piece of ice accumulated in her hands. She smiled at Yue Zhong, not saying a word. "So you possess the ice manipulation ability. Not bad, this skill definitely can get the vehicles across. I shall bother you then." Yue Zhong looked at the ice within Xu Tianya's hands and understood immediately the cause of her confidence. As long as the river surface could be frozen over, then the dozens of vehicles can get across without hassle. After all, it was in the midst of autumn now, and the temperature wasn't high. With the level 3 ice manipulation ability, Xu Tianya could freeze a small part of the river with no issues whatsoever. Xu Tianya chucked lightly, "Yue Zhong, I can definitely help you. However, in return, you must give me 20 AKs, 2,000 bullets, 20 tons of food. Although I'm traveling with you, I'm not your subordinate and not your vassal. We are just allies. If I help you, surely I can seek some form of compensation, right?" Xu Tianya was astute in her foresight and could see that the Chinese association was in dire straits. She had no way of convincing the rest of them to join Yue Zhong, and hence had only brought her trusted aides along. However, she would definitely not bow to Yue Zhong, and she wanted to carve a position for herself in this new world order through her own strength. In order to do that, she needed the necessary firepower and rations. Yue Zhong grinned, "No problem. Great." Xu Tianya was relieved that Yue Zhong was that easygoing, and gave him a bright smile as well, before she walked over to the riverbank and pointed to the water as she activated her skill. Following the expenditure of her spirit that flowed out like water, the surface of the water started to freeze, and the ice cap grew and extended towards the opposite bank. It managed to touch the bank before it began to solidify further, creating a path atop the water. "Quickly get your vehicles to move. I can only maintain this for half an hour." Once the icy path was formed, Xu Tianya called out loudly as her entire body was drenched in perspiration. Forming this icy path had expended a large amount of her spirit and stamina. It was the first time that she actually froze a river. She could feel that while her ice manipulation ability had been raised to the 3rd level, freezing part of a river was still exhausting. Yue Zhong immediately ordered, "Set out." The vehicle fleet immediately followed the icy path as they drove towards the other bank. Seeing the vehicles crossing one by one, Yue Zhong suddenly felt a huge sense of crisis, and he immediately shouted out. Those vehicles numbered from 33 onwards immediately turned back. "Vehicle 32. Continue forward. Get to the other side as soon as you can." Hearing that, the vehicles all went into action, as the huge transport truck charged towards the other bank, whereas the other turned back and swiftly retreated. Right when both trucks had just left the icy path, the river suddenly burst in a huge wave, as a gigantic beast charged into the icy path viciously, breaking it into pieces. When the bridge was smashed into smithereens, Xu Tianya, who was maintaining the skill, could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood as she fell to the floor. Her face was pale and she obviously lost some of her energy. To those enhancers who have to cast and maintain their skills, the moment the ability was broken, the caster would definitely suffer the backlash. When the gargantuan beast in the water had destroyed the icy bridge, countless water beams were shot towards the skies, as a huge gray-color head emerged from the water, covered entirely in thick scales. An enormous crocodile emerged from the waters, as it emitted a terrifying pressure on everything around it. Its eyes had a ferocious glint, as it caught sight of Shu Tianya by the bank, and swam speedily towards her like a huge tank. Level 68 Mutant Beast. Type 2 Giant Crocodile. In the waters, it is definitely the tyrant. Its huge steel-like teeth could even crush any armored vehicles into pieces. Shu Tianya looked at the Type 2 Mutant Giant Crocodile swimming towards her, and her eyes flashed with a hint of despair. Its speed in the waters was simply too fast, and it could be in front of her in the next second. Based on her speed, she was definitely unable to evade it. She was after all not an agility-based enhancer. Just as Shu Tianya was about to be swallowed whole by the Type 2 Mutant Giant Crocodile, a rocket was aimed and detonated on its head. The result was a huge explosion, and an even bigger cloud of steam enveloped the head of the crocodile. Shu Tianya turned around to look, only to discover Yue Zhong wielding a rocket launcher aiming at the Type 2 Mutant Giant Crocodile. Quickly escape. It hasn't died yet. Yue Zhong eyed Shu Tianya and shouted at her. After firing that fearsome rocket, the sense of crisis still had not abated yet. Shu Tianya obeyed, and without any delay, she quickly climbed up and escaped towards another side. She knew that Yue Zhong had enraged the Type 2 Mutant Giant Crocodile, and running to his direction would spell certain death for her. The smoke of the explosion had not cleared yet, but the giant crocodile was already charging out from the smokescreen, its eyes filled with killing intent. It currently had a fist-sized wound on its head, bleeding profusely. That was the damage done by that single rocket launched by Yue Zhong earlier. Yue Zhong had just used a rocket launcher that was manufactured in Vietnam, and its power was not comparable to the PF-98 that Yue Zhong usually used. However, the little damage caused to the giant crocodile was shocking to Yue Zhong. He quickly swapped out another rocket and aimed once more at the giant crocodile before firing. The giant crocodile also activated its own innate ability in the water, as a huge water arrow was slapped out and shot towards Yue Zhong. With a bright flash, the rocket launcher detonated when it met the huge water arrow, causing a huge splash of water in all directions. Yet it could not do anything to the giant crocodile within the waters. With that huge wall of water, the remaining 20 trucks were all entrapped within the walls of the water flow. Under the innate control ability of the giant crocodile, the wall of water reached a width of more than 10 m, separating Yue Zhong with the trucks from the rest of the troops. The giant crocodile made use of its advantage in water to pounce towards Yue Zhong. If it was on the shore, its speed would not be able to match Yue Zhong and would most likely be eating Yue Zhong's dust. However, in the water, Yue Zhong could not even match a tenth of its speed. Even when comparing before the apocalypse set in, a human would never be able to match a crocodile in the water. Yue Zhong faced the terrifying Type 2 Mutant Giant Crocodile, as his eyes flashed, and he activated his bone-encompassing armor, and white bones turned into an orb of light as it transformed. Just as Yue Zhong finished casting the ability, the attack from the giant crocodile came, and opened its huge mouth, as it exploded up out of the water and bit towards Yue Zhong quickly. When the giant crocodile bit down, its speed was at its maximum, and even lightning, which was almost peerless in agility, could not dodge such a bite, not to mention Yue Zhong in the water. Yue Zhong raised his right hand, as he shot out a bone spike into the ground, before sending himself into the mouth of the Type 2 Mutant Giant Crocodile. When the jaws of the giant crocodile snapped shut, most of Yue Zhong's body was within the mouth already. However, his left leg was instantly dismembered by those sharp teeth of the giant crocodile, and not even the Type 2 mutant black-scaled boar hide could withstand that impact. Yue Zhong felt the intense pain shooting up from his left leg the moment it got bitten, and it caused him to shudder in pain. The Type 2 mutant giant crocodile then retracted its tongue, before sucking in a huge breath of air, intending to use suction to draw Yue Zhong towards its stomach. At this critical juncture, Yue Zhong kept his cool while tolerating the pain, and with a thought, His shoulders shot out two incredibly sharp bone spikes that embedded themselves within the soft flesh of the giant crocodile, preventing himself from going further into the mutant beast. The giant crocodile felt its throat being lodged, and it opened its jaws again, taking in a huge breath. A gigantic spray of water came rushing in and smashed onto Yue Zhong, causing the bone spears to snap, before washing him down into the noxious stomach. Chapter 347. Assault of the Type 2 Mutant Crocodile. Chapter 348. Slaughtering the Type 2 Mutant Crocodile. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. Facing the torrential assault of the water, Yue Zhong ended up in a stomach that was filled with dissolving slime. Each time the foul-smelling ooze dripped onto his bone carapace, it would release a tiss sound, melting at and corroding his bone armor. At the same time, when Yue Zhong just entered the stomach, 3 zombies that had been bitten in two were swallowed into the stomach as well. The moment those 3 corpses landed in the stomach, they were almost instantaneously corroded into a pile of flesh and blood. 5 minutes, I can at most hold on for 5 minutes before being dissolved. 3 minutes and the lack of oxygen will kill me. Yue Zhong was currently encased by his bone-encompassing armor, with not a single gap. It was pitch black everywhere, and the strong sense of danger was rampant all around him. Yet he could still assess the situation calmly and think of a way to escape. With a thought, he activated his devil flame, and a few fireballs were conjured out of thin air, surrounding himself. The moment the devil flame came in contact with the stomach wall, it caused the acid to start burning, evaporating into clouds of gas. Yue Zhong raised his right hand and shot a bone spear into one side, before retracting and bringing himself towards it. He then expended almost all his spirit to channel it into the devil flame skill, as the fireball in his hands rapidly condensed into a 2m long devil flame spear. He then used all his strength to pierce it into the stomach wall, bellowing in rage, "Break!" under the condensing of the devil flame spear with almost all his energy. The moment the stomach wall was penetrated, the flesh started to burn and was almost incinerated into nothing. It caused a huge hole to appear in the wall of the stomach, at the same time, piercing through that incredibly tough scales that could withstand even the impact of a rocket launcher. The moment the hole was created, huge amounts of blood started flowing from the wound, and the giant crocodile started to squirm and twist in agony. Inside the stomach of the giant crocodile, there were countless huge rocks as well, and as the mutant beast thrashed about, the rocks in its stomach were churning about within as well, smashing and crashing around violently. One those rocks smashed into Yue Zhong, and the impact caused him to shudder, spitting out a fresh mouthful of blood. Yue Zhong forcefully endured the pains all over his body, as he stretched his hand towards the hole he made in the stomach, and a bone spear shot out piercing into the ground outside. He caused the bone spear to retract, pulling himself out of the giant crocodile's body. Congratulations on achieving level 51. You have gained 2 points of enhancement to be allocated. Congratulations on achieving level 52. You have gained 2 points of enhancement to be allocated. Within Yue Zhong's mind, the sweet notification sound resounded. He quickly allocated them all into agility. Have I killed it? When Yue Zhong escaped out from the giant crocodile's body, with a thought, he quickly released the bone armor from his face, revealing his handsome features, as he rapidly took in large breaths of the fresh air, as his gaze landed on the corpse of the giant crocodile. Edition. I'm not 100% sure, but wasn't he called average looking in one of the beginning chapters? By this time, the huge area of water around the giant crocodile had been dispersed, and its body flopped to the side, revealing the hole in its head that Yue Zhong had accidentally caused when he used the devil flame spear to incinerate what he pierced. It was this fortunate blow that killed the giant crocodile. Right beside the carcass of the giant crocodile, there were 2 skills books, a green treasure box, and 200 survivor coins. Level 3 skill, water flow manipulation. An active skill requires 5 spirit and 5 stamina to activate. Maintaining the skill requires 2 spirit, 1 stamina every 10 seconds. Level 4 skill, Type 2 water flow manipulation. Advancement of water flow manipulation. Requires skill to be enhanced thrice, and 2 free skill points to learn this ability. Opening the green chest, Yue Zhong found Level 4 Treasure. Crocodile Tooth Saw Blade. Sharp beyond measure. Possesses ability to cut through all metal. If user has strength of above 100 points, one swing could render any weapon of level 3 and below broken. Yue Zhong kept the 2 skill books before he observed the crocodile tooth saw blade in his hands carefully. The blade was double-edged and 1 m long, the handle of about 30 centimeters. The back of the blade was extremely straight, lined with serrated teeth. It was shorter than the dark tooth blade by quite a bit, but it was a lot more suitable for close combat with its length. At the same time, the dual serrated teeth could be used to deal with tough armored creatures. After doing all these, the sharp pains from his left leg finally registered, as he took a close look at it, realizing that almost everything below the knee was gone. The bones could be seen and fresh blood was constantly flowing. The fact that he could still stand was due to the bone armor that White Bones had intuitively transformed into acting as support for Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong looked at his leg again, as his heart dropped. The entire leg is broken. This wound would require at least 2 to 3 days to recover fully. With his leg broken, Yue Zhong would have to spend the next few days in a vehicle. It would be his most vulnerable time, and in this post-apocalyptic world, if he wasn't careful, he could be easily killed. A flash of light, the bone armor was deactivated and White Bones appeared from an orb of light. Its entire body was covered in scars. If it hadn't been for the fact that it had always been absorbing the bones of other mutant beasts, it could not have withstand the blow from the Type 2 mutant giant crocodile. White Bones immediately rushed over to the carcass of the giant crocodile and burrowed into its body, grabbing a bone and made use of its ability to absorb the essence, replenishing what it had lost and expended. Yue Zhong stuck the crocodile tooth saw blade into the ground, using it as a crutch as he observed the surroundings. The Type 2 giant crocodile's water flow manipulation ability had a wide area of effect, and many people and vehicles had been enclosed within the watery cage earlier. The moment it died, those people gathered again and made their way towards Yue Zhong. When those people saw the dead giant crocodile that was killed by Yue Zhong, their eyes were filled with shock. However, when they caught sight of Yue Zhong's broken leg and was supporting himself with the scary-looking blade, many of them had a strange gleam in their eyes. Wei Ningguo rushed over and saw Yue Zhong with a leg missing, and his face changed. In this post-apocalyptic world, only a strong leader could suppress the majority and make them listen. With a broken leg, Yue Zhong was as good as a cripple, and his battle prowess would diminish. It was hard for people to accept such a leader. After all, this wasn't Longhai City, where it was filled with Yue Zhong's supporters. Many of the survivors here had been forcefully drafted into Yue Zhong's camp, and their hearts were not set in stone yet. If Yue Zhong was truly crippled, many of them would change their tune. Ming Jiejie looked at Yue Zhong, and her heart ached, as she swiftly came to Yue Zhong's side and supported his left arm. Zhang Mingyi was looking at Yue Zhong's leg, and his eyes were filled with a complicated expression. If Yue Zhong was healthy and well, he was willing to follow such a strong leader to fight Wuyan Hong. However, since he had lost a leg, it made him feel conflicted. Yi Shuixiong looked at the broken leg. His eyes brightened with joy as he looked towards the river and noticed that the ice bridge had already been destroyed. There was only the cable pontoon left, and the people on the other side would not be able to make it across in a short time. Yi Shuixiong suddenly stepped forward and said, "Yue Zhong, you have lost a leg. I think that you're not suitable to be our leader anymore. Please hand over all your weapons. We can give you rations for 3 days and let you leave alone." Wei Ningguo's face turned pale as he called out enragedly, "Yi Shuixiong, what's the meaning of this? Our leader can only be Boss Yu. Are you trying to rebel?" Wei Ningguo had betrayed Wuyan Hong and had been heavily relied on by Yue Zhong. He was considered Yue Zhong's number 2. He was extremely happy with his position and was confident in Yue Zhong, who had brought them consecutive victories. Yi Shuixiong laughed coldly, pointing at Yue Zhong and said, "What rebel? Your words are too horrid. We were all Freemasons. It was this Yue Zhong who killed our leader and forced us to listen to him. Now he's a cripple. How can he still lead us?" He then continued with a passionate look in his eyes, Dali, Chong Sui, we can get Vice Leader Zheng to be our leader. As long as the four of us work together, we can definitely bring them down. Under the instigation of Yi Shuixiong, members of the Freemasons started to gather with Yi Shuixiong, Zhou Dali, Ning Changshui, and Zheng Mingyi. As the majority of the survivors had crossed over, of the about 60 people left, 40 were from the Freemasons. The remaining 20 people were the Chinese survivors that Yue Zhong had saved. Those 20 who had been saved by Yue Zhong stood by his side, raising their guns against Yi Shuixiong and glared at them. Xu Tianya brought her aides as they retreated from the standoff. She had just expended a huge part of her energy and stamina earlier, and wasn't in the best condition to fight. Furthermore, her relationship with Yue Zhong was not so close that she had to fight for him. Yi Shuixiong looked at the 40-some soldiers with him, as he laughed coldly at Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong, do you see this? This is the difference in our strength. You still have time to surrender. As long as you surrender, I can let you walk away with your life. Chapter 349, Quelling the Insurgency. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. Yue Zhong did not so much as look at Yi Shuixiong. Instead, he sternly questioned Zheng Mingyi in any icy tone, whom he was staring at all this while. Zheng Mingyi, are you planning to betray me? No. Zheng Mingyi was frightened by Yue Zhong's demeanor and couldn't help but blurt out. However, as he said that, he retreated 2 steps, and his face was conflicted. It was obvious that he had not sorted out his thinking yet. Although he had retreated, he did not raise his hands against Yi Shuixiong. It could be seen that he was still struggling to decide which side of the fence he should be on. If Yue Zhong was healthy, he would naturally not falter. However, to everyone present, Yue Zhong was a cripple now, and at his weakest, if Zheng Mingyi were to say he did not feel swayed, it would be a lie. If he could take over Yue Zhong's establishment, then Zheng Mingyi would have the equipment of 3 battalions, over 1,000 people and plenty of logistics. It was a huge difference from his position when he was in the Freemasons. When that single sentence from Yue Zhong had caused Zheng Mingyi to quail, his gaze then fell to Zhou Dali and threatened him menacingly. Zhou Dali, I recall that you have a 13-year-old son and an extremely pretty wife. You must consider this carefully. If you were to fail, I would throw your son into the horde, and your wife would be cast with several men. You can be made a cuckold 1,000 times over. Your entire Zhou family will cease to exist. Zhou Dali's expression promptly soured, as his body trembled uncontrollably, his heart full of torment. His son and wife were his bottom line. He had sacrificed God knows how much just to protect both of them. He had almost been swallowed up by the darkness of his heart a few times, but because of his wife and son, he found the strength to carry on and live. They were his strength and his weakness as well. Yi Shuixiong hurriedly tried to placate him. Dali, there's no need to fear him. If the 4 of us join hands, he's almost crippled already. What can he do to us? If he had the ability, based on his character, he would have killed us all. Hearing Yi Shuixiong's consolation, Zhou Dali's face turned slightly better, but he pondered a while before saying, I'm not concerning myself with the matters here. I just want my wife and son to be safe. After which, Zhou Dali brought his 7 soldiers and threw their weapons down, as they stood at a distance, obviously not taking any side. Yue Zhong then turned to look at Ning Changshui. Ning Changshui did not even wait for Yue Zhong to speak, and immediately opened his mouth in a self-righteous manner. Yue Zhong, you're overbearing and vicious. You kill without discrimination, and even kill captives. You killed our leader of the Freemasons. Your bullshit annoys me. Die! Yue Zhong's gaze turned icy, and without waiting for Ning Changshui to finish talking, he pulled out his stinger and fired a shot at his brain. Pong! The gunshot resounded out and Ning Changshui's brain was immediately blasted apart, as red and white matter splattered onto the ground. After killing Ning Changshui with 1 shot, he immediately activated his Art of Fear on Yi Shuixiong, and a horrifying spirit attack engulfed his mind, bringing all sorts of cruel and tormenting hallucinations with it, causing his face to contort with fear and his body trembled. Yue Zhong grabbed onto his body in that instant, and swiftly fired another shot at his head. With a pong, Yi Shuixiong's brains were also blasted apart, red and white matter dyeing the ground as well. Yue Zhong then swiftly waved his hands and switched out his stinger for a .05 submachine gun, firing it at those whom he had just called his subordinates a while ago. With his accurate and swift firing, before those ex-Freemasons even got the time to react, many of them had been shot dead. Yue Zhong sprayed at those Freemasons, while casting a glance at Zhang Mingyi and called out, "Zhang Mingyi, act now and kill the traitors. Otherwise, it will be you and your subordinates' heads to roll. All your family members will be cast into the scum battalion to be fed to the zombies." Zhang Mingyi's face promptly turned to one of fear, and finally made the difficult decision, as he gritted his teeth and ordered, "Everyone listen up, kill the traitors." Under Zhang Mingyi's commands, the tens of soldiers swiftly took up their arms and started firing wildly at the remaining Freemasons. With the joint attack of Yue Zhong and Zhang Mingyi's troops, the subordinates of Ning Changshui and Yi Shuixiong were all turned into sieves from the hail of bullets. 2 soldiers from Yue Zhong's side also suffered some superficial injuries from the stray bullets. After decimating the troops under Ning Changshui and Yi Shuixiong, Yue Zhong stared coldly at Zhou Dali. Zhou Dali instantly felt his body turn clammy. He never would have expected that Yue Zhong was still able to take down and suppress the rebellion even after losing limb. Every single traitor had been killed. As for those who were still alive, the soldiers under Yue Zhong stepped forward and chopped their heads off without any hesitation. At this time, lightning brought 100 or so of its little brothers as they slowly walked out from the forest, coldly staring at everyone. By now, after seeing lightning and the 100+ mutant leopard cats, no one dared harbor any ill intentions. Zhou Dali's heart felt heavy. This time, without any hesitation, he brought his men as they came in front of Yue Zhong and knelt down. They kowtowed while Dali said, "Zhou Dali was blind and ignorant, and didn't act immediately to put down the rebellion. Regardless of how leader would like to punish me, I'm willing to bear it. However, my family is innocent, and I plead that on account of my lack of participation in the revolt, boss, you would be magnanimous and spare them." Yue Zhong gazed at him and said indifferently, "Zhou Dali, you knew Ning Changshui and Yi Shuixiong were revolting, yet you did not help to stop it. It is still a considerable offense, and I sentence you to join the scum battalion. After killing a 1,000 zombies or a 100 enemies, you'll be considered to have served your punishment. As for your son and wife, I will pardon them. Are you satisfied with this?" Zhou Dali heaved a sigh of relief as he kowtowed profusely. "Thank you, leader, for your mercy." Zhou Dali is truly grateful. As long as his own wife and son were fine, he was extremely satisfied. He was after all a level 36 agility-based enhancer. Killing 1,000 zombies was only a matter of time. Yue Zhong waved his hand and threw the level 4 black tooth blade as well as the crocodile tooth saw blade to Wei Ningguo, saying, "Wei Ningguo, bring some men and go cut up that Type 2 giant crocodile. Only those weapons could possibly butcher the carcass of that giant crocodile at a decent speed. Otherwise, if they had the alternative of a chainsaw, they would then be able to breeze through the task as well." "Yes, boss, you." Wei Ningguo received the 2 weapons and quickly gathered 2 strength-based enhancers, as well as a few other helping hands to dismember the Type 2 giant crocodile. The 2 strength-based evolvers made use of the weapons to pry open the scales, while the rest of the people worked to slice and cut the meat and packed into the transport trucks. Yue Zhong had brought along quite a number of transport trucks, a few of them being empty. Under the hard-working labor of those survivors, the transport trucks were slowly filled up with the meat of the Type 2 giant crocodile one by one. The hide was also retrieved in its entirety and packed into one of the truck. Wei Ningguo then came back to Yue Zhong's side and report, "Boss Yu, it's completed. However, Miss Xu Tianya had expended too much of her energy and is unable to create the ice bridge again. Do we wait till tomorrow to cross?" Yue Zhong replied in a low voice, "No need. Let's prepare to cross immediately." Every additional minute spent here spelt an additional minute of danger. The moment Wuyan Hong's forces came chasing, with Yue Zhong's current condition, it was very likely they would be annihilated entirely. Yes. Wei Ningguo did not ask Yue Zhong how they were going to cross. The moment he received the order, he started to delegate the duties and prepared the rest to cross. "Form a bridge." Yue Zhong saw that Wei Ningguo had left before he ordered White Bones. The eyes of White Bones flashed with its demonic fire after receiving the order, and it went to the bank before reaching out both its hands to the other side and secured all 4 limbs into the ground. When it had laid over the river, its body started to change, and numerous bone spikes extended to form a huge bone net, creating a platform to cross. Although this platform wasn't as comfortable as the ice bridge that Shu Tianya created, it was enough for those huge transport trucks to cross. The moment the bone net was formed, the transport trucks drove and crossed the river, Yue Zhong directly hopping into one. Lightning also brought its little brothers as they followed along. After they crossed the river, Zhang Mingyi acted as the vanguard as he led some of his followers forwards, scouting the road ahead. Vietnam was filled with forests and hills. If there were no main roads, the transport trucks would find it hard to traverse the terrain. Wei Ningguo also led the 2 strength-based enhancers who wielded the weapons that Yue Zhong passed them to cleave the way through, cutting down any logs, wild grass, trees that blocked the way. The black tooth blade and the crocodile tooth saw blade were level 4 treasures, and exhibited their might in the hands of those strength-based enhancers. With their constant hacking and slashing, they created a road that those vehicles could drive through. This forest wasn't without humans though, and the mutant beasts were manageable. After killing about 20 mutant monkeys, Yue Zhong's troops came across a small village after walking for about an hour and passing through the forest. There were a few dozen zombies within the village, and Ming Jejia summoned her shadow wolf to deal with those zombies, before everyone shuffled in to occupy the village. By this time, it was close to evening, and the survivors were feeling exhausted. Yue Zhong ordered for the troops to rest and to start a fire for cooking. Within that small village, the fire burnt brightly, and meat was cooked. Other than the captives of the Scum Battalion, all the survivors could get to enjoy the Type 2 giant crocodile meat, replenishing their sorely lacking energy. Chapter 350 Homecoming. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. Yue Zhong was currently resting in bed, and Ming Jejia was kneeling by his side, carefully carving out the mutant beast meat, placing it on a plate for him to eat. Ming Jejia looked at the bandaged leg, her eyes darkened slightly. "I'm sorry, Master. Jejia is useless." Jejia didn't manage to protect Master. When they were facing that terrifying Type 2 mutant giant crocodile, the shadow wolves that Ming Jejia summoned could not do a single thing against it. Her battle ability was dependent on those summoned shadow wolves, and they couldn't even do anything, much less herself. "There's no need to blame yourself. You've already done your best." Yue Zhong ruffled her hair and consoled her. When Yi Shuixiong had tried to revolt earlier, Ming Jejia, Wei Ningguo, and the 20 other survivors had not hesitated to stand by his side, providing that he had not yet failed as a human being. When Ming Jejia felt Yue Zhong stroking her head, she was like a little kitten that was petted by her owner. Her eyes wrinkled, as she broke into an extremely comfortable expression, looking extremely cute. When Yue Zhong looked at the cute Ming Jejia behaving like a kitten, the heavy feelings in his heart were swept away. Wei Ningguo pushed the door open and entered. Discovering Yue Zhong comforting Ming Jejia, he spoke out, "Boss Yu, did you want me for something?" Hearing Wei Ningguo's words, the little Ming Jejia jumped up like a startled rabbit and bolted away from Yue Zhong's side. Her entire face flushed red, as she sat at a corner and lowered her head. "Could Boss Yu be a Lolicon?" Wei Ningguo saw that Ming Jejia's reaction was so dramatic, and his gaze on Yue Zhong turned stranger, as he thought to himself silently. After the apocalypse, society norms and order had collapsed. There were all sorts of characters who displayed their personalities under the absence of moral codes and laws. Wei Ningguo had come across several people with authority that had Lolicon tendencies. Another man came in, his age about 32, height of 1.6 m, a clean-shaven head and a muscled body. As he bowed, he saluted Yue Zhong and said, "Leader, were you looking for me?" This clean-shaven man was one of the survivors that Yue Zhong rescued from the hands of Li Guangyi. His name was Wu Yin. He was also appointed as a squad leader by Yue Zhong. He had trained harder and more diligently than others, and earlier, he had led the other soldiers to suppress the soldiers of the Freemasons. Yue Zhong waved his hand, and 2 bottles of snake birth fruit juice appeared. He passed them to Ming Jejia as he spoke to the men. Your performance today had satisfied me. This is a medicine that can allow a person to become an evolver. Drink this, and after a day, you guys will become evolvers. Evolvers. When Wei Ningguo heard this, his face instantly changed, and a storm raged on within his mind. Evolvers were the apex existences amongst humans. When he was under Wuyan Hong, he had only come across 6 evolvers. Could be seen how rare they were. Every single evolver was a frightening existence, and they possessed battle capabilities far surpassing enhancers. When all else is equal, if an evolver were to face off against an enhancer, the evolver definitely had the advantage. Wei Ningguo immediately swore fealty to Yue Zhong as he exclaimed loudly, I'm willing to serve Boss Yu till the day I die. Wu Yin definitely won't fail to live up to boss expectations. Wu Yin also couldn't suppress his own excitement as he loudly pledged, his heart overwhelmed with ecstasy. He had already heard about the prowess of evolvers to some extent. As soon as one became an evolver, although one wouldn't be unrivaled under the heavens, one would still possess huge power and superiority that normal people would find it hard to strive for. Yue Zhong waved a hand, and Ming Jejia subsequently handed the 2 bottles of snake birth fruit juice to Wu Yin and Wei Ningguo. Wu Yin and Wei Ningguo both rapidly opened the glass bottles and drank all the juice in one mouthful. They had followed Yue Zhong for some time now and knew that he wouldn't harm them. After the 2 had gulped down all the snake birth fruit juice, it wasn't long before the juice's medicinal strength began to take effect. The 2 people's bodies began to feel feverish, and they instantly fainted onto the floor. White Bones, who had been standing by, then came over and promptly snatched up the 2, before throwing them onto a bed at the side to let them evolve by themselves. Ming Jejia watched the 2 people who were currently unconscious and glanced towards Yue Zhong, asking curiously, Master, why don't you bestow a bottle of evolution elixir upon Zheng Mingyi? He is much more capable than Wei Ningguo. Zheng Mingyi's ability was not ordinary. His leadership, charisma, and decisiveness were all far above that of Wei Ningguo. Apart from having great strength, Wei Ningguo couldn't compare with Zheng Mingyi if he assumed leadership. Ming Jejia saw that Yue Zhong had let Wei Ningguo undergo evolution rather than Zheng Mingyi, and she couldn't help but feel slightly baffled. Yue Zhong remained silent for a while before saying lightly, Zheng Mingyi still needs to be observed for a period of time. Zheng Mingyi's capability couldn't be doubted, but Yue Zhong didn't know if his dedication was heartfelt or not. If Yue Zhong let him evolve, it would truly be dangerous if Zheng Mingyi then conversely backstabbed him. After all, Zheng Mingyi had been a member of the Freemasons. Yue Zhong's methods of subduing the Freemasons had been slightly too extreme, which was demonstrated by the armed rebellion of the ex-Freemasons fighters. Ming Jejia nodded in a half-understanding way. After resting for one night, the huge vehicle fleet immediately set off early the next morning after breakfast, driving towards the border with Guangxi. Their army could only have the opportunity to expand within the borders of China. In the Vietnam region, Yue Zhong found that it was truly too difficult to recruit reliable helpers. At the same time, most of the Vietnamese frontier's weapons arsenals had already been opened by Li Guangyi and Wuyan Hong. He couldn't obtain any weapons or equipment, making it very hard for him to be able to defeat Wuyan Hong's troops. After leaving the small village, they marched for a few more hours. Ming Jejia's shadow wolves finished off a dozen mutant beasts before Yue Zhong, and the rest finally found a highway, beginning to move towards the northeast. On a small hillside covered with weeds, 4 men holding large axes lay prone in the underbrush. One of them, a man who seemed slightly small in stature and figure, was holding a crossbow as he stared rigidly at an area of open land in the distance, where there was some maize placed. There were quite a lot of bird species in this region. Through the hunting method of simply waiting idly, these survivors had already hunted down quite a few sparrow-type birds. However, if their luck wasn't so good and the maize attracted some larger mutant birds or an entire flock of normal mutant birds, then they could only return empty-handed. Don't move. Put down your weapons. Surrender immediately, or I'll directly shoot you. A towering voice suddenly sounded out from behind the hunters, and 6 warriors suddenly appeared. The 6 warriors instantly pounced forward and subdued the 4 who were holding axes. The leader, whose figure was tall and sturdy, shouted out loudly in the Zhuang dialect, "Who are you people?" Wu Yin's eyebrows furrowed slightly, and he spoke with some uncertainty in Chinese. "You people are Chinese?" Wu Yin had spent most of his time living in Vietnam, so whilst he could understand Mandarin, he couldn't quite understand a dialect like the Zhuang type. The robust man called out loudly in slightly broken Mandarin, "I am Chinese." "Then good. Come with me to go see the boss. Our boss has something to ask you." Wu Yin waved, and the warriors quickly escorted the 4 men to Yue Zhong's location. "Who are you people? Where is this place?" Sitting on a wheelchair, Yue Zhong watched the 4 sturdy men being escorted over and asked lightly. The 4 men looked left and right, and a hint of alarm flashed past their eyes as they saw the warriors holding AKs surrounding Yue Zhong. 3 of the captured men's gazes instantly fell onto the sturdiest-looking man's body. That man was watched by his companions for quite a while. Only then did he summon his courage and say to Yue Zhong, "I am Wang Hualiang, a person from Dongping village. Those 3 are Yao Hong, Xin Ming, and Luo Chang. This is Jingxi County's Dongping village." Jingxi County. "We've finally returned." Upon hearing those 3 words, Yue Zhong let out a slight sigh of relief inside his heart. They had finally returned to their home country. Only upon returning to China did Yue Zhong and his party feel a little more safe. Vietnam was Nguyen Hong's territory, meaning that he had an enormous advantage there as someone Vietnamese. Within China, however, that sort of home advantage belonged to Yue Zhong's side. At least he would now be able to recruit many Chinese subordinates, and wouldn't be at a loss to enlist troops anymore. Yue Zhong directly tossed a slice of cake to Wang Hualiang and asked, "Are there any large-scale gathering places in Jingxi County?" In this apocalyptic world, a slice of cake was even more precious than gold. Upon receiving the cake, a hint of excitement shone past Wang Hualiang's eyes. He hesitated for a while before saying, "In Longtung Town there's a person called Chun Liang who's organized a large-scale gathering place. However, I advise you not to go there, for that Chun Liang isn't some good person. Luo Chang is precisely someone who escaped from there, so he knows quite a lot." Yue Zhong directly tossed a slice of cake to Luo Chang and said, "Tell me everything you know." Luo Chang saw the cake in his hands and couldn't help but lick his lips, before nodding his head and spilling the beans, telling all the information he knew about Longtung Town to Yue Zhong. Longtung Town's Chun Liang was a brutish hoodlum before the apocalypse. Afterwards, by some great fortune, he managed to awaken and became an evolver. It wasn't long before the town was recaptured by the nearby governmental forces, and Chun Liang managed to make his way into the base. Relying on his abilities, he quickly became the sole tyrant of Longtung Town. 2 months ago, Chun Liang schemed and killed off most of the official military officers, killing all those who opposed him and thus forcefully seizing control over the entire Longtung Town. After seizing control, Chun Liang spent his days in a drunken stupor, viewing all the survivors under him as animals and regularly killing people. In Longtung Town, apart from Chun Liang and his confidants, everyone else lived like walking corpses. Luo Chang didn't want to live like this, and so he fled out of the place. Longtung Town. Yue Zhong muttered to himself for a while, before asking Luo Chang, "In Longtung Town, how many warriors and guns are there? What is Chun Liang's ability? How many experts does he have under him?" Luo Chang hesitated for a while before smiling bitterly, shaking his head as he said, "I do not know any of this.